Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 112. Yue Ling was anxious to protect his son, so he had already ordered his family warriors to wait outside the arena. Seeing that Yue Yang's shield had disappeared, they immediately rushed forward to save him. The barbaric cow Shadow didn't care who it was. She bombarded them with her huge fists, hitting them like raindrops. The first family warrior who rushed up to save Yue Yang couldn't dodge in time because there was someone behind him. He screamed as he was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Another family warrior was Cunning. He used his flying beast to dive down and take Yue Yang away. However, before he could be proud of himself, he was shocked to find that the Bloody Queen had already arrived at lightning speed and intercepted him in midair. The crescent blade in the Bloody Queen's hand spun like the wind. Wherever the crescent blade passed, no matter if it was the flying eagle, the family warrior, or even Yue Yang, who he was carrying, their bodies were all covered with bloody wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. In the end, Yue Ling had to personally take action. He used his iron arm to block the crescent blade and saved his son. He snorted coldly, and a strange black light flashed on his right hand. Danger! The Bloody Queen immediately flapped her wings and flew up into the sky. She was extremely agile, dancing in the air and distancing herself from Yue Ling. When Yue Ling saw that his son was covered with wounds, he was extremely angry. When he looked at Yue Yang again, he saw that this brat had an innocent expression of, "I don't know anything." He almost exploded in anger. Yue Ling couldn't attack Yue Yang in front of everyone's eyes. He could only carry the heavily injured Yue Yang and jump down the stage, returning back to the clan. As for first Uncle Yu Shan, who had always been arrogant and unwilling to save his son, he still had a smile on his face, as if his son's life and death had nothing to do with him. The unconscious Yu Tian had just been carried by the family warrior when the barbaric cow Shadow chased after him from behind and punched him. The family warrior was heavily injured, his spine almost broken. The huge impact caused Yu Tian, who was still unconscious, to vomit blood. His injuries were probably not light. Fortunately, this family warrior who had a strengthened beast protected him with his life. Otherwise, Yu Tian's life would definitely be over. The injured family warrior took the opportunity and jumped down the stage in pain. His companion also hurriedly ran for his life, leaving behind his iron-tail crocodile. The iron-tail crocodile raised its long tail and prepared to attack the barbaric cow Shadow with all its strength. Who knew that Yue Yang's luck would explode today? The barbaric cow Shadow spat out flames from her nose and mouth. The red light in her eyes appeared once again. With a flash, the iron-tailed crocodile, which was famous for its iron tail and bite force, was once again instantly killed. Boom boom boom. On the other side, Yu Ting and Yu Bing had also started fighting. Yu Ting originally wanted to come over and help save his big brother, but Yu Bing kept staring at him. She really wanted to help her brother, even if it was just a little. Therefore, when Yu Ting moved, she immediately controlled the 100-years-old tree ant defender to attack. The battle between the brother and sister had finally met their match. Both of their strengths were evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. Yu Ting, who possessed a strengthening-type violent bear beast, had thick skin and flesh, so he wasn't afraid of being hit. The 100-years-old tree ant defender was also a valiant beast that could sweep through the battlefield. The thing that it was least afraid of was a head-on clash. Furthermore, it also had the assistance of its entangling roots and thorny vines. When Yu Bing saw that she couldn't defeat Yu Ting, her fifth brother, she summoned another 100-years-old tree ant defender to join the battle. In a short while, she turned the situation around. In the eyes of the spectators, they saw that the two tree ants used their thorny vines and roots to entangle Yu Ting, who had transformed into a bear. Then, they raised their 4 tree arms and smashed them fiercely. Although Yu Ting, who had transformed into a bear, was in pain, he wasn't injured at all. He also raised his bare paws and counterattacked crazily. In the end, this battle became the most barbaric wrestling of strength. However, fifth brother Yu Ting was fighting personally, while seventh sister Yu Bing was controlling the 100-years-old tree ant defender. Both of them were fighting head-on, intending to completely defeat the other party. The difference in strength between Yu Ting and Yu Bing was not big. In a short while, it was hard to tell who was stronger. Currently, Yu Bing had a slight advantage. However, if she wanted to quickly defeat Yu Ting, who had transformed into a bear who had infinite strength, it would probably be difficult for her. Let's do it too. Shui Tan Lang summoned a silver-ranked level 4 storm giant after gathering his strength for half a day. The storm giant's upper body was that of a living creature, but its lower body was that of a whirlwind. It was extremely fast. The surface of the stage, which was made of stone slabs, was cut by the storm giant's whirlwind. The storm giant was a few meters tall. In the midst of Shui Tan Lang's whirlwind, its battle power was boosted to the maximum. With a terrifying whirlwind, it howled and pounced towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang didn't want to fight with Shui Tan Lang the most. If he didn't use his full strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. However, this brat was the future of the Shui clan. If he killed him, the entire Shui clan would probably chase after him. Fighting with him would be an arduous and unrewarding task. He was prepared to use a shameless move. When the storm giant arrived in front of him, he would jump off the stage and admit defeat. Since he wasn't bullying Shui Tan Lang, he was bullying Yu Tian and Yue Yang. Now that he had destroyed their beasts and injured them so badly that they vomited blood, they wouldn't be able to advance any further. Thus, he decided to leave their lowly lives to torture slowly. Since there was still a long way to go, he wasn't afraid that Yu Tian and Yue Yang would vomit blood and die. As for Shui Tan Lang, who cared about him, he couldn't be bothered to fight with this guy who liked to fight. It would be better to save his energy and slowly train the Bloody Queen when he returned. Just as Yue Yang was about to give up, a golden light shot onto the stage. With a shout, the whole audience was shaken. When Yue Yang looked carefully, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. The person who came was the royal swordswoman who was clad in full armor. She held the gold-ranked great sword on her back in her hands and shouted heroically at Yue Yang, "I just heard that you little liar's skills are very powerful. I was wrong about you before. Come, let's fight." When Yue Yang heard this, he rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "Royal swordswoman, do you have anything better to do? Why are you fighting with me?" The royal swordswoman shouted delicately as her chi exploded. The great sword flickered and a golden light flashed, as if a blazing sun had exploded. Shui Tan Lang's storm giant had already frozen the entire stage into a platform of ice and snow. However, the great sword in the royal swordswoman's hands was like a blazing sun that spat out flames. Immediately, half of the ice melted. Around the royal swordswoman, the snow melted one after another and steam rose. The great sword was like a sun, its blazing light so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. On the other side, Shui Tan Lang's storm giant did not show any signs of weakness either. Together with the great sword of the royal swordswoman, the entire stage was split into two halves, one hot and one cold. Only the area around Yue Yang, who was in the middle, was slightly different. "Little liar, what are you waiting for? I will use my full strength once I attack. I won't be courteous with you." After accumulating her strength, she didn't care whether Yue Yang agreed or not, and directly pressed towards him step by step. "I didn't even provoke you, but you just had to make me angry." Yue Yang was furious. His temper exploded and his killing intent soared crazily. He raised the Wei Jin magic blade in his hand high up. Under the urging of his innate chi, the energy from the demonized dragon crystal and the molten flame core condensed into a dark golden flame. The flame burned on the magic blade, extending to another meter. The tail of the flame swept across the stage, splitting the hard stone floor like a knife cutting through tofu. Sizzle, black smoke rose up. At the edge of the blade, there were traces of burning and corrosion. Normal warriors couldn't see it, but rankers like Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai could see it clearly. The two of them were extremely moved. This brat's magic blade was also a treasure. Furthermore, under his control, its power could instantly increase by a few times. Looks like this brat's control of chi was extremely proficient. He wasn't a useless nouveau riche who owned a golden king beast, but a hidden genius who had been training for more than 10 years. Without more than 10 years of hard training, his control of chi would definitely not be so proficient and smooth. Could it be that this brat had been secretly taught by a strong warrior when he was young? His father, Yu Chu, really didn't die. The two of them looked at each other, having this suspicion in their hearts. Not only Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, even Yu Shan, Yu Ling, Feng Xiaoyun and Feng Kuang had the same suspicion. Without the guidance of a strong warrior, this trash definitely wouldn't be able to train himself to become a genius. Furthermore, this kind of energy manipulation technique was definitely not something that a trash who had just contracted a grimoire could have. If that was the case, this brat had always been patiently training. Actually, He was already a strong warrior, but he was just pretending to be a pitiful weakling who could be bullied by others. Even if the whole world laughed at him, he would still hide it. Yu Shan and Yu Ling couldn't help but shiver when they thought about how their nephew had such a patient temperament and such wisdom. Could it be that he knew the truth? So this brat had always been accumulating his strength in secret, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. In order to prevent accidental injuries, everyone quickly leave the martial arts practice square and retreat to a safe place. Seeing that they were serious, Elder Yu Hai didn't stop them. Instead, he shouted at his clansmen, ordering them to leave. Actually, without waiting for his order, the clansmen and the representatives of the various clans had already left the martial arts practice square. They were so scared that they ran far away, not daring to stay in this terrifying martial arts practice square. Not bad, it's been a long time since I've seen such an exciting fight. Zheng Wuyu sat still, leisurely and contented. Other than Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Yu Shan, Yu Ling, Feng Xiaoyun, Feng Kuang, Yan Po Zheng's father Yan Qianzhong, Elder Ku Ming who was sent by the Floating Mist sect to teach Yufeng, Shui clan's representative Shui Wendao, and other rankers who were elders and above could still sit still. Even the rankers who were at the level of level 5 Grandmaster all stood up, secretly on guard, in case they were accidentally injured by the three people in the martial arts practice square. On the west side, Shui Tan Lang had turned the entire western martial arts practice square into an ice hell. On the east side, the royal swordswoman had turned her side into a burning land. Her giant sword was like a blazing sun in the sky, everywhere it passed, everything was on fire. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yu Ting and Yu Bing both stopped and left at the same time, in case they affected Yu Yang's performance. In the middle of the martial arts practice square, under the double pressure, Yu Yang suddenly understood something. He closed his eyes and used the Wei Jin magic blade to cut the space around him. At first, it was extremely fast, but then it became slower and slower, rounder and rounder. Every time he rotated, his movements would become more perfect. At first, people felt that his rotation was a kind of intentional movement. But gradually, Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others realized that this brat had improved during the battle, as if he had understood something. His improvement was extremely fast. Originally, his deliberate movements were becoming lighter and slower. In the end, it was indescribable, giving people a feeling that it was natural. That kind of rotation was in harmony with the heaven and earth. It was as if it was the wind in the air, or the clouds in the sky. It was natural and wonderful, formless, unintentional, yet it was natural. Yu Yang felt that he was about to understand the true meaning behind it, but he was still a little bit away. It was as if there was a naked little beauty running in front of him. He was almost able to catch her, but she was extremely agile in dodging, avoiding his push. Yu Yang felt that he still needed to have a good fight in order to truly understand it. He must grow through battle. Thus, he decided to have a big fight with the royal swordswoman and Shui Tan Lang. Since he couldn't avoid this fight anyway, he might as well let it become his training battle. Yu Yang suppressed the impatience in his heart and controlled the magic blade even more patiently. He used his innate chi to create a ball of flame and a ball of black gas, making them rotate beautifully, forming two beautiful semicircles that intertwined with each other. It felt as if a flaming fish and a demonic fish were swimming around each other. Any flames or cold air that invaded their surroundings were all swallowed up by this circle of Pisces. What made Yu Yang himself pleasantly surprised was that it was exactly the same as the profound meaning he had just comprehended. The storm giant and the royal swordswoman's double attack caused this slow and indescribably beautiful circle of Pisces to silently bounce away. The royal swordswoman somersaulted a dozen times and elegantly landed on the stage. The expression on her face was one of shock. This was the first time in her life that she was sent flying by her opponent without even touching her weapon. The storm giant was even more disheveled. It lost its balance and fell off the stage with a rumble. The whirlwind swept up sand, bricks, and countless tables and chairs. It only managed to stabilize itself after being sent flying more than 10 meters away. Shui Tan Lang was terrified. He thought to himself that this kind of ingenious rebounding power could be used on a normal warrior. His storm giant was an elemental energy that didn't have a physical body. How could it be rebounded? And rebounded so strongly? Good lad, I don't know if he comprehended this himself or if he was taught by an expert. This yin and yang Pisces is really amazing. Zheng Wuyu slapped the table and praised. It is indeed a mysterious method to dissolve a strong enemy's qi. Amazing. Old man Ku Ming, who had not opened his eyes or opened his mouth, and the floating mist sect leader who was sent to teach Yu Feng, also had a strange look in his eyes as he nodded in praise. There is no way to break it at the moment. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Feng Kuang, who was known as the 10,000 Withered Bones, opened his mouth for the first time. He expressed that there was no way to break it. This is definitely not Yu Chu's sword technique. The Yan clan's substitute clan master Yan Qianzhong, Shui Wendao and Feng Xiaoyun looked at each other. A trace of jealousy flashed in their eyes. There were too many geniuses in the Yu clan. No matter if this unknown battle technique was secretly taught by Yu Chu, or if this little lunatic had comprehended it himself, this lad was still a shocking genius. It seemed that after Yu Chu, another battle technique genius would appear in the Yu clan. They believed that in a few years' time, the second Yu Chu would appear in the Yu clan. He would not be inferior to Yu Chu in the past. This third young master, who was ridiculed as trash by the world, was actually a true genius that surpassed his father. Interesting, it seems that I also need to use beasts. The royal swordswoman raised her giant sword and shouted with high fighting spirit. Qian, don't mess around. Zheng Wuyu spat out his tea when he heard this. Princess Sissy, don't summon your beasts. The three of you, go out and stop fighting here. Otherwise, the entire Yu clan will be destroyed by you. When Elder Yu Hai heard that the royal swordswoman wanted to summon her beasts, he also hurriedly stood up and shouted loudly to stop her. He also told Yu Yang, the royal swordswoman and Shui Tan Lang to fight outside of the Yu clan castle and not in the Yu clan castle's plaza. Yu Yang was curious. What kind of beast did this royal swordswoman have that was so fierce? Even Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai were worried about it. Chapter 113 Inches. Alright, let's go out and fight. This place is too small, we can't fight to our heart's content here. The royal swordswoman cancelled the summoning and raised her giant sword, preparing to invite Yu Yang to fight another 300 rounds. Unfortunately, when Yu Yang saw the expressions of Yu Shan and the others, he immediately changed his mind. Once he left, these two fellows might secretly attack Fourth Mother. If Fourth Mother didn't leave, he definitely couldn't leave. Furthermore, if he were to fight with the royal swordswoman and Shui Tan Lang, he might even let first Uncle Yu Shan and Yu Ling take advantage of him. It was more important for him to stay alive. Fighting and killing, stop it. Although Yu Yang was curious about the royal swordswoman's beasts, he immediately stopped and kept the barbarian cow Shadow and the bloody queen. He ran away from the stage like a wisp of smoke. Shui Tan Lang and the royal swordswoman were both people who gave him headaches. It was better not to provoke them. As for the newly comprehended combat skills, he would go back and ponder them. At most, he would have to use it in his dreams and ask the big loli in his dreams to correct it. It shouldn't be a big problem. Only an idiot would reveal all of his abilities. Since he was almost done, he should stop while he was ahead. Furthermore, he couldn't be too far away from Fourth Mother. He mustn't be too careless and put her and the little girl's lives in danger. Even if their lives weren't in danger, what if they were poisoned by an incurable poison like Fourth Uncle Yu Ling? No matter what, he couldn't leave now. As for comprehending new combat skills, it wouldn't be too late to find an opportunity in the future. Brat, don't run. The royal swordswoman and Shui Tan Lang were stunned. Why did this brat run away as soon as they started fighting? If they couldn't fight here, they could fight outside. Fourth Mother, we've already paid our respects to our ancestors. Let's go home. Shui Tan Lang and the royal swordswoman chased after them relentlessly. However, Yu Yang was very shameless. He bent down and picked up the little girl. The two people who were about to attack him couldn't do it anymore, because they were afraid that they would misunderstand and hurt the little girl. I'm looking forward to the day when I can fight you to my heart's content. I still have 10 times, 20 times, or even 30 times the strength of the blizzard summoning. Next time, we must determine the victor. The ice cube guy Shui Tan Lang was very unconvinced. He felt that he was the most outstanding man in Gongjian. Although he did not deny that Yu clan's student, this shameless guy, was also outstanding, he still hoped to prove that he was even more outstanding. When summer comes, I'll invite you over to get some ice cubes to cool off. Once Yu Yang said this, Shui Tan Lang immediately turned around and left. Hee. Yu Bing covered her mouth and giggled. Hey, you're not allowed to give up halfway. Let's fight again. The royal swordswoman hated this kind of rascal to the core. She really wanted to use her greatsword to smash this brat's head. The fight had just started, and he actually ran away. Did he not have any sense of honor as a man? Yue Yang, on the other hand, was extremely disdainful. It was fine to have a sense of honor, but it couldn't be eaten as a meal. A man could have a stronger sense of honor when he was conquering a beauty, but what was the point of having such a strong sense of honor when fighting normally? Hugging the little girl, Yue Yang intentionally shook his head and sighed, "I've lost. I'm just a piece of trash. It's fine if I let people bully me every day, but as a princess of the royal family, why don't you go to the lakeside to take off your clothes and take a bath, and instead come here to bully a piece of trash like me? Please be kind and give us a way out. We're already being bullied to the point where we can't live anymore." "Fourth mother, let's go." The beautiful woman shook her head lightly. "Let's stay for another 2 days. I want to see Miss Feng and ask about the situation." She took the little girl from Yue Yang's embrace and gently caressed Yue Yang's head. Unknowingly, "My son has grown so tall. San is very capable, fourth mother is very happy. I'll tell you about it later. Right now, you should accompany Princess Xianxia. As the host, you can't neglect an important guest like Princess Xianxia." Yue Yang put on the appearance of a filial son and nodded vigorously. "Of course, fourth mother, take care. I'll definitely take good care of the princess. I'll definitely let her have a happy sex life." Of course, he didn't dare to say the second half of his sentence. The royal swordswoman frowned. She realized that her sixth senses had degenerated a little. Why couldn't she understand what this brat was saying? Was it because she was confused, or was it because she was used to this brat's nonsense? Strange. She didn't know that there was a certain shameless guy in this world who had a kind of counterfeit inherent skill that could cheat people to death. If it wasn't for her sixth senses inherent skill that was extremely strong, she would probably have been fooled to death by him. Now that she had leveled up to level 2 counterfeit inherent skill, it was normal for her to be confused and disoriented from listening to him. If she didn't have any suspicions after listening to him, then it would be terrible. She would probably have been fooled to death by him. "Your words aren't right. It's as if you want to take advantage of me. Are you thinking of something bad in your heart?" The royal swordswoman's senses were indeed very strong. Yue Yang secretly thought that it was a close shave. Luckily his counterfeit inherent skill had leveled up. She could only hear a little now, and was no longer as sure as before. Haha, now it was time to fool her. Wasn't she just a princess? With a little training, he believed that there was a chance that she would become an obedient female slave. Yue Yang was fantasizing in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be sanctimonious and serious. How could it be? "My feelings for the princess are as clear as the sun and the moon. My reverence for you is like a torrential river, unceasing. I was just preparing to kill a chicken and burn yellow paper to become sworn brothers with the princess. How could I be disrespectful to the princess? If I were to be disrespectful, then let the heavens strike the tavern owner in the east of White Stone City." What does this have to do with the tavern owner in the east of White Stone City? The royal swordswoman became more and more confused as she listened. Why did her sixth senses inherent skill fail? Nonsense. This has a lot to do with it. Yue Yang said mysteriously, "I wouldn't tell normal people, but you're my brother." "No, you're my princess, so I won't tell you. You don't know the tavern owner in the east of White Stone City, right? He is a black-hearted merchant, even more black-hearted than those black-hearted merchants who produce black-hearted cotton. Other tavern owners add water to their wine, but he is different, he adds wine to water. This is just like San Lu adding milk to melamine. Tell me, if the heavens don't strike him to death with lightning, would there still be justice in this world? What kind of beast is this San Lu? What is it San Lu mixed with what milk?" The royal swordswoman's head was getting bigger and bigger as she listened, completely unable to understand. "You don't know San Lu. That is a mythical beast that possesses the stone petrification skill. Haven't you heard of it before? Drinking San Lu, petrify an entire generation." Yue Yang purposely asked in astonishment. His expression was as if he had seen an ignorant idiot, looking like he was asking for a beating. "I've never heard of it." The royal swordswoman really wanted to punch that exaggerated expression on his face. "Student, I know that you don't pay attention to the outside world and only care about picking up girls, but you can't not even know about San Lu. Let me tell you, San Lu is the same as a mistress, they are both milk." Yue Yang said resolutely and decisively. "I feel that you are lying. You are purposely playing with me." The royal swordswoman felt dizzy listening to him. She felt that something was very wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. How would I dare to lie to you? You are the princess. Would a useless commoner like me dare to lie to the princess? Naturally I wouldn't dare. Furthermore, an honest little wolf king like me has always treated people with sincerity, always insisting on speaking the truth, doing the truth, and cultivating to be a real person. How could I lie? I will tell you responsibly that I have never lied in my entire life. Yue Yang said something that even he himself didn't believe. Why don't you say that you are a benevolent person who would faint at the sight of blood? The royal swordswoman shrieked crazily. Fear of blood is my only shortcoming in life. I am naturally timid. No, I am naturally kind. Yue Yang, whose body was covered in other people's blood, smiled brilliantly, as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Damn, you are the most shameless person I have ever seen in my life. The royal swordswoman felt a headache coming on. When you find out that you have completely misunderstood me, you will definitely feel very guilty. But don't worry, I will forgive you. By the way, tolerance is also one of my strong points. Furthermore, it is the strongest point in my life. The Yue Yang who had killed his way into the Yue clan castle a few days ago to take revenge, and today who had knocked Yue Tian, Yue Yang, and even the 7-year-old Yue Feng off the stage to take his revenge, evaluated himself like this. Forget it, let's not talk about you first. If the most shameless person in the world met you, he would probably commit suicide because of his inferiority complex. But I still don't understand what you meant by your words just now. The royal swordswoman was a little confused. She decided not to talk about this brat, because that would only anger her to death. At the same time, she would have a terrible headache. Let's do something, then we will understand. Where do you want to start? Yue Yang asked sincerely. The royal swordswoman obviously understood what he meant. She became angry and grabbed Yue Yang's collar, scolding, "You dare to molest me? I'm innocent. I think even a blind person can see who is the one molesting who right now." Yue Yang, whose collar was grabbed, shouted out that he had been wrong to the heavens. He looked as if he was about to jump into the river and commit suicide. Seeing the royal swordswoman glaring at him, he revealed a smile and said, "I indeed wanted to molest you, but I only said it. I didn't do it. Princess, you have no evidence and forcefully accused me of molesting you. This lowly commoner is very wrong. Why don't you wait until I have molested the princess and become the truth? It won't be too late for the princess to be angry then. Don't you think my words have any logic? You have a bone to pick with you." The royal swordswoman was extremely angry, but in the end, she laughed. This brat could be honest at times. Occasionally, he would also speak the truth. "Thank you for not killing me, princess. This lowly commoner will take his leave." Yue Yang hurriedly slipped away. "Wait, you just said that I went to the lakeside to take off my clothes and bathe. How do you explain that? If you can't explain it, I will punish you for slander." The royal swordswoman's memory was extremely good. She could still clearly remember the nonsense that Yue Yang had spouted before. "Don't you have this kind of hobby?" Yue Yang blinked his big eyes and asked curiously. "I don't have this kind of perverted hobby." The royal swordswoman almost fainted. Who would be so bored as to run to the lakeside to bathe? But it was clearly written in the novels that the princesses all fought to be the first to bathe at the lakeside. Then, whoever picked up their clothes would win their hearts. I even planned to lie in ambush at the lakeside to see if there were any princesses who went there to bathe. Yue Yang's tone was very disappointed. It sounded as if he was going to hang himself. Idiot, that's a novel. Furthermore, I've never read such a senseless thing in any novel before. The royal swordswoman punched Yue Yang's chest with all her might. I would rather that it was true. Yue Yang had an expression that looked like he was about to cry. You are already hopeless. The royal swordswoman was speechless. Zheng Wuyu sent someone over to ask Yue Yang to go over. Who knew that Yue Yang would use an excuse that made everyone sweat for him, and flatly refused. Yue Yang touched his chest and pretended to be seriously injured. He said to the guard, "It's an honor for an ant like me to be asked by the emperor. However, I caught a cold a few days ago and haven't recovered yet. I overestimated my strength and went to the arena and was seriously injured. Look at me, I'm covered in blood. It seems that I won't be able to live much longer. I'm going to go back and write my will. I'm going to hand over my last party dues to the organization. No, the regiment dues. Ah, I forgot, I'm not in the regiment, I'm just a young pioneer. God, I'm so regretful. No, I'm going to commit suicide." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already disappeared like a wisp of smoke. The royal swordswoman was dumbstruck. After a long while, she muttered, "Is there something wrong with this brat's head? Why is it so messy? Ha 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 ha." After Zheng Wuyu heard the guard's report, he slapped the table and laughed out loud. "This brat is really rude. Looks like we really have to catch him and punish him. If we don't beat him up, he won't be able to get rid of his stubbornness." Elder Yu Hai also laughed. "Youngsters nowadays are really daring. Back then, when my old man called me over to lecture him, sometimes I really didn't want to go. I really wanted to tell my old man that I've had enough of him lecturing me every day, but in the end, I couldn't say it. Brother Hai, what do you plan to do? Let him go crazy for 2 years, or teach him a lesson? Why don't we find something for him to do, so that he won't think that us old men are all muddle-headed and blind? Why don't we let him go to that place to train? I believe that this brat will definitely not disappoint us." Zheng Wuyu laughed. Although Zheng Wuyu's words were light, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Yu Shan, Yu Ling and the others to be moved. They were so shocked that they all stood up. "What, Your Majesty, isn't it a little too early for children to go to that place to train?" Yan Qianzhong hurriedly stood up, his face full of anxiety. "Yes, that place is too dangerous." Shui Wendao also nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, why don't we let them train in the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower for a period of time? That place is really hard to predict." Feng Xiaoyun also had his doubts. Yu Shan and Yu Ling looked at each other but didn't say anything. Since Yu Tian and Yu Yan were now crippled, they wouldn't have a chance to go. It's a little early to go to that place, but they are only going to the outer circle temporarily. Without 2 years, they probably won't be able to enter the inner circle. So it's fine. Don't look down on the children nowadays. Po Jun, Qi Sha, Tan Lang and that little lunatic just now are all the most outstanding talents. I have high hopes for them. When they have cultivated to that realm and met the requirements, I will recommend them to the old man above. Don't worry, I think their achievements will be above yours. They are the future hope of our Da Sha Empire and the 4 great clans. Just let them go. Birds can fly in the vast sky, fish can swim in the vast sea. Don't tell me you want to watch over them and let them become flowers that can't withstand the wind and rain. Rankers are all trained. The harder it is, the stronger it is." Zheng Wuyu comforted them with kind words and promised with a smile, "Don't worry, our Da Sha imperial family will not be stingy. We will take out maps, notes, treasures and so on for them to use. Do you think I don't want them to become useful? Do you think I am not worried about their safety? As long as you are willing to let them go, I can provide everything. Since Your Majesty has given us such kindness, we are extremely gratified." Yan Qianzhong, Shui Wendao, Feng Xiaoyun and the others bowed together, thanking Zheng Wuyu. "I will give you 3 months to prepare. Yu Tian and Yu Yan should also go. If their beasts die, they can contract another one. They still have their guardian beasts. Their guardian beasts are the most important. Don't worry about the others. Furthermore, their strength can also be increased. This time, the imperial family will give them 2 bronze-ranked beasts to increase their strength. However, you must pay attention to unity in the future. Don't let a tragedy like the death of a genius happen again." Zheng Wuyu gave Yu Shan and Yu Ling some benefits. At the same time, he also warned them not to have any ideas about Yu Yang. Don't let a tragedy like Yu Chu happen again. Otherwise, he would go crazy and kill them. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yu Shan and Yu Ling naturally replied respectfully on the surface. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Zheng Wuyu waved his hand. Everyone quickly took their leave and left. After dismissing everyone, Zheng Wuyu started to converse with Elder Yu Hai again. "Brother Hai, forget about me. He would definitely not want to see me. As his grandfather, you should go and talk to that little lunatic. I feel that he seems to specialize in combat skills. His knowledge of beasts is very shallow. Why don't you let him go to school for 3 months to learn basic knowledge? What do you think?" Zheng Wuyu's eyesight was incomparably sharp, and his judgment of people was extremely accurate. However, what he said was mainly because he understood that Yu Yang was not valued by the clan and had not received any formal training. This little lunatic had always been hiding at home, and had not received any good basic training. He had not received any formal education, and only had a brute force. This was not a good thing for his growth. I want to give Chu Er's things to him. I hope that it will be useful to him. Sigh, this brat can endure patiently, but he is still young. He can't endure for long. It is not a good thing to become famous too early. If he becomes a level 6 elder or a level 7 overlord in a few years, it won't be too late to become famous then. He has become famous too early now. I'm afraid that people will be jealous of him. Elder Yu Hai sighed. Don't even think about it. This brat is smarter than his father. He is extremely cunning. He is a person who can achieve great things. Oh right, give him my things. Of course, there must be some conditions. You have to let him do something for me. That thing I obtained from the old man with great difficulty in the past. I can't give it to this brat for free. When Zheng Wuyu saw the royal swordswoman, he immediately raised his voice and asked, Xianxia, how is it? What did that brat say to you? That brat lied to me, but I can't catch him. My 6 records inherent skill is useless against him. The royal swordswoman replied gloomily. Ah, it can't be. When Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai heard this, their faces were filled with disbelief. Chapter 114 Yu Clan Castle. When night fell, Yue Yang sat in his room for a long time. Even now, he still couldn't accept reality. The loser he hated the most in his life, he had really turned over a new leaf. If that loser had only learned his father Yu Chu's combat skills, it would have been fine. But he also had a golden king beast. This gap was almost impossible to make up for. No matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up. How cruel was reality. Why wasn't he the one who had a golden king beast? If only he had a gold-ranked beast, how good would that be? Why did the heavens love that loser so much? Why wasn't it him? He was so outstanding, so hardworking, yet he couldn't even have a golden king beast. Why did he, that loser, have such a fortuitous encounter? Yue Yang remembered that he was humiliated by that loser in the tournament and lost miserably in the end. He even had to ask his father to save him in order to survive. His heart was filled with hatred. If he didn't kill that loser in this life, he swore that he wasn't human. But that loser already had a golden king beast and his strength had increased greatly. How could he kill him? Fourth young master, are you asleep? Do you want to talk? Suddenly, an old voice sounded from outside the window. Who? Yue Yang was shocked. He felt a gust of sinister and terrifying demonic energy enter through the window, as if a demon king had descended. Yue Yang was so scared that he hurriedly summoned his strongest beast. But just as he reached out, he realized that his strongest flame lion and flame guard had already been killed by that loser bloody queen. He immediately sweated profusely. Luckily he still had his guardian beast, Flame Wolf, otherwise he would have been swallowed by this demonic energy. When the bronze rank level 3 Flame Wolf came out, it clamped its tail in fear and whined softly, as if it was frightened by this terrifying demonic energy. If it wasn't for the fact that guardian beasts would never betray its master, then the Flame Wolf would have probably abandoned its master and ran away like a normal beast. Yue Yang was so scared that his whole body was sweating. There was actually such a terrifying enemy hiding in the Yu clan castle. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a flash of black light. That sinister demonic voice sounded, Yu clan 4th young master, you are a smart child. I think you should know that shouting is not a wise move. I can kill you before reinforcements arrive. Of course, if you are willing to eliminate your hostility and talk to me, then I believe that we will have many opportunities to cooperate, and it will be a very pleasant cooperation. No, you are a demon worshipper. I am a Yu clan disciple. I will definitely not be bewitched by a demon. Stop dreaming. Yue Yang's teeth were trembling. Looks like you've been deceived by too many textbooks. Who told you that demons must be the enemy of humans? In the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower, in the vast outer realm, there are many human rankers and demon rankers joining hands to fight against the common enemy. I believe you have heard of the Heaven Realm, right? Do you know what kind of world that is? That is the world where humans and demons coexist. Of course, there are more races and more powerful and terrifying enemies there. Now, you are as weak as an ant. Do you want to pursue a higher realm? Do you want to pursue greater power? Look at you, a weak and pitiful worm. After losing 3 bronze-rank trash beasts, you are so dejected. I really feel sad for you. You will never know that in the powerful outer realm, even gold-rank beasts are just trash. If you want to continue being a weak ant, then I will leave. If you still have the heart to improve and want to obtain greater power, then we can talk. The demon-like shadow outside the window slowly tempted him. Can you give me a gold-ranked beast? Yue Yang clenched his fists. He knew that once he accepted the demon's temptation, then he would be completely finished. However, he was indeed unwilling. He could lose to anyone, but he definitely could not lose to a trash. Instead of being like this, a weakling who was as insignificant as an ant, it would be better to have a strong beast and become a ranker who could sweep away everything. Gold-ranked beast. As long as he had a gold-ranked beast, then he would be able to catch up to that trash in an instant. If he combined it with his training, then defeating that trash would no longer be an illusory dream, but a reality. This was a chance, the best chance. However, if he really accepted the demon's gift, then he might never be able to turn back. He would no longer have a place in the Yue clan, and he might even become a demon worshipper that everyone in the world would want to kill. Did he really have to do that? After thinking for a while, Yue Yang couldn't help but shiver. Right now, he found himself standing at the edge of a cliff. Below him was an endless abyss. Should he continue to be a weak ant, or should he choose to fall? Child, you are too impatient. With your abilities, even if I give you a gold-ranked beast, you will not be able to contract it. Of course, I can give you a silver-ranked beast. After you contract it, you can slowly cultivate it. When the time is right, we will use a secret technique to turn it into a gold-ranked beast, or even higher. You don't have to worry about this, we are omnipotent. The demon shadow outside the window laughed mischievously. Give me a gold-ranked beast egg, give me a silver-ranked beast, but I still can't beat that trash. I must defeat that trash, I must kill him. Whenever Yue Yang mentioned Yue Yang, he would gnash his teeth in anger, hating him to the bone. Impatient people will never be able to achieve great things. Of course I understand the hatred in your heart. Since it's like this, how about I send a messenger to teach that trash a lesson? I will send someone to cripple him and make him unable to improve for a few years. Meanwhile, you can use this time to quickly improve, and then you can easily kill him. I guarantee that when you become stronger, killing him would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. The demon shadow outside the window increased his tone to tempt him. I can't believe you. You are a demon worshipper. You must be lying to me. Yue Yang struggled in his heart. Without a gold-ranked beast egg, he was not willing to believe in a beautiful future. If this demon lied to him, then what should he do? Fourth young master, I have already said that you are very smart. However, you will never know how powerful our abilities are. We are omnipotent. Listen to the news tomorrow. That abnormal trash will definitely be heavily injured. This is because we are being lenient. We will leave you a fruit of victory for you to enjoy in the end. Smart child, I am not in a hurry. If you have thought it through, I will come and find you again. Or, you can come to the Black River Valley in the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower to find me. Young child, when a fortuitous encounter comes in front of you, when you are standing at the crossroads of your destiny, never miss the opportunity, and don't foolishly walk on the wrong path. A light breeze blew past the window, and the demon shadow had already disappeared. What should I do? Yue Yang wiped the cold sweat off his face and muttered to himself. He didn't know that half an hour ago, this demon shadow had appeared outside his eldest son Yu Tian's window and said the same thing. 5 minutes later, the demon shadow appeared outside Yue Yang's window. However, before he could open his mouth, Yue Yang's voice came from inside. I am not asleep yet. What do you want to talk about? If you want to lure me away with a silver-ranked beast like what you did to Yue Yang, I am sorry to tell you that I am not interested in silver-ranked beasts. What do you want to talk to me about? A demon worshipper who has never been to the heaven realm, yet you talk nonsense everywhere. Who is your master? Is it the great demon king Baruth? Is it the demon king Ha Shen? Or is it the lich king Grun? This was the first time in his life that the demon shadow had the illusion of being seen through. He asked in surprise, how did you know? Were you following me just now? I'm sorry. Originally, I wanted to secretly beat up that brat Yue Yang and remind him to wake up and pee. I didn't expect to hear your speech. You talked so extravagantly and pretentiously that I almost wanted to applaud you. I guessed that you would come to talk to me, so I specially rushed back to wait for you. Why? What do you want to talk to me about? Yue Yang opened the door very generously and stood at the door, making a gesture to invite him in. I have underestimated you. Yue clan's 3rd young master, we will meet again. A black teleportation ball appeared in the demon shadow's hand. It's useless to use the same trick on a Saint Seiya. Wrong, it's useless to use the same escape trick on me. Yue Yang smiled brightly. The demon shadow who wanted to break the teleportation ball to escape suddenly found that he couldn't move his whole body. An irresistible binding force locked him in place. A small and exquisite frost blade slashed from behind and easily cut off the arm of the shadow demon that was holding the teleportation orb. At the same time, the demon shadow's broken arm and shoulder quickly turned into ice. There was someone behind him, and an extremely strong one at that. Could it be that this was the person that his master had mentioned before? This was the expert that taught the trash third young master battle skills. It was indeed true. Behind the Trash Yu clan's third young master, there was indeed a strong hidden expert. Just as the demon shadow stretched out his hand and wanted to summon his grimoire, there was a whooshing sound from behind. A golden arrow nailed into the demon shadow's remaining right arm, instantly turning it into stone. The demon shadow was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Stone element Medusa. No need to guess, this was the work of stone element Medusa. Luckily he didn't look back, otherwise his whole body would have turned into stone. Screech. With a splash of blood, a golden trident pierced through the demon shadow's chest. On the tip of the trident, there was a jet black energy core that looked like a crystal core. The demon shadow's body swayed and almost immediately fainted from the pain. I will come back for revenge. The demon shadow angrily stepped on the teleportation ball that had fallen to the ground. He knew that he was finished. Even if he could escape in time, he would probably die because of the heavy injuries on his body. However, as long as he still had one breath left, he would bring back the important news that the trash third young master had an expert protecting him. In front of him, Yue Yang was faster than lightning. He formed a sword with both of his hands and pierced towards the demon shadow's right chest. I know that some demons have 2 demon hearts, so this move is useless against me. Die. The innate sword chi instantly pierced through the demon shadow's remaining demon heart. The demon shadow's body rumbled and a silver grimoire appeared out of thin air. With a "pa" sound, it fell to the ground. Countless black gas evaporated from the grimoire. The teleportation ball's black light pillar rose up. At the same time that the demon shadow's corpse disappeared, the hidden Lamia lowly little Wen Li waved her dual icicle blades. The blade was even faster than the teleportation light pillar, cutting through the air and slashing through the demon shadow's neck. Behind her, the stone element Medusa with the golden bow and the storm mermaid with the golden trident did not even have time to launch a second wave of attacks. However, just the first coordinated surprise attack was already a great success. If it was an official battle against the demon shadow, it would be extremely difficult to kill a strong enemy with a summoning grimoire. Even if it was heavily injured, the demon shadow could still use the teleportation ball to escape in time. Under Yue Yang's well-planned encirclement, he used his strategy. In the end, it was an instant kill. This was the power of the combination of wisdom and strength. Whether it was at the Yu clan village, in front of the Yu clan castle or in the arena, Yue Yang had never used his true strength. However, in a situation where no one saw, he killed the demon shadow in an instant. At the same time, he purposely created the illusion that there was an expert protecting him from behind. This could also be considered as a stern warning to the power behind the demon shadow. Other than the silver grimoire on the ground and the demon heart nailed to the storm mermaid's golden trident, the other parts of the demon shadow's body, including the arm that was cut off by little Wen Li, were all teleported away. Everyone did a good job, especially Xiao Wen Li. She put in the most effort. When Yue Yang praised her, little Wen Li beamed with joy. Her 6 small arms hugged Yue Yang's thighs and acted like a spoiled child. Yue Yang hurriedly picked up the silver grimoire. This thing still had research value. Who knows, maybe one day, he would be lucky enough to contract a copy of it. Then, he would be rich. As for the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid, they quickly returned to little Wen Li's diamond grimoire. Little Wen Li looked at the demon heart that was pierced by the golden trident. Her face showed a little bit of disgust, as if she had seen something very dirty. Unlike her, Wei Tailang was drooling. However, Yue Yang didn't say it was for him, so he didn't dare to steal it. You didn't do any work today, and you still want to eat something good. Yue Yang first scolded Wei Tailang. In the end, when he saw Wei Tailang drooling like a waterfall, he couldn't bear it anymore. Forget it, it's just a broken demon heart. The stingy guy from another world realized that this demon heart was useless, so he kicked it to Wei Tailang. This rare act of generosity made Wei Tailang extremely happy. He first swallowed it in one gulp, then wagged his big tail. Yue Yang saw that Wei Tailang's demonic qi was increasing continuously. Now that he had eaten a demon heart, he reckoned that it wouldn't take long for him to advance a step further. If he could become a silver beast, then giving him a few more demon hearts and giving him more innate qi wouldn't be a problem. However, this fellow wouldn't transform into a Cerberus in the end, right? With regards to Wei Tailang's future evolution, Yue Yang only thought about it for a moment, but he didn't think too much about it. In any case, no matter what he did, he reckoned that it would be the weakest among all of his beasts. 10 kilometers away, in a small forest, a man dressed in white stood under the shadow of a tree with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting. A black teleportation circle appeared on the ground. A burst of light rose, and a teleportation pillar shot up into the sky, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. Have you completed your mission? The man dressed in white asked indifferently with his hands behind his back. The demon shadow that was teleported out did not answer. His head fell off his neck and rolled on the ground, all the way to the man dressed in white's feet. His gaze froze. Although he was already dead, he couldn't rest in peace. A second later, the man dressed in white who was standing with his hands behind his back turned around in astonishment, revealing a face that no one could have imagined. He was actually the Yu clan's substitute clan master, Yu Shan. Yu Shan, dressed in white, had a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at the corpse of the demon shadow that was teleported out for a long time, carefully observing it. He carefully examined the demon shadow's severed head, pierced demon heart, petrified arm and frozen shoulder. In the end, he came to a conclusion: there was indeed a rancor behind Xiaosan. It was this rancor who had secretly attacked and killed the demon shadow almost instantly. Furthermore, this rancor was not only an expert in combat skills, he also had an extremely strong beast. There was at least a stone element Medusa. As for the frost, it could be caused by a treasure in the hands of a rancor. 2 demon hearts, one shattered and one snatched. It should be that the rancor realized that the demon shadow had 2 demon hearts after destroying the demon heart. Hence, he quickly dug out the second demon heart. Furthermore, before the demon shadow teleported away, this rancor had even chopped off the demon shadow's head. Lastly, the most important point was that this rancor had wanted to capture the demon shadow alive from the start. He must have killed the demon shadow the moment the demon shadow shattered the teleportation orb to escape. The teleportation orb only needed 1 second to teleport. However, in that 1 second, this rancor had made several different fatal attacks. Too strong. The demon shadow that had a grimoire was instantly killed. He didn't even have time to summon his grimoire. What kind of rancor was this? A level 7 overlord? Or a level 8 emperor? Yu Shan looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Looks like I have to continue enduring. In the Yu clan castle, Yue Yang, who had instantly killed the demon shadow with little Wenli, was currently flipping open the silver grimoire that he had obtained and studying it. The silver grimoire that he had obtained previously had already become an instance dungeon. Could this instance dungeon work? If it didn't work now, then when he leveled up in the future, would he be able to contract another instance dungeon grimoire? What kind of secrets would be left behind in other people's grimoires? Yue Yang was currently researching this problem. He had a strange feeling in his heart that the more grimoires he obtained, the more benefits he would obtain. Now, what use would this silver grimoire be? Chapter 115. Yue Yang stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly on the silver grimoire, carefully sensing it with his mind. It was as if there was an extremely faint thing deeply stored in the silver grimoire. It seemed to be an unknown energy, faintly discernible and ever-changing, giving Yue Yang an illusion that he could not grasp it. It was as if there was a naked beauty in front of him, less than a meter away, but separated by a glass wall. He wanted to reach out and grab her, but couldn't grab her no matter how hard he tried. The only thing Yue Yang could be sure of was that this silver grimoire definitely had some kind of secret, it was just that he couldn't uncover it yet. As long as he could study it thoroughly, he believed that he would have a deeper understanding of the summoning grimoire. He would also be more proficient in using the summoning grimoire. Little Wenli blinked her big cute eyes. She saw that Yue Yang was clumsy and couldn't figure it out even after trying for a long time. She wanted to help Yue Yang, but, unfortunately she couldn't speak, so she could only use her small hands to gently pull down Yue Yang's arm. What? Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that this little loli had a good idea? Little Wenli pointed her finger and summoned the diamond grimoire. How did you do it? Yue Yang had wanted to learn this move for a long time. He could summon the summoning grimoire without opening his mouth. 2 months ago, he imitated the little loli's summoning and learned how to silently summon. However, the time required was as long as opening his mouth to summon. Moreover, silently summoning required more concentration. Yue Yang didn't have this ability to instantly summon with just a point of his finger. If he had silently said it earlier and pretended to be at ease, he could have disguised it as an instant summon. However, he didn't have any equipment before, so he hadn't grasped the technique to instantly summon it within a second. Moreover, among all the human warriors he had seen, other than City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yue Yang hadn't seen anyone else who had this ability. Instant summoning was different from quick summoning. Quick summoning, no matter how fast it was, still required time and silent chanting, but this kind of instant summoning definitely didn't require any silent chanting or time. What made Yue Yang the most embarrassed was that little Wen Li could summon the diamond grimoire with just a light point of her finger. She could also summon it repeatedly, at will. For Yu Bing, after summoning once, she had to rest for at least half a day to summon the diamond grimoire again. If there was no battle, he would need at least an hour to recover. He would definitely not be able to summon continuously like Xiao Wen Li. Yu Bing was still a genius. Her body was filled with spiritual qi, so she could only summon her for an hour. If it was any other warrior, they would probably need to rest for at least a day before they could summon the grimoire again. Of course, little Wen Li wasn't the limit of difficulty. Yue Yang had seen someone who was even more magical than little Wen Li, Queen Vivian Li. She didn't even need to summon the grimoire, she could directly take out the things in the grimoire. What was more magical was that she could easily turn the grimoire, which couldn't be changed or damaged by any force, into a crystal coffin. Yue Yang estimated that he wouldn't be able to have this kind of ability for the time being. However, Yue Yang still wanted to learn the technique of instant summoning. He carefully looked at little Wen Li and reached out to her little head to feel her thoughts. Finally, he felt the flow of spiritual energy in her body. Yue Yang realized that the moment little Wen Li reached out to summon the grimoire, the spiritual energy in her body automatically resonated with the grimoire. It was as natural as a person reaching out to eat or walking. It was completely natural, and summoning was effortless. If a normal grimoire contractor's summoning method was compared to hers, it would be like crawling on the ground clumsily. For example, little Wen Li's summoning method was like running, while a normal grimoire contractor's summoning method was like a tortoise walking. They were not on the same level at all. Yue Yang felt for a long time. When he felt that he had more or less comprehended it, he excitedly imitated it. He wholeheartedly resonated with the grimoire. Then, he reached out his hand and guided his spiritual energy through his fingers, resonating with the grimoire. Rumble. His head exploded, and he almost fainted. His spirit was shaken. The mental scan after the summoning failed made Yue Yang's head ring with pain. He never knew that a summoning failure would be so unbearable. It was no wonder that normal warriors would faint from the pain when their summoning was interrupted. It was really unbearable. Yue Yang realized that the feeling was like walking up a flight of stairs. He was not prepared and stepped on the wrong step. If it was someone else, they would definitely be scared off by the extreme pain after failing to summon, and not suffer the mental backlash of a summoning failure. However, although Yue Yang loved to lie, he still had a slight advantage, and that was his stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat. Rumble, 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 rumble. Yue Yang clenched his teeth and persevered with his training. He was determined to master this technique. He realized that learning this summoning technique was similar to learning how to walk or ride a bicycle when he was young. He would always fall, but every time he fell, he would gain a little experience and improve a little. His mind became more and more in sync, and his body and the grimoire resonated more and more. The trembling from the mental backlash also became weaker and weaker. In the end, Yue Yang no longer felt a headache, but a comfortable trembling feeling. It was as if he had been enlightened, and his entire body had entered an indescribably wonderful spiritual realm. Countless failed experiences had accumulated into a brand new realization. The realm of man and grimoire is one, that he could not comprehend previously was right in front of him. Finally, after failing countless times, Yi Zichen finally opened his eyes. Yue Yang reached out his hand again. This time, it was different from the previous failed summons. He was full of confidence and lightly tapped. That silver grimoire was finally summoned perfectly in an instant. Success. He really succeeded. However, Yue Yang retreated from the spiritual realm in shock. For a long time, he still could not believe his eyes. Wah wah wah, I succeeded. Yue Yang was very excited. He jumped and jumped, feeling extremely proud of himself. He felt that he was a genius. He was too awesome to be able to master such a difficult technique. Little Wen Li secretly gave a cute little yawn. Maybe she thought that Yue Yang was an idiot, needing to practice such a simple thing for so long. Fortunately, she could not speak yet. That was why she did not strike Yue Yang down, allowing him to be proud for 3 minutes. Yue Yang fiercely kissed her cute little face, picked her up and threw her into the air. He caught her and spun her around. Little fellow, teach me the technique to store things into the grimoire. How did you store the dual cold icicle blades into the diamond grimoire? There must be a technique, right? Come, tell me how to do it. How can I store things into this grimoire? Little Wen Li blinked her big bright eyes, as if preparing to tell Yue Yang the technique in this area. However, her eyes turned and immediately turned into a rainbow light, floating into his body. Immediately, Yue Yang also felt footsteps coming towards him from outside the house. Is it fifth grandfather? Yue Yang opened the door and saw the deer-riding old man rushing over, happily handing him a package. This is one of your father's belongings. After Brother Hai's suggestion, the 3 great elders and the 9 elders discussed, they decided to give a part of your father's belongings to you for safekeeping. This is your father's battle skill, it might be useful to you. Because it needs to be compatible with a special beast, Brother Hai and I felt that you might not be suitable to train in it. It might be better for you to learn from it. The other thing is your father's blade, it has already been broken. Take a look, you might be able to find some clues. Lastly, the key, among the belongings given by the 5th grandfather, Yue Yang did not find any key. Where's the key? Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that the key was transparent? Little fellow, do you know what is the biggest difference between the Yue clan's clan master and all the other clan masters in the world? It's fairness. No matter which son or grandson he favors in his heart, he must be fair and let everyone maintain a fair competition. In the past, it wasn't that he didn't want to help you, but the more he helped you, the more people would hate you, and the easier it would be for you to lose your life. It's the same now. You have risen to power, you want to take revenge, you want to repay Yu Tian, Yu Yan and the others. He won't stop you either. As long as you don't kill Yu Tian and the others, you can enjoy your rights as a ranker. You can mock and even scold them to your heart's content, just like how they mocked and scolded you in the past. The Soaring Dragon Continent is a world where strength is respected. It's the same in the Yue clan. If you are weak, then you should be low-key and stay in White Stone City for the rest of your life. That's the smartest move. On the contrary, if you have strength, then you can run amok like you are now. Little fellow, don't be dissatisfied with reality. This world is full of competition. If you can't even compete with your own people in the clan, how can you compete with outsiders? You must be strong, stronger than anyone else. Only then can you win the clan's attention, only then can you win the respect of the world. After the 5th grandfather finished speaking, he paused slightly and continued, the key that Brother Hai gave you is just a sentence. A sentence? Yue Yang thought to himself, could it be the password to open the puppet palace? Brother Hai said that when you think that you have the strength of a level 6 elder, you can go and look for him. He will give you the real location of the puppet palace, where the Yue clan's real secrets are stored. When you have the strength of a level 7 overlord, he will give you the map of the gods' ruins explored by the Yue clan's ancestors. At that time, he will tell you that in the world of rankers, there is a super strong existence that the world doesn't know about. San the road of cultivation has just begun. Don't think that a level 6 elder or a level 7 overlord is the peak. On the contrary, a real ranker, a level 7 overlord, is just the beginning. After the 5th grandfather finished speaking, Yue Yang became silent. The stronger existence that the 5th grandfather was talking about was definitely the innate realm. Then how were the innate realms divided? What was the connection between them and the ranks of the ordinary warriors in the world? What made Yue Yang even more curious was that the real location of the puppet palace that the 5th grandfather mentioned just now, could it be that it was not under the Yue clan castle? Everyone in the Soaring Dragon Continent knew that there was a puppet palace under the Yue clan castle. The reason why the Yue clan was able to prosper for so long was because of the mysterious puppet palace that continuously produced countless puppet beasts. Could it be that the real puppet palace was not here? Don't be anxious, San You don't have to worry about 4th Mother's safety either. I dare say that as long as you are alive, they will not be harmed at all. The stronger you are, the better their lives will be. The reality of the world is like this. You can't change everyone's views. The only thing you can change is yourself. You can become stronger and make everyone have no choice but to revere you. The fifth grandfather patted Yue Yang's shoulder, turned around and mounted the deer, laughing loudly as he left. Yue Yang was just about to ponder over the fifth grandfather's words when he suddenly saw the royal swordswoman carrying a giant sword on her back, rushing towards him with clanging sounds. He immediately closed the door. This royal swordswoman was obviously not here to warm his blankets and serve him in bed. It was better not to provoke her. Hey, I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to form a team with you. In the Eagle's Cry Valley of the Guijian-Chou, a group of royal family's explorers disappeared without a reason. The state grandmaster's revelation, inherent skill, had discovered that there was a huge energy reaction there. Let's go and take a look together. If we can find out the situation and obtain treasures, we will split them according to our needs. Hearing the royal swordswoman's words, Yue Yang was stunned. Could it be that the soaring dragon continent had already achieved communism? Splitting them according to their needs was so good. The royal swordswoman saw that Yue Yang was moved, and struck while the iron was hot, persuading him, if we don't obtain any treasures, I can also apply to the treasury to reward you with a water avoidance pearl. This way, you can summon beasts underwater. Water avoidance pearl. Hearing this, Yue Yang immediately jumped up from his bed. No problem, I was born into this world to explore the Eagle's Cry Valley. The royal swordswoman was starting to suspect if she had found the wrong person. Chapter 116. Guijian-Chou was an undulating mountain range that was covered in fog all year round. Sunlight was a luxury here. Not to mention normal people, even the most rampant bandits in the Da Sha kingdom would not come to this kind of place. Because there were few people here, there were all kinds of precious herbs and minerals in the mountains of Guijian-Chou. There were also many rare beasts that could not be found in other places. Plant-type beasts and insect-type beasts were the most common here. It was said that Guijian-Chou had an extremely terrifying demon insect beast that liked to hunt wyverns for food, the Reaper Mantis. Of course, this was only a legend. In the past 1,000 years, no one had ever seen signs of the existence of the Reaper Mantis. This kind of terrifying insect-type beast had probably been extinct for 1,000 years. The royal swordswoman suspected that the royal exploration team might have met some kind of super strong beast like the Reaper Mantis, and then suffered a sneak attack from the super strong beast, causing the whole team to be annihilated. Be careful. Although wild beasts that are above level 3 would not appear here, because they are all plant-type or insect-type beasts, they usually appear in groups. Furthermore, they have all kinds of negative effects, such as weakness, dizziness, poison, hypnosis, parasitism and so on. You little liar, you better be careful, don't let the parasitic bees and parasitic spiders grow worms on your body. The royal swordswoman was very curious. This brat had always liked to be talkative, why did he become mute after teleporting to Guijian-Chou? There are no traces of people walking here, are you sure that the royal exploration team really went missing here? Yue Yang had a lot of doubts in his heart. In Guijian-Chou's Eagle's Cry Valley, there were strange peaks that pierced the sky on both sides. They were straight down like knives and axes. Iron-clawed rock eagles with wingspans of more than 5 meters lived on top of them. At the bottom of the valley was a terrifying insect valley filled with dense fog. All kinds of insects could be seen everywhere, and the plants also strangely showed extremely bright and dazzling colors. Red, yellow, purple, black, some were mixed with various colors, and some were even glowing. The only thing that didn't have normal green plants was here. Yue Yang searched carefully along the way, but did not find any traces of people walking here. The royal swordswoman also felt that it was strange, but towards Yue Yang's doubt, she glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. Do you think I would lie all day like you? If no one went missing, why would I come here? Something's not right. Yue Yang discovered that on the ugly branch of a strange blood-red plant, there was a crow with blood-red eyes perched on it. What? The royal swordswoman did not understand. Wasn't it just a crow? Let me take a look at the beast encyclopedia first. Yue Yang took out a beast encyclopedia that was as thick as the Earth's New China dictionary from his bag, preparing to check the type of crow. The royal swordswoman was sweating profusely. She waved her hand in a daze and said, "Stop flipping. It's such a basic thing, I'll tell you. This is a carrion-eating crow, officially known as the red-eyed iron-winged crow. Its body is twice as big as a normal crow, and its flying speed is 300 kilometers per hour. It is especially good at flying short distances, and it is very intelligent. It can open a bottle with a lid to drink water, and it can also differentiate between 36 different colors and 50 different numbers. Its resistance to poison is 100 to 150 times that of a normal human. Because it has been eating carrion for a long time, its body carries pestilential venom, and any wound that is pecked by it would slowly poison the person. It is a level 2 bird-type flying beast, and it likes to live in small groups. There are 3 subspecies and 2 variants, and they are distributed throughout the entire soaring dragon continent. Third young master, what else do you want to know? Your memory is pretty good. Yue Yang flipped through the book and realized that the swordswoman was not wrong at all. You think there's something wrong with this crow? The royal swordswoman almost fainted when she heard this. These were all the most basic things anyone who had gone to school would know. However, she did not criticize Yue Yang too much. The reason was because this brat had never gone to school before. It's a carrion-eating creature, why would it follow us? I discovered it when I was 10 kilometers away, and it has been following us secretly. Yue Yang voiced out his doubts. Could it be that it thinks that we will become dead people? The royal swordswoman was very intelligent, she understood immediately. I suspect that it had seen the royal exploration team before, and had already eaten their meat. It probably thinks that we will become dead people sooner or later like the royal exploration team, so it has been following us, waiting for us to fall before eating our meat. Yue Yang voiced out his own reasoning. How can you be so sure with just a crow? The royal swordswoman really admired this little liar in her heart. She felt that although Yue Yang's basic knowledge was terrible, his brain was definitely first class. It seemed like she had really found the right person to find him to be her partner. Of course, Yue Yang would not tell this royal swordswoman that his suspicions were one thing, but the most important thing was that he had seen through it with his divine vision. With his divine vision, he could see that there was definitely something wrong with this crow. It was not as simple as an ordinary red-eyed iron-winged crow. On this red-eyed crow's body, there was an indescribable evil aura. It was different from demonic aura, it was extremely strange. At first, Yue Yang thought that it was the corpse aura that was emitted after eating corpses for a long period of time. However, after careful observation with his divine vision, he discovered that it was not. With his divine vision, he could faintly see that this crow was a bird that someone had used some kind of ability to control from a long distance away. Although it was not a contracted beast, it was still controlled by someone. It was a flying scouting tool, just like the unmanned aircraft on Earth that was equipped with radar. I hope my feeling is wrong. Yue Yang felt that the upcoming battle was inevitable. Controlling an uncontracted crow was not something a normal warrior could do. If you are right, then what kind of person would hide in Guijianzhou? When the royal swordswoman heard Yue Yang's reply, she was shocked. She could tell that this was the truth. More accurately speaking, this brat's current actions were completely different from before. He was not lying, he was very serious. Could it be that there was really some kind of shady power that was secretly developing here? I believe that we will have an answer to this question very soon. Yue Yang took out a piece of hard rations and pretended to chew on it. That crow immediately soared into the sky and flew high. It was obvious that it knew that in the hands of a warrior, a piece of rations could also be a fatal hidden weapon. However, as Yue Yang continued to chew and drink, it quietly descended and landed on a branch that was further away. It followed Yue Yang from afar. The royal swordswoman's eyes revealed a light of enlightenment. Yue Yang's actions just now were actually a test. If there was no one controlling this crow, then it would not fly high. Normally, crows would pick up the food scraps left behind by humans. They would not be smart enough to fly high into the sky when they saw rations. Once it flew, other than proving that there was someone controlling it from behind, it could also test the second point of doubt. If the owner of this crow could hear the conversation between Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman, then it would not land again. This was because Yue Yang's words just now had already indicated that he had discovered something suspicious. Now that the crow had returned to the branch, it proved that the owner controlling the crow could see every action of Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman, but could not hear their conversation. He also did not know that Yue Yang was preparing to kill the crow. He thought that he was hungry and was preparing to eat some rations to fill his stomach. The royal swordswoman blinked her tiger-like eyes and asked Yue Yang, "What do we do now?" Yue Yang passed the water to her and revealed a bright smile. "I think that if we hug each other and start to do some intimate actions, such as touching, grabbing and pinching, we might be able to lure this crow to death. However, I would be at a disadvantage if we do that, so I'm against it." When the royal swordswoman heard this, she almost fell to the ground. The two of them hugged each other intimately, and had already touched, grabbed and pinched each other. Was he the one at a disadvantage? If you dare to touch me, I'll chop off your claws. The royal swordswoman angrily snorted and raised her small fist at him. Then what if we touch each other? Yue Yang pounced on the royal swordswoman like a tiger and pushed her to the ground, pressing his whole body on top of her. Without waiting for the royal swordswoman to resist, he hurriedly removed the armor on her body. As he kissed her like raindrops, he tore off his own clothes. That crow suddenly flew closer cautiously. In the end, it flew to a tree branch a few meters away from Yue Yang. It stared fixedly at Yue Yang, who had gone berserk, as if it was extremely curious about his wolfish act of pushing her down. Although the royal swordswoman resisted with all her might, Yue Yang's wolfish hands were extremely fast. He had already taken off a large piece of her breastplate and threw it to one side. In front of her chest, a large piece of snow-white, flawless, delicate jade skin was revealed. The bra that was wrapped around her chest was almost unable to cover the towering, blooming virgin peaks. Yue Yang was so excited that he howled like a wolf. He stretched out his wolfish claws and aimed at those two lumps. "I've caught you." Yue Yang's afterimage disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of a tree branch. He grabbed the panic-stricken red-eyed crow with both hands. His face was smiling, but his eyes were as cold as a demon's. He looked straight into the crow's eyes and said, "Are you curious? Little friend, don't be anxious. When I catch you, we will slowly put on a show in front of you." After Yue Yang finished speaking, he forcefully twisted the red-eyed crow's head off its body. However, before he could boast about the success of his plan, the royal swordswoman had already jumped up and punched him to the ground. The royal swordswoman's tiger-like eyes were filled with anger and a little embarrassment. There were even glistening teardrops that could barely be seen. "You bastard, it's fine if you acted just now, but you really touched me. When did I allow you to touch me? You must have been acting for real, abusing your authority to take advantage of me. Did I touch you just now?" Yue Yang's face was filled with innocence. He looked at his own hands with an expression of disbelief. "Are you a dead man? Don't you feel whether you touched me or not?" The royal swordswoman was furious. This brat had touched me and still didn't want to admit it. Was he still trying to act dumb? Yue Yang saw that the royal swordswoman was extremely angry. Her whole body was trembling, and the small piece of cloth was unable to cover her towering perfect breasts. It seemed like her breasts were shaking. No, her breasts were trembling. That was the legendary trembling, that was one level higher than breasts. It could even cause one's soul to tremble. Swallowing a large mouthful of saliva, unable to suppress his wolfish heart, he reached out his evil hand. "I didn't feel it clearly just now. Was this how I touched you just now?" The royal swordswoman stared blankly at his wolfish claws that were pressing on her breasts. After a long time, she finally let out a scream that was even more terrifying than a banshee's scream. She didn't even bother to put on her breastplate. She immediately raised her giant sword high above her head and chased after Yue Yang, who was running for his life. "This is my instinct. Any man who saw this would do the same thing." Yue Yang defended himself as he ran. When the royal swordswoman heard this, she was even angrier. "Killing a big pervert like you is also my instinct." Chapter 117 Inches Pa Pa Pa. In the sky, a flock of red-eyed crows flapped their wings and flew past. After a while, they flew back and circled around the sky a few times. Some of them landed on the branches and searched carefully, but in the end, they didn't find Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman, who were hiding under the leaves of the plants. They flew up one after another and flew in another direction. Ever since Yue Yang killed the first red-eyed crow, within a day and night, the flock of red-eyed crows had flown over Yue Yang's head at least 20 times. It was very obvious that the ranker hiding in the Eagle's Cry Valley was an expert in controlling crows. In order to find Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman, this hidden ranker had controlled at least 200 crows. They took turns to search everywhere, flying over Yue Yang's head again and again. However, they were all confused by Yue Yang's disguise, so there was no result at all. The royal swordswoman had abandoned the armor that covered her entire body. Just like Yue Yang, she was wearing the clothes of a forest scout that was made of leaves. As long as the flock of crows flew over, the two of them would quickly hide in the bushes, or crouch down and not move. Then, the red-eyed crows in the sky wouldn't be able to detect their presence. Although the royal swordswoman was still angry at Yue Yang's wolf-like actions, she secretly admired this brat's craftiness in her heart. Using tree branches and leaves to make clothes as a disguise was indeed a good idea. Forget about crows, even a human wouldn't be able to find them. In a rapidly flowing stream, countless iron-clawed rock eagles let out chaotic cries and scattered in all directions. A flying dragon with a tall, fleshy head carried a black-robed man on its back as it spiraled downwards. Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman hurriedly hid between the crevices of the rocks, quietly observing the black-robed man's movements. He took out a black skull and muttered an incantation. The black skull emitted bursts of black fog, which then condensed into a ball. The black-robed man then threw the ball of black fog onto the ground. The black fog dissipated, and with a crackling sound, strange skeletons were summoned. Some of the skeletons even carried items from when they were alive, such as a tattered glove, a silver chain covered in black blood, a rusty sword. When the royal swordswoman saw this, her face sank. Yue Yang didn't understand what was going on, but she was very clear that she had found her target. These skeletons were the people she was looking for, the royal exploration team. However, they were all dead and had been turned into skeletons by the black-robed man using the terrifying undead summoning technique. So, the person who caused the royal exploration team to be annihilated and the person who controlled the crows was this necromancer. However, why would a necromancer that could only be found in the demon abyss appear in the soaring dragon continent? How long had this black-robed necromancer been hiding in the Eagle's Cry stream? What was his motive? My undead servants, move out and find those two living people, the black-robed man muttered, his skinny hand summoning balls of green phosphorescence, projecting them onto more than 10 skeletons. These skeletons changed shape, changed color and became bigger under the green phosphorescence. In less than 10 seconds, they turned from level 1 skeletons to level 2 skeletons. Among them, the leader skeleton that had absorbed a few balls of green phosphorescence had even strengthened into a level 3 iron skeleton. This iron skeleton leader had long bone blades growing out of both of its arms. The royal swordswoman knew that this was the necromancer's soul control technique. As long as there was a living thing nearby, it would be sensed by these skeletons. Her camouflage of branches and leaves had lost its effect. Fortunately, the skeletons' sensing range was limited, only 20 to 30 meters. Now that they were separated by the stream, they would immediately be discovered by these skeletons. She stretched out her hand and lightly drew a circle on Yue Yang's back, indicating that she was ready to launch a surprise attack. The distance was a little difficult, so the success rate of a surprise attack was not high. However, she still had to give it a try. Otherwise, once this black-robed man riding on the poison wyvern rose into the sky, she would not be able to do anything to him. She estimated that this black-robed necromancer's strength was around that of a level 6 elder. If the two of them succeeded in their surprise attack, there was a high possibility that they could kill him. The only problem was that this fellow was extremely cautious. The wyvern had landed on a protruding rock. As long as the wyvern jumped up, it would be able to escape into the sky. In a battle in the sky, other than the Bloody Queen, he and the big pervert could only watch with folded arms. It would be slightly difficult for the gold-ranked level 3 Bloody Queen to kill this bronze-ranked level 6 poison wyvern. Furthermore, there was still a necromancer with the strength of a level 6 elder on the poison wyvern's back. Shish! Yue Yang grabbed the royal swordswoman's small hand. Just as she was about to struggle free, he made a shushing gesture, indicating that there was a situation and that she should not move. The royal swordswoman glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. However, in the end, she still obediently obeyed and did not dare to move. She wanted to pull her small hand back, but Yue Yang pretended that he did not know. He grabbed onto her hand and did not let go, seizing the opportunity to take advantage of her. The royal swordswoman really wanted to kick him into the stream, but the black-robed man was still there. If she kicked him out, she would lose the chance to launch a surprise attack, so she could only give up. At first, she still wanted to punch him, but a second later, she completely forgot about it. She anxiously hugged onto Yue Yang's back, her towering breasts pressing against him unconsciously, pressing his body lower and lower. This was because, following the direction of Yue Yang's gaze, she discovered that on the precipitous rock wall, there was a terrifying creature that was absolutely still. It did not move at all, and its aura was completely concealed. It stuck to the rock wall like a rock. Its target was the black-robed man and the poison wyvern he was riding on. However, The vigilant black-robed man and the poison wyvern could not sense the existence of this terrifying creature at all. When the poison wyvern flapped its huge wings and carried the black-robed man up slowly, the terrifying creature suddenly moved like lightning. Its two huge sickle-shaped arms were like two black lightning bolts, cutting through space and capturing the poison wyvern's huge body in its arms. The bronze-ranked level 6 poison wyvern could not even struggle, and could only wail in pain. That terrifying creature immediately opened its huge, sharp teeth and started to chew on the poison wyvern's head. It did not kill it first, but directly ate its prey alive. The poison wyvern's blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the whole valley. At this moment, the whole valley was dead silent. All the creatures were so scared that they did not know where to hide. While the terrifying creature was eating the poison wyvern alive, the black-robed man was struggling. His body was also captured by the terrifying creature's huge arms, and he could not break free no matter how hard he struggled. When the terrifying creature saw that the little worm that it had captured was actually struggling, it immediately stretched its head out to bite the black-robed man's head. The black-robed man's movements were extremely fast. He immediately took out a teleportation orb and crushed it with his skinny black hand. The teleportation light pillar flashed in a second. However, the moment he teleported away, the terrifying creature became angry. It raised one of its sickle-like arms and swung it, paw. The lower half of the black-robed man who was teleporting was actually chopped off by the terrifying creature in the teleportation space. The teleportation light pillar was also shattered, and half of his body fell to the ground with a paw sound. If he did not escape fast enough, this level 6 elder black-robed man would probably be killed instantly. Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman felt their scalps tingle. This terrifying creature was actually the legendary gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis that was already extinct. Furthermore, it was a gold king beast. The guy from another world was sweating profusely, and shouted in his heart, "Oh my god! Who said that the Reaper Mantis was already extinct?" There was one right in front of their eyes. Its body was a few times bigger than a wyvern, and was practically bigger than a fighter jet. Such a terrifying creature actually existed in the soaring dragon continent. Luckily it did not fly out of Guijianzhou, otherwise everyone would have been eaten by it. That bronze-ranked level 6 poison wyvern did not even have the time to struggle as it was devoured by the Reaper Mantis, meeting its natural enemy. This poison wyvern was really unlucky. After the Reaper Mantis ate the poison wyvern's head, it suddenly threw the wyvern's huge corpse away. With a flap of its wings, it instantly soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. If the wyvern's corpse had not fallen to the ground in front of them, Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman would have suspected that the Reaper Mantis had actually appeared before. Looks like it really likes to eat the wyvern's magic crystal. Yue Yang secretly thought that it was a close shave. Luckily he had handed the wyvern's magic crystal to Yu Bing for safekeeping before he appeared. Otherwise, the poison wyvern would not be the only one that was ambushed by the Reaper Mantis. It's a female mantis. I wonder if it has laid eggs. If we can find the egg sheath, then we can definitely find the Reaper Mantis larva. The royal swordswoman was a little moved. The larva of the Reaper Mantis was a gold-ranked beast, its future growth was limitless. Hearing this, Yue Yang jumped in fright and hurriedly waved his hands. "If you want to die, go ahead, don't drag me down with you. I haven't enjoyed my blissful sexual life yet." "You coward." The royal swordswoman was annoyed. He was just saying it casually. Did he really think that there was a Reaper Mantis larva waiting for him? I think that the wisest thing to do now is to get rid of that black-robed man. Yue Yang had always been used to bullying the weak. Even a persimmon would only bully the weak. But he has already escaped. How are we going to find him? Who knows where the hell he is hiding? The royal swordswoman now felt that it was a little dangerous to walk around the Eagle's Cry Valley. After all, there was a gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis lying in ambush somewhere, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. This kind of feeling was too creepy. "Look," Yue Yang pointed at the skeletons that were currently dragging the black-robed man's broken lower body, as well as the gigantic wyvern's corpse. "That fellow will still rush back. All right, we'll do as you say this time. We'll wait." The royal swordswoman felt that the necromancer was really unlucky. First, he was ambushed by the Reaper Mantis, causing a bronze-ranked level 6 poison wyvern to die. Now, he was about to be ambushed by her and the big pervert together. Under these two attacks, it would be hard for this fellow to not die even if he wanted to. Although the royal swordswoman was still extremely angry at Yue Yang, she had no choice but to stick close to him. The two of them stuck close to each other, their bodies leaning against each other. In order for the ambush to succeed, the two of them quietly hid in the crevices of the rocks. Towards Yue Yang's wolfish expression that he was secretly enjoying, the royal swordswoman was extremely angry. In the end, she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and beat him up, affecting the ambush, so she could only pretend that she did not see it. Just like that, the two of them did not move at all, waiting for the heavily injured black-robed man to return to the stream. After about half an hour, a man in a gray robe stood on the back of a gigantic iron-winged crow king, accompanying the black-robed man, who only had half of his body left, back to the sky above the stream. That black-robed man scolded angrily, "I'm really too unlucky. It wasn't easy for me to get this new body of mine. I didn't think that in less than half a month, it would be chopped into two by the Reaper Mantis. I reckon that without a year's time, I won't be able to recover to my original state. Didn't Master Suo Jie say that the Guijian Cho didn't have the Reaper Mantis? Damn it, if I didn't run fast, I reckon that I would have ended up like my wyvern, having my head bitten off while I was still alive. Lu Dun, do me a favor and reattach my body." The man in gray laughed weirdly and said, "You're unlucky. I've lived in this Guijian Cho for close to 10 years, but I've never met a Reaper Mantis. I reckon that it's your wyvern's fault. Who asked you to be so smug that you had to contract a wyvern as your mount? Why is there another Gold King Beast? What Gold King Beast?" The black-robed man still had lingering fears. When he heard it, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. "Don't be afraid, that's my bloody queen. I guarantee that she doesn't like to eat human heads, especially dead people's heads." Yue Yang's figure appeared behind the black-robed man. His smile was as bright as the sun. Of course, in the eyes of the black-robed man, it was more like a demon's smile. Chapter 118. Seeing the heavenly swordswoman rushing over with her great sword, the gray-robed man laughed weirdly at the black-robed man. "I'll deal with this little girl. My beast just happens to be able to restrain strengthening-type warriors." He held a strange purplish-black magic ball and flew towards the royal swordswoman. Just as the royal swordswoman's giant sword was about to slash down, a purplish-black light shone brightly and expanded into a circle. Both he and the royal swordswoman disappeared at the same time. Yue Yang was stunned. There was actually this kind of one-on-one battle to the death in the Soaring Dragon Continent instead of in the Demon Abyss. It seemed that the Demon Abyss's research on space was much more advanced than the Soaring Dragon Continent. No wonder the teleportation orb in the Demon Abyss could be used so quickly. The black-robed man looked at it and scolded loudly, "Damn you, Lu Dun. You go crazy the moment you see a woman. You're obviously useless, but you still like to collect women's corpses. What a perverted hobby. Do you think that without your help, I can't deal with a brat who's still wet behind his ears? May I ask how you're going to deal with me?" Yue Yang asked curiously. He couldn't understand how a necromancer who had lost half of his body and was rotting could defeat him, who had a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen. The black-robed man ignored Yue Yang and quickly summoned his grimoire. Looking at this high-leveled silver grimoire, Yue Yang was a little moved. It seemed that he would have a silver grimoire later on. If he could contract all of them, he would be able to sweep across the world with just his guardian beasts alone. As Yue Yang was fantasizing in his heart, he suddenly saw the black-robed necromancer pressing his skinny black hand on the grimoire. Following the spread of black light, a rotten and stinky headless horseman was summoned. Yue Yang observed with his divine vision and discovered that this headless horseman was a bronze-ranked level 5 necromancer beast. The headless horseman did not immediately attack Yue Yang. Instead, he rode on the similarly decaying skeleton horse and headed straight for the level 2 white skeletons. Raising the black greatsword high, the headless knight swung it down heavily, shattering the white skeletons. Then, he stretched out his hands and condensed the dark green energy balls that emerged from the shattered white skeletons' remains, stuffing them into his broken body. Finally, he took off the iron skeleton's skull and placed it on his own neck. The skull emitted a dark green flame and then disappeared. Energy burned in the eye sockets of the skeleton. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a headless horseman into a dark green death knight, and its strength increased exponentially. The huge black sword from before burned with the phosphorescence of a corpse and rose into the air. The Death Knight's level also rose from its original bronze rank level 5 to bronze rank level 6. Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad. Although this method is a little strange, it's very effective. Looks like the Demon Abyss's research on summoning techniques is indeed more advanced. Humans are a little behind. You still dare to be arrogant when you're at death's door. The black-robed man summoned a 10-meter-long black centipede. This was not a skeleton beast, nor was it a zombie beast like the Headless Horseman. It was a living creature. It was the black-robed man's guardian beast. Similarly, this gigantic iron pincer centipede was also a bronze rank level 6 beast. Right now, 2 strong bronze rank level 6 beasts had joined forces to fight against the gold rank level 3 Bloody Queen in the sky. Both of them were not inferior in terms of strength. However, the Bloody Queen's expression was a little disdainful, but she did not attack. She flew low in the sky, mainly circling behind Yue Yang. The dragon-slaying dagger was inserted into the silver belt on her waist, and she held Yue Yang's crescent blade in her right hand, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Her Gold King beast had a suppressive force, but against a beast that was of a higher level, the effect was not obvious. Furthermore, the Death Knight was an undead, so the effect was reduced, and the deterrence effect was even more negligible. As for the Iron Pincer Centipede, it was a guardian beast. Under the command of the black-robed man, it was full of fighting spirit and continuously crawled on the stone surface. Its sharp legs were like dozens of shining cold knives. As for its 2 gigantic iron pincers that were even bigger than its head, as long as it slightly touched the stone would be smashed into pieces by the centipede. The Bloody Queen did not have much of a deterrence effect on them, but it was still a Gold King beast. Even if it was 3 levels lower, the Death Knight and the centipede would not dare to attack easily. The black-robed man looked arrogant on the surface, but in reality, he was extremely vigilant. Previously, he was ambushed by the Reaper Mantis and almost lost his life. Now, he was ambushed by this human brat. If he still did not become vigilant, then he would be an idiot. Do you have a Lich Ring? Yue Yang did not order the Bloody Queen to attack immediately. Instead, he kept looking at the black-robed man's hands. The Lich Ring was the treasure that Yue Yang cared about the most among all the treasures in the world. The reason was simple, because the Lich Ring was the same as a storage ring, it had a dimensional storage space. The only difference was that a storage ring could store any item, including living creatures, while a Lich Ring could not. It could only store items or lifeless corpses. A storage ring was a holy rank treasure. Even the Da Sha, Emperor Junwu Yu did not have one, so Yue Yang could forget about it for the time being. However, he might be interested in the Lich Ring. Not only did Yue Yang have a crush on beauties, he also had a crush on treasures. He really liked those dimensional storage items, such as the Cosmos Sack and the Sumeru Mustard Seed. Unfortunately, although he had robbed the old Taoist priest's Cosmos Sack, it had disappeared after he transmigrated. If the flying sword had become the heavenly sword goddess, then what about the Cosmos Sack? Yue Yang guessed that the Cosmos Sack might have been temporarily kept by the heavenly sword goddess, or that the mysterious dream world that he had entered was inside the Cosmos Sack. The current Yue Yang had no way of finding out the whereabouts of the heavenly sword goddess's Cosmos Sack. However, his dream of having a storage ring had never been fulfilled. A storage ring was an essential equipment for traveling, killing and arson, hunting monsters and hunting for treasures. How could he not have one? If he really did not have one, he would at least need a Lich Ring. The Lich Ring was actually the lowest and most trashy storage ring. Although the storage space of the Lich Ring was not big, and it could only store non-living things, there was no such treasure in the Soaring Dragon continent. The main reason was that there were too few special type beasts that could create special items in the Soaring Dragon continent. Furthermore, with the humans' intelligence, it was even more impossible for them to create a storage ring. For a clan like the Yu clan, being able to create a few puppet beasts was already considered a great achievement. They had become one of the 4 great clans in the world. However, in the entire Yu clan, other than the ghost genius Yu Gong from a few hundred years ago, no one could understand the principles behind a storage ring. Although the ghost genius Yu Gong had left behind his research, no one could understand it. Comparing the difficulty of creating a puppet beast in a holy ranked storage ring, the difference was like heaven and earth. They could not be compared at all. It was already extremely difficult for humans to create teleportation scrolls, not to mention dimensional storage. That kind of technique was extremely difficult, no one in the world could compare to it. Hence, there were no storage rings in the Soaring Dragon continent. Even the trashy Lich Ring was not sold. The Lich Ring had always been a special treasure in the Demon Abyss. If people wanted to obtain it, they had to kill a lich first and snatch the lich ring from the lich's hands. This was because a lich that contracted with an undead-type beast would need to store a lot of materials, such as giant dragon's bones, human skeletons, corpses, magic crystals and so on. A lich must have a lich ring to solve these urgent needs. Hence, normally, a lich would have a lich ring. No, the black-robed man laughed coldly. This brat must have thought that a lich ring was just a random commodity that could be found at the roadside stalls. How could it be so easy to obtain? Then you can die now. Yue Yang smiled slightly. A second ago, he was still smiling, but in the next second, he had turned into a terrifying killing god. Yue Yang's figure disappeared, leaving a blurry afterimage in the air as he pounced towards the giant pincer centipede. In the sky, the bloody queen also flapped her wings and flew up, preparing to attack the giant pincer centipede together with Yue Yang. The black-robed necromancer laughed coldly in his heart. "I've been waiting for you." He ordered the giant pincer centipede to jump up high and fiercely receive the attack. The giant pincer centipede's outer shell was extremely hard, so it was not afraid of knives or axes. Even if it did not resist and let this brat hit it, he would not be able to hurt it. Most importantly, his giant pincer centipede was a guardian beast. Even if it was killed, it could be summoned again. It was not afraid of attacks at all. Pooh! The Death Knight that was charging over to support suddenly had a blade sticking out of its chest. It and the skeleton horse it was riding on started to tremble crazily. Countless black gas and green phosphorescent flames spurted out from the wound. The black-robed man was shocked. When he looked carefully, he realized that it was only an illusion that was charging towards the giant pincer centipede. The brat who was laughing like a demon had actually appeared behind the Death Knight. He was using a crescent-shaped magic blade to pierce the Death Knight's demon heart. The Death Knight that was made from the corpse of a demon general was not afraid of physical attacks at all. Its only weakness was the demon heart that was purposely placed on the right side of its chest. Other than himself, no one else knew this secret. How did this brat know? The Wei Jin magic blade in Yue Yang's hands was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, crazily absorbing the energy within the Death Knight's demon heart. No matter if it was the molten flame core or the demon dragon's crystal, they were both absorbing the demon heart's energy to recover their previous losses. Other than a small amount of corpse gas, the Wei Jin magic blade did not reject any other energy. The Death Knight struggled with all its might, but its struggle was futile. Bang! Its head exploded, and the energy on its body was greatly reduced. In the end, the Bronze Rank Level 6 Death Knight fell back to Bronze Rank Level 5 Headless Knight. Then, due to the continuous loss of energy, it fell back to Bronze Rank Level 4, Bronze Rank Level 3, Normal Rank Level 4, Normal Rank Level 3. When the Wei Jin magic blade finished absorbing its energy, the originally majestic Death Knight had turned into a pile of rotten flesh and bones, falling apart with a crash. Even the skeletal horse it was riding on had turned into a pile of rotten flesh and bones. The black-robed necromancer was dumbstruck. Never in his dreams would he have thought that this human brat who killed people with a smile would actually possess such a terrifying magic weapon. This magic weapon definitely had a life of its own. This magic weapon should be the treasure of life that he had been dreaming of. If he could use it to make a bone box, he would be able to level up to become an immortal lich. Under the black-robed man's jealous and greedy gaze, the Wei Jin magic blade flashed with a wave of black smoke and purple flames, burning ceaselessly. It automatically started to change shape extremely slowly, evolving into a more perfect form. The molten flame core and the demon dragon's crystal on both sides started to fuse together. The blade's entire body was covered with vein-like veins and veins. Dragon fang-like bone spikes grew out from the back of the blade, while the tip of the blade was burning with energy flames. The silver-ranked Wei Jin magic blade, after absorbing the Death Knight's demon heart's energy, had successfully evolved into a gold-ranked magic weapon. Yue Yang lifted it up and activated his innate qi. Once he activated the energy on the blade, the black smoke and purple flames immediately increased crazily, as if it was going to burn the sky. Those energy flames formed a flame-type armor on Yue Yang's arm. Other than increasing his defense, it also greatly increased the strength of his arm. This is impossible. The black-robed necromancer was so jealous that he was going crazy. How could this brat be so lucky? Not only did he have a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen, he also had this kind of magic weapon that could absorb energy automatically. Kill him, I must definitely kill him. I must definitely snatch this magic weapon and refine it into an immortal bone box. The black-robed necromancer, whose heart was filled with greed, suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. He turned his head and saw that his giant pincer centipede's head was nailed by a dagger and it was rolling around in pain. Immediately after, it turned into a ray of black light and returned to the silver grimoire. If it wasn't a guardian beast, it would definitely be dead. This was because the dagger that nailed it was the dragon-slaying dagger. Even if a giant dragon was hit by it, it would be heavily injured. Where did this dragon-slaying dagger come from? The black-robed necromancer didn't even have time to understand when he felt a sharp pain on his back. His entire body flew out uncontrollably and landed heavily on the ground. In the sky, a foot landed, covering the entire sky. Yue Yang stepped on the black-robed necromancer, but he didn't immediately kill him. Instead, he looked at the empty space in the distance and said with a smile, "I guess you must be Master Suo Zhe. I think you've seen enough. Why don't you come down and save your subordinates? Although your invisibility ability is not bad, please pay attention to the flow of the air. Next time, don't stand in the wind, otherwise others would easily smell the corpse smell on your body. What I'm saying is, if you can survive next time, you might as well learn this lesson. Your mouth is quite powerful, but if you think that I'm the same as Reuben under your feet, then you're gravely mistaken." An old and arrogant voice came from the transparent air. A few hissing sounds could be heard. As if some kind of barrier had been removed from the sky, what appeared in front of Yue Yang was a silver-ranked level 7 zombie dragon. Its tattered wings, corroded body and dull eyes couldn't hide the fact that it was once a giant dragon. Although the giant dragon was dead, its prestige still remained. Even if it had become a zombie, its level was still silver-ranked level 7. On the zombie dragon's back was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He wore a purplish-black robe and held a flashing red skull staff. He looked down at Yue Yang arrogantly. "Although you can defeat Reuben, in my eyes, you're just a small worm. I'm a lich who has cultivated for 500 years. As long as I raise my hand, I can squash you like a bug. What does Reuben count for? He's just my undead slave, a breathing human tool. Do you think you can use him to threaten me? I've never thought of using him to threaten you. I only intend to keep him and slowly interrogate him for the knowledge I need." Yue Yang coldly chopped off the skull of the black-robed necromancer Lu Jie with his magic blade. Then, he kicked Lu Jie's skull tens of meters away. "You overestimate yourself. You want to fight against me. You'll soon understand what it means to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Lich Suo Zhe arrogantly snorted. "No, it's the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Yue Yang laughed, because there was a shadow that was faster than lightning pouncing down from the sky. Its arms were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. It was the Reaper mantis that had been hiding in the dark. Maybe its original target was Yue Yang, but now, its target had changed to the zombie dragon. The afterimage of Yue Yang standing on the ground had disappeared. When Lich Suo Zhe used his powerful senses to search for him, he discovered that Yue Yang had already appeared below him. Yue Yang was approaching him at the speed of the Reaper mantis. In his hands, there was also a magic blade that was burning with purple flames. Its killing power was comparable to the Reaper mantis scythes. Chapter 119. Lich Suo Zhe was not like the black-robed Reuben, who did not react to the Reaper mantis attack. He did not panic either. Instead, he calmly closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and calmly summoned his gold grimoire. A protective shield rose up, blocking the fatal blow above his head. However, the zombie dragon under him was not so lucky. Yue Yang's Wei Jin magic blade had already fiercely slashed at the dragon's abdomen, which was not protected by the protective shield. It cut open the dragon's skin, which had become more brittle after being corroded by the zombie poison for a long time. In the sky, the Reaper mantis's scythe was terrifyingly powerful, causing the protective shield to slightly cave in. However, the gold-ranked protective shield's defense was still stronger, so it could not do anything. In the instant that the scythe was deflected by the protective shield, the Reaper mantis launched its second attack. With a sweep of its arm, the zombie dragon's gigantic body was forcefully sent flying. The zombie dragon's body formed a parabola and smashed into the mountain wall far away. It then fell down and heavily smashed onto the ground, making a loud rumbling sound. The Reaper mantis was extremely fast. With a flap of its wings, it had already caught up. It used its scythe to clamp the zombie dragon's long tail tightly and flung it repeatedly, smashing it onto the ground. Up until now, the zombie dragon had not had the time to react. After becoming a zombie, Its movements and reactions were no longer as agile as before. It had become relatively sluggish. As the zombie dragon struggled to get up, the Reaper Mantis had already opened its huge mouth and viciously bit down, aiming for the zombie dragon's head. What a good gold locust, daring to prey on my mount. You are simply overestimating yourself. Lich Suo-Jie sneered and summoned an ice ball from his grimoire. That ice ball seemed to have a life of its own as it flew by itself at the speed of a meteor, hitting the Reaper Mantis's back. Once it came into contact with the Reaper Mantis, its body immediately started to freeze. In the instant that the Reaper Mantis bit the zombie dragon's head, the white ice had already spread to its entire body. The Reaper Mantis was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. The zombie dragon immediately counterattacked, biting the Reaper Mantis that was like an ice sculpture and smashing it onto the ground. Then, it used its huge tail to sweep. Boom! The Reaper Mantis was sent flying into the sky and crashed into the mountain wall. Broken rocks and ice shards flew everywhere. The Reaper Mantis, who had broken free from the ice, hooked its scythe-like arms and swept the zombie dragon away. It then flapped its wings and shook off the remaining ice shards on its body with all its might. Yue Yang was a little curious. The Reaper Mantis was a gold rank level 7 gold king beast, why would it be afraid of ice? Soon after, he came to a sudden realization. It must be because there was a baby in its stomach. A relatively fragile insect egg might not be able to withstand the change in temperature. And it was precisely because of this that the female Reaper Mantis would crazily pounce on the venom wyvern and the zombie dragon, devouring their dragon crystals as nutrients for the hatching of its future babies. Lich Suo-Jie once again summoned a bronze rank level 7 demonic abyss demon guard that was covered in raging flames and wielded an axe. He ordered this bronze rank level 7 demonic abyss demon to attack Yue Yang. The Bloody Queen held the crescent blade in her right hand and the gold rank dragon slaying dagger in her left. She swept past the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guards back at an extremely fast speed. She had originally wanted to attack the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's wings, but she did not expect the demon guard's reaction speed to be so fast. It flapped its wings and flew in midair, swinging its giant axe that was burning with raging flames in its hands, forcing the Bloody Queen to retreat. Yue Yang ignored the demon guard. He was more concerned about the battle on the ground. He discovered that the ice ball could actually fuse with the zombie dragon, evolving into a silver rank level 8 undead type giant frost dragon. Not good. Yue Yang immediately let out a long howl and pounced towards the evolving giant frost dragon. He must not let it evolve successfully, otherwise it would be dangerous. The undead type beasts of the demon abyss had an ability that other types of beasts did not have. That was undead recombination, fusion and evolution. This was indeed a type of summoning technique that gave people a headache. No wonder City Mistress Fallen Flowers had said before that the scariest thing in the demon abyss was not the demons, but the undead. These summoning techniques that disregarded race and physical limitations, as long as their owners could find a secret method to fuse with them, they could temporarily fuse into one and evolve into a higher level undead beast. It really made people go crazy. Previously, the Headless Horseman and the Iron Skeleton recombined to become a Death Knight. Now, it was an even more powerful undead recombination. The zombie dragon and the ice ball had combined to become a giant frost dragon. The Reaper Mantis pounced forward, its scythes tightening around the evolving giant frost dragon. It was prepared to use its terrifying strength to tear its opponent's body into two. However, under Lich Suo-Jie's control, the giant frost dragon immediately counterattacked the Reaper Mantis' current weakness. Its bulging stomach. If it was a normal day, this kind of attack might be useless. However, as a mother-to-be, the Reaper Mantis was obviously not like usual. Furthermore, it was extremely afraid that the baby in its stomach would be hurt, so it gave up on attacking and jumped backwards. In the sky, the second ice ball silently sneakily attacked. Yue Yang's reaction was extremely fast. He waved his Wei Jin magic blade to block the ice ball, but his Wei Jin magic blade did not have any effect on the ice ball. The ice ball was completely fine and immediately recovered to its original state. It shot straight down and hit the Reaper Mantis's back like a meteor. Another wave of ice enveloped its whole body. The giant frost dragon also stopped biting and attacking. Under Lich Suo-Jie's control, it continuously spat out freezing air towards the Reaper Mantis's ice sculpture, solidifying the ice. The Reaper Mantis waved its arms wildly, and the ice on its body quickly melted and splashed. However, on its bulging stomach, there was a huge lump of ice that bulged out like a small hill. At the same time, it was still growing bigger. Dark night descends. Lich Suozhe summoned a black shadow and pointed his finger at the shadow's head. The shadow's body exploded into pieces and disappeared, turning into a black fog that enveloped the whole valley. The whole valley was like a pitch-black night. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. If a mere lich is already so powerful, then wouldn't the Lich King be even more powerful? Yue Yang was sweating profusely. It turned out that the lich already had the strength of a level 7 overlord. Yue Yang felt that this Lich Suozhe was even more of a headache than Elder Yu Hai. Fortunately, Lich Suozhe only summoned beasts, and not strengthening type beasts like Elder Yu Hai. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to fight anymore. The lich was already so powerful. As for how strong that Lich King Grun would be, Yue Yang really couldn't imagine it at all. Of course, summoning type beasts were also powerful, but their main bodies were far from being comparable to strengthening type beasts. Yue Yang still had his innate invisible sword chi, so he still had a chance to fight. He wouldn't be a bystander in this battle. If he didn't have a gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis, Yue Yang felt that he would probably be beaten miserably by Lich Suozhe. However, right now, he didn't care about himself at all. The more the enemy looked down on him, the more chances he had. Indeed, in Lich Suozhe's eyes, as long as he could kill the gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis, he would be able to kill this little human boy in an instant. The Reaper Mantis realized that the enemy was attacking its stomach from all directions. The eggs inside were crackling, as if they had already shattered from the ice. As a mother, it immediately unleashed its strongest battle power. Dragging the ice that was as heavy as a small mountain, it crawled quickly. Before the giant frost dragon could fly up, it used its side arm to drag it down. Its other side arm wrapped around the giant frost dragon's neck, causing the giant frost dragon's neck to creak, as if it was about to break. It lowered its huge mouth and bit the giant frost dragon's neck in a frenzy. Lich Suozhe was going crazy, but the silver-ranked level 8 giant frost dragon was not a match for the Reaper Mantis, a gold king beast. With the power of its side arm and the Reaper Mantis' innate killing skills, the giant frost dragon was unable to break free and could only struggle with all its might. The axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard in the sky had actually been chasing after the Bloody Queen, who had been avoiding the battle. Now, it had no choice but to be summoned back by Lich Suozhe. Lich Suozhe ordered it to join the ranks of attacking the Reaper Mantis and kill it. At the very least, it had to stop it from attacking the giant frost dragon. However, Yue Yang would not let Suozhe do as he wished. He had been accumulating his spiritual energy and waiting for an opportunity to attack for too long. A giant shadow with a 100-fold increase in strength flashed on Yue Yang's body. In the next second, Yue Yang had already soared into the sky and crashed into the blazing bosom of the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard. Clasping his hands together like a sword, he stabbed towards the space between the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's eyebrows. This fellow's weakness was between the eyebrows and not its heart. Lich Suozhe did not care at first. He prepared to control the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard to use its fire shield explosion skill to blast this brat away. Unexpectedly, he was shocked to find that he had completely lost control of his summoned beast. The axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard was like a piece of wood that was frozen in the air, not moving an inch. Yue Yang's finger deeply pierced into the space between the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's eyebrows. His innate sword chi burst out from the back of the blood-winged demon guard's head, spurting out a large amount of blood and brain matter. His sneak attack had succeeded. Yue Yang grabbed the heavily injured blood-winged demon guard's burning body and tore off one of its wings. He then threw it high up into the sky, handing it over to the Bloody Queen to finish off. Like a bolt of lightning, Yue Yang flipped down. With a speed that Lich Suozhe's naked eyes could not see clearly, he flew towards the giant frost dragon's gigantic head. The second wave of innate sword chi exploded. After opening a hole in the incomparably hard dragon's head, Yue Yang stuffed the impatient golden beast into the small hole. The demonized dragon crystal inside the dragon's head was left for it to deal with. Right now, he could not care about the dragon crystal. Yue Yang had to kill the second ice ball. Otherwise, he would not be able to bite the lich who was protected by the gold grimoire's protective shield. The ice ball that had been ferociously attacking the Reaper Mantis's stomach jumped up and turned towards Yue Yang's body. In an instant, his entire body was sealed in ice, turning into an ice sculpture. Thunderbolt strike. Lich Suozhe no longer dared to look down on this young human brat, Yue Yang. He realized that this brat might be a legendary innate ranker. It was just that he was still too young, which was why he was doubtful. Lich Suozhe summoned a golden armored puppet that was holding a hammer. He ordered it to fiercely swing the hammer towards the frozen Yue Yang. A loud bang resounded. The frozen Yue Bing was sent flying. Yue Yang's body was sent flying tens of meters away, smashing into a large blood-red tree. The blood-red tree fell with a loud bang, sending up a cloud of dust. That was close. Lich Suozhe secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, his demon crystal ice ball was strong enough to freeze this brat. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. This brat's finger wind could actually kill a bronze rank level 7 blood-winged demon guard in an instant. No one would believe this, but it was a terrifying fact. Fortunately, the hammer had killed him in an instant. Otherwise, if the battle had continued, it would have been hard to say how the battle would have ended. Phooey. Suddenly, the large tree rumbled and a shadow walked out with large strides. He disdainfully spat out a mouthful of blood. You want to kill me with just brute force? Stupid. Lich Suozhe realized that this brat was actually not dead. Only his clothes were torn. His upper body was naked and covered with snow powder and mud. His pants were also torn like a beggar's. However, other than spitting out a mouthful of blood, he did not seem to be injured at all. Yue Yang had indeed been beaten. However, in his dreams, he had been beaten up by the big loli many times, so he had already learned the best dodging skills. Other than the big loli's terrifying strength, her techniques were also far superior to Yue Yang's. In addition, Yue Yang had always been practicing the wolf-pecking chess technique. Hence, he was often beaten up by her until fallen flowers flowed like water. Now that he had been smashed by the hammer-wielding golden armored puppet, he realized that its strength was only slightly stronger than the big loli's. However, its techniques were the clumsiest and most direct attacks. It was not a spiraling force or a reverberating force, so it could not hurt him at all. Breaking it was exceptionally easy. As long as he continuously spiraled in the air and released his innate chi, he would be able to disperse the force of the smash. This is impossible. Lich Suozhe could not believe his own eyes. There's nothing strange about it. Other than dispersing most of the force, I had also transferred the remaining force to my summoned beast. If I could still be injured like this, then I would have to be made of tofu. Yue Yang smiled slightly. Behind him, the barbarian cow shadow walked out. The barbarian cow shadow's breastplate had a few cracks from the impact. That was the result of Yue Yang transferring a small portion of the force to her body. She did not know how to disperse the force, and as a result, her body was smashed into a big tree. Yue Yang landed safely on the ground, but the mud and dust were too big, covering his figure. Where's my demon crystal ice spirit orb? Lich Suozhe remembered that even if this brat did not die, he should at least be an ice sculpture. Thank you for your generosity. I'll accept this gift. Yue Yang smiled as he raised his right hand. In his palm, there was an ice-cold magic crystal. This was what he had seized from the ice spirit orb. He had used his innate chi to disperse the demon spirit on the ice crystal, turning the tough ice spirit orb into a harmless high-quality magic crystal. Of course, Yue Yang would not let that hammer hit him in vain. The demon crystal ice spirit orb that had pounced on his body had allowed him to seize the magic crystal and die instantly. At the same time that he killed the enemy's beast, he would also obtain a high-quality magic crystal. This was Yue Yang's ideal battle. Lich Suozhe felt that things were not going well. Once he summoned darkness descends, all of his undead beast's battle power would increase by different degrees. However, the teleportation orb would not be able to take effect, because the area of darkness was considered to be within the body of a special type summoned beast. Now, he had miscalculated this move. His beasts had suffered heavy casualties, but this brat in front of him was not injured at all. He seemed to be a ranker that was close to the level of an innate. If he was not careful, he would be easily killed. He had to think of a way, otherwise he would be in danger. Right now, Lich Suozhe no longer thought that Yue Yang was a human insect that could be killed in an instant. Right now, he felt that he had bumped into an iron plate. Yue Yang was still a little hesitant. Would Lich Suozhe run away? Should he immediately attack the giant frost dragon and seize its dragon crystal, or should he attack the golden armored puppet and seize its magic crystal? If this Lich wanted to run away, then he would definitely not be able to do anything to him. He had to quickly find a target. Just when Yue Yang was hesitating, little Wen Li suddenly appeared on her own accord. When she appeared, Yue Yang was immediately overjoyed. What did this mean? It meant that this lich was unable to run away, so she was prepared to come out and help him kill this powerful Lich Suozhe. How many beasts do you actually have? Lich Suozhe was about to faint. Other than a gold rank level 3 bloody queen, a bronze rank level 5 barbarian cow lady, a strange golden armored puppet, and now he could even summon a 6-armed snake demon lowly. This brat's grimoire was only a silver rank grimoire, and he was only a high-level apprentice. How could he possibly summon so many beasts? Before you die, I will consider telling you. Yue Yang waved his hand and shouted like a bandit, "Go, all of you go. If there are treasures, snatch treasures. If there are magic crystals, snatch them. In short, burn them all, kill them all and snatch them all. We are going to implement the 3-all policy." Chapter 120 inches. There's no other way. Looks like I can only summon my guardian beast. I really don't want to do that. Lich Suozhe sighed. His tone was filled with regret and unwillingness, as if he was watching his spoils of war being snatched away. Lich Suozhe summoned a monster that looked like a mountain of flesh. It was huge, and its entire body was covered with incomparably ugly flesh thorns. At the top, there was a face that looked like a human's face, but it was extremely evil. It was so ugly that it made people feel nauseous. At the top, there were 2 snail-like tentacles that continuously extended and retracted. When it appeared, it immediately vomited out green acid and a few human skeletons. Its long bloody tongue circled around its ugly lips. "Suozhe, you idiot, you actually gave me such disgusting things to eat. Let me tell you, these humans are not delicious at all. Their flesh is sour. I want beautiful women, do you understand? Do you know what a beautiful woman is? It tastes sweet and delicious, the bones are crispy, and the grease will fill your entire mouth. That's what a beautiful woman is." Hearing this, Yue Yang frowned. A guardian beast that knew how to speak. A guardian beast that knew how to think. It was completely different from little Wen Li, and also different from the Bloody Queen. This monster's position seemed to be the same as Lich Suozhe, or even slightly higher. This monster's level was not very high, it was only bronze rank level 6. How could it be so arrogant? There must be something strange. In front of you are 2 gold king beasts, an innate human, a snake demon child and a female barbarian cow. These are all your food, what are you dissatisfied with? If you are not satisfied, then go back to your grimoire and sleep. I will summon another beast to fight. Lich Suozhe's expression changed slightly, but his tone still had the superiority of a master. Forget it, Suozhe. If you are not in the most dangerous situation, why would you summon me to fight? The monster mercilessly ridiculed him. Wait a minute, Lich and monster, if you want to flirt, do something, and want to explode each other's chrysanthemums, I don't mind watching. However, I am very busy right now. Aw man, take care of that gold-armored puppet. As for this unbelievably ugly monster, you should just die quickly. Yue Yang felt that there was no need to listen to Lich Suozhe's nonsense. Who knew if they were trying to stall for time? What, you dare to call me ugly? How dare you call me a monster? The monster was furious. Why are you angry at a dead person? Sooner or later, he will be in your stomach. Why do you have to make life difficult for a pile of excrement? Lich Suozhe advised. I hate it when people call me ugly. I'm a handsome guy, so those who call me Spittoon a monster must die. Sog, tell me, am I, Spittoon, handsome? My body is the most perfect in the world, and my name is also the most beautiful name in the world. Everything about me is the best in the world. How dare you, a human bug that is like food residue, scold me? I will never forgive you. I will eat you and turn you into feces. The monster was so angry that smoke was coming out of its 7 orifices, and it roared in rage. Yue Yang was shocked to death. It was called a Spittoon. Good fellow, this name was simply a perfect match. That's right, Spittoon, your name is a good name that I spent close to 10 years thinking of. In order to come up with this name, I racked my brains, you should know this. Lich Suozhe nodded seriously. As for whether you are a handsome guy or not, I believe that as long as one is not blind, they would be able to tell with a glance. Yue Yang was convinced, he was really convinced. Well said, Suozhe. In this world, only you know how to appreciate me, Master Spittoon. Let me first swallow these infuriating fools, then I'll talk to you about my food problem. I want to eat beauties, understand? If a handsome guy doesn't have beauties to eat, how can he be considered a handsome guy? The monster shouted arrogantly, you fat scum, You're really useless even if you don't die. Yue Yang listened helplessly. He didn't think that there would be such a beast in this world. He suddenly felt a little sympathy for Suo Zhe. Other people's guardian beasts were extremely obedient, but Suo Zhe had to serve this master spittoon. It was really tragic. Yue Yang felt that if Suo Zhe could change his guardian beast, he would rather change it to a useless long-eared rabbit. In this world, there was no beast that was worse than this master spittoon. Hearing this, the monster went crazy. It bounced up into the air and smashed down like a mountain. Yue Yang's figure flashed, disappearing from his original position and appearing on top of the monster's head. With a flash of his Wei Jin magic blade, a large wound appeared on the monster's head. Yue Yang then did a light somersault and landed on the monster's head. With a heavy kick, the monster's meatball body was sent flying. It's useless. I, Master Spittoon, am an invincible beast in this world. Any attack is useless against me. The monster jumped up from the ground and shouted proudly. The wound on its head that Yue Yang had split open quickly healed and returned to its original state. It was as if it had never been injured in the first place. Lich Suo Zhe also nodded and sneered. No matter if it's blades, spears, swords, halberds, or beasts' fangs and claws, or the elements of wind, fire, water, earth, they are all unable to harm Spittoon's body in the slightest. It is an unrivaled gluttonous worm in this world. Any kind of power or beast in front of it would only have one result, and that is to be devoured. Yue Yang frowned when he heard this. He knew that there was no absolute invincible beast in this world. No matter what kind of beast it was, they would all have a weakness. This ugly gluttonous worm Spittoon was no exception. Food residue, die for me. See how this master Spittoon will devour you. The monster fiercely pounced forward. Yue Yang didn't wait for it to close in. He picked up a huge rock and threw it at it, burying it in the mud. Boom! The monster was completely squashed, but it turned into a thin strip and drilled out from the bottom of the rock. With a shake of its body, it returned to its disgusting appearance, as good as new. Little Wen Li formed a dual blade in her hands and shot out an extremely cold air, sealing the monster in ice. Yue Yang sent it flying with a kick, shattering it into countless ice shards. However, when the ice shards gradually melted into water, the flesh on the monster's body automatically condensed together again, recovering in the blink of an eye. In the sky, Yue Yang brandished his demon blade that was burning with purple flames and forcefully cut off half of the monster's body. He then used his purple flames to burn the pieces of flesh that he had cut off into charred meat. However, the monster didn't care at all. There was no blood on its wound. Countless flesh sprouts grew out from its body and fused together. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the monster had completely recovered to its original meatball appearance. It didn't look like it had been injured at all. Ha 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 ha, I've said it before. Any attack is useless against Spittoon. Lich Suo Zhe laughed out loud. He was so pleased with himself that he forgot himself. Is that so? Yue Yang revealed a smile. His level 2 divine vision had finally seen through it after a long period of observation. This monster Spittoon, it wasn't that it didn't have a weakness, its weakness was in its body. That was a soul seal that was constantly moving around. As long as he destroyed that soul seal, its body would probably collapse immediately. Although it was a guardian beast and would never truly die, once the soul seal was destroyed, it probably wouldn't be able to recover in a day or two. As long as this Spittoon returned to the summoning grimoire and killed the gold-armored puppet, what other abilities would Lich Suo Zhe have? If he wasn't at his wit's end, he would definitely not summon a beast like Spittoon. Yue Yang made a hand signal to little Wen Li and the Bloody Queen. Attack. Facing a gluttonous worm that could continuously split and regenerate without fear of any attacks, Yue Yang decided to use his innate sword chi that could destroy everything. Now that his innate invisible sword chi had reached the 3rd level, he could use it 6 times. Right now, he still had 3 times left. When the monster Spittoon pounced towards Yue Yang fiercely, Yue Yang used his demon blade to split its body apart. Useless. Lich Suo Zhe sneered. I'm going to eat you. The monster Spittoon swelled up its body, preparing to use its body to wrap around Yue Yang and digest him. Little Wen Li slashed with her dual icicle blades, freezing the monster Spittoon into an ice sculpture. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yue Yang used his left index finger as a sword and accurately pointed at the Spittoon's soul seal. Pa! There was an extremely soft sound of an explosion. It was as if something had shattered. Following that, the monster Spittoon could be seen rolling on the ground in pain as its flesh fell off its body. Its whole body secreted a disgusting sticky green liquid, as if its ugly meatball body was about to melt. Ah! Lich Suo-Jie was stunned, killing his guardian beast gluttonous worm in one hit. How was this possible? The gluttonous worm's soul seal was not affected by any attack at all, so how did it shatter? Could it be that this young man was really an innate? Lich Suo-Jie broke out in cold sweat when he thought of this. On the other side, the Bloody Queen took advantage of the battle between the gold-armored puppet and the barbarian cow Shadow to launch a sneak attack. The incomparably sharp dragon-slaying dagger pierced through the gold-armored puppet's back and nailed into the core of its magic core. Crackling sparks flew and lightning flashed. The parts on the gold-armored puppet's body kept falling off. From time to time, small pieces of its armor would fly out. Finally, with a boom, it exploded into millions of metal fragments. The Bloody Queen had already flapped her wings and flew up. Together with Yue Yang, they attacked Lich Suo-Jie. What she and Yue Yang did not expect was that Suo-Jie's protective shield was still there even though all of his beasts had died. What was going on? Ha ha ha, the fog that created the night is also my summoned beast. Although it does not have a body, the grimoire still recognizes it as alive. In other words, we are all in its stomach. As long as it exists, my protective shield will not disappear. At least, it will not disappear before the time limit. Do you want to kill me? Young man, no, young innate rancor, you are still too inexperienced. Do you see the teleportation orb in my hand? As long as the night disappears, I will leave. You won't even be able to touch a single hair of mine. You can only watch as I leave, aren't you an innate? Come and kill me. Lich Suo-Jie laughed heartily. Perhaps he felt that his mockery wasn't enough. He arrogantly stored the teleportation orb into his lich ring. Then, he took out a chair and swaggered to sit on it. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, he leisurely drank. Of course, he was actually extremely nervous. Although his guardian beast Spittoon would not really die, its soul was injured and it would not recover within a month. The gold-armored puppet's magic core had been completely destroyed. One of the demon crystal orbs had been destroyed by this brat. The other one had fused with the zombie dragon, its neck had been bitten off by the Reaper Mantis, and the strange little golden beast had bitten off its dragon crystal. Now, the only thing left was the black fog. Fortunately, this brat did not know when the black fog would disappear. The initiative was still in his hands. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for him to ambush them. He had lost this battle. He did not lose, unjustly. His opponent was an innate rancor. Not only did he have many powerful beasts, he was also very cunning. He had been hiding his strength all along. He had made a mistake. He had actually placed the gold rank level 7 Reaper Mantis as the main focus of his attacks. He had waited for his beasts to fight to the end before coming out to reap the benefits. Losing to such an enemy was not unjustly at all. In this world, other than himself, how many Lich could safely escape from the hands of an innate rancor? As Lich Suo-Jie thought of this, he could not help but feel a sense of comfort. When he reported the news of an extremely young human innate rancor, His Majesty the Lich King would definitely reward him heavily. At that time, his strength would definitely increase. He had not really lost this battle. As long as he returned safely, he would definitely be able to make a comeback. Suddenly, he saw Yue Yang doing a strange action. He could not help but be vigilant. What was this brat trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to attack him through the barrier? Impossible, that's impossible. Before Suo-Jie's mind could fade away, a shadow flashed in front of him. An unstoppable sword chi appeared in front of Suo-Jie's eyes. Inconceivably, it pierced through the barrier and shot towards Suo-Jie's face. Suo-Jie was scared stiff. He did not even have time to react. He stared with his eyes wide open as the sword chi stopped just as it was about to touch his forehead. The sword chi did not extend far enough, just a little bit more and it would have taken Suo-Jie's life. But in the end, because the sword chi was not long enough, Suo-Jie managed to escape from death. The sword chi that he had raised in his hand was pierced through by the sword chi. The wine drenched Suo-Jie's body. So close, I was almost killed by this brat in an instant. Suo-Jie was so scared that he trembled. He quickly stood up and staggered backwards, knocking over his chair. He had to leave immediately. Otherwise, he would be in great danger. However, the time for the black fog to disappear was not up yet, so he could not summon it back. Moreover, once the darkness disappears, the protective shield would also disappear. In front of an innate rancor, Even a second before teleportation would be extremely fatal. Lich Suozhe stretched out his hand and placed it on the gold-ranked grimoire, preparing to summon his last beast 2 to 3 seconds before the black fog disappeared. He would then maintain the protective shield and use the teleportation orb to leave. He hoped that his last beast would be able to hold on for a few seconds, allowing him to escape smoothly. The moment Suozhe made up his mind, a white light was suddenly summoned from little Wen Li's palm. It was incomparably pure, and formed into a white light image of a serpent warrior that was more than 10 meters tall. The white light image of the serpent warrior waved its 6 arms and completely purified the black fog in the valley. The black fog instantly disappeared like steam. In less than a second, all the black fog in the valley had been purified and completely dispersed by the white light image of the serpent warrior. Lich Suozhe's barrier shattered like an eggshell and disappeared with a "pa" sound. He did not have the time to summon his last beast, because no matter how fast he could summon it, it would still take time. It's over. Lich Suozhe realized that his barrier had shattered. He hurriedly took out the teleportation orb from his lich ring and crushed it to teleport away. Suddenly, he felt that his entire body was bound by some kind of irresistible force. Yue Yang slowly walked forward and leisurely broke one finger after another from Lich Suozhe's hand. He then took out the teleportation orb and tossed it in front of Suozhe, who was unable to move. He revealed a devilish smile. Unfortunately, I have to tell you a piece of bad news. My little Wen Li's binding inherent skill has already leveled up. It's okay if you can't move. If you want to move, I can help you. For example, I would be very happy to take your head and kick it like a ball. Lord Lich, I can do this kind of work for free. Chapter 121. After defeating Lich Suozhe, Yue Yang could not let his guard down, because there was still a gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis. Although the Reaper Mantis was at its weakest right now, however, it was still a gold-ranked level 7 beast. If it was not a mother-to-be, then even the giant frost dragon formed from the fusion of the zombie dragon and the demon crystal ice spirit orb would not be its opponent, and it would not be in such a sorry state. Yue Yang looked at it cautiously, and the Reaper Mantis also looked at Yue Yang cautiously, as if it could feel Yue Yang's danger. From the beginning, it did not take the initiative to attack Yue Yang, because it could not determine his strength. It felt that this strange young human was not its prey. After releasing the frost, the Reaper Mantis did not leave immediately. Instead, it laid on the ground in pain, producing countless white foam-like substances. There were many golden eggs in the white foam, but all the golden eggs were broken. The female Reaper Mantis searched again and again, as though it was trying to find an egg that was not broken. At this moment, its eyes revealed the natural gaze of a mother, as though it was feeling despair and sorrow for its offspring that had died prematurely. It used its scythe to carefully search the white foam over and over again, as if it was hoping to find an egg that was not broken. However, all the golden eggs had been frozen and broken. Not a single one was intact. The mother Reaper Mantis was still unwilling to give up. It searched again and again, poking at the white foam over and over again. Its gaze touched Yue Yang's heart. Originally, he had thought of taking the opportunity to kill this Reaper Mantis and steal the magic crystal from its body. However, when he saw the despair and sorrow in its eyes, he could not bear to do so. Yue Yang was actually not a soft-hearted man. Even if there were a lot of dead people on the ground, he believed that he would not care too much. However, when he saw a mother Reaper Mantis that was rumored to eat males as soon as it mated, when he saw an animal with such a sorrowful gaze, desperately searching for its offspring that was not frozen to death, he was deeply moved. Although some people were human, they might not be able to compare to this mother praying mantis. In the end, the Reaper Mantis was in despair. It let out a shrill cry that was almost inaudible to the human ear. It flapped its wings in extreme sorrow and flew up. It circled the white bubbles 3 times in the sky. Suddenly, it let out a shrill cry that was even more shrill. With a flap of its golden wings, it disappeared without a trace. What a pity! Yue Yang discovered that there were at least a few dozen golden eggs the size of ping-pong balls. This was the egg of a gold-ranked Reaper Mantis. Now that the demon crystal ice soul sphere was frozen, all of them shattered. After the Reaper Mantis flew away, Yue Yang didn't have the time to lament too much. He immediately put on the Lich Ring and carefully sensed it. He discovered that he needed to remove Suozhe's remaining consciousness and contract with his innate chi before he could use this treasure. Yue Yang estimated that even if he was an innate, he would need at least 10 days to completely remove it. But now he needed it urgently. What should he do? He saw that the golden beast with the giant frost dragon's magic crystal had returned. He immediately passed the lich ring to it. Help me, think of a way to remove Suoji's remaining consciousness and contract. I'm telling you, if you dare to eat it, I'll smash you flat and sell you as scrap metal. The golden beast opened its mouth wide and swallowed the lich ring as if it didn't hear Yue Yang's words. You're forcing me to make a move. See if I don't beat you to death. Yue Yang was going crazy. He prepared to use his innate sword chi to kill this gluttonous monster. Pooey, pooey pooey. The golden beast opened its mouth and spat out the lich ring. It then spat out a few mouthfuls of dirty water, as if it had eaten something disgusting. Ah ha ha, I was wrong just now. Actually, I was going to praise you. You're really a good child. Not bad, you're a second-class merit. Little Wen Li is even more obedient. Little Wen Li, you're a first-class merit. No, a special-class merit. When Yue Yang saw that the remaining consciousness and contract on the lich ring had disappeared, he immediately beamed with joy. He coaxed the golden beast with words that were used to coax little children, and reached out to stroke its head. If the golden beast could speak, it would probably say to Yue Yang, I despise you, I've never seen a master like you before. It was a pity that it couldn't speak, so it couldn't express its disdain. In the end, it could only obediently turn into a wrist guard with a protruding belly and return to Yue Yang's hands. It could only consider itself unlucky to have a master like Yue Yang. Yue Yang immediately put on the lich ring again. Using his mind, he discovered that there was a space of a few dozen cubic meters inside. It was filled with all kinds of corpses and bones. He was so disgusted that he hurriedly threw all the corpses and bones out, piling them up as high as a small hill. After hesitating for a while, he cut off the giant frost dragon's horns, teeth and claws and stored them inside. The dragon's skin was really too rotten. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have wanted a dragon's skin. The poison wyvern that had lost its head earlier was also stored inside. Since he didn't have the giant frost dragon's skin, he made up for it by getting a fresh wyvern's skin. With the lich ring, Yue Yang felt that it was much more convenient. Everything that caught his eye on the battlefield was stored inside. For example, the headless horseman's black greatsword, the golden armored puppet's golden sledgehammer, the blood-winged demon guard's corpse, the long-handled blood axe, and so on. Since he couldn't use them himself, he could sell them at a high price to the fatty Hai Da Fu. It shouldn't be a problem to extort a sum of money from him. These were all bronze-rank demon weapons, not goods that could be found on the streets. After that, he also stored Suo Ji's and Lu Ben's skulls. In theory, these two fellows were already dead. However, because their bodies had become undead, as long as Yue Yang went to the academy and learned the secret method to read the undead's memories, all the secrets stored in these two skulls would appear in front of Yue Yang one by one. Yue Yang was a little hesitant. Should he store the pile of white foam that had started to solidify inside the skull? If he gave it to Wei Tai Lang to eat, it might be a tonic. However, when he thought of the Reaper Mantis's sadness, Yue Yang couldn't bear to do it. Forget it. No matter what, he had fought alongside the Reaper Mantis before. If he fed the corpse of the Reaper Mantis son and daughter to a dog, it would be a little inexcusable. Little Wen Li suddenly picked up a broken golden egg and passed it to Yue Yang. Her big eyes blinked, as if she wanted to say something. Are you saying that this can still be saved? Yue Yang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately became ecstatic and asked anxiously. Yup. Little Wen Li nodded cutely. What a good child. Bah. When Yue Yang saw this, he happily picked up little Wen Li and gave her a big kiss on her tender little face. Although this egg was broken, it wasn't too serious. He had innate chi, so maybe it could still be saved. Yue Yang hurriedly tried his best to channel his innate chi into the cracked egg, but he realized that the effect wasn't very obvious. This egg didn't seem to have any reaction. With his current abilities, it seemed like he still couldn't save this cracked egg. Although innate chi was extremely good at healing injuries, it wasn't very effective at healing a cracked egg. Furthermore, there wasn't much innate chi left in Yue Yang's body. Most importantly, Yue Yang's innate chi was the strongest when it came to attacking. As for healing injuries, he actually didn't know how to use it. If it was the big loli in his dreams, she might be able to save this cracked egg. Little Wen Li saw that Yue Yang was sweating profusely. After spending so much effort, there still wasn't any effect. She raised her dual icicle blades and lightly cut on Yue Yang's finger, causing a trace of blood to seep out from Yue Yang's finger. A miraculous sign appeared. When the Reaper Mantis egg came into contact with Yue Yang's blood, it immediately absorbed it as if it had a life of its own. After about 3 seconds, the egg that had been absorbed into a pink color shone with a golden light. The cracked egg quickly disappeared, and in the end, it became a complete egg. Yue Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't know that his blood had such a miraculous effect. The Bloody Queen was also extremely curious. She stared at Yue Yang's injured finger without blinking. Suddenly, she grabbed it and sucked it with all her might. You blood-sucking witch! Yue Yang felt that his whole body was weak from being sucked by the Bloody Queen. His fresh blood and innate qi were flowing out from his wound. When he sent her flying with a kick and broke free from his finger, he realized that the Bloody Queen's body was glowing with a golden light. It seemed that her strength had increased tremendously. She flew around excitedly, as if she had obtained a peerless treasure. Although she didn't level up, Yue Yang felt that after the Bloody Queen had absorbed his blood, her strength had increased by a lot. She was almost about to reach gold rank level 4 again. However, Yue Yang wasn't that great to let her absorb his blood to level up. He hurriedly used his innate qi to heal the small wound on his finger. Then, he placed the golden pellet into the pile of white substance that was slowly condensing, wrapping it up. He hoped that when it hatched later, it would become a cute little gold mantis. Yue Yang felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He had successfully saved a life. Although it wasn't a human, it could still be considered a baby. Yue Yang tidied up everything. When he realized that his battle state had ended, his silver grimoire flashed with a pillar of light that was more than 10 meters tall. This time, it wasn't that his silver grimoire had leveled up, it was that Yue Yang had finally leveled up from a high-level apprentice to a beginner braveman. This leveling up was very significant. Yue Yang could originally only summon 1 beast a day, but now that he had leveled up, he could summon 2. The most important thing was that after Yue Yang leveled up, his divine vision inherent skill had also leveled up. It was now a level 3 divine vision. Yue Yang was so happy that he almost cried. He was one step closer to being able to see through girls' clothes. After forcefully keeping the Bloody Queen that was flying all over the sky, little Wenli also obediently went to sleep. Yue Yang rummaged through the corpses around him, but realized that there wasn't anything useful. He was a little disappointed, but in the end, he unwillingly kept the golden armored puppet's broken core machinery. He reckoned that even if a miser were to clean up the battlefield, he wouldn't be able to find anything useful. Yue Yang was still sighing, because he was still feeling sorry for the rotten dragon skin and the giant dragon skeleton that couldn't be stored in his lich ring. They were all good stuff, but he couldn't bring them away, it was such a waste. Another 5 minutes passed, and a purplish-black light flashed in the air. The royal swordswoman used a cloth bag to carry the gray-robed man's skull. Her figure appeared on top of the pile of corpses. She was incomparably shocked when she saw it. What happened? It's a long story. Yue Yang realized that this girl's clothes were neat and tidy, and her hair was not messed up at all. He asked, "Your Highness, you didn't let this perverted old man take liberties with you, did you?" "You mean him? I entered the dimension of duel, and before he could summon his beast, I had already killed him with 1 slash, what a pitifully weak fellow." However, entering the dimension of duel was restricted by the laws of time and space. It would take at least an hour before I could return to my original position. If I had used a teleportation scroll to leave, then it would have been possible, but I decided to wait and see your battle. You seem to have experienced a fierce battle. You even have a giant frost dragon. Not bad, you little pervert are quite powerful. Where's the dragon crystal? The royal swordswoman asked curiously. What, you're still asking about the dragon crystal? It was the Reaper Mantis who killed the giant frost dragon, and you're asking me for the dragon crystal. I didn't take it. Yue Yang was speaking the truth. It was indeed the Reaper Mantis who killed the giant frost dragon, and he really didn't take the dragon crystal. The one who took the dragon crystal was the golden beast. When the royal swordswoman heard this, she sighed. This brat didn't seem to be lying to her. She couldn't help but sympathize with him. Don't be too sad. It's fine if you don't have the dragon crystal. If there's a chance next time, I'll steal a dragon crystal from the treasury and give it to you as compensation. But you have to keep my secret. You're really not bad. Did you kill all these zombies and skeletons? Not bad at all. I never thought that a black-robed necromancer would be able to summon so many undead summoned beasts, and I never thought that you would do such a good job. Since it's like this, let's forget about what happened before. I've already said that touching your chest was a natural reaction. I didn't do it on purpose. Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. She was finally not angry anymore. What? I said I'll forgive you because you took the opportunity to grab my hand and not let go, touching my chest. I will never forgive you, you definitely did it on purpose. Don't mention it again, or else I won't be able to suppress my anger and kill you with my sword. When the royal swordswoman thought of this brat's wolfish claws and the evil smile on his face, she couldn't help but get angry. If you really hate me, you might as well push me down, I promise I won't resist. Yue Yang muttered softly. What did you say? The royal swordswoman's ears were extremely sensitive. She could clearly hear Yue Yang's soft mutterings, but she pretended not to hear it. I said that you are more beautiful than a flower. You're handsome and charming, your figure is even more wonderful, you're tall and slender, you have the curves of a sable, your back view is graceful, you don't have a bad temper, and you smile when you open your mouth. Yue Yang's ability was that he could make people roll their eyes with just one sentence, but he didn't need to take a break in between. It's hard to imagine. I heard from Yu Bing that you were as boring as a virgin at home. You've been like a mute for more than 10 years, why did you suddenly change? The royal swordswoman had wanted to sternly criticize him at first, but when she thought about it, this brat's words were indeed amusing. She couldn't help but smile brightly. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to Tong Tian Tower to train? Why don't we team up again and do the World Tree quest together? I'm sorry, beautiful princess. I'm illiterate and have never gone to school before, so I have to study in an academy for 2 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to hold a pen to write a love letter to you. Yue Yang really had the intention to study in an academy to learn some basic knowledge. It wasn't that he didn't have any strength now, but he didn't have any basic knowledge. Yue Yang could kill a lich now, but he didn't know the herbs on the roadside or the beasts around him. His lack of basic knowledge affected his progress. For example, if he had known that the demon crystal ice spirit orb could fuse with the zombie dragon to evolve into a giant frost dragon, Yue Yang would have taken action long ago and killed the zombie dragon together with the Reaper Mantis. At the very least, he would have cut off its neck. That way, even if it evolved into a zombie dragon, it would still be a headless giant frost dragon. There was also a lot of knowledge in Yue Yang's mind. Because he lacked basic knowledge, he was unable to research and improve on it. For example, he knew that there was an elixir that was of a higher grade than the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill. However, Yue Yang didn't even know the name of the elixir, the ingredients and the formula. Even if he knew it existed, he wouldn't be able to refine it. After spending a few months in the academy to cram up his basic knowledge, Yue Yang believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. As for the academy's beauties, he could just woo them while he was at it. The prerequisite was that there were beauties in the academy, and they were still pure virgins. Yue Yang wasn't really interested in those that had been used by others before. If there really weren't any beauties, then it didn't matter. He could just bring one himself. For example, he could find that little girl in and to study together. The two of them could sit under the moonlight and lie on her lap as he listened to her explain basic knowledge, while stretching out his wolf claws to touch. That kind of blissful sexual life, that was the ideal blissful sexual life for a wolf. Chapter 122. After returning to the Yu clan castle, the royal swordswoman went to report to Zheng Wuyu about the necromancer's appearance at the Eagle's Cry Valley in Guijianzhou. At first, Yue Yang thought that the reward would come soon, but he didn't expect Zheng Wuyu to be so angry. He thought that the two brats didn't report back immediately after seeing the necromancer, and even took the risk to explore deeper, which was a big mistake. Although Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman returned victorious, he felt that they were extremely lucky. If they had met a lich or a great lich, their lives might have been in danger. This emperor ordered his precious daughter to be grounded for 3 months. Fortunately, Yue Yang could be considered to have cooperated in the battle and was led astray by his daughter, so he didn't receive any actual punishment. Zheng Wuyu sent a guard to tell him that if Yue Yang wanted the water avoidance pearl, it wasn't impossible. He just needed to take a ranker's battle knowledge test. The requirement wasn't high, as long as he could pass. However, this test that wasn't available in the academy completely stumped Yue Yang. Forget about him, even Yu Bing, who had been studying in Shangjing Academy for 4 years, couldn't help Yue Yang. Want to cheat? Sorry, it wasn't in the books. Some things seem to be very easy to understand. For example, asking what was the relationship between the purple gold twisted snail and the purple gold twisted screw. One was a shell-type beast, the other was a metal puppet beast spare parts. Who knew what was the relationship between them? Yu Bing also didn't understand. In the end, Yue Yang took the opportunity when the fifth elder came to ask him. In the end, the fifth elder solemnly nodded his head and said that the two were related, and the relationship was very big. However, when Yue Yang asked him what was the relationship between the two, this old fellow pretended to be mysterious. Even if Yue Yang secretly instigated Yu Shuang to pull his beard, he wouldn't say it no matter what. For example, there was a simple medical question. If a warrior was bitten by a sand snake beast, would the most effective medicine be the saliva of a sitting thornback lizard, or the sap of a silver-handle white-hair tree? When Yue Yang flipped open the Beast Encyclopedia and Medicine Encyclopedia, he was shocked. Whether it was the venom of the sand snake, the saliva of the sitting thornback lizard, or the sap of the silver-handled white-hair tree, all three of them were highly toxic. A normal person would die if they were to apply a little of it to their wounds. Could it be that these things could really fight poison with poison? Yue Yang sweated profusely. Even Yu Bing, a top student in the academy, didn't know how to do such a weird theme. Where did she get it from? There were also some things that Yu Bing seemed to know but didn't, such as identifying the level of a beast, the quality of its magic crystal, the core of a puppet, the language of the abyss. Yue Yang realized that if he were to answer the question by himself, he would only get a 0. With Yu Bing's help, she could only get 10 points. Zheng Wuyu must be so bored that his balls hurt. I hate this kind of person the most. If he had a treasure, he wouldn't just take it out. What kind of exam is this? Yue Yang was very angry in his heart. No matter what, he was the little prince of exams in those days. He was known as the Grand Master of cheating. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a paper today? What made Yue Yang even more furious was that it was said that the Imperial Swordswoman could score 65 points on this paper. As for Zheng Wuyu, the product of the perverted monarch when he was 182 years old, the Imperial Swordswoman's 6-year-old sister, the little loli who played with sand with Yu Shuang during the New Year, could score 80 points. This was too shameful. It was fine if he couldn't beat the Imperial Swordswoman, as she was being nurtured by the Da Sha royal family as the future empress. But he couldn't even beat a 6-year-old child. Yue Yang was deeply stimulated, and decided to go to the academy to cram. Weren't they just bullying him because he didn't have any foundation? If it wasn't him, but the pitiful guy who read books at home every day, he might be able to pass the exam. He had just crossed over not too long ago, so he didn't know about these things. If he had studied in the academy for a year, wouldn't these things be at his fingertips? Yu Bing, who had a serious bias towards other subjects, was also very ashamed. Other than knowledge about plant-type beasts, she didn't know anything else. Brother, I'll also go to school with you. But I'm transferring from Shangjing, so it might be a little troublesome. Yu Bing decided that she wanted to leave Shangjing Academy, which had the best conditions, and transfer to the worst Ivy Academy. Actually, she didn't care where she went to school, but she was still more willing to follow her brother. Ivy Academy was one of the traditional academies. In terms of guidance for plant-type and insect-type beasts, they weren't any worse than Shangjing Academy. It was just that the guidance for beast-type and avian-type beasts was far inferior to Shangjing Academy. Of course, this didn't matter to Yu Bing, who was only good at plant-type beasts. Looks like I'll have to write a letter to Inan. For the sake of his future blissful sexual life, Yue Yang wrote a letter to Inan, and gave it to a servant to send to the Thief Guild in the Warrior Gathering to be mailed. The letter was as follows: Brother Inan, as the saying goes, if one isn't romantic, it'll be a waste of youth. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity to pick up more girls while we're still young, and enter a blissful sexual life as soon as possible. I heard that there are a lot of beauties in the academy, and they're especially open. Once their passion explodes, sometimes they can't even wait to get a room, and would directly push down handsome guys in the garden, grassland, forest, rockery, or pavilion. In order to save these young girls who yearn for love, in order to help these girls who are tormented by lust, I, the great me, have made a decision. I've decided to go to school, and properly guide them on love, so that they can walk out of their curiosity towards the opposite sex, and understand more about human relationships. At this important moment, I need you. Brother Inan, I've always thought that with a loyal comrade like you by my side, my battle strength would increase by 10 times, or even 100 times. Come, Brother Inan, let's swim in the sea of breasts together. He didn't know what expression that girl Inan would have after reading this letter. However, Yue Yang was sure that after Inan read it, she would definitely rush to the academy as fast as she could. At the same time, Yue Yang also wrote a few letters to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. He didn't mention any beauties at all, and only wrote a few words in the letters: go to school, Ivy Academy. When the family saw that Yue Yang, this troublemaker, was going to school, they really heaved a sigh of relief and sponsored him 100 gold. Of course, in Yue Yang's heart, he still felt that he had suffered a loss, because the Yu clan had obtained that giant frost dragon skeleton. Fifth grandfather said that this giant frost dragon skeleton could be made into a giant dragon puppet, and that it could be completed in about 3 years. He reckoned that it could be made into a bronze ranked level 7 giant dragon puppet. Hearing that the giant frost dragon skeleton could be used like this, Yue Yang felt that he had suffered a loss. He didn't even think that this giant frost dragon skeleton was something that he didn't want in the beginning, and it was the Yu clan who had sent people to pick it up, because he had praised Yu Bing for killing the giant frost dragon. Elder Yu Hai had specially praised Fourth Mother's parenting skills during the clan's feast. He suggested that the matter of Fourth Mother's parenting should be recorded in the clan's record of important events, so that the future generations would remember Fourth Mother's contributions to the Yu clan, and make her the role model of all the women in the clan. Writing a daughter-in-law into the clan's record of important events required the elders to think about it again and again. However, Elder Yu Hai's suggestion during the clan's feast had shocked the entire clan. A mother's prestige rose because of her son. Because of Yue Yang's strength, Fourth Mother's position in the Yu clan had risen rapidly. No one dared to look down on or laugh at her anymore. Especially those relatives or servants who had bullied her in the past. They all came to ask for forgiveness. Luckily Fourth Mother was a kind and magnanimous person. She didn't bicker with them, otherwise many of them would have been punished. Now, in the Yu clan, everyone knew that Fourth Mother's position would not decrease for a long time in the future. Instead, it would become more and more important. This was because Yue Yang, this madman who killed people without batting an eye, had just risen to power. It was hard to say how powerful he would be in the future. Many people thought that the most conservative estimate was that this madman would at least be the second Yu Chu. After his father, he would become the clan's second tyrant. Yue Yang still didn't attend the clan's feast. However, Elder Yu Hai had already arranged a seat not far from him. He was only below the eldest son Yu Shan and the second son Yu Ling. From this, it could be seen that Elder Yu Hai was very confident in Yue Yang. Elder Yu Hai didn't meet Yue Yang. During the clan's feast, he didn't mention Yue Yang at all. However, he praised Fourth Mother many times and gave her an ancestral record. On the surface, he praised her for being a virtuous housekeeper. However, even an idiot would know that this was the puppet manual that he gave to Yue Yang. Other than the ghost genius Yu Gong, this was the puppet manual that the Yu clan's 5 great puppet masters, Tai, Hua, Heng, and Song, wrote together. It was the Yu clan's treasure. There were less than 10 people in the entire Yu clan who had a copy of it. Eldest grandson Yu Tian and fourth grandson Yu Yan had always yearned for it. However, Elder Yu Hai and the other elders had never given it to them. Unexpectedly, they gave it to Yue Yang, who had almost become the enemy of the entire clan. This was the best proof that strength was respected. According to the Yu clan's tradition, whoever was the most outstanding would receive the most. The clan would also support him the most. It was said that the substitute clan master, Yu Shan, was not angry at all. He even led the applause and gave the puppet manual to Fourth Mother personally. He also apologized to everyone for the misunderstanding. When Yu Bing came back and told him about it, Yue Yang felt a chill run down his spine. This Yu Shan was simply a hypocrite Yu Bukchun. Luckily he wasn't Lingu Chong, otherwise he would be a tragedy. 10 days later, Yue Yang and Yu Bing said goodbye to Fourth Mother and headed towards the Da Xia Empire's capital, Shangjing. Yu Bing went to the Shangjing Academy to complete the procedures to withdraw from school, while Yue Yang went to the Ivy Academy opposite Shangjing Academy to register. Compared to the tall and majestic gate of the Shangjing Academy, the Ivy Academy, which was only a street away, was simply trash. Other than the fact that the greenery was not bad, there was nothing else that was good about it. Is there anyone here? Yue Yang was worried that if he shouted too loudly, the dangerous wall of the gate would collapse, hence he shouted in a soft voice. It's all right, this gate has been like this for hundreds of years, it won't collapse. Don't worry, come in. An old man with a goatee stuck his head out from inside and waved his hands towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang sweated profusely, not mentioning the fact that the gate of the Shangjing Academy was tall and majestic. There were also beautiful female seniors with sexy figures, handsome and suave male seniors, and also majestic silver-armored guards. This Ivy Academy was just like a ghost town. If they wanted to shoot a horror movie, they wouldn't even need to release any smoke, they could just start shooting directly. In this kind of environment, they even sent an old man with a goatee and a treacherous smile to welcome the new students. Wasn't this the same as forcing the students to go to Shangjing Academy? In this kind of academy, would there really be a beautiful school flower? Yue Yang sweated profusely. Conquering his own beautiful school flower was out of the question. According to what Fatty Hai said, conquering the school flower of the neighboring Shangjing Academy would probably be more likely. Looking at this old man with a goatee who looked like a miserly country bumpkin, Yue Yang bluntly asked, "Where did the beautiful teachers in your school go? Why did they send you out to welcome the new students? Don't you know that your appearance will chase away the students?" That old man with a goatee waved his hands. "Student, I'm already the best-looking teacher in the whole academy, just bear with it for a while. I'm going back." When Yue Yang heard that there were no beautiful teachers and the most handsome person was this old man, he felt that he was just looking for trouble by coming here to study. Don't be like this, there are still beautiful teachers. However, student, I believe that you also understand that beautiful girls are especially arrogant. The more beautiful and talented they are, the more arrogant they are. If there is really a beautiful teacher standing here to welcome the new students, then it proves that she is not a true beauty. Good things are always hard to obtain. If you only look at the waves on the surface, then how can you discover the pearls hidden in the sea? The old man with a goatee hurriedly stopped Yue Yang and mysteriously took out a colorful illustrated handbook from his bosom. "There's no other way, I can't let you, a new student, experience the resources of our academy's beauties. Our academy has the 4 great beauties, all of whom are devastatingly beautiful. We also have the 4 great school flowers, all of whom are tender and fresh. Lastly, we also have 2 beautiful teachers. Do you want to see?" Yes, Yue Yang had no resistance towards beauties. "Pay up first, our resources of beauties are only for internal use." The old man with a goatee's words almost shocked Yue Yang to death. But this was also good. At least he didn't have to worry about those wolves from Shangjing Academy coming over to plunder the scarce resources of beauties. Yue Yang endured the pain and took out 5 gold coins, preparing to sign up, pay up, and then take down this colorful illustrated handbook of beauties. Who knew that the old man with a goatee shook his head and waved his hands? "Student, your tuition fee is not 5 gold coins, it's 50 gold coins. You'd better pay another 50 gold coins as a deposit, otherwise I won't dare to let you sign up." When Yue Yang heard this, he was stunned. He then angrily grabbed the old man's collar. "You old man, you dare to raise the price on the spot. Everyone pays 5 gold coins, why do I have to pay 50 gold coins?" The old man with a goatee was lifted into the air by Yue Yang, but his face was still full of smiles. "Our Ivy Academy's students teach students in accordance with their aptitude. The little girl who walked with you just now, she's full of spirit and has a bright future. She's also a resource of beauties, so she can help us recruit new students. It's not a problem for us to accept her for free, but what about you? First of all, you're a little pervert. If you come to study, you'll definitely snatch the resources of beauties. You'll definitely clash with the original students. Secondly, your temper isn't that good either. Who knows, you might even fight a few times a month. How can we accept a troublemaker like you if we don't add some money? The additional 50 gold coins as a deposit is the estimated compensation for the damage to our academy's equipment. Do you think I'm a tyrant who snatches girls? I'm actually from a poor family. It's hard for me to make a living, and I wholeheartedly study as a migrant worker student. My ancestors for 18 generations were all farmers. Both my parents died, and I was raised by my uncle and aunt. I had to eat until I was full. My 5 gold coins are already the savings I accumulated after enduring hunger and living frugally for more than 10 years. Yue Yang almost said that he was a white-haired girl who was persecuted by the landlord Huang Shiren. I understand and sympathize with your family's circumstances. However, you're the first student in history who dared to grab the principal's collar. Charging you 50 gold coins is actually not that high, the old man with a goatee said with a smile. You're the principal. When Yue Yang heard this, he hurriedly put down the old man with a goatee. Vice. The old man with a goatee nodded and admitted. Then who's the principal? Long before he was transported to another world, Yue Yang had read many novels from another world. In the academies, the vice principals were all bad people, while the principal was a good person. He usually didn't care about anything, and would drink until he was drunk. He was just a peerless expert who pretended to be stupid, and would often take the main character as his disciple. Most importantly, no matter how ugly the principal was, he would always have a beautiful granddaughter or granddaughter. In short, after being transported to another world, he must stay away from the academy's vice principal. However, he must be familiar with the principal. This way, it would be easier for him to pick up girls. The principal is the arrogant beautiful teacher that I mentioned just now. She's one of our academy's 2 great beautiful teachers, and the number 1 of the 10 great beauties. The old man with a goatee deliberately flipped through the beauty illustration handbook extremely quickly. Among them, there was a picture of a voluptuous, domineering woman coming out of the bath. When Yue Yang saw it, he fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This voluptuous, domineering beauty was the principal. Chapter 123. After paying, Yue Yang's first reaction wasn't to ask for a receipt, but to snatch the illustrated handbook of beauties. Don't read it here. The beauties in the school are all very guarded against wolves. Student, you better pretend to be an obedient child. The goatee elder first warned him, then asked, Student, that's right, what's your name? Titan. This name, forget it, the name isn't important at all. Student Titan, what class are you planning to join? We have the Ivy League specialty, sheep herding style, closed door style, and even a type of love style, which we don't openly encourage but also don't oppose. Wait a minute, what do you mean by sheep herding style? Yue Yang wasn't so easily fooled. He knew something was wrong the moment he heard it. It's a high degree of freedom. The teacher doesn't care about anything, and the students can learn freely. The goatee elder shamelessly explained. Hearing this, Yue Yang was enraged. Wasn't this the rumored scam? Receiving tuition fees, but not caring about anything, was this still called an academy? Don't the teachers have lessons? Yue Yang resisted the urge to beat him up, and decided to clarify first. Yes, the lessons still have to be attended. In a year, the teachers will at least give the students 2 lessons. The first lesson is an introduction lesson, where the teachers and students get to know each other. The second lesson is a commemorative lesson. A year has passed, and the teachers and students are about to part ways. Everyone exchange words as a memento. The goatee elder hadn't finished speaking when Yue Yang collapsed. Oh my god, this is also called a lesson. Then what about closed door style? Yue Yang asked the second lesson. As the name suggests, this is the students studying diligently. Our academy is very generous, and opens the library for students to look up information for free. The old man with the goatee was implying that opening the library for his students to search for information was a great gift from the heavens. What about the third, love style? You can date in school. Yue Yang felt that this was not a bad idea. Shish, our school won't openly support this, but we won't oppose it either. If you can find a girlfriend, then our cafeteria can provide couples meals and couples seats for you to feed each other. What I mean is, our school will provide a better and more comfortable learning environment so that every student can learn and enjoy. Of course, there is an additional charge for the couples set meal. It's not that expensive, it's only about 10 times the price of a normal meal. It's also very nutritious. Under normal circumstances, our canteen wouldn't give out sand for free. The goatee old man was the most shameless fellow Yue Yang had ever seen since he crossed over to the soaring dragon continent. Yue Yang felt that he was shameless enough. But compared to this old man, he felt that he was still lacking in some areas. With such a shameless person as the vice principal, it was no wonder that the Ivy Academy, which had 3,000 years of history, had fallen so far. In the end, Yue Yang couldn't take it anymore and said something that even he himself didn't expect. Students are here to learn things, why do we need to be so comfortable? If you don't care about anything and let them date every day, will they still have the heart to study? According to what you said, this place is practically a student's paradise. It's indeed a paradise, but it's a paradise for poor students. The goatee old man chuckled. Student Titan, you must have never heard of our academy's reputation, right? What reputation? Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that this lousy academy had something good to say? Our Ivy Academy is known as the paradise for poor students and the hell for outstanding students. The goatee old man laughed. It's the exact opposite of Shangjing Academy. No wonder you guys can't recruit any students. Yue Yang finally understood. Which parent didn't think that their son was an outstanding student? Which parent would be willing to send their son to hell? Even if they weren't outstanding students, they wouldn't send their son to the Ivy Academy to pick up girls. If they wanted to pick up girls, their family wouldn't be able to do it. Why send them to the academy? Sending them to the academy was because they hoped that their son would become a dragon and have a bright future. No matter how good the Ivy Academy's conditions were, it was impossible to recruit students. Maybe the students liked this kind of lifestyle, but their parents would definitely not agree to it. Sending them to the Ivy Academy was a waste of their own money. Our academy's aim is to make poor students even worse, and make outstanding students even more outstanding. If an outstanding student comes to our academy, we will use all methods to torture him, making his life a living hell. As for poor students, what great things do you expect them to do? It would be better to let them know their place and comfortably enjoy a few years of happy life in the academy. The goatee old man's following words stunned Yue Yang again. These words seemed to make some sense. Towards students who were like mud that couldn't even stand up to the wall, rather than spending a lot of effort to nurture them, it would be better to let them live happily in the academy. Many poor students didn't even want to study, they only wanted to muddle along for a few years. Of course, their parents wouldn't agree to the academy doing this. Perhaps, this was the real reason why the Ivy Academy declined. They had a good teaching philosophy and teaching attitude, but they weren't accepted by the public. The goatee old man looked at Yue Yang's startled expression and revealed a sly smile. Student Titan, do you want to take a test? When he said this, Yue Yang immediately thought of the main character in the novels in the other world. The main character in the novels in the other world would usually go to the academy to study. His main purpose was to pick up girls, and at the same time, he would take in a few loyal underlings. The most classic plot was when the main character was queuing up for a long time. When it was finally his turn, he would stretch out his hand to test his magic power on the crystal ball, and in the end, a strange phenomenon would happen. Under normal circumstances, the crystal ball would first emit a rainbow-colored light, and then it would explode from his magic power. However, that was normal. He was the main character. How could he be the main character if he wasn't awesome? Following that, the magister who was doing the test would cry out in surprise. He actually has all the attributes of wind, fire, water, earth, light, and darkness. He's a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Even if I had 10 times more magic power left, I wouldn't be able to explode the crystal ball. I didn't expect that this brat's magic power would be able to explode it. It's too terrifying. There were a few classmates that he met on the road, who would be the main character's loyal underlings in the future. They would excitedly cry out, "Boss!" Here, everyone was looking at the main character. The main character would smile evilly, and his body would shake. What happened next was simple. It was a must for the beauties to throw themselves into his arms, and a large group of people would kneel on the ground and call him Lord. Oh no, call him Boss. That was also a must. Usually, the principal who was peeping at the beauties bathing would rush over when he heard the news. When he saw the boiled egg in the main character's hands, he would exclaim, could this be the legendary phoenix egg? Where did you get it from? Of course, the main character would innocently scratch his head, and say something that would make everyone fall to the ground. I bought this from a street vendor in my hometown to make breakfast. This brat must have come from the heaven realm. Maybe this brat was the illegitimate child of a god. Everyone would suspect the main character like this. Next, of course, more people would kneel down and call him Lord. Oh no, call him Boss. Alright, Student Titan, it's not too late to fantasize about the beauties at night. I know a good place where you can peep at them changing clothes. You can't charge a fee, 1 gold coin per peep. The goatee elder interrupted Yue Yang's fantasies. This old fellow was definitely the most lecherous, most shameless, and most understanding teacher that Yue Yang had ever seen in his life. Where's the crystal ball? Yue Yang looked around the room, but couldn't find the crystal ball used for testing. It was fine if there weren't thousands of people watching, no beauties throwing themselves at him, no lackeys kneeling down and calling him Lord. But there wasn't even a crystal ball. The goatee elder shook his head and waved his hands. I say, Student Titan, you've misunderstood. In Shangjing Academy, they indeed use a crystal ball to test. Our test is more complicated and more particular, so we don't use that kind of method. Yue Yang was curious. If they didn't use a crystal ball, then what would they use to test? The goatee elder took out a few small and exquisite scrolls from his bosom. They were divided into 7 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. How do we test this? Yue Yang guessed that when he stretched out his hand and touched the scroll with the corresponding attribute, it would light up. All of the scrolls are small dimensional scrolls that I made myself. Each color represents a different difficulty. Red 1 is the lowest, while purple 7 is the highest. When you open the scroll, you will be transported to another space. There will be monsters waiting for you inside. The monsters are also different depending on the difficulty. For example, this red 1 scroll that you are holding has 10 level 2 storm wolves. If you open the scroll, you will be transported to the front of these hungry storm wolves. If you can kill all of them and finish the battle within 10 minutes without any injuries, then you will be able to pass the evaluation of a poor student. The goatee elder smiled amiably and kindly, but why did Yue Yang feel that he looked like a demon? You're killing me for money. Yue Yang was sweating profusely. He had never seen such a dangerous test before. It's fine if you don't take the test, but you will be evaluated as a poor student. After that, you won't have the chance to participate in our academy's special Journey to Hell training. Of course, you can find a little girl and feed each other every day in the academy. The goatee elder smiled from ear to ear, not the slightest bit angry. How many people in the entire school have passed the test? Yue Yang didn't believe that there would be people who would accept this kind of abnormal test. Including the trainee teachers, there are a total of 368 students in our Ivy Academy. Including you, there are a total of 369 students. The success rate of our students taking the test is 10%. 37 people are willing to take the test, and the success rate is close to 30%. 11 people have passed, and 4 of them can be evaluated as excellent. Student Titan, do you really not want to try? Excellent students have scholarships, and the beautiful principal will personally guide them. You don't know, but she likes to wear sexy leather clothes that look like empty mesh in class. She's so hot that it can burn a person's heart. Poor students don't have this kind of treatment. When the goatee elder said this for the first time, Yue Yang was a little moved. Wasn't it just a blast wind wolf? He didn't even need to summon his beast, he could just use his magic blade to kill it. Alright, I'm only doing it because of the scholarship. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't say that he wanted to see the beautiful principal wear sexy leather clothes with empty mesh. He wouldn't look for trouble. Pushing away the purple scroll that the goatee elder handed over, he picked up the red scroll. Opening it, a golden pillar of light flashed. Yue Yang was instantly teleported. When he regained his consciousness, he discovered that he was standing in a dimension similar to the dimension of Duel. The dimension wasn't big, it was about the size of 2 football fields. In the center of the dimension, there was a hill that looked like a small mountain. That should be the Blast Wind Wolf's lair. Wasn't it just a level 2 Blast Wind Wolf? Other than its speed and agility, it didn't have anything special about it. If he didn't send Wei Tai-lang to protect Yu Bing from school, it would probably be able to take care of these 10 Blast Wind Wolves by itself. Yue Yang confidently took out his Wei Jin magic blade and ran up the hill. Suddenly, he discovered 2 magma wyverns lying in a pool of blood-red magma, soaking and rolling in it. He immediately shouted crazily, "Damned old fox, wait till I get out, I'll cut you into 18 pieces." How were these level 2 Blast Wind Wolves? These were bronze ranked level 6 magma wyverns, and there were even 2 of them. Yue Yang immediately took out a teleportation scroll. Who knew that teleportation scrolls couldn't be used here? Not only did that old fox know how to create teleportation scrolls, he even knew how to interfere with space. The students who were teleported here could only fight, and couldn't escape. Chapter 124. Seeing the 2 magma wyverns, Yue Yang sweated profusely. If it wasn't him, but another examinee like Fatty Hai, they would probably be tortured to death. How could they win against 2 bronze-ranked level 6 magma wyverns? This was the worst crimson level 1 scroll. If he opened the purple level 7 scroll, what awaited him would be the legendary golden 3-headed dragon. The more Yue Yang thought about it, the angrier he got. This old fox was obviously doing this on purpose. He didn't use the crystal ball to test, but chose to use this kind of perverted test. Who knew how many students had died in his hands? No wonder no students came to Ivy Academy to study. Who would come here to die? However, since he was teleported here and met with the magma wyverns, Yue Yang still had to kill them. He could still fight bronze rank level 6. The magma wyvern's magic crystal was an excellent fire attribute magic crystal. If it was used as the core of a flame demon puppet, it would be the best material. The molten flame core also needed this to level up. If his Wei Jin magic blade could level up and evolve into a platinum-ranked magic weapon, it would be even more awesome. There was also the golden Suan Ni. If it hatched, it might also need the magma wyvern's magic crystal as nourishment. What's there to be proud of? Seeing the magma wyverns pouncing towards him, Yue Yang didn't retreat but advanced instead, slashing down with his magic blade void. He wasn't like Fatty Hai, who only knew how to eat and wait for death. Let alone bronze rank level 6, he had killed even stronger monsters before. Don't think that you could bully others just because you were a bronze rank level 6. If it was someone else, they might be helpless against a magma wyvern covered in flames. However, Yue Yang, who had fought against the Flame Lord before, knew the weakness of this type of flame monster. Flame monsters were awesome, but they were extremely afraid of water. If he had a white whale beast that could spray water, even if it was a normal rank 1, as long as the level difference wasn't too big, the magma wyvern wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. The second weakness was the dragon crystal in its head. The magma wyvern had a layer of extremely high temperature magma to protect its body, but it didn't have horns to protect its head. Especially the magic crystal in its head. Because it had absorbed fire energy for a long time, it had accumulated too much, causing its skull to bulge, forming a huge bump on its head. This way, the enemy would be given a clear target to attack. Yue Yang dodged into the air and slashed at the abnormally obvious bulge with his magic blade. Originally, he thought that this slash would be enough to severely injure the enemy. He didn't expect the magma wyvern to lower its body and raise its wings to block above its head. The magic blade sliced through half of the magma wyvern's wings like cutting through mud. The magma wyvern lost its support in midair and fell heavily onto the ground, splashing lava all over the ground. Yue Yang somersaulted in midair and cleverly dodged the bite of another magma wyvern. He was prepared to give the injured magma wyvern another heavy slash. Unexpectedly, the magma wyvern, whose wings were damaged on the ground, suddenly raised its wings miraculously and flapped them into the air, knocking Yue Yang, who was in midair, into the air. It then quickly chased after him and bit him repeatedly, forcing Yue Yang, who was on the ground, to dodge left and right. For a moment, he was flustered. How could this be? Didn't he just destroy its wings? How could it recover to its original state in the blink of an eye? If it wasn't for the fact that he was being chased, Yue Yang would have flipped through the beast encyclopedia to find out what characteristics this magma wyvern had and why it wasn't afraid of weapon attacks. Are you very arrogant? Look at my ultimate move. Yue Yang looked at the ugly magma wyvern's scorching hot head coming towards him. He leapt up agilely and somersaulted in midair, dodging the sharp teeth. He used his right index finger as a sword and pointed at the magma wyvern's head. Sword chi shot out from his body and hit the bulge on the magma wyvern's head. Boom! Once the innate invisible sword chi was released, the magma wyvern was immediately heavily injured. It cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Its body rolled continuously, leaving behind pools of lava that looked like fresh blood. Yue Yang was very pleased with himself. Trying to show off, no matter how strong it was, could it be stronger than his innate invisible sword chi? However, the magma wyvern's next series of actions and changes made him dumbfounded. The injured magma wyvern stumbled and fell into the lava pool. The half-dead magma wyvern rolled over and over again. Every time it rolled, its injuries would recover a little. In less than a minute, it crawled back up, its body as good as new. It flapped its flaming wings that were dripping with lava and flew into the sky. It can be done like this. If Yue Yang didn't have his level 3 divine vision and could see that the magma wyvern's injuries hadn't completely recovered, and that it had only recovered on the surface, he would have been scared out of his wits. To warriors who didn't have innate sword chi, the two magma wyverns would be invincible with the hot lava pool in the small hill. This advantageous terrain was basically a nightmare for all challengers. Yue Yang unconsciously wiped off his cold sweat. Luckily, I didn't fight against a gold-ranked level 7 magma wyvern, but two bronze-ranked level 6 magma wyverns. Alright, game over. He released the Bloody Queen and let her fly into the sky, pressuring the two magma wyverns that were circling in the sky. Although the two magma wyverns circling in the sky were 3 levels higher than the Bloody Queen was a gold king beast after all. When she flew up, the two magma wyverns immediately flew lower, unwilling to fight her head-on. The magma wyvern on the left that hadn't fully recovered from Yue Yang's sword chi was slightly slower. The Bloody Queen acutely sensed this and immediately chased after it. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in her hands was the nemesis of all dragon-type and dragon-type beasts. Forget about dragon-type beasts, even other Gold King beasts, including the dagger in the Bloody Queen's heart, wouldn't be able to withstand it. The magma wyvern on the left was easily chased by the Bloody Queen, who was at least 3 times faster than it. It turned its head unwillingly and tried to bite the magma wyvern. With a beautiful somersault, the Bloody Queen perfectly dodged the bite. The dragon-slaying dagger in her hands pierced deeply into the magma wyvern's bulging magic core. Immediately, the magma wyvern rolled on the ground in pain. With a rumble, it smashed into the ground, creating a burst of magma sparks. Seeing that its comrade was heavily injured, the other magma wyvern hurriedly came to its aid. The Bloody Queen screamed. The magma wyvern that came to its aid seemed to have been struck by lightning, rolling on the ground in a daze. On the ground, Yue Yang wouldn't be courteous to it. He first took out the giant hammer that the gold-armored puppet had used before from his lich ring, swung it in a circle, and smashed it ruthlessly on the magma wyvern's head. When it was sent flying, Yue Yang took out his Wei Jin magic blade and flew up high. At the moment when the magma wyvern fell heavily on the ground, Yue Yang jumped down as fast as lightning. Using both his hands, he stabbed the Wei Jin magic blade into the magma wyvern's head. After a minute, the magma wyvern died. The battle had ended. On the other side, the Bloody Queen, who had secretly absorbed the energy from the other magma wyvern's magic core, her body flashed with a fiery brilliance. She straightened her golden wings, and the feathers on her body started to burn, turning into fiery feathers that would never be extinguished. However, her blood-red hair didn't burn. Instead, it became brighter and smoother. Miraculously, it straightened up and hung down until it reached her buttocks. She looked breathtaking and enchanting. The Bloody Queen, who was originally close to leveling up, finally leveled up from gold rank level 3 to gold rank level 4 under the support of continuous battles and continuous absorption of the magma wyvern's magic core. She flapped her golden fiery wings lightly, and her speed became a few times faster than before. Even Yue Yang couldn't see her figure clearly. After the Bloody Queen and the shadow had merged and reborn, although she had fallen to gold rank level 3, once she leveled up, her battle power became stronger and her speed became faster. Even though she was only gold rank level 4 now, she had already surpassed the standard of gold rank level 5 in the past. She was so excited that she flew everywhere in the sky, screaming happily non-stop. Yue Yang originally wanted to catch her and smack her butt, because she didn't ask for his permission and ate whatever she wanted. This was a problem with her husband's authority, so he couldn't help it. However, looking at her happy look, he couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. Forget it, she was his girl anyway. Even if he ate her, she would be serving him. When Yue Yang saw the Bloody Queen's snow-white body that was fatally seductive, his wolf heart was moved. If Yi Nan didn't come soon, he would be able to solve the problem of his blissful sexual life. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Could it be that he really wanted to do that kind of taboo between humans and beasts? Thinking about it carefully, although this Bloody Queen was called a Golden King beast, she was obviously a beauty and not a real beast. She only had an extra pair of wings, so why couldn't he do it? Yue Yang opened his silver grimoire and found that this girl had indeed leveled up to gold rank level 4. She even had an additional ability, Flame Whip. The strangest thing was that Yue Yang found that he could also use this Flame Whip when he summoned the Bloody Queen. It was the exact opposite of Little Wen Li's Binding Chain's inherent skill. However, the power of the Flame Whip was not even worth mentioning when compared to the Binding Chain's inherent skill. Flame Whip might be useful against normal warriors or normal beasts, but against strong warriors or beasts, it was just like scratching an itch. Binding Chain's inherent skill was different. Demon King Ha Xin and Lich Suo had both suffered from Binding Chain's inherent skill during the battle at White Stone City that day. Little Wen Li's Binding Chain's inherent skill could be leveled up. Otherwise, Lich Suo wouldn't have died tragically under Yue Yang and her combined attack. Suddenly, a teleportation pillar appeared on Yue Yang's body. It started small, but it quickly expanded. As Yue Yang moved, the Bloody Queen also moved. Looks like it was the old Cunning Fox's 10-minute teleportation spell to protect his students. Yue Yang hurriedly put the magic crystal that he had dug out from the magma wyvern's skull into his lich ring. He then forcefully stuffed the 2 magma wyverns into his lich ring. Not even a second after summoning the Bloody Queen back, the teleportation pillar shot up into the sky, forming an extremely strong white pillar. The entire process took about 10 seconds, and Yue Yang had already teleported back in front of the old cunning fox. Without waiting for the old cunning fox to open his mouth, Yue Yang had already sent a punch towards him, sending his skinny body flying. Let's add on another record. I am the first student in history to beat up the vice principal after entering the academy. Yue Yang chased after the old cunning fox, who was about to get up, and gave him a good beating. He then picked up a big rock, wanting to smash the old cunning fox to death. He did not expect that when he raised his head, he would see at least 50 to 60 people staring at him, dumbstruck. Many of them had dropped their weapons, and their mouths were so wide open that a hippopotamus could be stuffed inside. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others ran out from the crowd. Fatty Hai was extremely surprised as he gave Yue Yang a bear hug, while Yi Kong stealthily snatched the big rock from Yue Yang's hands and hurriedly threw it away. Why are you guys here? Yue Yang was curious. Weren't these guys celebrating the new year? Why did they come earlier than him? There's nothing fun to do at home, the academy is more interesting. We've already waited for you for 2 days, Vice Principal, don't be angry. This little brother of mine doesn't know any better. As his boss, I'll definitely teach him a lesson, and guarantee that he won't abuse his power next time. Let's run, this old fellow is going to flip out. Seeing that the old cunning fox's nose had been beaten crooked by Yue Yang, Fatty Hai was seething with anger. He was so scared that he immediately abandoned Yue Yang and ran away. When Yu Bing arrives, let's go to the Wild Horse Wasteland to catch a wind fox. This academy is quite fun, and there's a lot of freedom, but you can learn a lot of things. As Yi Kong ran, he introduced the Ivy Academy to Yue Yang. It can't be, I can learn a lot of things in this kind of damned lousy academy. Yue Yang was curious. Yi Kong shouldn't be lying to him. Tai Tan, you bastard, you dare to hit me. If I don't take revenge on you 100-fold, I'm not the vice principal. The old cunning fox couldn't catch up to Yue Yang, so he shouted at his back in a flustered and exasperated manner. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't care about him, he turned around and warned the teachers and students who saw him, everyone, you are forbidden to talk about this matter. You must completely forget about it. If I hear anyone saying that I'm the first vice principal to be beaten up by a new student in 3,000 years, I'll give all the students in the academy an inhumane punishment, and let everyone experience a super terrifying journey to hell. When everyone heard this, they were speechless. This fellow was so tyrannical, it seemed that he would be beaten up again sooner or later. Chapter 125 Ivy Academy was very big. It was at least 10 times bigger than what Yue Yang had imagined. Other than all kinds of buildings, there was even a lush green hill and a natural lake inside. Yi Kong introduced that there was a 10,000-year-old tortoise at the bottom of the lake that Da Sha called the guardian beast. Of course, this guardian beast didn't know how to fight, it was different from normal beasts. It only had a long lifespan and was considered to be an auspicious sign. That was why it was called the guardian beast. Other than the waterside pavilion, there were also 2 ships lined up side by side on the lake. It was originally a place for students to practice summoning water-type beasts, but now, it had been taken over by the girls as their singing and dancing pavilion. On the green embankment, there were pavilions, terraces and other buildings. Ancient buildings could be seen everywhere, forming an incomparably elegant combination with the surrounding lush greenery. It was very pleasing to the eyes. The villas in the middle of the mountain were dotted with stars, and there was a huge hall in the middle. The girls live in villas, while we live in a high-rise dormitory. In the middle is the dining hall and public bathroom. Boys and girls are all in the same big pool, separated in the middle. The girls can come over to bathe with the wolves, but the wolves are not allowed to go over unless they can defeat the 4 guardian female demons. We paid extra money to rent a big dormitory, the conditions are very good. Come, this way. Yi Kong introduced the various situations in the academy to Yue Yang along the way. I feel that it's a little too high, it's a little hard to go up and down, but it's not bad to be able to see the girls' movements in the villas. Fatty Hai said, this is the student dormitory. When Yue Yang walked closer, he was incomparably shocked. Wasn't the conditions here too good? If Yi Kong didn't say it, Yue Yang would never have imagined that this luxurious palace-like place was the student dormitory. Yue Yang had never been to the palace before, but he felt that the Ivy Academy dormitory was enough for princes and princesses to stay in. The students of the Ivy Academy lived in such a good place, and had such a good romantic environment, would they still have the mood to study? Yue Yang really didn't dare to think about this problem, he was completely convinced by the Ivy Academy. There were only 300 students, yet they had occupied such a big place. Didn't they feel that it was a waste? Fatty Hai said that although the Ivy Academy was trash, the area of the academy was only slightly smaller than Shangjing Academy. The opposite Shangjing Academy had 10,000 students, but it didn't feel crowded at all. There were only 300 people in the Ivy Academy. It was practically empty. Yue Yang couldn't imagine that in Shangjing, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, how could such a large and empty academy like the Ivy League exist? Fortunately, there was no such thing as real estate in the Soaring Dragon continent. Otherwise, this ivy would have been torn down by the Great Demolition Office long ago. When Yue Yang entered the student dormitory, the vice principal, that old fox, appeared in front of a simple and unadorned building. First, he tidied up his clothes that were a little wrinkled from Yue Yang's pulling. Then, he squeezed out a smile on his face, which had been beaten up by Yue Yang. Then, he pushed the door open and went upstairs. When he arrived at a room on the 3rd floor, he gently knocked on the wooden door and asked softly, "Baby girl, can daddy come in? During working hours, please call me Dean." An elegant, sweet-sounding, yet cold and indifferent voice came from inside. "It's all the same. You are the dean, and you are also my daughter." The old cunning fox seemed to be used to his precious daughter's ice-cold attitude, as he pushed open the door and entered with a smile. "Why are you looking for me? Why were you beaten up by someone?" The lady in white who was writing on the desk in the room was like a white orchid, aloof and pure, proud of the world. Her long hair flowed down her shoulders like a waterfall, forming a strong contrast with her white jade-like hands. In front of her, the old cunning fox who always had a cheeky smile on his face had completely turned into a different person. At this moment, he was the world's most loving parent. After writing for a long time, the lady in white stopped. She raised her bright eyes that were hidden under her soft bangs and looked at the old cunning fox. That beautiful and delicate face that could topple a country showed a hint of surprise and asked, "What happened?" "Nothing. I was beaten up by an interesting freshman. No, I just didn't think that he would hit me. I was careless and fell into his trap. Otherwise, I could totally beat him up until he looked like fallen flowers." The old cunning fox laughed and said, "This freshman was very interesting. He was very strong, but his basic knowledge was terrible. He actually didn't know that the stronger one's strength was, the more difficult the challenge would be. I looked at his silly face and fooled him, ha ha ha. Whenever I think of his expression, I want to laugh out loud. However, his strength was really not bad. I spent a lot of effort to catch 2 magma wyverns, but he killed them within 10 minutes. It's a pity that I don't have enough control over space right now, so I can't see the process of his battle. Otherwise, I would have been able to see how this brat killed my magma wyverns. He killed them using combat skills." After saying that, the lady in white buried her head in the desk and continued writing. "How did you know?" The old cunning fox was stunned. "The freshman who dared to beat you up the moment he entered school must be the Yu clan's 3rd young master. I heard about him from Xianxia before. In order to seek justice for his 4th mother, this brat took a knife and barged into the Yu clan village. He killed his way into the Yu clan castle. If it wasn't for Marshal Yu Hai stopping him, I'm afraid that the Yu clan would have turned into a river of blood. You study the space scroll all day long, so of course you wouldn't know about him." The lady in white seemed to be very familiar with Yue Yang's matters. "No wonder, I thought that brat looked a little familiar. So he is Yu Chu's son." The old cunning fox suddenly realized. He is very strong. Previously at the Eagle's Cry Valley, he and Xianxia traveled together. He could defeat a necromancer by himself. Xianxia guessed that the brat stayed at home every day not to study, but to practice combat skills. That's why his basic knowledge is extremely poor. If there's a person in this world who can't tell the difference between a 3-leaved butterfly orchid and a lucky 3-leaved clover, it would be him. Don't be in a hurry to throw him into the abyss to train. Let him cram some basic knowledge first. If there's nothing else, Vice Principal, you can leave now." Facing her father, the lady in white was also extremely cold. She indifferently ordered him to leave. "Do you think that a little pervert will listen to this old man's teachings? I was beaten on the first day. If I want to teach him personally, I will be beaten to death by him sooner or later." The old cunning fox laughed and shook his head. "I'm thinking about runes now, I don't have time. You should look for Sister Yi." The lady in white focused on the words on the paper, ignoring the old cunning fox. "If we ask that girl to come out and teach students, the world would be in chaos, the old cunning fox sighed. Yi Kong and the Li brothers were busy collecting the things for Yue Yang, while Fatty Hai ran to the canteen to ask the great master who was said to be invited from the imperial kitchen to add more dishes. Of course, his purpose was not only to welcome Yue Yang, but also to welcome the transferred little girl Yu Bing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so attentive and would not spend so much money. Yue Yang was bored waiting. Seeing that Yi Kong and the others wouldn't be back for a while, he decided to go out for a walk to get some fresh air. This academy was not bad, the only shortcoming was that there was no one here. There were no human voices, only the sounds of insects. It was quiet and elegant, but it lacked the kind of flourishing vitality that was unique to humans. Forget it, I'm here to be a good boy and to study anyway. Yue Yang felt that this was also good, it was quiet enough. He could study in peace and quickly cram up his basic knowledge before going to Tong Tian Tower to train. Just as Yue Yang was preparing to be an obedient child, he suddenly saw a mature lady wearing fiery red skin-tight leather clothes walking towards him in a drunken manner. Her mature and sexy body was swaying, and her footsteps were like that of a drunk cat. She looked as if she would fall to the ground at any moment. Yue Yang was dumbstruck. Could it be that this drunken cat was the Ivy Academy's principal? With this drunken cat look, even if he carried her back to the dormitory and pushed her down 100 times, she wouldn't even know who did it. If it wasn't for his level 3 divine vision, which allowed him to see that there was a strong beast sleeping inside this drunken cat's body, silently guarding her, Yue Yang would really have the urge to rape her. There's a handsome guy. That drunken cat unintentionally looked and seemed to have discovered Yue Yang. Without waiting for Yue Yang to react, her body moved faster than lightning. Her body couldn't be seen clearly, and in an instant, she had already appeared in front of Yue Yang. Yue Yang, who was extremely confident in his speed, was dumbfounded, not daring to believe what his eyes had just seen. The drunken cat Big Sis moved closer to Yue Yang with her rosy face that reeked of alcohol. She stared at Yue Yang with her drunken big eyes. You look pretty good, but it's a pity that you're still too young. You're still a child. Hey, brat, have you ever been kissed before? Do you want me to teach you? When Yue Yang heard that there was such a good thing, he immediately nodded his head. Drunken cat revealed a smile. Good boy, although you're a little young, as long as you're a handsome guy, I can't let you go. Close your eyes, I'll teach you how to kiss. Really kiss? Yue Yang decided that he would sacrifice his body to serve the tiger. No, he would sacrifice his body to serve the cat. He would let this drunken cat push him down this time. Just as the drunken cat Big Sis was about to kiss him, there was a flash of golden light inside her body. A black and white beast jumped out and sent Yue Yang, who was waiting to be pushed back, flying with a punch. As soon as the beast left her body, drunken cat couldn't resist the alcohol anymore and fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my god, gold rank level 5 panda girl. Yue Yang flipped over and landed on the ground. When he looked carefully, he felt his scalp go numb. The humanoid beast that attacked Yue Yang was the strong beast that had been slumbering in drunken cat's body. Her humanoid appearance was a little chubby. She was an extremely arrogant big loli. Her hair was tied into a small braid, and there were cute dimples on her round face. She had big eyes, a small nose, and a mouth full of small white teeth. Her chubby fists were spread out as she looked at Yue Yang with a "I'll beat you up if you look at me again" posture. She was wearing strange black and white clothes. On her forehead, there was even a king character. She was obviously panda girl, but she pretended to be a little tiger. Yue Yang almost burst out laughing when he saw this. Be more serious, you're not allowed to laugh, otherwise I'll get angry. If I get angry, I'll beat you up. This panda girl could even talk. Come, I'll give you some candy. Yue Yang used his ultimate move. This move was invincible. It's so sweet. This panda girl was easier to deal with than Yu Shuang, who had no resistance to candy. However, when she saw the smile on Yue Yang's face, she immediately took out the candy from her mouth and reluctantly returned it to Yue Yang. Don't try to bribe me. Niu will never be tempted by an enemy. When she finished speaking, this cute panda girl was about to cry. She was probably afraid that Yue Yang would take the candy back. She looked at him with teary eyes. Yue Yang had never seen such a contradictory expression in his life. She obviously wanted to eat it, but she insisted on returning the candy. Her eyes were filled with tears, as if they were about to fall. For the first time in his life, Yue Yang felt guilty. It's wrong to bully kids. Yue Yang smiled brightly. Since he couldn't bully kids, he might as well bully a big sister. He stretched out his hand and caressed Panda Girl's head. Using the gentle tone of a wolf grandmother, he said, "Niunyu, be good. I'm not a bad person. I'm friends with Big Sister. Big Sister is drunk, so I want to carry her back and push her down." "Ah, no, I mean carry her back to sober up." "Really?" When Niunyu Panda Girl heard this, she immediately became happy. She immediately stuffed the candy back into her mouth and ate it happily. However, after 2 seconds, she immediately became doubtful. "Brother, are you friends with my mother? Why doesn't Niunyu know you?" "No, you're still a bad person. I'll return the candy to you." She reluctantly took the candy out of her mouth and insisted on passing it back to Yue Yang. She looked like she was about to cry again. Chapter 126. When Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers returned, they were dumbstruck to discover that on Yue Yang's bed, there was a beautiful big sister who was sleeping soundly. In front of the bed, there was also a little panda girl who was happily eating sweets while swinging her little feet. "What's going on?" Ye Kong was stunned. How could he take down a big sister so quickly? This speed of picking up girls was simply a miracle. "I picked her up from the roadside," Yue Yang explained indifferently. "Brother, where did you pick her up from?" From Fatty Hai's tone, it seemed that he also wanted to pick one up. "Just downstairs." Yue Yang rarely spoke the truth. "I don't want to live anymore, I want to commit suicide." Tears streamed down Fatty Hai's face as he banged his head against the wall. He felt that he had wasted his 2 years in the academy. In these 2 years, he had not even picked up a single lost little loli. But this brat, he had only been here for a day and he had already picked up 2 big sisters and little loli. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Fatty Hai felt that if he stayed with this brat for too long, even if he did not die of anger, he would cry himself to death. Moreover, he would cry himself to death from dehydration. This brat's luck made him feel inferior. Could it be that he was the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck? Why did all the luck in the world fall on him? Fatty Hai really wanted to place 3 big bowls of vinegar in front of him and drink it all in one go. Maybe then his heart would not be so sour and he would feel better. The little panda Niunyu sucked her fingers cutely as she looked at Fatty Hai with her big eyes. Suddenly, she said an earth-shattering sentence, "Brother, this Fatty is an idiot." "Ah, she can talk." Ye Kong and the others were about to faint. "Another beast that could talk. I'm not an idiot. Let me tell you, I'm a very smart person. When I was 8, I could easily count to 100. When I was 9, I could write my own name. After I was 10, I never wed my bed again. How about it? Am I amazing? Little sister, my name is Hai Da Fu. Everyone calls me Young Master Hai. I'm your brother's boss. Come, I'll give you candy too." Coincidentally, Hai Da Fu also had a bag of malt candy, which he had specially bought to please Yu Bing. Niunyu looked at the amber-like maltose candy and felt a little tempted. But in the end, she still shook her head. "Mom said that I shouldn't eat the food of a fool. Otherwise, I'll be infected with the air of foolishness. I don't want to become a fool." Fatty Hai fell to the ground with a thud. This blow was too great. If not for the Li brothers holding him back, he would have jumped off the building to commit suicide. Ye Kong laughed until tears flowed down his face. He praised Niunyu continuously and gave her a thumbs up. "Yes, you're right, idiocy is contagious." Little panda Niunyu immediately showed an extremely frightened expression. It seemed that she was really afraid that Fatty Hai's idiocy was contagious. Yue Yang quickly comforted her who was about to cry. "This brother Ye Kong is just teasing you. Don't worry, idiocy is not contagious. Niunyu, don't be afraid. Eat the candy." Towards the maltose candy that Yue Yang passed to her, Niunyu eagerly took it and happily put it into her mouth. After eating for a while, she tilted her head and asked doubtfully, "Is idiocy really not contagious?" Fatty Hai burst into tears. "Even if it's contagious, I'm not an idiot, I don't want to live anymore." At the door, the old cunning fox walked in with Yu Bing. He smiled and said, "Students, what are you guys chatting about? It's so lively. Niunyu, why are you here?" Little panda Niunyu immediately jumped up from the bed and put on an attacking posture. She showed her little white teeth and warned, "Perverted old man, stay away from my mother. I hate perverted old men like you who like to peek at other people changing their clothes the most." Everyone looked at the old cunning fox as if they were looking at the world's #1 pervert. The old cunning fox was extremely embarrassed. Luckily he was thick-skinned, otherwise he would have hugged Fatty Hai and cried bitterly. Aha, actually, that's a misunderstanding. How could a gentleman like me do such a despicable and shameless thing? For a person of virtue and integrity like me, not to mention peeping, I'm also very careful in my words and actions. I try my best to teach my students by example, by virtue as a teacher, and by example as a role model. Before the old cunning fox could finish his words, Yue Yang had already taken out a colorful erotic secret manual from his body. Honorable and virtuous vice principal, would it be convenient for you to explain to me what is going on? Yue Yang asked sincerely. This is confiscated from the students. The old cunning fox's reaction was extremely fast. He was also thick-skinned as he lied without batting an eyelid. Then what about this girl's bra? Yue Yang took out a pink female bra from the old cunning fox's sleeves. It was blown to the ground by a strong wind. I was just about to return it to its owner. The old cunning fox responded easily. He had the appearance of a gentleman, as if it was a sin for others to doubt him. Vice Principal, you are indeed the model of morality among us students. I admire you, I admire you. Yue Yang gave the old cunning fox a thumbs up, but the old cunning fox immediately shook his head and waved his hands. It's just an empty reputation. As a gentleman, I have always denounced the corruption of society and felt even more pained by the degeneration of youngsters. It's a pity that my abilities are limited and I can't do much more. I can only set an example and hope that I can influence more people. Today, other than leading the way for student Yu Bing, I would also like to inform you, student Tai Tan, that due to your outstanding performance, you have successfully been selected to be a member of the Hell Journey, Death class. I hope that while you are learning and improving, you will also have a good time. Is this considered as abusing your authority and publicly taking revenge on me? Yue Yang smiled brightly as he asked this question. Actually, I have painstakingly wanted to groom you. If it was trash like Fatty Hai, I wouldn't care about his life or death. The old cunning fox was also smiling from ear to ear. I'm trash. Fatty Hai was furious. No, I was wrong. You are not trash. When the old cunning fox said this, Fatty Hai's complexion became a little better. He did not expect the old cunning fox's next sentence to make Fatty Hai so angry that he almost fainted. This was because he said, "You are not trash, how can you be trash? Even trash is 100 times better than you. You are simply the scum of the trash. If I was your teacher, I would have thrown you into the abyss to feed the ghost insects. You damned old pervert, you are the one who told us to enjoy life comfortably without doing anything." Fatty Hai was as angry as a dog. He almost wanted to bite the old cunning fox to death. I told you to go and die, why didn't you go? The old cunning fox was indifferent and shrugged his shoulders. If you want to prove that you are not trash, you can go to the death class with student Tai Tan and participate in this year's Hell Journey. How about it? Do you have the guts to be a trash? Forget it, I don't want to talk to a coward. Please stay away from me. Damned old pervert, isn't it just the death class? Why wouldn't I dare to participate? Fatty Hai was about to go crazy from anger. I hope that you will not exist in this world in the form of demon insect feces. After the old cunning fox finished speaking, he put on an amiable smile and said to Yu Bing, "Student Yu Bing, from tomorrow onwards, you will have lessons with Grandma Wu Tang. She is a famous plant-type grandmaster. I have specially invited her to guide you, a specially recruited student. You must work hard." But, yes, I will work hard. Yu Bing actually wanted to train with Yue Yang more. They are trash, it wouldn't be a pity even if 100 of them died. You are a genius, you cannot die before you have grown up. You must work hard and become a strong warrior. Don't disappoint everyone's expectations. The old cunning fox's words made Yi Kong and the others speechless. Why was the treatment of males and females so different? The entire Soaring Dragon continent valued males more than females, but this Ivy Academy student was the opposite, valuing females more than males. Studying in this kind of academy, they really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Yue Yang furrowed his brows. He felt that this old cunning fox was not valuing females more than males, but was teaching according to their aptitudes. For example, Yu Bing, who was obedient, Yu Bing would go and find the best teacher to teach her. As for Fatty Hai, who loved to enjoy life, and Yi Kong and the others who had strong self-esteem, Yu Bing would use the method of provocation. The sharper and meaner the old cunning fox's words were, the more it would stimulate Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's male self-esteem. This Ivy Academy was actually not as bad as what normal people thought. As for this old cunning fox who looked like a lecher, Yue Yang realized that his level 3 divine vision could not see through his true strength. Among all the male rankers that Yue Yang had met so far, there were only two that he couldn't see through at all. One was the hemp-clothed elder from the Assassin Guild, and the other was the old fox in front of him. Other than the two of them, Yue Yang could also see through a part of the Da Sha Emperor Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, who were well-known rankers. He wasn't like the hemp-clothed elder and the old fox, who couldn't see through them at all. Niunyu, Grandpa has left. Your mother has sobered up, let her go and look for Sister Principal. The old cunning fox waved his sleeves, and a white light flashed on his body, disappearing from where he stood. Yi Kong and the others might not have noticed anything, but Yue Yang was shocked. The teleportation speed was too fast. It was even faster and more convenient than the teleportation orb in the Demon Abyss. This old man who looked like a lecher on the surface had actually mastered such a powerful teleportation technique. It seemed like this Ivy Academy was not lucky to be able to stand on equal footing with Shangjing Academy for 3,000 years. A trip to hell for the death class. It might be very interesting. When Yue Yang thought of this, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. The sober and drunk Yue Yang were two completely different people. Once she woke up, she would use her terrifying brute force and extraordinary speed to beat up everyone she saw. Yue Yang was coincidentally not around. He was learning the basic knowledge of the Beast Encyclopedia from Yu Bing. When he returned, he found out that all the guys in the building had been beaten up by her. There were injured students groaning everywhere, and Fatty Hai's pig head was even swollen to the point that his eyes couldn't be seen. Yi Kong, who was beaten until he was hanging on the clothes rack in the corridor, passed a piece of paper to Yue Yang. This wasn't drunken cats, but the little panda Niunyu had left it for him. There was a cute paw print on it. She didn't know how to write, but she didn't forget to leave a small paw print for her brother, Yue Yang. When Yue Yang saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does my charm only work on little Lawless? Yue Yang did not have the time to clean up the mess in the room when a murderous voice suddenly rang out from downstairs. All students of the death class, gather. From now on, you must arrive at the Black Stone Square within 5 minutes. Those who are late will be punished with 10 strokes of the stick every minute. Those who defy orders and purposely fail to make it will be treated as deserters from the battlefield and will be punished according to military law. Is it really that strict? Yue Yang was curious. Didn't the Ivy Academy allow students to enjoy themselves? He suddenly remembered the words of the old cunning fox. The purpose of Ivy League was to make the outstanding students better, and the poor students even worse. This was the hell for the outstanding students, and the paradise for the poor students. When did he become an outstanding student? Fatty Hai, who was lying on the ground half dead and on the verge of death, suddenly jumped up when he heard the order to gather. He pulled Yue Yang and said, "Quick, let's go. This isn't a joke. That fellow is a bloodthirsty homicidal maniac." It was said that he had personally killed no less than 10 students who were late. So terrifying. Why did you still drag us along if you knew that? Yi Kong felt dizzy when he heard this. Nonsense. If we die together. We are brothers. Fatty Hai replied shamelessly. Chapter 127. When Yue Yang and the others rushed to the Black Stone Plaza, they discovered that there was an extremely tall man dressed in black armor waiting for them. This person had a sinister look, with many terrifying scars across his face, making him look like a demon. At first, Yi Kong did not believe that the teacher would really kill the students, but looking at the murderous look of this man in black armor, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Maybe this guy would really kill the people who disobeyed his orders. The man in black armor had a pair of eagle eyes that were so sharp that they could see through people's hearts. Forget about normal warriors, even Yue Yang felt a chill in his heart when he looked at him. This kind of terrifying murderous look, this kind of gaze, Yue Yang had seen it on 2 people before. One was Elder Yu Hai, who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield, even in the Demon Abyss, and the other was Feng Kuang, who was known as Thousand Bones Withering. If he had not killed thousands of people, he would not be able to accumulate this kind of murderous look. This eagle-eyed man in front of him seemed to be a general who had returned from a pile of corpses after dying 9 times on the battlefield. This kind of murderous look was completely different from that of a normal warrior who had killed beasts. If this black-armored eagle-eyed man's murderous look was a sharp sword that could kill people, then a normal warrior's murderous look would at most be a fruit knife. They could not be compared at all. The students of the death class quickly gathered together. Different from Yue Yang and the others who had just joined, these people almost immediately lined up neatly in 2 rows the moment they arrived. Among them, there were very few males, only 6 of them. Most of them were females, there were more than 20 of them. What made Yue Yang surprised was that there were also 5 little kids. There were boys and girls among these kids, the oldest did not seem to be more than 10 years old. But they were extremely serious, their little heads were raised, their backs were ramrod straight, and their legs were straight, looking like a qualified warrior. The 5 of you form a small group, all of you stand at the back. The black-armored eagle-eyed man roared at Yue Yang with his hoarse and magnetic voice. After waiting for Yue Yang and the rest to line up, he scanned the surroundings with his eagle-eyed eyes and said coldly, "Our soldiers were ambushed in the dragon intestine. Although we returned victorious after a bloody battle, a total of 300 people were poisoned. They were bitten by a special demonic insect, and the medical center lacks a main medicine, so we are unable to treat them. Now, we must head to the demonic abyss and gather a special herb to treat these poisoned soldiers. Within 10 seconds, if you want to leave, you can go back and enjoy your beautiful life. Brave warriors who are not afraid of death, follow me." Actually, Fatty Hai really wanted to quit. A large group of students going to the demon abyss to gather herbs, wasn't that just seeking death? But when he saw that Yue Yang did not say anything, and even the children in front of him looked determined, he was too embarrassed to say that he did not want to go. Yi Kong and the Li brothers were extremely excited. Previously, when they attacked the demon abyss, they did not contribute at all. It was all Yue Yang who held the fort. He was the one who killed the demon general and saved everyone. This made them feel very ashamed. They did not have the qualifications and ability to fight a war and attack the demon abyss, but gathering herbs to save people should not be a problem. As for Yue Yang, he was even more surprised. The academy often brought students out to train, this was a very proper thing to do. However, normal academies, including Shangjing Academy, would only go to various places in the Soaring Dragon continent, such as Wild Horse Wilderness, Snow Bear Ice Field, Wind Wolf Canyon, White Shark Gulf or Gray Eagle's Cliff. At most, they would only go to the first and second floor of Tong Tian Tower to train. The third floor was the final trial for graduation. Who would have thought that Ivy Academy would go to the Demon Abyss? What kind of place was the Demon Abyss? Not to mention others, even Yue Yang was very clear about it. It was definitely a place of death. Even if they did not meet the demon army, it would be extremely dangerous if they met all kinds of strong demons. For the lives of a few hundred soldiers, Ivy Academy sent more than 30 of their most outstanding students to the demon abyss to gather herbs. Among the outstanding students, there was even the Emperor Zheng Wuyu's daughter. For example, the youngest girl in front was the little princess Bei Bei who played with sand with Yu Shuang during the New Year. Who would have thought that she would be sent to the demon abyss to train when she was only 6 or 7 years old? No wonder she could score 80 marks in the exam papers. What kind of education was this? This was practically a death-style education. Yue Yang secretly sweated. This old fellow Zheng Wuyu was really ruthless. He was indeed made to be an emperor. A middle-aged doctor who was in charge of the teleportation circle and explaining herbs came forward. In his hands, there were 2 bottles. The herb that we want to gather is the black-eared shriveled heart orchid. It is a type of extremely poisonous herb. Before it is boiled, anyone who takes even a drop of it, or touches a small amount of it on their wounds, would bleed to death within a minute. At the same time, it is very similar to the rat spot flying yang grass. The former's leaves have thorns, while the latter's leaves have hairs. However, this is only a small amount. It is almost impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. You have to rely on touch, or use your beast's special sensing ability. The bottle on the left is the black-eared shriveled heart orchid, the bottle on the right is the rat spot flying yang grass. You can let your beast smell it. After the 2 are boiled, the toxicity of the black-eared shriveled heart orchid will be greatly reduced, and can heal the wounded. However, the toxicity of the rat spot flying yang grass will be even greater after boiling, and one who takes it will die immediately. Also, there is a plant that grows together called the silver fragment leaf smelly flower. Usually, the plant that grows slightly taller than it is the rat spot flying yang grass, and the plant that grows slightly shorter is the black-eared shriveled heart orchid. But you must note that the young stalks of the rat spot flying yang grass will be much shorter than the silver fragment leaf smelly flower. This middle-aged doctor's words made Yue Yang sweat profusely. These 3 plants grew together. If they picked 1 or 2 wrongly and let the poisoned soldiers take it, wouldn't the whole army be annihilated? Even if they didn't care about the soldiers, life and death, it was not a good idea for the academy to let 6 or 7-year-old children go to the demon abyss to pick herbs. If an accident happened during the journey to the demon abyss, and little Princess Bei Bei or some other child couldn't return, then how would the academy explain it to Zheng Wuyu? Furthermore, there were still new students like him who had never heard of the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and the rat-spot flying yang grass. The probability of picking the wrong herb would probably exceed 90%. If that was the case, the consequences of this trip to the demon abyss would be unimaginable. However, the situation did not allow Yue Yang to think too much. The gigantic teleportation circle was instantly opened, and it could only be maintained for 1 minute. If they were unable to complete the mission and return within 2 hours, then all the poisoned soldiers would die. Everyone will receive a teleportation scroll. If they meet a demon that they cannot defeat, everyone is allowed to use the teleportation scroll to return to the academy. Let's go. The eagle-eyed guy did not say much. With a wave of his hand, he led the team out. All the students of the death class would let their beast smell the liquid in the 2 bottles. Other than letting Wei Tai Lang smell it, Yue Yang also sniffed it worriedly. He discovered that it was odorless, and cursed this middle-aged doctor for being a quack and a liar in his heart. There was basically no difference between the 2 liquids of the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and the rat-spot flying yang grass, because they were both odorless liquids. The color was also the same, they were both slightly black with a light purple hue. Asking him, who couldn't differentiate between Danshan and Codonopsis, couldn't differentiate between licorice and Atractylodes macrocephala, and even couldn't differentiate between wolfberry and Scasandra, to find out the difference between the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and the rat-spot flying yang grass, which looked exactly the same on the surface. This difficulty was even harder than ascending to the heavens. The demon abyss was the same as before, with a blood-red sky. However, the teleportation location was not the ancient dojo, but a gloomy and terrifying damp valley. Countless demon insects were crawling about. Because they were afraid of the human students' numerous beasts, they didn't dare to attack for a moment. However, facing the fresh and delicious human flesh, they were unwilling to retreat. The medical center reckons that they can find the black-eared shriveled heart orchid in the depths of this insect valley. Everyone who has a beast mount, please ride it. If you don't, just run and follow behind. Our time is very tight. Students who have found the black-eared shriveled heart orchid, as long as you collect more than 10 stalks, return immediately. Every stalk of herb can save a soldier's life. Time is life, the faster the better. The eagle-eyed guy took out a crystal and summoned a bronze-ranked level 5 iron armor beast. Mounting it, he took the lead and galloped towards the depths of the insect valley. Gosh, there's not even a demonstration, how are we going to harvest it? Yue Yang and the others hurriedly followed. However, the more Yue Yang walked, the more puzzled he felt. This was because he realized that along the way, other than unceasingly killing the demon insects, the eagle-eyed guy was also harvesting herbs at the same time. Moreover, everywhere he passed by, there was practically not a single blade of grass, not a single stalk of grass was left. All of the herbs were stuffed into his bag. If it was only a student's mission, why did this guy need so many herbs? Furthermore, he wasn't harvesting just 1 or 2 types, but all of them. This was really strange. As Yi Kong walked, he lowered his voice and said to Yue Yang, "There's something wrong. I'm guessing that the number of people poisoned might not just be 300. Hearing his words, Yue Yang's heart trembled slightly, and he had a sudden realization. If an army was ambushed and poisoned, then the number of people poisoned would definitely not just be 300. This was because the human allied forces were weaker than the demon race. If they were to march, then they would have to form a large army of thousands or tens of thousands of people, and they would only be safe when they moved out together. If there were only 300 people, it wouldn't even be enough for the demon insects to eat. According to the eagle-eyed guy's words, the human army had won in the end even though they were ambushed. From this, it could be seen that the human allied forces had the advantage in terms of military strength. In that kind of situation, how could the number of people participating in the battle be only 300? How could the number of people poisoned be only 300? What you mean is, we are only a team that came to the demon abyss to harvest herbs. There are other teams that are also doing it at the same time, but they are not here. When Yue Yang said this, he immediately thought of another frightening fact. If the poison was purposely planted by the demon race, then would the demon race's commanders and generals set up an ambush at the place where the black-eared shriveled heart orchid grew. If there were demon commanders and demon generals lying in ambush in this insect valley, wouldn't the eagle-eyed guy bringing everyone to charge in? Wouldn't that be courting death? As Yue Yang thought this way, he immediately held the Wei Jin magic blade in his hands, his expression vigilant as he sized up his surroundings. In terms of harvesting herbs, he couldn't help much. However, at the very least, he had to protect everyone until they safely harvested the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and returned. Right now, Yue Yang finally realized the importance of basic knowledge. If he could differentiate between the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and the rat-spot flying yang grass at a glance, then he wouldn't need to let so many people take the risk. He could complete the mission by himself. Unfortunately, he was a guy from another world, so he had to learn everything from the beginning. Yue Yang suddenly had a realization in his heart. Today's lesson, this trip to the demon abyss, would be the turning point of his entire life. When he returned, he must major in martial arts and minor in medicine. If he could strengthen his medical knowledge, then the mysterious knowledge in his mind would be able to display its power. In the future, he would definitely be able to refine pills that were even better than the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill. At that time, not only would it benefit him, even his beasts would improve. As for knowledge on beasts, machinery and runes, it would also be one of his minor subjects. If he knew all of the beasts' weaknesses, then when he met a strong enemy's beast, he would be invincible in every endeavor. If he grasped the knowledge on machinery, not only would he be able to create puppet beasts, he could also inherit the secret treasure that the ghost genius Yue Gong had left in the puppet palace. Runes, on the surface, looked useless, but it was the only key to open the god's ruins. Brother, you don't know how to harvest herbs, right? You guys be our bodyguards. Let's complete the mission together. However, you guys have to listen to our commands. A few kids rode on their flying beasts and arrived beside Yue Yang and the others, stating their conditions to be their bodyguards. Could it be that you guys have discovered something big? Yue Yang's brain worked faster than anyone else's. Once he heard them, he understood a little. It must be that these kids had discovered something good. These kids were not simple. Yue Yang didn't dare to look down on them. What good thing had they discovered? Chapter 128. Although they were children, they were very clever and refused to say it out loud. They only let Yue Yang and the others stay where they were. What they meant was that they did not want to compete with their older brothers and sisters. Originally, they were small and weak. Adding on the fact that there were demon insects everywhere, once they left their flying beasts and went down to the ground, it would be extremely easy for them to be in danger. Therefore, these smart little fellows decided to target Yue Yang and the other freshmen. They realized that Yue Yang, Yi Kong and Fatty Hide did not know how to differentiate herbs. Coming to the demon abyss, they were completely useless. Hence, under the lead of a girl around 10 years old, they came over to discuss cooperation with Yue Yang. If it was purely to fight demons and hunt for magic crystals, it would be weird if Yue Yang cared about them. However, when it came to picking herbs, how could he, who did not even know what the black-eared shriveled heart orchid looked like? Found it, good job. A female student first used her snow wolf beast to disperse the demon insects, then happily took a herb from the crevice of the rocks and put it into her medicine pouch. The one who helped her find the herb was another little jerboa. It did not have any battle strength, but as it bounced around, it found 3 black-eared shriveled heart orchids for its master. At first, Yue Yang thought that the black-eared shriveled heart orchids were over a meter tall and were all over the ground. They grew together with the rat spot flying yang grass, making it hard for people to differentiate the real from the fake. Who didn't know that this was not the case at all? This kind of black-eared shriveled heart orchid was only about 2 inches tall. Moreover, it was a strange plant that grew deep in the crevice of the rocks. Not to mention a large area, it was not easy to find one in a large pile of rocks. You guys can't just pick any grass you see. This is not a black-eared shriveled heart orchid, nor is it a rat spot flying yang grass. It's not even a silver fragmented leaf smelly flower. This is not a herb at all. Fatty High imitated them. As long as he saw a plant from the demon realm, he would dig it in his hands. He thought that if he picked it all up, he would at least be able to find a few black-eared shriveled heart orchids. Anyway, he just needed to bring the herbs back and let the medicine hall's pharmacist have a headache. However, a girl with long hair saw the herb in his hands and couldn't help but cover her mouth to laugh, as if she saw a gorilla that did not know how to peel a banana. Not even a single one. Fatty Hai was a little unconvinced. If they were everywhere, why would they send us to collect them? Besides, you didn't use the right method. Even if you managed to collect it, it would be a waste. You guys take your time to learn. Don't worry, I'll gather more. I won't let the poisoned soldiers go untreated just because you guys failed to gather the herbs. The long-haired girl laughed like a bell. Fatty Hai felt extremely awkward when he heard this. He hurriedly threw away the weed in his hands. Yue Yang didn't get distracted by picking herbs. He knew that he still needed to learn how to differentiate herbs. The most important thing now was to prevent any accidents from happening. Yue Yang felt that the work of little Princess Bei Bei and the others was also a way to successfully gather medicinal ingredients. The eagle-eyed man did not stipulate that they had to personally pick the fruits. Teamwork was also within the rules. Otherwise, why would he require a team of 5 people? He probably had the hidden intention of training teamwork. Noob, learn more. A boy with an arrogant demeanor came over and plucked a stalk of medicinal herb from under Yi Kong's feet. Then, he walked away proudly. The beast he used was a long-legged spider that could accurately detect the existence of medicinal herbs. This fellow actually couldn't be considered awesome. He was only slightly stronger than Yue Yang and Yi Kong and the others. Currently, he had only managed to gather 2 stalks of black-eared shriveled heart orchid. There was a lone girl dressed in thief's clothes who was the most exaggerated. While everyone was still searching for rocks, she had already unfurled her scroll and teleported back with a ray of white light. Obviously, she had already gathered 10 stalks of black-eared shriveled heart orchid. If you guys really can't recognize it, you can ask beasts to help. Beasts' sense of smell and vision are generally more acute than humans. The long-haired girl felt a little strange towards Yue Yang, who was currently using his divine vision to scan the surroundings, vigilantly guarding against sneak attacks from demons. However, she was happy to have someone be her bodyguard for free. This way, she could gather medicinal herbs with more peace of mind. She saw that the foundations of Yue Yang's team of newbies were really too weak. She couldn't help but give pointers to Yi Kong, who looked more honest. Black-eared shriveled heart orchid normally wouldn't hide too deep. They also need to absorb the demon moon's energy, so there's no need to search for places that are very deep and flooded. The second point is to pay attention to demon insects. Generally speaking, demon insects don't like to stay in the crevices of the extremely poisonous black-eared shriveled heart orchid, but it doesn't matter if it's the rat spot flying yang grass. Places where demon insects usually appear can also be ignored. The third point is, following the long-haired girl's pointers, Yi Kong spent a long time and finally managed to gather 1 stalk. It grew in the shallow crevices of the rocks. There was no water, and there were no demon insects. All the conditions were met. This stalk should be that black-eared shriveled heart orchid. Yi Kong was secretly delighted. However, just as the herb was in his hands, little Princess Bei Bei, who was circling on her bronze rank level 2 swallow falcon, quickly swooped down. She shouted in a sweet voice, "Idiot, quickly throw it away." The long-haired girl also reacted and cried out in shock, "Oh my god, that's the fishy juice worm luring grass. The juice of this kind of grass will attract a large number of demon insects, quickly throw it away." Yi Kong could indeed smell a faint fishy smell in the air. It was indeed different from the odorless juice of the black-eared shriveled heart orchid. Looking at his surroundings again, he didn't know when, but a large group of demon insects had appeared. He was so scared that he hurriedly threw that stalk of herb away. Seeing that he had thrown it too close and the demon insects were surging towards him, it was still not good. He hurriedly picked it up again and ran, attracting the tide-like demon insects to chase after him. When he threw that stalk of fishy juice worm luring grass far away and wanted to escape from the swarm of demon insects, he discovered that he had already been surrounded by the tide-like demon insects. When the Li brothers and Fatty Hai saw this, they hurriedly summoned their beasts to save Yi Kong. After a long time, the 4 idiots who had been bitten by the demon insects until their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises, under the support of Wei Tai Lang, finally killed their way out of the encirclement of the swarm of demon insects and escaped back to Yue Yang's side. All of them were as tired as dead dogs. Yi Kong was still alright, he was just badly frightened. Fatty Hai was so tired that he directly fell to the ground, unwilling to move even when the demon insects crawled on his body. Yue Yang only sent out Wei Tai Lang and did not personally go to save them. These demon insects were very low-leveled, Yi Kong and the others could handle them. This was also a good chance to train them. Little Princess Bei Bei revealed a very dizzy expression and lectured Yi Kong and the others like a little adult. Brothers, if you don't know how to gather herbs, then don't randomly gather them. This is the demon abyss. My Empress mother said, my mother said, no matter what you do in the demon abyss, you can't be careless. When they heard that they were even lectured by 6 or 7-year-old children, Yi Kong and the others looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The little girl who was the leader of the 5 children flew down and waved her hands, advising, all of you don't move. We found a few hundred black-eared spheres growing together. I estimate that they will blossom in another hour. When we collect them, that would be the freshest and most useful black-eared shriveled heart orchid. All of you don't be anxious, maintain your strength. When the time comes, just pay attention to protect us while we gather the herbs. Bei Bei, summon your beasts to heal them first. We'll go look again and see if there are any more black-eared spheres in the surroundings. Where are the black-eared spheres? The long-haired girl was surprised. Princess Qi Ming, I didn't think that there would actually be someone among you who could recognize the black-eared spheres. I have already learned medicine for 3 years, but even now I can't guarantee that I can definitely distinguish between the black-eared spheres and the rat spot spheres, because they really look too similar. Can all of you really recognize them? We all recognize them. Little Princess Bei Bei nodded her head proudly. Yue Yang was secretly speechless. Looks like these children were all from the royal family. If they weren't princesses, then they were princes. As princesses and princes, they didn't go to the royal family's Shangjing Academy to study, but instead came to the Ivy Academy to participate in the death class. No wonder the soaring dragon continent's royal family could last for thousands of years without collapsing. Just by looking at this kind of education, one could tell how strict the royal family was in nurturing their descendants. Under the long-term education of this kind of cruel environment, how could the princesses and princes who grew up not become the most outstanding rulers in the future? It wasn't without reason that the 3 great royal families could be ranked above the 4 great clans. Little Princess Bei Bei and the other little boy who still had a runny nose, probably some prince, summoned special type beasts to heal Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. Yue Yang realized that the 2 children didn't have a grimoire contracted, but they were already very familiar with summoning. The blood moon in the demon abyss has already reached its peak. Stronger demon insects have come out to hunt for food. Everyone who has gathered enough herbs, leave immediately. The black-armored eagle-eyed man rode his armored beast and rushed over, shouting at the students sternly, our quest requirement is 10 herbs. Those who are greedy will often fail and end up with nothing. They might even die a horrible death in the demon abyss. I definitely don't encourage that. Everyone who has fulfilled the quest requirement, leave immediately. Hearing the eagle-eyed man's warning, almost all the students opened their scrolls and teleported away. There were only a few students who were hesitant. They hadn't gathered enough herbs, but the stronger demon insects were already increasing. They couldn't guarantee their own safety, especially when their companions had left. If they continued to stay, they would fail. In the end, some of them gathered together and discussed for a while before teleporting back. The remaining 2 men who were more confident in their combat abilities continued to gather. The eagle-eyed man went over and berated them, scaring the 2 of them into leaving quickly. In the end, only Yue Yang and the others were left. That long-haired girl looked at Yue Yang and Yi Kong, then looked at little Princess Bei Bei and the others who were still riding their beasts and circling in the sky. She gritted her teeth, I can stay and help you gather black-eared spheres. However, I don't specialize in combat, so you must ensure my safety. If you can keep your promise and not abandon your companions under any circumstances, then I will stay. Yi Kong, you are in charge of protecting her. Yue Yang waved at little Princess Bei Bei in the sky, all of you come down, there is an abnormal fluctuation in the air. It might be the black-winged worms, quickly descend. The girl in the lead, Princess Qi Ming, heard this and her expression changed. She took the lead to descend. At this moment, the black-armored eagle-eyed man rode over fiercely and shouted, what are you doing? Why aren't you going back? We haven't completed the quest yet. Fatty Hai was scared by him and almost cried. At most in another 5 minutes, a large number of black-winged worms and a sky full of blood-sucking mosquitoes will fill the entire insect valley. You definitely can't wait for the black-eared spheres to bloom. If you can't complete the quest, you will only fail once. However, if you die here, then you will fail forever. In life, there can be many failures, no one is a general who wins all the time. However, you must be alive in order to walk towards success. All of you go back immediately, eh. The eagle-eyed man saw the dark clouds churning in the sky and his expression immediately turned cold. He growled, "Those who have grimoires, immediately summon your grimoires. Everyone hide inside the protective shield, don't use teleportation scrolls for now. The fluctuation in the air here is very strange. All of you stay here, I will go and see what is the reason for the demon worms to be so agitated." The eagle-eyed man rode his iron armor beast and galloped towards the other side of the insect valley. Yue Yang looked at his back and a bad feeling flashed across his heart. Although his divine vision could not see anything abnormal, something bad was definitely going to happen. Could it be that the demon soldiers had discovered the herb-gathering team? Or had some terrifying demon worms come? At this moment, the sky was dark. The black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes appeared like dark clouds. The little girl called Princess Qi Ming immediately summoned her grimoire. The 5 children tacitly hid inside the protective shield. They even kept their beasts, not panicking at all. Princess Qi Ming then summoned a normal level 4 flaming axe puppet. And calmly waved at the long-haired girl, signaling her to hide inside. The long-haired girl hurriedly squeezed in and carried little Princess Bei Bei. When they saw Fatty Hai's clumsy appearance of not being able to summon his grimoire for a long time, they anxiously stomped their feet. Yi Kong and the Li brothers were already used to this. If Fatty Hai could quickly summon his bronze grimoire, then his grimoire contract wouldn't be worse than a normal warrior's. It was precisely because Fatty Hai was a few beats slower than other people that he couldn't summon his grimoire even after being beaten to a pulp. That was why he was so pitiful. "Look, your boss, I'm still the best." Fatty Hai summoned his grimoire with great difficulty and summoned his iron rhinoceros. He proudly boasted. Yi Kong and the others were speechless. Brother Little San, quickly enter the protective shield. Little Princess Bei Bei saw that Yue Yang was still outside and hurriedly called out. "Everyone, don't worry about me. Don't move, something strange is coming." Yue Yang stood in the midst of the black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes. He activated his innate qi and the Wei Jin magic blade's purple flames burned. All the black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes that flew near were burnt to ashes. Even more black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes came like a dark cloud, covering the sky. Yi Kong and the others could only vaguely see 2 balls of flames burning in front of them. One was the soaring purple flames of the Wei Jin magic blade in Yue Yang's hands, and the other was the demon Qi's black flames on Wei Tai Lang's body. Yue Yang used the yin-yang twin fish spherical beheader that he had learnt during the Yu clan's New Year's tournament. The Wei Jin magic blade slowly rotated, the purple flames burning all the demon worms that came near it. The space within a meter around him had turned into a demonic insect vacuum zone. No demon worms could come near it. The black flames on Wei Tai Lang's body became bigger and bigger. In the end, it roared towards the sky, and the black flames on its body exploded, gushing out with a rumbling sound. The terrifying demon Qi and Hell's black flames not only burned the surrounding demon worms to death, it also gave off a kind of supreme pressure similar to that of a demon king, scaring the weak demon worms in front of it into chaos, causing them to escape from its surroundings. Fatty Hai's iron rhinoceros was immediately scared to the ground. Not only his beast, even Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers felt their hearts palpitating. When they looked at Wei Tai Lang, they felt as if they were looking at a demon king. Yue Yang was also a little surprised. It was only now that Wei Tai Lang started to display the true power of the demon king Ha Xin's evil demon Qi. Although Wei Tai Lang had only absorbed Ha Xin's evil demon Qi, it was still the demon king's energy. It was not a small matter. Could it be that in such a dangerous environment, Wei Tai Lang's potential could be stimulated, allowing it to level up or evolve? Yue Yang was overjoyed. If that was really the case, then it would be an unexpected surprise. As the black flames on Wei Tai Lang's body became more and more intense, its body continued to reconstruct and evolve within the black flames. The ground shook, and the whole valley shook, as if something was going to drill out from the ground. What the hell is this thing? Yue Yang was shocked. This demon that was about to drill out from the ground, wasn't the earth shaking a little too much? Could it be that it was a Godzilla from another world? The black flames on Wei Tai Lang's body burned faster, and its body continued to be perfected. It was as if it was stimulated by the giant demon, and its evolution process sped up again. Chapter 129. The ground split open and the mountain rocks collapsed. Deep fissures appeared on the ground and a huge mound rose up from the ground. The oppressive and nauseating sounds of the mountain rocks rolling and falling could be heard for a long time. The black-winged worms and the blood-sucking mosquitoes in the sky intertwined with each other, buzzing loudly. Because of the pressure from Wei Tai Lang and the giant demon, they scattered in all directions, forming groups of worms that were constantly changing shape, floating back and forth, as if they were not willing to leave easily. Wei Tai Lang's originally calf-like body became more and more sturdy. His muscles bulged and the bones in his body were evolving, reshaping and slowly expanding. Every time the black flames on his body burned, his body would grow a little. In the end, Wei Tai Lang howled towards the sky. His sharp claws pierced into the ground and a huge pillar of black flames exploded from his body, shooting straight into the sky. The black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes that filled the sky all fell to the ground one after another, forming a strange insect rain. The domineering pressure of a king beast. Yue Yang could only feel such a strong pressure from a gold king beast. A normal king beast, compared to Wei Tai Lang's demon king aura, was not even worth mentioning. Wei Tai Lang was not a gold king beast yet, but he already had such an aura. Could it be that it had absorbed the demon king Ha Xin's evil demonic energy? Wei Tai Lang's body grew rapidly in the flames, finally turning into a huge monster that was comparable to a bull. It was filled with demonic energy and was extremely terrifying. When it raised its head, it reached a height of 3 meters. In its 2 bloody mouths, wolf fangs were as sharp as daggers. Smoke came out of its mouth and nose, and flames flickered. On its body, the black flames strangely burned on its glossy black fur. The flames slid across its body surface, making Wei Tai Lang look even more domineering, as if a demon king had descended. At first, Yue Yang thought that Wei Tai Lang would grow another head and become the legendary Cerberus. However, he soon realized that it only grew bigger. He used his divine vision to take a closer look and realized that it was still a 2-headed demon wolf. However, it had already successfully evolved from bronze rank level 5 to silver rank level 4. Although this evolution did not increase its level but instead decreased, its battle power and potential had increased by leaps and bounds. The advancement to the silver level was the beginning of hope. If Wei Tai Lang were to level up to bronze rank level 6, then it would be destined to be a beast that worked hard in the future. However, now that it had successfully become a silver rank beast, it was undoubtedly equivalent to opening a new door of hope. There was a whole new realm waiting for it. Yue Yang was also more confident and patient to nurture it. Since it had successfully advanced to the silver level, would the gold level be far away? According to Wei Tai Lang's newly evolved domineering aura, as well as its original intelligence and spirituality, it would at least be a gold king beast, or even higher. Yue Yang suddenly had an even crazier idea. If one day, he obtained the demon king's corpse and let Grey Wolf eat it, what would it become? Of course, this was only an idea for the time being, but it was not impossible. Howl. After Grey Wolf's evolution, he was extremely domineering and his battle intent was at its peak. It jumped in front of Yue Yang and roared thunderously at the gigantic monster that was crawling out of the soil. It did not back down at all because of the monster's gigantic body. With a rumbling sound, the monster that had been crawling for a long time finally rushed out of the ground. Out of Yue Yang's expectations, this monster was not an elite rank monster, but a normal rank demon bug. Its size was like a small hill, and it looked a little like an insect-type rhinoceros beetle. However, the strange thing was that this hill-sized rhinoceros beetle had 3 horns. The 2 horns were like half-moon-shaped pincers, and there was a spear-like horn in the middle. Its head looked sinister and scary, and its black carapace was like a steel hill. If compared to normal beasts, it was really too scary. Even giant mammoths and battle kodo beasts paled in comparison. When Fatty Hai saw it, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Oh my god, such a big dung beetle. Yi Kong's teeth were also trembling. Is this a level 7 monster? Luckily, it's not an elite ranked, it's just a normal rank level 7, otherwise we'd all be dead. The long-haired girl didn't agree, and immediately retorted, what's wrong with your eyes? It's obviously a level 8 double-forked rhinoceros beetle, also known as the war god Hercules beetle. Normally, people call it the Hercules beetle. It's a rhinoceros beetle, different from dung beetles. Dung beetles are a type of beetle, known as dung beetles. Most people call them dung beetles or dung beetles. Level 8. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately cried in fear. Even if it was a normal rank level 8 monster, Fatty Hai couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. Moreover, This Hercules beetle with a body like a small hill, just by relying on its body, it could charge around on the battlefield, sweeping everything in its path. What was a battle kodo beast? Compared to it, it didn't even have a fifth of its size. If they were hit by the Hercules beetle's 3 horns, they would probably be sent flying into the sky. However, Fatty Hai cried in vain. The Hercules beetle didn't seem to care about anyone at all. It climbed into the valley with a loud rumble. It even turned a blind eye to Wei Tai-lang, who jumped on its back. Everyone was curious. What was going on? Didn't it climb out to fight? Princess Qi Ming suddenly realized something. She screamed and pointed towards a direction in the valley. It wants to eat the black-eared spheres that are about to bloom. Quickly stop it, otherwise it will eat all the black-eared spheres. When Yue Yang heard this, he hurriedly chased after her. Raising his Wei Jin magic blade, he ignited his purple flames and slashed at the Hercules beetle's hind leg with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! The sound of the slashing was like thunder from a clear sky, reverberating throughout the entire valley. However, when everyone looked, the Hercules beetle didn't react at all. It continued to crawl forward as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring Yue Yang's heavy slash. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, their tongues hanging out. What kind of level of defense was this? Even if it was an incomparably hard rock, if it was hit by such a heavy slash, it would probably shatter into pieces. At the very least, it would leave a deep scar on the rock. However, there was nothing on the Hercules beetle's hind leg. Wei Tai-lang raised its sharp claws that could easily split rocks and gold, and used the chrysanthemum exploding skill that Yue Yang taught it to ruthlessly slash at the Hercules beetle's weakest point. In the end, it still didn't have any effect. The iron rod in Yi Kong's hands fell to the ground with a clang, and he knelt down powerlessly. It was a level 8 beast, and a Hercules beetle with such a terrifying defense. Wanting to bite its outer shell and injure it was simply wishful thinking. Of course, it had a weakness, and that was the spiracles that were protected by the hard shell. It had 18 spiracles, but they were all located on its abdomen. Furthermore, it had an extremely hard exoskeleton and a hard shell that was even stronger than metal armor for protection. Yue Yang also frowned. He felt that this Hercules beetle didn't have a strong attack power, nor did it have a strong desire to attack. However, its defense was too abnormal. How could he stop it from eating those precious black-eared spheres? It might be a good idea to attack its mouth or compound eyes, but there was a certain level of danger. If he was hit by its 3 horns, it wouldn't be a joke. Yue Yang used his innate chi to release a soaring purple flame, preparing to give it a final attack. If he really couldn't do it, he might as well take out a portion of the black-eared spheres and see if he could lure it away. Seeing that Yue Yang was about to continue attacking, Princess Qi Ming hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Brother, don't attack. The Hercules beetle's defense is very strong, attacking it is useless. Furthermore, it has a terrifying strength, it can easily lift up objects that are 800 times heavier than its body. If you are hit by it, you will be smashed to pieces. Bei, you are most familiar with insects. Do you know what other weaknesses the Hercules beetle has other than its spiracles?" "I know. Touching the Hercules beetle's butt will make it crawl faster." Little Princess Bei's words made Yue Yang fall to the ground. Maybe a normal Hercules beetle would be like that, but this guy in front of him was as big as a small mountain. Would that work? Furthermore, touching its butt, this was too embarrassing. Yue Yang's habit had always been to pick up girls by himself. He would let others do the embarrassing things. He waved his hands and said, "Master Hai, come here. Touch its butt." Fatty Hai was shocked when he heard this. Touching its butt, how could such a good thing happen to him? He cried out in surprise, "Why me?" Yue Yang replied very logically, "It's very simple. Because you are the boss." Fatty Hai first cried out miserably, then said with tears in his eyes, feeling extremely wronged, "Why didn't everyone think of me, the boss, when picking up girls? Take it down first. Picking up girls is easy. You are the boss, so everyone will definitely let you go first. Quick, touch its butt. Take it down. You have to show the demeanor of a boss. You have to stroke its butt gently and smile without saying a word." Yue Yang lectured Fatty Hai, ordering him to take action immediately. Hee. The long-haired girl and the other children were all laughing secretly. "No, I don't want to. What I mean is that I'm too fat. It's impossible for me to touch a 10-meter tall butt. That's why I can't help even if I want to." Fatty Hai felt that if he were to fall from such a high altitude, he would at least get a concussion. Furthermore, if he were to touch the Hercules beetles but in such a vulgar manner in front of everyone, would he still be able to pick up girls? Fatty Hai refused no matter what. He would rather let Yue Yang tie him up and cut him into pieces than to lose face like this. No matter what, he was still a boss. Just when Yue Yang was about to fly into a rage and roast Fatty Hai into a suckling pig, a Herculean rhinoceros beetle slowly crawled out of the huge pit in the back. This beetle was 10 times smaller than the previous one. Although it was as big as a long-tusked mammoth, even a blind person could see that it was a young beast. Normal rank level 4, I should be able to bite this one. Yue Yang used his Wei Jin magic blade to fiercely slash at the young beast. Although it looked unharmed on the outside, the young Hercules beetle was injured. Yue Yang's innate chi penetrated through its thick shell. The purple flames of the Wei Jin magic blade seeped into its body, scalding it until it cried out in pain. When the young beast was attacked, the Hercules beetle was immediately enraged. It turned around fiercely and rushed towards Yue Yang with a rumbling sound. Its sharp horns were like hundreds of steel spears tied together. It was extremely terrifying as it pierced towards Yue Yang's tiny body. Seeing that this move was effective, Yue Yang immediately dodged it and used another, spherical beheader, on the back of the young Hercules beetle. If he wanted to kill this young beast, he only needed to use his full strength to deal a fatal blow. However, in order to stall for time, Yue Yang did not do that. What are you guys waiting for? Quickly go and see if the black-eared sphere has bloomed. Yue Yang shouted towards the dumbstruck crowd and lured the Hercules beetle away. Wei Tai Lang was also helping from the side. From time to time, he would jump over and spit a ball of black flames towards the Hercules beetle's head, threatening it to retreat and leave the valley. There's still half an hour, brother, hold on a little longer. Little Princess Bei Bei's words almost made Yue Yang sweat to death. If he lured the enemy for so long, wouldn't he die of exhaustion? On a faraway cliff, in the darkness, the eagle-eyed guy turned around and left. This idiot, he only has brute force, but doesn't have any knowledge about beasts. Half an hour later, when Bei Bei and the others had finished harvesting the black-eared shriveled heart orchid that had just sprouted from the black-eared sphere, Yue Yang and Wei Tai Lang ran back from afar and shouted, "Who wants to contract the young Hercules beetle?" Although it's not an attack-type beast, its defense is extremely strong. It's not bad to use it as a meat shield. Who wants it? If you don't want it, I'll just kill it and take its magic crystal. Hurry up, that giant Hercules beetle will be back soon. Fatty Hai insisted on his own opinion. As your boss, I won't contract any beasts other than beautiful gold king tier beasts. Moreover, I already have an iron rhinoceros as a meat shield. We don't want it, it's too ugly and too big. The long-haired girl and the 5 kids waved their hands to reject. Then I want it. Yi Kong stood up. Although it was a normal level 4, the Hercules beetle's defense made Yi Kong see hope. Furthermore, he understood that if there was no future, Yue Yang would not be merciful and let everyone think of ways to contract the young Hercules beetle. Don't tell me that you have a special liking for its chrysanthemum. I'm looking forward to the scene of you caressing the young Hercules beetle's chrysanthemum and smiling without saying a word. Ah, alright, I didn't say anything. Fatty Hai had originally wanted to mock Yi Kong, but when he realized that everyone was glaring at him, he was so scared that he quickly retracted his head and pretended to be pitiful. Hit him however you want, but don't hit his face. Only then did everyone let him off. Yi Kong faced the dying young Hercules beetle and used 5 contract scrolls in a row, but he still did not succeed. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Little Princess Bei Bei handed him the last scroll. If he still failed, then there would be no hope. Originally, it was normal to fail to contract a beast, but Yi Kong did not want Yue Yang to be disappointed. He did not want Yue Yang to create such a good opportunity for him to waste it. Calm down, you will definitely succeed. The giant Hercules beetle is coming back soon. Wei Tai Lang and I will lure it away. 5 minutes, you should use these 5 minutes to meditate and adjust your mind. Be one with your body. Don't be nervous when you control your spiritual energy. Yue Yang encouraged him and went to lure the giant Hercules beetle away with Wei Tai Lang. Of course, he actually had another goal. When he was luring the giant Hercules beetle from afar, he discovered a strange plant bulb. Not only the normal demon insects, even the giant Hercules beetle did not dare to go near it. Yue Yang decided to take advantage of the time when Yi Kong was contracting the young Hercules beetle and spend some time to understand it. He wanted to see what this mysterious plant bulb was. Even his level 3 divine vision could not see through it. What could it be? Yue Yang decided to summon the thorny flower and let it use its roots to connect to the plant bulb. Then, he would transfer his innate chi over to sense it. Chapter 130. The gigantic rhinoceros beetle waited for Yue Yang to get close to the strange plant, then immediately turned around and retreated. Yue Yang estimated that the gigantic rhinoceros beetle would need at least 3 minutes to crawl back, which was more than enough time for him to make a contract. Thus, he walked in front of the strange plant and prepared to summon the thorny flower that was still in the midst of mutation. Unexpectedly, the plant suddenly wriggled, and the cactus-like thorny outer shell slowly opened up. A ray of white light diffused out, appearing incomparably holy. The surrounding filthy ground was illuminated by this white light, and countless black spots melted away, turning into black gas that rose up into the air. At first, Yue Yang thought that there was a pearl inside the plant, just like a pearl stored in a shell. When the white light was not so dazzling, Yue Yang stretched his head over to take a look, and was stunned. Inside the plant, there was a layer of coconut-like pulp, and in the middle of the pulp that was almost eaten, there was actually a beetle with a body that was as translucent as jade. It looked a bit like the rhinoceros beetle, but its horns were not as protruding, and were not as sharp. The horns looked completely harmless, giving off a smooth and glossy feeling. The entire beetle looked like a man-made sculpture that had been polished into a work of art. Its entire body was as translucent as white jade, only its compound eyes had a hint of purplish gold, and its entire body was without any impurities. Its small horns, small claws, and small body were all extremely cute. Yue Yang was secretly surprised. Even with his level 3 divine vision, he could not see through this beetle. Wei Tai Lang seemed to hate this white jade beetle that was the size of an infant's fist. The reason was that the energy within the beetle's body was pure light energy, which seemed to be able to disperse the demonic energy on Wei Tai Lang's body. Thus, Wei Tai Lang was unwilling to approach this white jade beetle. If it was any other beetle with such abundant energy, Wei Tai Lang would have already swallowed it whole. Yue Yang stretched out his hand, and picked up this white jade beetle. If not for the fact that its claws and horns were slightly wriggling, Yue Yang would have really suspected that it was a work of art carved out of white jade. This was also a living creature. In the filthy demon abyss, how could there be a living creature with such pure energy? There were all sorts of strange things in the world. Yue Yang flipped open the beast encyclopedia. After looking through the category of insect-type beasts for a long time, he still couldn't find a beast that matched this white jade beetle. Using his true chi to test it, he injected a tiny bit of it, and immediately, countless rays of white light spread out. Grey Wolf seemed to feel uncomfortable in the white light, and immediately jumped several meters away from the area enveloped by the white light. Yue Yang studied it for a while but still couldn't figure out what was going on. He was sure that this was a good thing, but he didn't know what kind of beast this white jade beetle was. The white jade beetle didn't struggle. Even when Yue Yang flipped it over and over, it only wiggled its little claws. Most of the time, it just sat there quietly, as if it was sleeping. Forget it, I'll pick it up and see what it is. Yue Yang had just placed the white jade beetle into his backpack when he suddenly saw the Grey Wolf monkey pouncing on the white fruit. Yue Yang gave it a flying kick. Good fellow, seeing such a good thing, it ignored its master's words. Woof woof woof. The Grey Wolf quickly acted obedient and wagged its tail, putting on an "I'm very obedient" look. Could this fruit's flesh be used to cultivate beasts? Yue Yang used his true chi to check and found that this fruit's flesh had the same life energy as the oak tree's heart, but it was slightly weaker. Furthermore, there was another kind of pure energy that Yue Yang couldn't name. Yue Yang thought that if this fruit's flesh was used to cultivate beasts, especially young beasts, it might even be better than eating magic crystals. This was because the energy in this fruit's flesh was too pure, with almost no impurities. It was no wonder that the Grey Wolf was drooling. The white jade beetle had eaten most of the strange plant's flesh, only the outer layer was left. Yue Yang dug out a piece and gave it to the Grey Wolf. This gluttonous fellow was like Zhu Baji swallowing ginseng fruits. He didn't even touch it with his teeth before it reached his stomach. On the contrary, Yue Yang asked little Wen Li to come out and give her a piece. She took it and smelled it, then gave it back to Yue Yang. She didn't seem to be interested in this thing. Yue Yang was sweating profusely as he caressed her little head. Little kids can't be too picky. Xiao Wen Li still shook her head. She hugged Yue Yang's thigh with her 6 small arms and acted like a spoiled child. When Yue Yang passed the piece of fruit to her, she took it and looked like she was about to eat it. Her small hands moved, but she secretly threw it to Wei Tai Lang. She turned into a rainbow light and floated into Yue Yang's body to sleep. Yue Yang was sweating profusely as he watched. However, the gray wolf was overjoyed. He ate another piece of the fruit's flesh, happily wagging his tail. For another test, Yue Yang summoned the Bloody Queen. She took a piece of the fruit's flesh and ate it. She first nodded her head, then shook her head. She spoke in the demon abyss language and even made a few hand gestures. It was a pity that Yue Yang didn't understand at all. Judging from the Bloody Queen's hand gestures, she was saying that this piece of fruit's flesh tasted good, but the real core was gone. Yue Yang guessed that the best part had already been eaten by the white jade beetle. As for the rest of the fruit's flesh, little Wen Li wasn't interested. The Bloody Queen's attitude was average. She liked to eat it, but she wasn't drooling like the gray wolf. I'll keep it first. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. Yue Yang had always felt that it was not enough no matter how many treasures he had. He placed the entire bulb into his lich ring. With this ring, Yue Yang would be able to collect treasures even more easily. A rumbling sound could be heard from afar. In the sky, 5 children riding on flying beasts screamed as they rushed over. Before they arrived, their voices could be heard. The swarm of insects is here, let's teleport back quickly. Below the valley, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were running in. A sorry state, even more black-winged insects and blood-sucking mosquitoes were buzzing, pressing down like a dark cloud. However, the scariest one was still the gigantic rhinoceros beetle. Its gigantic body was rampaging, chasing after Yi Kong and the others. Its momentum shook the valley. From time to time, it would sweep the walls with its gigantic horn, sending rocks flying everywhere. If Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were caught by it, they would probably be crushed into meat paste. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and use the teleportation scroll. Yue Yang was sweating profusely. In such a dangerous situation, why did they still run over to find him? We have no problem, but Fatty Hai needs some time to use the teleportation scroll. Before Yi Kong could finish his sentence, Yue Yang had already taken out his Wei Jin magic blade and charged towards the furious gigantic rhinoceros beetle. As for Wei Tai Lang, he roared towards the sky, emitting a demonic aura from his whole body, threatening the restless swarm of insects. After everyone had teleported away, Yue Yang brought Wei Tai Lang and teleported away from the gigantic rhinoceros beetle's head. At this time, another even more terrifying swarm of insects had appeared in the sky. It was the demon bee swarm that liked to parasitize living creatures. Yue Yang felt that the demon abyss was indeed terrifying. No wonder the creatures that grew up in the demon abyss were much stronger than the creatures in the soaring dragon continent. The environment here was too harsh. Only the fittest survived. Those that could survive were naturally the strongest. Very good, everyone has returned safely. The long-haired girl realized that none of the 5 children were missing. Although Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were battered and exhausted, they had returned safely. As for the last one to return, Yue Yang, she was not worried at all. This was because Yue Yang's battle power was the foundation of everyone's survival. If it wasn't for him, these 2 small groups of people would have already been annihilated. Newbies, you guys are too late. I've already slept for a while. The arrogant man mocked them mercilessly. Look, what did you guys bring back? Empty-handed. Haha, you guys want to stay in our death class with this kind of strength. Shi Lun, don't go overboard. If you can become the weekly champion, it won't be too late to show off in front of us. The long-haired girl's face darkened as she ridiculed him. All of you shut up. Now, go to the medical center and deliver the medicine. Complete the mission. The black-armored eagle-eyed man walked over and shouted. On the Blackstone Plaza, all the waiting students of the death class lined up and walked towards the middle-aged doctor to open the teleportation gate. Yue Yang did not want to go at first. He could leave the matter of obtaining rewards to Fatty Hai, the boss. However, little Princess Bei Bei pulled his hand and insisted that he go with them. He could not dissuade this little royal loli and could only go with them. This medical center was extremely huge. It was at least 10 times bigger than the medical center that Yue Yang had seen on the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. There was a huge plaza on the periphery. There were 3 tall buildings standing in a triangular formation. The moment they teleported out, they realized that the plaza was filled with people. Most of them were soldiers. Then there were students wearing different school uniforms. Some were wearing Shangjing Academy's emblem, and some were wearing an emblem that Yue Yang could not recognize. However, all of them were elites. The ground was densely packed with injured soldiers. Just by looking at it, there were probably more than 3,000 people. Yue Yang secretly confirmed his guess. Indeed, it was not only the Ivy Academy that was gathering herbs. All the teams that knew how to gather herbs had been sent out. The mission that the Ivy Academy was in charge of was 300 people. If they did not gather enough black-eared shriveled heart orchids, then the soldiers in the mission would die. Yue Yang calculated in his heart. The Ivy Academy's mission should not be a big problem. However, would the other academies be able to achieve the same goal? Ivy Academy's students, please come over here to hand in the medicine. A beautiful female doctor with a sweet voice welcomed them. She guided the Ivy Academy's death class students to the front of a benevolent-looking old granny. She bowed slightly and said, "Doctor, the Ivy Academy is here to hand in the medicine. Looks like their results are not bad. Very good. You are in charge of recording down their contributions. The country will give double the reward to the outstanding students." The old granny took over every medicine bag and checked it carefully. Most of the students in the Ivy Academy's death class had more than 10 herbs. Only 5 of them did not pass. However, the old granny still sincerely thanked them and said, "Every single black-eared shriveled heart orchid can save a life. You have already done very well. Furthermore, the herbs that you have gathered are completely correct. There are no mistakes or waste products. You are all extremely outstanding children. I hope that you will continue to work hard in the future." This old granny still stamped a pass stamp on the points cards of the students who did not have enough herbs. With this, there was an objection from the side. It was a male student from Xianxia Academy. He stood out and loudly criticized, "Doctor, this is not fair. Why is it that I have met the requirements of the mission, yet you still gave me a fail? And they did not meet the requirements, yet you gave them a pass. Young child, I thought that you knew the reason. What is the reason? Because they did not cheat. To save someone, you must first save with your heart. You cannot just treat it as a mission. The 10 stalks that you handed over were indeed all black-eared shriveled heart orchids. But because you took the ones that others had gathered, 2 types of black-eared shriveled heart orchids that had been gathered by different people were mixed together. Although the inner eye could not see any problems, in reality, it would affect the quality of the herbs. Luckily you did not mix too much, otherwise all of them would have become waste products. This little student, I hope that you will remember that honesty is the foundation of saving people. For the herbs that you have painstakingly gathered, on behalf of the wounded, I want to thank you for your hard work. But as a doctor, I cannot give you a pass." The old granny's words made that male student feel ashamed. Yue Yang looked at the various recording boards. The number of herbs that the students from the various academies had gathered added up to close to 200 stalks. The only exception was Xianxia Academy, which had more than 500 stalks. There were even some elite soldiers who had gathered less than 100 stalks of herbs. Seeing such a result, Yue Yang's heart instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. More than 3,000 poisoned soldiers, and now the herbs that they had gathered were not even 1,000 stalks. Then what about the remaining 2,000 soldiers? Could it be that other than the black-eared shriveled heart orchids, was there really no other way? The pure energy of the white jade beetle had the effect of dispersing demonic qi. Who knew how it would be against poison? Yue Yang sank into deep thought. Chapter 131 on the record board, there was the ranking of the school and the students. Xianxia Academy was at the top of both records. Xianxia Academy had gathered 502 herbs, their record far surpassing the other schools. Even the sum of all the herb-gathering teams could not match up to Xianxia Academy. The person at the top of the list of students was Yanpo Jun. Yue Yang realized that this guy had actually gathered 45 black-eared shriveled heart orchids. It seemed that he was quite knowledgeable about herbs. Next was Feng Qisha, who was ranked second with 36 herbs. As for that brat Shui Tanlang, Yue Yang realized that he was a martial arts fanatic. His knowledge of medicinal herbs was very limited. He only managed to gather 10 herbs, which was barely a passing grade. Yanpo Jun gathered 45 herbs. The Ivy Academy students who were queuing up to hand over their herbs also discovered this ranking board. Immediately, there was an uproar. So handsome, as expected of the 3 great killing stars. For a moment, the girl's eyes were filled with little stars. This arrogant guy, Fatty Hai, was extremely jealous. "You guys, why did you come here empty-handed?" The boy who was scolded just now couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yue Yang. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai coming here empty-handed. Don't tell me you guys can't even gather one herb. As expected of Ivy Academy students. Tisk tisk tisk, Ivy Academy students have this kind of quality. No matter how low our quality is, we won't cheat. Are the students of your Shangjing Academy so outstanding? Alright, you guys are all outstanding, all of you are experts at cheating. The long-haired girl laughed coldly. How can you say that? When the two companions behind the boy heard this, they seemed to have been stabbed in the foot, glaring angrily. Do you want to fight? The thief girl who was the fastest in gathering herbs flashed out. Her eyes were as cold as daggers as she stared at the Shangjing Academy students. Anytime. Enough. After you guys hand over your herbs, scram. Don't cause trouble here, the eagle-eyed guy shouted. Immediately, the Shangjing Academy students who had surrounded them retreated. Before leaving, the boy who cheated threw down some harsh words. Ivy Academy students, remember this. When the time comes, we will meet at the 100 schools elite competition. At that time, it will be clear who is better and who is worse. Today, you have a teacher protecting you. When it comes to the competition, let's see if he can still protect you. As long as you trash dare to go up the stage, see if I don't beat you up. What bullsh*t, a cheater dares to show off here. Fatty Hai was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. I don't want to talk to a piece of trash who would be beaten down after 10 seconds on stage. That boy completely looked down on Fatty Hai and left with his eyes on the top of his head. Don't stop me, I want to beat him up, don't stop me. Fatty Hai was furious. He rubbed his palms together, pretending to rush forward and fight to the death with the other party. Pig, I don, you. With your strength, you is, you. I reckon that in his hands, you would at most be able to hold on for 10 seconds before falling to the ground. If you want to die, then go ahead. We won't stop you. Don't worry, after you die, I promise to collect your corpse. Master Hi. If, Yang Academy, he, there, you, he, you Academy, you is. If, you, hi, you, I have you. No, if he goes through special training, young Master Hai will still have a chance to win if they really fight. Yue Yang shook her head in disagreement. This training is a bit difficult. Normal people might not be able to handle it. So, forget it, Yue Yang said. This special training is a little difficult. A normal person might not be able to handle it. So, let's just forget about it. Yue Yang was obviously thinking that Fatty Hai couldn't handle the hardship. What did you say? I was born into this world for special training. Do you think I am a normal person? Can an ordinary person have a body as fat and strong as mine? Let me tell you, there is nothing in this world that I, Master Hai, can't do. Sometimes, when I go berserk, not to mention others, even I am afraid. Isn't it just training? To me, it's a piece of cake. Don't tell me that I have to eat a bowl of braised pork every day. Let me tell you, although it is difficult, I dare to tell you that I have no problem. Fatty Hai patted his chest, stirring up waves of flesh. Why would I be friends with a pig? I regret it. Yi Kong covered his head, feeling extremely dejected. Idiot. The Ivy Academy students hurriedly moved away from Fatty Hai, in case others misunderstood that they knew this guy. Students, these are the black-eared shriveled heart orchids that have just bloomed. The old lady doctor, who had been smiling calmly, couldn't help but be moved when she saw Princess Qi Ming and little Princess Bei Bei handing over the herbs. Hundreds of black-eared shriveled heart orchids. You must have discovered the black-eared orchids. Children, you have done well. Every one of these herbs has doubled the effect. I thank you on behalf of the soldiers. Children, because of your hard work, you will save even more lives. This time we were lucky to succeed, but I still want to criticize you when you are praised. This method is very dangerous. Especially when you lack sufficient protection, waiting for the black-eared orchids to bloom is a mistake. The eagle-eyed guy poured cold water on Princess Qi Ming and the others' happiness. Indeed, children, in the demon abyss, any precious herbs that bloom or bear fruit will be hunted by powerful beasts. Waiting for the black-eared orchids to bloom is dangerous. Children, you are the future of the country. Even if our soldiers die, they would not be willing to see you, who are so young, sacrifice your precious lives to save them. Remember, children, the first thing we think of should be to complete the mission. As for completing the mission in excess, you must first think about whether you possess powerful strength. You have done well, but it makes me very worried. I can't bear to scold you, but I have to remind you that you must be careful when you complete missions in the future. Heading to the dangerous demon abyss, you must be 100 times, 1,000 times more careful than when you do missions normally. The old lady doctor stood up and kissed the children's faces one by one. Finally, she carried little Princess Bei Bei and warned them gently. We have Big Brother to protect us. These herbs, they also have a share. Little Princess Bei Bei pointed at Yue Yang, Yi Kong and the others. Really, as expected, I guessed correctly. The old lady doctor looked at Yue Yang, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers one by one. Finally, she turned her gaze back to Yue Yang and nodded slightly. You have done well. I will give every one of you excellence. Other than that, I also want to tell you that you have worked hard. Your performance is worthy of the title of human elite. Fatty Hai's eyes brimmed with tears when he heard this. He had always been trash, but this was the first time he had heard such an honorable praise. He was so moved that he almost cried. Yi Kong and the Li brothers also felt their blood boiling. They had originally thought that they would starve to death in Tong Tian Tower, but they did not expect that after meeting Yue Yang, they did not starve to death. Instead, they turned from trash to human elite. Of course, they were also clearly aware that there was actually still a gap between their strength and that of human elite. These honors were all earned by Yue Yang. However, as a member of Yue Yang's team, they also had the reason to feel proud and honored. Although he wasn't an elite human right now, there would be a day when he would be worthy of this glorious title. Especially under his leadership, as long as he followed his footsteps closely, he would be able to step into the forefront of the elites. Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers looked at Yue Yang, their eyes blazing with pride, like a raging flame. These words, they would not say it out loud, but they would engrave it in their hearts and use their whole lives to realize it. Are these herbs enough? Yue Yang asked a question that all the students, including the 3 great killing stars, had never asked before. When the old lady doctor heard this, her expression changed slightly. On the contrary, the black-armored eagle-eyed man's expression was a little matter of fact, because he had always been secretly observing Yue Yang. Whether it was Yue Yang's gaze sweeping over the injured, or looking at the herb recording board, or his following thoughts, everything was seen by the black-armored eagle-eyed man. As early as in the demon abyss, the eagle-eyed man had already discovered that Yue Yang was completely different from the others, so he paid extra attention to him. Towards the questioning Yue Yang, the old lady doctor first muttered to herself, then lightly shook her head. Originally, there were less than 1,000 herbs. Adding the 400 herbs that your Ivy Academy collected, the total is 1,390 herbs. Your last 100 herbs can produce double the medicinal efficacy, but it can only save around 1,500 people. However, the number of poisoned soldiers is more than 5,000. Just what you saw in the plaza, there are more than 3,000 people. Why didn't you send more people to collect them? Yue Yang was curious. Why didn't the army send more soldiers to collect the herbs? In the army, other than military doctors, how would ordinary soldiers know how to collect black-eared shriveled heart orchids? Besides, there are no more black-eared shriveled heart orchids to be collected. Your harvest is already a pleasant surprise. In order to save people, we gathered the most elite students in a few academies and took a huge risk to send you all to the demon abyss. This is already the biggest gamble. To tell the truth, although I am a doctor who saves people, I am opposed to doing this. Because as long as you are discovered by the army of the demon abyss, then there is a possibility that the entire army will be wiped out. You all are the future of the Da Sha Empire, we should not use you all to gamble. However, this is His Majesty's order, so I can only nod my head in agreement. Fortunately, all of you have returned safely. Children, you all do not need to feel guilty. You all have already done extremely well. Our rescued soldiers, as well as their loved ones, will all thank you for your efforts. As for the remaining soldiers who cannot be rescued, I will think of a way to extend their lives, so that before they leave, they can see their loved ones one last time. The old lady doctor's voice was filled with pity, as if she saw her own loved ones about to leave. Then the 3,000 people who cannot be rescued, how do they choose? They are all the same soldiers. Are they to draw lots, or according to merits? Yue Yang felt that no matter who died and who lived, the choice was a difficult problem. Who would be willing to die in a situation where they could be saved? Who would be willing to watch helplessly as others were rescued and revived, while they themselves died? It's very difficult to choose, but the soldiers themselves have already made the decision. Young soldiers who are the only child in their family, or who have just given birth to a baby, or whose parents are old and so on, will be given priority in treatment. The old soldiers who have been on the battlefield for their entire lives are willing to set an example for the younger generation. This is not the first time we have done something like this, and it will not be the last. Students, this is where the spirit of our Da Xia Empire lies. As long as the martial spirit does not die, the old soldiers will take the lead. It is precisely because of our generations of sacrifices that there is today's Da Xia Empire, that there is hope for tomorrow. When you all grow up and see more things, then you will understand the wishes of the old soldiers. If the humans of the soaring dragon continent did not have such a noble spirit of sacrifice, I'm afraid that we would have long been conquered by the demon abyss. The old lady doctor finally nodded towards Yue Yang and said, just like how you all risked your lives to protect the children while gathering medicinal herbs, your actions and the choice of the old soldiers are essentially the same. The soldiers in the plaza all voluntarily gave up on treatment. That's why they came to the plaza to bid farewell to their loved ones. The eagle-eyed man suddenly interjected. Yue Yang's heart was immediately filled with deep veneration. No wonder the soldiers in the plaza all looked so old, some of them even had white hair. It turned out that they were the old soldiers who had volunteered to sacrifice themselves. Yue Yang was shocked by their spirit of sacrifice. In the face of life and death, how many people could do this? In China's Xia dynasty, there were countless onlookers, bystanders, push-ups, and people who did not save the dying. The various kinds of indifference in society made Yue Yang's heart deeply shut. What he saw the most were ungrateful people who repaid kindness with enmity. What he saw the most were vile people who bared their fangs and brandished their claws, while kind-hearted people cried bitterly. Things like scamming, dying from depression, dying from nightmares, entrapment, beating people without seeing blood, etc., made Yue Yang's heart feel incomparably cold. Kindness, honesty, weren't these things the weaknesses that some people exploited? He had always felt that the spirit of sacrificing oneself for others had long been spurned by others. Only fools would do that. In the past, there were indeed people who did good deeds like Lei Feng. But now, if anyone did it casually, they would be courting death. Of course, there were still people who did it, but what they got in return was tears of pain. For example, when they saw a bag being robbed, they would be stabbed. Even the person who was robbed would not admit that they had acted bravely for a just cause. They would even think that this fellow was a busybody. When they helped an old lady, they would have to pay 49,000. When they picked up the money and handed it to the authorities, they would immediately be thought that they were hiding a portion of it. After transmigrating, they arrived at the soaring dragon continent. Yue Yang discovered that the world here was completely different from the one he knew in the past. In China's Xia dynasty, he behaved very normally. But here, he became a different species. To protect himself, not letting himself get hurt, everything was for his own benefit. In China's Xia dynasty, Yue Yang believed that there were countless people who thought like him. However, in the soaring dragon continent, it was the opposite. Fourth Mother could go bankrupt for him. She used the money she had saved for more than 10 years to buy a spirit beast awakening knowledge pill for her adopted son. But his own daughter did not even have the money to learn skills. If Fourth Mother did it for her family, then what about these old soldiers? The old soldiers here must have been bathed in blood on the battlefield, rolling around in piles of corpses. It was not easy for them to come back alive. In the last moment of life and death, they chose to sacrifice themselves for others without hesitation. They gave their chance to be saved to others, to young people whom they did not know but had more hope. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Yue Yang would not dare to believe that this was the truth. There were also people who sacrificed themselves for others in China's Xia dynasty. The Yan Huang clan had countless heroes, so the fire of civilization was able to continue, becoming the only one among the 4 great civilizations. In the soaring dragon continent, the reason why Da Xia dynasty could stand for thousands of years without falling was probably because of this kind of spirit. It was because of the dedication and sacrifice of the predecessors. That was why the younger generation could continue to grow and multiply, passed down from generation to generation. Let's go, we have tried our best. The eagle-eyed guy patted Yue Yang's shoulder and waved his hand to order the students of the death class. Everyone, return to the academy and continue training tomorrow. Competition is cruel. If you don't want to be eliminated by others, then you must be stronger than anyone else, be more outstanding than anyone else. Yue Yang followed the team and left, looking at the poisoned soldiers around him. He discovered that although these old soldiers, faces were black, their expressions were calm and even proud. Many soldiers surrounded them, helping these old soldiers change into brand new military uniforms. Some of the old soldiers' chests were decorated with all kinds of medals, as dazzling as the stars. When Yue Yang saw countless doctors carrying bowls of farewell wine, they passed it to the old soldiers one by one. Even those who were so heavily injured that they could not hold a bowl, they also held back their tears, dipped their fingers in the wine, and gently smeared it on their lips. General, a few soldiers helped an old man with white hair and beard to wear a dazzling general's star. The youngest soldier's eyes suddenly reddened as he wiped his tears. "Bastard, what are you howling for? Scram, don't embarrass me, I have already earned enough." The old man's voice was weak, but his aura was like that of an old lion. "General, you can't leave like this, you still have to bring us to continue fighting. If you leave, what are we going to do?" The youngest soldier cried bitterly. "I am already tired, I don't want to fight anymore, I just want to have a comfortable sleep now. For so many years, I have never rested, every day I am either fighting here or there, I have received a lot of medals and whatnot, but I don't even have the time to have a good sleep. It is all because of you bastards, you make me worry every day, it is not easy to turn you from cowards into real soldiers, these years are really tiring, you guys work hard, don't think about embarrassing me, otherwise, even if you go to the underworld, I will still kick your butts, bring the wine, ever since I heard that damn doctor say that I will stop drinking, I have not drunk a drop of wine in 3 months, now I am about to die, I don't care about him, bring all the wine, I will be a happy drunkard before I die, haha." When the old man changed into the general's uniform, Yue Yang saw that his body was full of densely packed scars, some of the scars were terrible, the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. A poisoned general actually did not receive treatment. Of course not, if he did not personally refuse, he would probably be the first to receive treatment. But why did he refuse treatment? Could it be that he was really willing to sacrifice himself to give a young man a chance? Yue Yang was a little curious, he could not help but take large strides over, and asked, "Are you really a general?" Hearing this, the old man's face was full of astonishment. Suddenly, he laughed involuntarily and asked, "Brat, you don't know me." "All right, that brat Zheng Wuyu even praised me, saying that everyone in the whole Da Sha kingdom knows me, everyone knows me." I already knew that brat was just bragging, his goal was to trick people into working for him. Luckily I did not become complacent, otherwise I would have lost a lot of face. The black armored eagle-eyed man appeared behind Yue Yang, and his voice became even more respectful. "This is General Dao Feng, the leader of the Da Sha kingdom's 10 great generals." "What 10 great generals? They are all just dead old ghosts, if they were really that awesome, I would not be the only one left after dying. They have all left, after so many years, I have had enough. Why is it that they are enjoying incense offerings in the martial spirit chamber every day, but I have to risk my life with these old bones? Even Yu Hai, that fellow, has given up, why should I still persist? Suffering like this every day, being called one of the 10 great generals, don't the wounds on my body hurt? I'm not even allowed to drink a cup of wine, living like this is meaningless, why don't I go to hell and meet up with those old ghosts?" The old man's name made Yue Yang slightly stunned. The name General Dao Feng, even though he had not transmigrated for long, he had heard of it before. General Dao Feng was the leader of the Da Sha kingdom's 10 great generals, and also the only one left. This old general's age was unknown, it was said that he was already more than 200 years old, and was the most experienced person in the army. He entered the army at the age of 18 to train, and was promoted to general at the age of 40. Then, he worked hard until now, and achieved countless merits. Even a few books would not be enough to finish writing his biography. Originally, with his merits and abilities, it was more than enough for him to become the country's Grand Marshal. However, the strange thing was that he refused to be promoted to Grand Marshal 10 times, and insisted on being a general. The reason was unknown to the world, only Zheng Wuyu, the Da Sha Emperor, and Elder Yu Hai, who he strongly recommended to be promoted to Grand Marshal, knew. This General Dao Feng, in the Da Sha kingdom's army, was practically a living fossil. At the same time, he was also a lucky general. He had escaped from death countless times, and had fought thousands of battles in his life. He had never experienced a complete wipeout. Even in the harshest environment, under a crushing defeat, he was still able to preserve the strength of his Dao Feng army. The Dao Feng army, which he had personally built and trained, could be said to be the leader of the Da Sha Kingdom's 3 great armies. Who would have thought that such a legendary person would actually refuse treatment, give the chance of survival to his subordinates, and lie on the plaza waiting for death? Why? Isn't it better to be alive? If you're not here, who will lead your soldiers to battle? Are you really at ease leaving the Dao Feng army to others? Yue Yang discovered that he had the talent of a gossip reporter. I'm about to die, why would I care so much? The old man was quite open-minded. What if you can survive? Yue Yang paused and asked. Actually, I'm tired of living. If I want to live, I can live now. Who in this world wouldn't die? For someone like me to live for 200 years and still have to fight a war, my life is too bitter. I'm a soldier, a veteran. I should die on the battlefield with glory, and not on a comfortable bed. In this battle, although the demon abyss killed over 3,000 of my subordinates, I didn't lose out either. I killed over 30,000 of their soldiers, and even killed 2 demon commanders. So, dying now doesn't matter. If I wait until I'm so old that I can't even lift my blade, and get killed by a green-skinned creature, that would be sad. The old man struggled to sit up. He first looked into the distance, then turned to Yue Yang. Brat, I understand what you're thinking. Aren't you just trying to knock me unconscious, and then secretly save me? This trick is useless against me. Go, a veteran dying with glory, this is the best ending. Yue Yang, who had level 3 divine vision, could see the truth. This old man, this famous General Dao Feng, other than being poisoned, he had even more serious injuries. His body was already very old, and with the addition of his injuries, it made his body, which was strong enough to not collapse, become extremely weak. Furthermore, he had received a fatal blow from the enemy, and his entire internal organs were severely injured. Being poisoned, to him, was only a superficial symptom. Even if the poison was completely expelled, with this kind of body, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to live for another month. This point was probably the real reason why the old man refused to take the medicine to survive. After seeing the truth, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Yue Yang's heart. Could it be that there was really no way to cure him? The white jade beetle, in addition to innate qi, could expel the poison and heal his injuries at the same time. Using innate qi, a breakthrough in the understanding of medical treatment might be right in front of him. This was the best chance. Anyway, he could only treat a dead horse as a living one. Yue Yang felt that, maybe, he could try. Chapter 132. Honestly speaking, Yue Yang was definitely not a great person. He had always kept a respectful distance from people who disregarded his own safety, acted bravely for a just cause and sacrificed himself to save others. At any time, the first person he would think of would be himself. After that, he would think of his loved ones like Fourth Mother and Yu Bing. For his own secrets, he would lie to his loved ones and use white lies to cover himself. However, for his loved ones, he would also kill his way into the Yu clan castle and become enemies with the Yu clan, one of the 4 great clans. Even if he had to become enemies with the whole world, he would not hesitate. However, if it was only because of a few strangers he had never met before. Even if these people were very respectable and great, Yue Yang would not treat them the same way. He would acknowledge the dedication of the veterans, and he would also praise their attitude of not facing death in return. He would even admire this kind of soul-stirring and blood-boiling magnificent feat from the bottom of his heart, but it did not mean that he would do it. Forget about the fact that he didn't have the ability to save all 3,000 soldiers at the moment. Even if he had the ability, Yue Yang wouldn't dare to do such a shocking thing when he didn't even have the ability to protect himself. If Yue Yang was already invincible and could heal all 3,000 soldiers with a wave of his hand, he might have done it. However, the current him still didn't have that kind of ability. The world was filled with all kinds of competitions, survival of the fittest. This was the law of nature. Yue Yang did not want to break it, and he did not have the ability to break it at the moment. He could not change other people's fate. The only thing he could change was himself. He wanted to become the winner of the survival of the fittest. He wanted to become stronger, stronger than anyone else. Only then would he have the ability to control his own fate, and even have the ability to protect his loved ones. Under the urging of the black-armored eagle-eyed man, Yue Yang walked away. However, after walking a few steps, Yue Yang stopped again. General Dao Feng, if you need, I can try to heal your injuries, or try to heal a few of your designated people. First of all, I have no medical knowledge. Yue Yang had already started to walk away, but in the end, he still turned around and stood in front of the old man. He said those words not because he was moved, nor because he admired Yue Yang, but because Yue Yang suddenly felt that he was not a war machine that followed principles as the highest order, but a human with flesh and blood. Some things might not be done well. He did not have to do it. But at the very least, he had to have the heart to try. Sometimes, Yue Yang felt that he was quite complicated and contradictory, but he felt that it was more interesting to live freely and freely as he pleased. You can have principles, but you can't always follow a dead end. Besides, asking doesn't mean that the other party will accept it. This is just a token of my sincerity. The old man laughed and waved his hand. Very well, I understand what you're thinking. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that I would be able to see such an interesting child before I die. I'm dying of laughter. You don't know any medical skills. How are you going to save people? But, I understand, and at the same time, I'm very happy. This is the difference between us humans and demons. If a demon general falls to the ground, there is no saving him. The demons in the demon abyss will not hesitate to eat the dying demon general, and turn the demon general's energy into their own energy. To be honest, that method is more reasonable. But, I still prefer this foolish behavior of us humans, haha. Brat, I'll be honest with you. Actually, this is nothing. Do you know how many people have died in wars since ancient times? If you have been on the battlefield and seen thousands upon thousands of soldiers, layer upon layer, falling in front of you, their corpses piled up like a small mountain, then your heart will become numb. How can there be no deaths in war? If humans want to survive, they must compete, they must fight. Death is also a part of the competition. 3,000 of us died from poisoning, but using our bodies as bait, we successfully lured several Wanmo demons. Our deaths were not unjust. Long before we lured the enemy, we already knew this would be the result, so, it doesn't matter. Let us old fellows leave quietly. We are old, the contribution we can make for the country is already not much. This is our last honor. After listening, Yue Yang was silent. Brat, if you don't want to be eliminated in the competition like us, then you must remember one thing, and that is to become stronger. Become stronger than anyone else. The old man gave Yue Yang one last sentence. Yue Yang nodded slightly. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Finally, he came in front of the old lady doctor. He took out the white jade beetle from his backpack and asked softly, "Doctor, I found this in the demon abyss. Can you tell me, what is this?" Seeing this, the old lady doctor's expression changed greatly. She hurriedly told Yue Yang to keep the white jade beetle. "Child, don't use this to save people. This is very scary." On the surface, this type of beetle is the same as the golden sacred beetle. They both have healing and detoxifying properties, but inside their bodies, there is a terrifying demon sealed inside. Some peak martial artists can't be killed. They can use various methods to reincarnate. In order to prevent them from reincarnating, the more powerful peak martial artists will seal their opponents, sealing them in all kinds of objects or creatures. When Yue Yang heard this, his heart jumped in fright. Seal. He immediately thought of Queen Fei Wenli. She was the serpent empress who was sealed inside the black jade necklace. Her strength was unimaginably strong. Even without a physical body, her ability could send Yue Yang out of the black hole. He never thought that after the black jade necklace, this white jade beetle would also have a peak-level warrior sealed inside its body. Luckily he didn't use it to save people, otherwise it would be terrible. When Yue Yang thought of this, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. If he released a human peak-level warrior, then it would be fine. But if he released a demon peak-level warrior, then he would be in big trouble. This seemingly harmless white jade beetle was actually so terrifying. My teacher once mentioned that there are a total of 5 layers to a warrior's seal. The most basic seal is an animal-type seal. The seal itself needs animals to absorb energy in order to maintain it for a long time, just like your white jade beetle. Next is the plant type, treasure type, crystal type and space type. The most terrifying seal is said to be the space type. It is unimaginable that such a powerful peak-level warrior would be able to create a space like a black hole, throw his opponent inside, and then seal the entire black hole, causing his opponent to be in a state of eternal destruction. Unless the person who sealed the seal is killed, no other power can break through this kind of space. This kind of unbreakable eternal seal is called Nirvana seal. As for the white jade beetle's seal, it is called soul imprisonment. In Tong Tian Tower's 8th floor and above, after those rankers defeat their opponents, they would usually use this method to make their opponents disappear. When the old lady doctor said this, Yue Yang broke out in cold sweat again. The seal that Queen Vivian Li was sealed in seemed to be the highest level space type, Nirvana seal. How can we kill the demon inside the seal? Yue Yang hurriedly asked for the method. Before the sealed rancor uses up all of its energy, I don't know of any way to kill it. But if we wait until the sealed rancor uses up all of its energy, this white jade beetle will slowly die, and the demon sealed inside will die along with it. So, it's best not to let it absorb energy from the outside world, and also not to use it to save people. Otherwise, once the seal's energy is used up, the demon sealed inside will escape. The old lady doctor's words made Yue Yang feel that he had picked up a hot potato. He couldn't throw it away now, but he also couldn't not throw it away. Suddenly, the teleportation spell flashed with a white light. A middle-aged warrior, whose entire body was flashing with a brilliant halo of light, flew over. His voice was like thunder that shook the earth. Everyone, leave this place. When the old lady doctor saw this, her expression darkened and she muttered, Elder Tian Suo. So His Majesty has gone to beg the floating mist sect again. This time, it seems that the national treasure, White Dragon Pearl, has fallen into the hands of the floating mist sect. Sigh, it seems that the floating mist sect has become even more powerful. The Da Sha kingdom is in danger. Tian Suo, what are you doing here? I don't need your treatment, scram immediately. The old man scolded loudly. It was your Da Sha emperor who personally went to beg sect leader Bai Yun. Sect leader Bai Yun took pity on the common people, so he sent me here. Do you think that I'm very willing to come and save scum like you? Those who are not involved, leave immediately. I will only use the holy light summon once. Whether you are saved or not, has nothing to do with me. The middle-aged warrior, whose entire body was flashing with a brilliant halo of light, laughed arrogantly as he replied. He then let out a thunderous roar that shook the hearts of everyone present, causing their heads to buzz. I said, I don't need your treatment. Scram. The old man struggled angrily, wanting to stand up. However, his bodyguards held him down with tears in their eyes. Dao Feng, 200 years have passed. Look at what you have become. Do you think that you are still the invincible General Dao Feng? You are now just a pitiful old dog. Even one of my fingers is much stronger than you. Do you think that you can still roar at me like you did in the past? 200 years have passed. Have you still not learned to respect the strong? It's all right, I will forgive you. Who asked you to be my friend in the past? The middle-aged warrior, Elder Tian Suo, whose entire body was flashing with a brilliant halo of light, first summoned a platinum grimoire. Then, he quickly summoned a gigantic golden drum and struck it. With a loud rumble, all the soldiers in the entire drill ground fainted. Even Yue Yang felt as if his head had been hit by someone. His eardrums were in pain and his head was buzzing. This golden drum was similar to the Bloody Queen's banshee scream. They both used sound waves to subdue the enemy. However, it was different from the Bloody Queen's scream. The Bloody Queen could not use the banshee scream for a long period of time. Moreover, the more heavily injured she was, the more powerful her scream would be. The golden drum was a treasure. As long as Elder Tian Suo, who was shining with a brilliant halo of light, had enough spiritual energy, he could beat it endlessly. In the entire drill ground, other than the old lady doctor, the eagle-eyed man and Yue Yang, including the heavily injured old General Dao Feng, everyone else fell to the ground. The weakest soldiers had already been shaken to the point where their eardrums bled and they fainted from their heavy injuries. Are you here to save people or to kill people? The eagle-eyed man angrily took out his huge sword and pounced towards Elder Tian Suo like a mad tiger. With just you are not my opponent at all. Elder Tian Suo's face, which was shining with a brilliant halo of light, smiled proudly. He summoned a giant white python and shot it through the air. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth, intending to swallow the eagle-eyed man in one bite. The eagle-eyed man was attacked in midair. He instinctively leapt up and avoided the deadly swallow. He did not expect the white python to be so cunning. After missing its bite, its huge tail swept towards him. The eagle-eyed man was swept away by the terrifying force and smashed into the wall with a rumbling sound. His body smashed through the walls of the medical center on all four sides, broke a pillar halfway through, and fell onto the mountain rocks on the other side. As for the silver rank level 8 python, after its attack succeeded, it still chased after him relentlessly. Elder Tian Suo looked at the old lady doctor and said, my condition for saving people is to take your life. So, you can die now. The old lady doctor smiled. Indifferently, I had already guessed that you would propose such a condition. You have always been this kind of person. Once you have the chance, you will kill everyone. Elder Tien Suo, no matter how strong you are still not the best candidate to climb to the top of the rankers. Because, you do not have the heart of a true ranker. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what you say, you are definitely going to die today. Elder Tien Suo summoned a monster whose lower body looked like fog and ordered it to fly towards the old lady doctor. The old lady doctor smiled and lightly shook her head. Then, she closed her eyes. She did not resist at all, only closing her eyes and waiting for her death. The fog monster did not immediately kill the old lady doctor. Instead, it released a large amount of white fog, wrapping her up. It seemed like it was preparing to use the cruelest method to suffocate her to death. In the end, Elder Tien Suo even used a quarter of the whites of his eyes to look at Yue Yang. He seemed to be a little curious as to why this insect-like weakling could still stand. Yue Yang would definitely not sit and wait for his death. However, no matter what kind of opponent it was, including terrifying existences like the Demon King Ha Shen or the Lich King Brun, he would definitely not retreat. Yue Yang knew that he had met the strongest human enemy he had ever met. This guy was using saving people as an excuse to kill the remaining elders of the Da Sha Empire, such as the old General Dao Feng and the old lady doctor. As for himself, he was merely a passerby who had seen something he shouldn't have seen and wanted to kill him to silence him. Seeing Yue Yang slowly raise his Wei Jin magic blade with a face full of cold fighting intent, Elder Tien Suo laughed out loud. Am I seeing things? Instead of killing yourself, you still want to fight back? Elder Tien Suo, whose entire body was shining brightly, looked as if he had seen the funniest thing in the world as he laughed out loud towards the sky. If you want to fight, then I'll fight. Yue Yang snorted coldly. Purple flames surged out of the Wei Jin magic blade. A student from the academy also wants to challenge me. I really can't help but admire your foolish courage. Annoying little insect, die for me. Elder Tien Suo summoned an ox-head warrior who was holding a blood-red axe, then waved his hand and ordered, chop this little insect into 18 pieces, not one more, not one less. Yue Yang had seen many arrogant people before, but he had never seen a strong warrior as arrogant as this Elder Tien Suo. The corner of Yue Yang's lips curled into a smile. The more arrogant his enemy was, the more he looked down on him, the higher his chances of winning would be. Wei Tai Lang was enraged as he roared towards the sky. The demonic aura on his body exploded as black flames exploded. His aura was as if a demon king had descended. Although he was only silver rank level 4, he ignored the difference in levels and directly released his pressure towards the silver rank level 6 ox-head warrior. At first, the ox-head warrior was actually scared by Wei Tai Lang and took a big step back. However, it soon discovered that Wei Tai Lang's level was far lower than its own, causing it to roar in anger. Rumble, the ox-head warrior's hooves crushed the stone surface of the plaza, causing broken rocks to fly as it charged towards them. When the ox-head warrior leapt into the air and was about to swing its axe down, Yue Yang also leapt into the air angrily, charging towards the ox-head warrior's chest. He did not show any mercy in his attacks, aiming to heavily injure the ox-head warrior with one strike. His binding inherent skill was instantly activated, restricting the ox-head warrior's movements. Under the cover of the purple flames created by the Wei Jin magic blade in his right hand, the innate invisible sword chi on his left index finger shot out, mercilessly slashing across the ox-head warrior's eyes. Chapter 133. Although Yue Yang was unable to instantly kill the silver rank level 6 ox-head warrior, his merciless attack caused its two giant red eyeballs to explode at the same time. Leaping into the air, the blind ox-head warrior, who had completely lost its momentum, was being mercilessly beaten by Wei Tai Lang. Its sharp teeth bit onto the ox-head warrior's legs. Using its body's swaying strength and its own explosive strength, it threw the ox-head warrior far away. This move was the result of Yue Yang's special training of Wei Tai Lang after he had explored the weaknesses of beasts. Most beasts would be less controlled the further away they were from their masters. For a beast with brute strength like the ox-head warrior, if it had a master to direct its every move, its battle power would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level, like adding wings to a tiger. On the contrary, if it lost its master's mental command and lost its eyes, it would become blind and its battle power would definitely be greatly reduced. The ox-head warrior fell onto the ground and immediately rebounded angrily. Both of its eyes had burst open and blood was dripping down, but its strong body still possessed extremely strong combat power. So it's not a guardian beast, die. At first, Yue Yang had thought that the ox-head warrior was a guardian beast. Who would have thought that Elder Tien Suo did not have any control over the ox-head warrior that had gone mad from anger? The killing intent on Elder Tien Suo's face became even thicker as he descended from the sky like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. Boom, 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 3 consecutive kicks landed on the ox-head warrior's face, sending it flying 10 meters away. The ox-head warrior had completely gone crazy. It waved its axe wildly, but how could it, who had become blind, hit Yue Yang who was as light as a swallow and could move erratically? Awoo! Wei Tai Lang roared and hit the ox-head warrior's waist with the force of a thunderbolt, sending it flying another 10 meters away. Yue Yang coordinated with it, ignoring Elder Tien Suo who was so angry that his face was distorted, and focused on attacking the ox-head warrior. In less than 10 seconds, the ox-head warrior was sent flying 100 meters away by Yue Yang and Wei Tai Lang's combined attack. On one side of the medical center, there was a cliff that was 100 meters tall. When Elder Tien Suo saw it, he immediately understood the opponent's intentions. First, they would blind the ox-head warrior's eyes, then they would knock it off the cliff. Elder Tien Suo summoned 2 strengthening-type beasts consecutively and strengthened them on his body. He then took out a long blade and pounced towards Yue Yang like a bolt of lightning. Rat centipede, don't even think about succeeding. Facing the sky full of saber lights, Yue Yang calmly threw out an item. This was an item seized from Lich Suo Jie, the Sphere of Certain Death. As long as it was crushed, it would be able to send both the user and the enemy to the dimension of certain death. When Yue Yang faced the extremely arrogant Elder Tien Suo from the Floating Mist sect, a murderous intent arose in his heart. If he had the protection of the Grimoire's protective shield, Yue Yang knew that he wouldn't be able to kill this fellow easily. However, as long as he abandoned the protective shield and fought with his own strength, then his death would come. This Elder Tien Suo was definitely a strong ranker who specialized in strengthening-type beasts. Yue Yang reckoned that his beasts were not any weaker than the gold-ranked strengthening-type beast in Elder Yu Hai's body, the Earth Bear. It was even possible that he himself had the strength of the Da Sha Emperor Zheng Wuyu, a level 7 overlord. This fellow was definitely a difficult opponent. Compared to the Floating Mist sect's teacher, Elder Ku Ming, his strength was much higher. Yue Yang had heard before that the Floating Mist sect had 2 Sky Elders and 4 Elders under sect leader Bai Yun. He reckoned that Elder Tien Suo's strength was so strong that he didn't even put the Da Sha Empire in his eyes. It seemed that he was one of the 4 Elders. If he didn't use his innate invisible sword chi, it would be very difficult to defeat this fellow. However, if he used his innate invisible sword chi, if his opponent didn't die and escaped, he would definitely report to sect leader Bai Yun that he was an innate ranker. Hence, he had to die. Yue Yang used the Sphere of Certain Death that he was extremely reluctant to use. The purplish-black light instantly spread out like a shockwave the second after the blade aura shattered the Sphere of Certain Death. Elder Tien Suo missed his attack and didn't have the time to pull out his blade to escape. He was already swept by the purplish-black light and disappeared from the dimension of certain death. Yue Yang disappeared at the same time, but Wei Tai Lang managed to jump far away in time. After the teleportation was completed, it first lured the ox-head warrior to the edge of the cliff, then fiercely rammed the blinded ox-head warrior who was swinging his axe randomly down the cliff. Then, it quickly returned and flew towards the fog monster who had half of its body turned into smoke and was wrapped around the old lady doctor. Yue Yang wasn't here, so it naturally wouldn't be polite with the fog monster's magic crystal. It would just treat it as a snack. On the other side of the mountain wall, the eagle-eyed guy waved his huge sword and slashed at the white python that had coiled around him with its huge tail. As for the extremely cunning white python, it used its tail to coil around the eagle-eyed guy and smashed him around randomly. The black armor on the eagle-eyed guy's body was shattered and he was in a sorry state. Luckily, his defense was extremely good, so his injuries weren't too serious and he still had his battle power. The eagle-eyed guy's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. He couldn't summon his own beasts, because python-type beasts were coincidentally the nemesis of his beasts. Right now, he had to fight this silver-ranked level 8 giant python alone. In the Soaring Dragon continent, the person who used the Sphere of Duel would be transported to the Dimension of Duel together with his opponent. The Dimension of Duel was a little different from the Dimension of Duel in the Demon Abyss. The space here was bigger and brighter. It was different from the dimension of duel that was more suitable for demons to fight in the dark. The dimension of duel was obviously more beneficial for human warriors to fight. Good, what a good scoundrel. Elder Tian Suo was really angry. He felt a sense of humiliation, as if he had been schemed against by someone. Old dog, are these your last words? Yue Yang wouldn't be polite with him anymore. He immediately summoned the Bloody Queen and the barbarian cow shadow. Bloody Queen, the Golden King Beast's Bloody Queen. When Elder Tian Suo saw this, his expression changed and his heart shook. He didn't expect that the Golden King Beast that even he couldn't possess would actually be summoned by this young junior. Jealousy welled up in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes became even thicker. If he didn't kill this brat, he would definitely become a great threat in the future. Fortunately, the Bloody Queen's level wasn't high. It was only gold rank level 4. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would be the one to die today. The Bloody Queen flew high up in the sky. Under Yue Yang's control, the barbarian cow shadow didn't immediately charge forward to attack. Instead, it followed closely behind Yue Yang, waiting for an opportunity to attack. As for the thorny flower, little Wen Li and the golden beast, Yue Yang would leave them behind first, waiting for the right time to launch a sneak attack. Elder Tian Suo seemed to have rich battle experience. He couldn't summon his grimoire anymore, but he didn't put all of his beasts into his platinum grimoire. He took out a sparkling crystal and summoned a bronze-ranked level 7 feet rock-skinned big idiot beast, using it to deal with the bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian cow shadow. As for the Bloody Queen, he summoned a bronze-ranked level 7 thunder goblin bat, letting this extremely fast two-headed goblin bat fight with her. Elder Tian Suo had originally thought that Yue Yang would hide behind his shield and not come out. He didn't expect that Yue Yang would actually keep his silver grimoire. Seeing that Yue Yang had kept his grimoire, Elder Tian Suo laughed arrogantly. Do you think that you can deal with me with just a gold-ranked level 4 Bloody Queen? What a joke. Yue Yang didn't reply. He raised his Wei Jin magic blade in his hand. Purple flames rose up. Under Elder Tian Suo's unbridled and arrogant attack, Yue Yang disappeared like a wisp of smoke, pouncing towards the rock-skinned big idiot beast. Idiot, you're courting death. Elder Tian Suo thought that Yue Yang was greedy and wanted to kill his rock-skinned big idiot beast first, then bring his other beasts to surround and kill him. He snorted in disdain, and his blade flashed like quicksilver, chasing closely after Yue Yang's figure. That rock-skinned big idiot beast also raised its giant bat and smashed it down. Under Yue Yang's mental command, the barbarian cow shadow in front of it dodged the attack. The giant slaughtering blade in her hands heavily slashed at the rock-skinned big idiot beast's waist, causing a burst of rock fragments to fly everywhere. Yue Yang rushed over and stepped on the barbarian cow shadow's back, leaping into the air. The barbarian cow shadow cooperated with him and spun her body, throwing Yue Yang's body out of the air. Yue Yang's figure streaked across the sky like a ray of light, hurriedly shooting towards the thunder goblin bat that was entangled with the Bloody Queen in the sky. Elder Tian Suo's blade slashed empty air, but he realized that this cunning brat had already escaped. He roared in anger, turned his body and stepped on the ground, leaping high into the air and chasing after Yue Yang like a ferocious tiger. He felt that with just his combat skills, there would definitely not be any younger generation that could withstand 3 of his attacks. Furthermore, he had the support of 2 strengthening type beasts. He only needed 1 slash to kill this brat in an instant. However, this brat was extremely slippery, dodging and not fighting. This made him extremely angry. The thunder goblin bat was not afraid of Yue Yang's attack. Its speed was extremely fast, and it had already used sound waves to detect its enemy's position. It first used both of its heads to spit out a ball of crackling electricity towards Yue Yang. It then used its giant wings to sweep out countless electric arcs. The former was the thunder goblin bat's instincts, while the latter was controlled by Elder Tian Suo. In his eyes, as long as this slippery brat was hit by any of the electric arcs, he believed that he would be electrocuted until his entire body was paralyzed, and he would fall to the ground, unable to get up. He did not hope that the electric arcs would be able to kill his opponent. As long as this brat's body was paralyzed, even if it was only for a second, he would still become a ghost under his blade. You came at the right time. Yue Yang's Wei Jin spun mysteriously. He unleashed the spherical beheader that he had comprehended on his own. The yin and yang fishes spun towards each other. Those electric arcs caused him to spin into 2 electric arcs, while the two balls of electric arcs mysteriously became the eyes of the yin and yang fishes. The originally chaotic electric arcs in the sky had now formed a perfect circle. Under the control of Yue Yang's left hand, they slowly spun and slashed towards Elder Tian Suo, who was raising his blade and slashing wildly behind him. Elder Tian Suo's expression turned blank. Such a mysterious and mystical combat skill, even he had never heard of it before. How was this possible? What kind of combat skill was this? In the sky, the Bloody Queen increased her speed. A human's naked eye could not even see her flight clearly. Diving down, her crescent blade heavily slashed between the Thunder Goblin Bat's two heads, almost cutting the two-headed Goblin Bat, which had lost its electric protection, into two halves. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in her other hand pierced deeply into the Thunder Goblin Bat's back, piercing through its heart. Yue Yang rushed over, and his Wei Jin slashed through the Thunder Goblin Bat's chest. He then used his left hand to grab the giant bat's claw and flung it towards Elder Tian Suo, who had dodged the twin fish electric circular cut. The giant blade that was flying towards him had an unparalleled power. With one slash, it cut the heavily injured Thunder Goblin Bat into two halves. Yue Yang extended his hand and borrowed the force of the Bloody Queen's pull. He extended his leg and kicked the giant blade that had killed the Thunder Goblin Bat back. At the same time that Elder Tian Suo reached out his hand to receive the giant blade with a disdainful expression, Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen had instantly pounced in front of him. Yue Yang grabbed the giant blade tightly as he fought with Elder Tian Suo. On the other hand, the Bloody Queen stuck her head into Elder Tian Suo's ears and let out an extremely mournful banshee scream. Ayaya! Elder Tian Suo only felt that his mind was completely blank. Even with a strengthening type beast's protection, he still couldn't help but feel dizzy. When he struggled out of his dizziness, he suddenly saw a crazily spinning, twin fish electric circular cut coming towards him. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock as he hurriedly tried to escape. Yue Yang snorted coldly, "It's too late. I'll send you to hell." Chapter 134. Yue Yang controlled the twin fish-shaped electric circle in his hands and spun crazily. It spiraled towards Elder Tian Suo's face. Apart from the electric circle, the sharp rotating force caused Elder Tian Suo to cry out miserably. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. His face was badly mutilated, fresh blood splashing everywhere. Elder Tian Suo was still struggling in pain from the paralysis. Suddenly, a flame whip ruthlessly lashed at the back of his head, causing him to stagger. This was the Bloody Queen's new skill. "Do you think you can defeat me like this? Dream on." Elder Tian Suo's expression was malevolent. He madly sent the Bloody Queen, who had launched a sneak attack, flying as he roared sternly. "Do you really think you can make a comeback?" Yue Yang sneered. Yue Yang also whipped a flame whip towards Elder Tian Suo's face. When Elder Tian Suo shattered the flame whip in pain, Yue Yang's Wei Jin magic blade slashed towards him with purple flames. Elder Tian Suo had completely gone crazy. He had never met a young man who was better at fighting than him, and he had never experienced the predicament of being suppressed everywhere. The brat in front of him was extremely young, but his moves were so profound that it made people feel despair. Elder Tian Suo realized that just by exchanging blows with him, he, who was a grandmaster of battle techniques, actually did not have the ability to retaliate at all. Almost every single move of his had been beaten by his opponent until fallen flowers flowed like water. Elder Tian Suo's punches were very heavy, and every punch had the strength of a thunderbolt. Unfortunately, his punches were unable to hit Yue Yang. He wanted to brandish his large blade and behead the despicable brat in front of him, but who would have thought that Yue Yang would follow him like a shadow, not giving him any space to display his skills. Yue Yang's fists, kicks, elbows, and knees attacked him like raindrops. What made Elder Tian Suo the most furious was that every time he wanted to lift his leg to kick Yue Yang, he would immediately be knocked down by this brat. It could be seen that he was very good at throwing people. If one was not careful, he would lose control of the main point and lose his balance, causing him to fall heavily. "Idiot, come here." Elder Tian Suo watched as the rock-skinned big idiot beast and the barbarian cow clashed against each other. Although the rock-skinned big idiot beast was 2 levels higher than the barbarian cow did not seem to be at a disadvantage. She was even able to use a relatively simple battle technique that was similar to a normal mercenaries to attack and defend. For a while, this battle of brute force against brute force would not have an outcome. However, Elder Tian Suo could not wait any longer. He needed time. At the very least, he needed a breather. He ordered the rock-skinned big idiot beast to abandon its opponent and surround Yue Yang. As long as this brat retreated, he would gain some space, and victory would be assured. Two dragons vying for the pearl. Yue Yang suddenly used a move that even normal mercenaries would find useless. This move was too obvious, and it would have been better if he hadn't shouted it. When he used this move, he also shouted, "Two dragons vying for the pearl." This was undoubtedly telling his opponent that he was going to stab his eyes. Elder Tian Suo laughed coldly in his heart. Just now, he had only been hit by the banshee's scream, which was why he had used the twin fish electric circular beheader. Usually, you want to hit my face. Dream on. Even a rookie wouldn't let others take a look at him, let alone a combat technique master like him. Elder Tian Suo's body leaned back slightly, dodging Yue Yang's two fingers that were about to pierce his eyes. At the same time, he opened his palm, blocking the incoming fingers. Yue Yang's index and middle fingers split apart, intending to pierce through Elder Tian Suo's fingers and pierce through his eyeballs. Elder Tian Suo's eyes were filled with ridicule. When his index and middle fingers passed through the gap between his fingers, he suddenly clasped his hands together, tightly clamping down on Yue Yang's fingers. Elder Tian Suo laughed coldly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, idiot." Yue Yang tried his best to extend his fingers and pierce through Elder Tian Suo's eyes, but his index and middle fingers were tightly clamped by Elder Tian Suo's fingers, and he was unable to move even an inch further. "Break them for me, idiot." Elder Tian Suo saw that this brat was greedy and rash, and he was able to catch him. "The idiot is you." Yue Yang laughed. His index and middle fingers let out two hissing sounds, and shot out two innate invisible sword chi. By the time Elder Tian Suo realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Although Elder Tian Suo had closed his eyes, the two innate invisible sword chi still easily destroyed his eyes, blood splattered everywhere, and Elder Tian Suo howled crazily. Relying on his instincts, he punched out with all his might, forcing Yue Yang to retreat. He knew fear now, and rolled around on the ground crazily. Without waiting for Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen to reach him, he jumped up again, endured the pain, and summoned his platinum grimoire. Drop by drop, the blood from his eyes dripped onto the platinum grimoire. Elder Tian Suo desperately used the last of his spiritual energy to summon his guardian beast. Out of Yue Yang's expectations, Elder Tian Suo's guardian beast was actually a swarthy black iron thread snake. Its level was not high, but it was only bronze rank level 5. After the strengthening type iron thread snake was summoned, it immediately fused with Elder Tian Suo's body. Because its level was not high, its power was limited. However, Elder Tian Suo could only use the snake-type beast's special heat sense to replace his eyes. Innate invisible sword chi. Only innate invisible sword chi can injure me. You, how could you be an innate ranker? Who is your master? Who taught you innate skills? Elder Tian Suo roared in grief and indignation. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. This brat did not simply have a gold king beast. He had also learned innate skills, and knew how to release innate invisible sword chi that could break through all defenses. Previously, when he had blinded the ox-head warrior, he should have been alerted, but he had concealed it too well. Furthermore, he had never thought that this brat was already an innate ranker at such a young age. He remembered that half a year ago, the Da Sha kingdom had given birth to the 7th innate ranker. The whole nation was shocked. At that time, sect leader Ming Xin of the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion had said that this hidden innate ranker was very young, so she was talking about this brat in front of her. He had been too careless. He had actually sent his strongest beast, the white python, to attack the eagle-eyed Shahu Wei Lai. If he had the protection of the silver rank level 8 white python, he would not have been in such a difficult situation. In this battle, he had fallen into the enemy's traps again and again. He had been too careless. This brat had shouted, "Two dragons vying for the pearl," to remind him to cooperate with him. Then, he would use his innate invisible sword chi to launch a sneak attack when he was at his weakest. If not, he would not have used his innate invisible sword chi to blind his eyes. Kill this rock-skinned big idiot beast as well. Yue Yang did not care about Elder Tian Suo. With a command, the Bloody Queen immediately released the second wave of Banshee Scream on top of the rock-skinned big idiot beast's head. Yue Yang released his innate invisible sword chi again and pierced through the rock-skinned big idiot beast's forehead, creating a bloody hole on its rock-hard head. However, the rock-skinned big idiot beast's head was really big. It did not seem to have suffered any fatal injuries even after being hit by the innate invisible sword qi. Fresh blood and brain matter flowed out. However, not only did the rock-skinned big idiot beast not die, it was still waving its giant club and smashing randomly. Little Wen Li transformed into a rainbow light and floated out. Her dual icicle blades slashed at the rock-skinned big idiot beast's legs, sealing its legs in ice. The rock-skinned big idiot beast fell to the ground with a loud thud. The bloody queen kept stabbing its body with her dragon-slaying dagger. However, to the big idiot beast with its thick skin and flesh, the effect wasn't that great. The bloody queen could only add more bloody holes on its body. It was impossible for her to kill it instantly. Yue Yang took out the giant hammer that he had obtained from the golden armored puppet, and together with the barbarian cow shadow, beat the big idiot beast mercilessly. As the big idiot beast struggled to get up, a golden arrow accurately pierced into the bloody hole on its forehead. This was actually one of Yue Yang's plans as well. He knew that his innate sword qi wouldn't be able to instantly kill the stupid beast, which didn't even need to think, so he thought of a way to counter it. Use stone element Medusa to petrify the opponent. The brain was not afraid of thorns, but was it not afraid of petrification? As long as that head was turned into stone, would this guy still be able to move? Along with the golden arrow, the big stupid beast's entire head really turned into stone. However, under the dumbstruck gaze of Yue Yang, the big stupid beast slowly stood up again. Little Wen Li's expression was filled with disdain. With a slash of her dual icicle blades, the petrified head was sent flying a few meters away. The barbaric cow shadow wielded her dual icicle blades and slashed heavily. With a burst of brute force, the petrified head was split into two halves. After being petrified, the big stupid beast's head had turned into a stone head. However, the big stupid beast still didn't fall. Its headless body was still able to slowly wriggle. If it wasn't for little Wen Li's dual icicle blades, who knew how long it would take for it to truly die? The headless big stupid beast, whose entire body was covered in frost, fell to the ground with a loud thud. Yue Yang was afraid that it wouldn't die completely, so he ruthlessly broke its four limbs. He definitely wouldn't give this tenacious guy any chance to revive. That was close. Yue Yang stretched out his hand and patted his chest. Looks like his understanding of beasts was still too little. If it wasn't for Elder Tien Suo being blind, he wouldn't have been able to kill this big stupid beast that didn't need a brain to move. Golden sacred beetle, haha, I didn't think that this would fall into my hands. Heaven never bars one's way, that's right. Elder Tien Suo had unknowingly picked up the white jade beetle that had fallen out of Yue Yang's backpack. He was currently crazily absorbing the pure energy inside, using it to heal his own injuries. Yue Yang cried out in his heart. This time, things had gotten out of hand. What he was afraid of was not the blind Elder Tien Suo, but the terrifying demon sealed inside the white jade beetle. If there really was a sealed demon like the old lady doctor had said, then it would be over. A peak-level demon might even be stronger than a demon king. He really couldn't imagine how strong it was. If he let it break out of the seal, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm going to faint. When Yue Yang saw this, the thing that he was afraid of had happened. The white jade beetle's body glowed with a white light, and the injuries on Elder Tien Suo's body quickly healed. Even his blinded eyes were slowly recovering. However, in the sky where the white light was the brightest, there was an extremely mysterious golden runic circle that was currently revolving. It gradually dimmed, and a terrifying dark golden specter was currently crawling out of it with all its might. Every step it crawled seemed to be incomparably difficult. The golden light emitted by the runic circle quickly melted his figure. At the same time, the white light was also continuously purifying the dark golden specter's shadow body. The dark golden specter seemed as if it didn't care about its life anymore, and insisted on crawling out. Even the lower half of its body that was deeply stuck in the runic circle was forcefully cut open. It gave up on the lower half of its body, and let the upper half of its body escape. If Elder Tien Suo saw such a terrifying specter crawling out of the runic circle, he might have stopped. However, his eyes were blind, and he couldn't see anything at all. Furthermore, Elder Tien Suo was anxious to heal his eyes and fight to the death with Yue Yang. He had already gone crazy, and he had already thrown caution to the wind. He would never have thought that his actions would coincidentally open the gates of hell, and release an unimaginably powerful demon. The light on the white jade beetle's body was like fire melting snow, and it quickly melted the dark golden specter's body. When the dark golden specter's upper half struggled to crawl out of the golden runic circle, its lower half had already been completely melted, and was completely destroyed. At first, Yue Yang still planned to rush forward and use his innate sword chi to destroy it. However, little Wen Li had a solemn expression on her face. Her small hands pulled on the corner of his clothes, telling him to stay behind and wait for the final result. Her small body moved lightly, and blocked in front of Yue Yang. She had the serious look of an obedient daughter who wanted to step forward to protect her father. Elder Tian Suo finally felt danger, but he didn't know where it came from. His entire body trembled. In front of the dark golden specter, he discovered that he had become a weak little insect. He was so frightened that he knelt down, and threw away the white jade beetle in shock. His body turned around randomly, and he once again raised his large blade and brandished it crazily. "Are you the one who's playing tricks? What exactly happened?" Elder Tian Suo roared loudly in fear. On top of his head, the dark golden specter silently floated down, preparing to seize his body. Chapter 135. Elder Tian Suo suddenly sensed that the danger that he couldn't reach with his beast's heat was coming from above his head. He roared loudly and gathered all the strength in his body. Under the support of the lightning-type beast, the large blade flashed with electricity like a thunderbolt. With a crackling sound, countless electric arcs scattered in all directions. Elder Tian Suo didn't care whether it was Yue Yang, the Bloody Queen, or other beasts that were attacking him from the sky. In short, he was prepared to perish together with his opponent. One slash tore the heavens and split the earth. There is no such thing as an enemy. When Yue Yang saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If one were to say that Elder Tian Suo was a trash among trash, Yue Yang would definitely agree. However, if one were to say that Elder Tian Suo's combat skills were trash, Yue Yang wouldn't dare to look down on him. This Elder Tian Suo definitely had the strongest combat skills out of all the enemies he had seen. If it wasn't for the big lowly's special training in the dream realm, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to deal with him as easily as he did now. Elder Tian Suo's combat skills, compared to the big lowly's, were like riding an ox cart and driving a Ferrari. Although they both used wheels to walk, they were not on the same level. Hence, Yue Yang, who was beaten senseless by the big lowly in the dream realm, could still deal with Elder Tian Suo easily. Of course, if it was Yue Yang who received this slash, he would definitely not take it head-on. However, the dark golden specter completely ignored it. The lightning-fast saber radiance slashed at his illusory body. The dark golden specter's body that had its lower body melted by the golden rune array merely paused for a moment before it managed to block the saber. The final slash that could tear the heavens and split the earth landed on the dark golden specter's body, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It had no effect at all. Yue Yang's heart thumped wildly as he watched. His hair stood on end. This was too terrifying. Elder Tian Suo's powerful attack was actually useless. That golden rune circle could easily melt the dark golden specter's body. If they were to compare, wasn't the difference too great? The ranker who created the golden rune circle, what kind of ranker was he? The golden rune pattern had been sealed for such a long time, yet it still had such power. It was really hard to imagine. The dark golden specter made its move. With a casual strike, Elder Tian Suo was like a small boat that had crashed into an iceberg. He was incomparably weak, and his entire body flew backwards, falling heavily onto the ground. The dark golden specter that only had half of its body left, but its strength was still extremely terrifying. It slowly floated down, and it was unknown what it had summoned, but it cast it onto Elder Tian Suo's body. Elder Tian Suo's entire body floated up, but he could not move his body at all, and was at the mercy of the dark golden specter. Yue Yang saw that the dark golden specter had reached out its hand and pulled out the two strengthening type beasts from Elder Tian Suo's body. With a flash of black light, the two strengthening type beasts died instantly. With two bangs, the two strengthening type beasts didn't even have time to return to their original bodies before they exploded into two piles of badly mutilated corpses. As for Elder Tian Suo's guardian beast, the dark golden specter didn't seem to be able to be drawn out, so he didn't try again. Perhaps he felt that such a low-leveled beast wasn't a threat at all. He used one hand to choke Elder Tian Suo's throat, while his other hand reached deep into Elder Tian Suo's mouth. No one knew what he was trying to do. Could it be that he wanted to seize Elder Tian Suo's body and be reborn? If this fellow seized Elder Tian Suo's body and was reborn, how much of his battle power would he be able to recover? How was he going to fight next? This was a completely unfamiliar enemy with unknown abilities. Furthermore, it was a sealed peak rancor. In this battle, Yue Yang also felt that his scalp was a little numb. However, another kind of man's unyielding fighting spirit started to burn from the bottom of his heart. Yue Yang had always longed for an extremely strong enemy for him to challenge and defeat. Even though he had defeated warriors like Rockface, Wu Yi and Xie Huo, Yue Yang didn't feel satisfied, nor did he feel any sense of accomplishment. He felt that he should step on stronger enemies under his feet. His original target was the Demon King. However, from the looks of it now, the dark golden specter in front of him might not be weaker than the Demon King. Fortunately, he still didn't have a body. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to fight this battle. Yue Yang thought in his heart, should he seize the opportunity when the dark golden specter seized Elder Tian Suo's body and use his level 3 divine vision to see through this fellow's weakness. Yue Yang was just about to summon his divine grimoire and raise a protective shield to defend himself. Then, he would think of a way to deal with this dark golden specter that had been sealed for who knows how many years. However, before he could raise his hand, he suddenly felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. Why would he feel sleepy? Yue Yang felt that something was wrong. He raised his eyes to look at the dark golden specter and discovered that this fellow's demonic eyes were like stars, shining brightly. In an instant, it was as if there was a boat singing a fisherman's song in the evening, propping up the night sky. It was also like a gentle breeze, gently brushing past the willow trees, intoxicating the passers-by who were taking a stroll on the shore. The last thing Yue Yang felt was that there seemed to be an alluring voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart to move forward. In his hazy state, he couldn't help but want to move forward, wholeheartedly searching for that strange voice that sounded in his heart, Kai. Little Wen Li discovered that something was amiss. Her white orchid-like hand instantly emitted thousands of rays of light, enveloping Yue Yang. On Yue Yang's body, there was something that couldn't be seen. It struggled very slightly and hissed. However, Little Wen Li increased the power of the light's purification, causing it to quickly melt and disappear without a trace. Although the strange demon that had sneakily attacked Yue Yang had been purified and killed by Little Wen Li, Yue Yang still fell to the ground with a dong sound. His mind was clear. However, his body seemed to have been hypnotized, completely unable to move. His eyes couldn't see anything. In the endless darkness, he could only sense that Little Wen Li was trying to save him. She seemed to be using her energy to purify his body. The strange thing was, Yue Yang realized that his body was normal. His innate chi flowed smoothly in every meridian in his body. The thing that had made him sleepy after the sneak attack had already been expelled. However, he still couldn't open his eyes, and couldn't wake up normally. Yue Yang was extremely anxious. He could be 100% sure that this was the doing of that dark golden specter. Although he didn't know when he made his move, and didn't know what method he used, he was sure that he had been tricked. What kind of beast could hypnotize him without making a sound? How come even Little Wen Li couldn't sense it? Yue Yang felt very strange. This feeling was almost the same as when he entered a dream. The only difference was that he could control the dream world at will, but he couldn't do anything now. What did he have to do to wake up? Could he enter the dream world in this uncontrollable space and come out from the dream world again? Yue Yang's thoughts spun like lightning as he thought of a way to break out of it. Compared to Yue Yang, the powerful Elder Tian Suo was in an even more miserable state now. He was like a small worm, held in the hands of the dark golden specter that had lost half of its body. Originally, the dark golden specter wanted to tear Elder Tian Suo into pieces. However, when it saw that Little Wen Li had summoned her diamond grimoire to protect Yue Yang, its expression changed. It quickly stopped and put the pitiful Elder Tian Suo down. It then stretched out its shadow-like hand and penetrated Elder Tian Suo's head, as if it wanted to search his memories. The dark golden specter seemed to be more and more surprised. It didn't have a mouth, but through the resonance of the air, it strangely spoke. Such a young innate rancor. This is really strange. Little snake demon, your master only has a silver grimoire. You are his guardian beast, how could you have a higher diamond grimoire than him? This is really difficult. It has only been 1,000 years, how could everything be messed up? If I look carefully, the three of you are actually different guardian beasts. This is really unbelievable. This brat is really strange. I should have summoned his soul back, how could it fail? I have never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that such a young human brat could fight against me in terms of willpower? Could it be that the human race had completely revived? What actually happened in these years that I was in deep sleep? The dark golden specter looked very surprised as it muttered to itself and shook its head continuously. It seemed to be very distressed. It couldn't understand the various mysterious phenomena that happened to Yue Yang. In the end, the dark golden specter shook its head. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. We should first heal our body and quickly kill this dangerous brat. It's too dangerous. Such a young innate rancor. If we let you grow, what would happen? Half of its body slowly fused with Elder Tian Suo's body. If Yue Yang was awake, he would be able to see that Elder Tian Suo was not dead yet. Elder Tian Suo was still awake. Elder Tian Suo was not dead, but his body was completely controlled by someone else. His entire body was occupied, taken over and controlled by the dark golden specter. The only thing that remained was his face. That face was filled with shock, fear, despair, helplessness. Countless expressions were squeezed together, forming a creepy expression that would make people's hair stand on end. Yue Yang couldn't hear the dark golden specter's words now, nor could he see Elder Tian Suo's expression. He was still struggling with all his might, trying to break free from his dream. Even if his opponent was a peak ranker, he couldn't just resign himself to death like this, right? Wake up, fight him to the death. Yue Yang shouted from the bottom of his heart, quickly wake up, fight, fight, I definitely can't let my enemy kill me so easily while I'm asleep. Wake up and fight, kill him. No matter if he's a peak ranker or someone else, I must kill him, wake up. As if they could feel the screams in Yue Yang's heart, the bloody queen and the barbarian cow shadow resisted the dark golden specter's terrifying pressure. Instead of retreating, their fighting spirit exploded as they protected him by his side. Yue Yang's innate qi circulated crazily in his body. Every time it circulated, he would regain control of his body. His consciousness and senses towards his body would also become stronger. Little Wen Li suddenly turned into a ray of rainbow light and disappeared. A guardian beast can also betray you. No, this is impossible. The dark golden specter that had melted into Elder Tian Suo's body and was preparing to fuse with Elder Tian Suo cried out repeatedly. Yue Yang's eyelids were blinking. He felt that he was about to wake up. His entire soul was burning and shouting. A power that he had never felt before exploded. The dark golden specter's face distorted, as if it was incomparably angry that Yue Yang could resist its will, reverse the situation and regain control of his body. A small human could actually fight against it. Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light soared into the sky. In front of Yue Yang, a grimoire that was sparkling and translucent like a crystal appeared, shining brilliantly. The rainbow light spread outside Yue Yang's body, forming a unique rainbow energy shield. Countless rainbows revolved around him, and a gigantic golden halo expanded outwards. Its power was as cold as the scorching sun, and its light was as bright as the moon. In an instant, the entire dual space was illuminated. When the dark golden specter saw this, it immediately jumped in fright and roared in despair. What the hell, it's actually a divine grimoire. Damn it, how could it be a divine grimoire? How could he have two grimoires? No, it's impossible for him to have a divine grimoire. Ah, a gigantic pillar of fire soared into the sky from the divine grimoire. It rotated without stopping and spread out at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, there was only one thing left in the entire dual space, and that was flames. Flames that could burn the heavens. The bloody queen and the barbarian cow shadow's bodies continued to change, reconstruct, and evolve in the midst of this pure and powerful raging flame. On the other side, the dark golden specter that was anxiously trying to crawl out of Elder Tian Suo's body and escape back to the white jade beetle once again summoned a black shield in despair. However, in this kind of pure raging flame, the black shield was as powerless as smoke. It was instantly shattered and completely burned and purified by the flame. It was as if there was a pair of incomparably beautiful creatures circling around each other in the raging flame. In the dual space, the power of the flame immediately increased by 10 times, 100 times. It was like the legendary Nirvana flame, which could burn anything. It could barely hold on for 3 seconds. The originally incomparably powerful dark golden specter's body was completely purified in despair. In the end, only a soul body that was burning continuously was left, struggling in pain. Before the pair of mysterious creatures flew into the divine grimoire, they resonated with each other and let out 2 clear sounds that sounded like the sounds of nature. Just as the sounds of nature rang out, the burning soul body seemed to have reached its limit. Like a bubble bursting, it burst with a bang, turning into thousands of rays of light and dissipating. Even the soul was completely annihilated and disappeared. What was left was a transparent pearl that fell to the ground. Other than that, there was nothing left. Ah! Yue Yang shouted loudly. His entire body soared into the sky, like a dragon soaring through the heavens as he spun down proudly. He had broken through the shackles of his soul in one fell swoop and successfully regained control of his body. It was only at this moment that he felt that he had truly controlled his own life. Only in adversity would one be enlightened. Breaking through difficulties would one be victorious. When Yue Yang regained his senses from the wonderful feeling of being in complete control of his own life, he looked at the situation in front of him. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. How is it over? I haven't even started fighting yet. Who did this? Chapter 136. The entire battle had ended. The dark golden specter that was so strong that it made people tremble no longer existed. As for Elder Tian Suo, whose body appeared to be completely unharmed on the surface, he had also been soundlessly turned into ashes by the wind that Yue Yang had brought with him when he leapt into the air, disappearing without a trace. Yue Yang was dumbfounded. Who did this? How could the dark golden specter and Elder Tian Suo be killed in one move? Before Yue Yang regained his body and regained consciousness, he could vaguely feel that it was the life form that flew out from the divine grimoire. However, he didn't know what it was. He remembered that this life form had appeared when he first contracted with it and when he first reached the innate realm. However, Yue Yang didn't know what it was. He could only vaguely remember that its cry was even more melodious than a heavenly bird's cry. So it was inside his body. Was it the compensation from the old Taoist priest for kicking him? Or was it like how the heavenly sword goddess used her sword chi to transform into a big loli? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yue Yang couldn't understand a single one of them. He only knew that the powerful Elder Tian Suo and the even more powerful Dark Golden Spectre were instantly killed by that life form in one move. As expected of a product from the divine grimoire. One word, it, was arrogant. Yue Yang was a little regretful that he couldn't open the divine grimoire yet. Otherwise, he would be able to run amok like a crab in the Celestial Empire, catching whoever he saw. The Bloody Queen and the Barbarian Cow Shadow were both evolving, but Yue Yang didn't care about them right now. He only wanted to find little Wen Li. His precious darling was missing. He couldn't let anything happen to her. Yue Yang looked left and right and saw that little Wen Li wasn't there. He panicked and shouted, "Little loli, come out quickly, where are you? Don't scare me." Just when Yue Yang thought that little Wen Li had been injured by the dark golden specter and was heartbroken, he suddenly saw a rainbow light floating out from the divine grimoire. A familiar fragrance assaulted his nostrils. A small body threw itself into Yue Yang's arms like a swallow returning to the forest, and 6 small hands hugged his head tightly. A smile blossomed on that pink and tender little face. It was as if the sun was shining through the window, filling one's heart. In an instant, everything in the world was overshadowed by it. Yue Yang took a closer look. Isn't this my precious darling? He was so happy that he hurriedly leaned forward and kissed her fiercely. Then, he lifted the little darling up and let out a carefree cheer. Uncle Strange Uncle was scared to death. Luckily, nothing happened to you, NN. Little Wen Li nodded cutely and blinked her big eyes. She saw that Yue Yang was worried about her and was happy to see that she was fine. She couldn't help but feel very touched. She couldn't help hugging him tightly and kissed him a few times. Then she let out a bell-like laughter. Yue Yang tossed her high into the air and caught her again. He teased the Lamia loli until her body softened with laughter. Only then did he put her down gently. The Bloody Queen, who had completed her evolution and was naked, was extremely jealous. It wasn't easy for her to evolve once. Furthermore, she was completely naked, but she was actually ignored by him. This was a huge blow to her. Fortunately, she didn't know how to speak the soaring dragon continent's language. Otherwise, she would have scolded him for being a lolicon. As long as its master didn't die, a guardian beast would never truly die. What was there for him to be nervous about? Moreover, how could the Lamia loli be hurt? The Bloody Queen had a headache. Having a master like this made her feel dizzy. When the Bloody Queen saw that Yue Yang and little Wen Li had finished fooling around, she immediately pretended to say, "I've just finished evolving, come and pay attention to me." Who knew that Yue Yang's gaze had directly skipped over her and landed on the Barbarian Cow Shadow? If the Bloody Queen had a stick, she would definitely smash it on Yue Yang's head. Could it be that in his eyes, a beauty couldn't compare to a cow? The barbarian cow Shadow was indeed a female barbarian cow in the past, but her current appearance didn't really look like a cow anymore. The barbarian cow Shadow, who had obtained the mysterious energy from the pure raging flame, had continuously reconstructed her body and evolved to perfection. She had benefited much more than the Bloody Queen. The Bloody Queen originally had a foundation, but she had only recovered to gold rank level 5 with the help of the mysterious energy. However, the barbarian cow Shadow had evolved from bronze rank level 5 to silver rank level 5. The barbarian cow Shadow was originally bronze rank level 5. Even if she had successfully evolved, she would only be silver rank level 4, however, she had evolved, leveled up and reconstructed her body at the same time. Yue Yang realized that after the barbarian cow Shadow had reconstructed her body, she had changed a lot. She was originally 3 meters tall, but she had shrunk a little. Her gigantic body had also lost its terrifying muscles, becoming taller and longer. Her current appearance was 100 times better than before. Her horns were no longer coarse, but had become extremely smooth. Furthermore, the lines were more refined and sharper, forming a beautiful killing weapon. Her originally coarse female face had also become more refined. Although her facial features hadn't reached the standard of a beauty, she wasn't ugly at all. Instead, she looked a little like a powerful female warrior. The red light in her pair of blood-red eyes gradually faded, revealing the whites of her eyes that were closer to a human's. Her pupils were still blood-red, and her energy had become more abundant. Yue Yang reckoned that the power of her Doom's eyes had increased instead of decreasing. The ox head armor on his body had completely changed. The current barbarian cow Shadow didn't look like she had merged with the barbarian cow anymore. She looked more like a giant female warrior wearing the barbarian cow armor. Her muscles were still bulging, and her explosive power was boundless, but her skin had become smooth and soft. Her figure had become more like a woman's. She no longer had a bear's waist and tiger's back, but had a slight curve. Of course, every part of the barbarian cow Shadow was one size higher than a normal woman. No matter if it was her chest, waist, buttocks or legs, they all looked like a female giant. It was just that she already looked like a woman. This made Yue Yang feel very gratified. He originally didn't expect the barbarian cow Shadow to become a beautiful woman. Being able to become like this was already a pleasant surprise. Maybe if she evolved one more time, she would become a great beauty. Yup, I've decided. I'll call you Ah Man from now on. Yue Yang officially gave the barbarian cow Shadow a name. He had called her this name before, but now he had officially decided on it. Seeing this, the Bloody Queen felt even more sour in her heart. It wasn't easy for this fellow to come up with a name. Out of so many beasts, only little Wen Li and Wei Tai Lang had names. Now that the barbarian cow Shadow also had an official name, she, a Gold King beast, didn't have one. This was really too much of a failure. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Yue Yang finally saw her by accident and asked curiously. The Bloody Queen almost fainted. She thought to herself, you only saw me now. It's already been half a day. If this was a world of ice and snow, I'm afraid I would have already frozen to death. This is also not bad. Ah, I mean your body is not bad. I didn't see anything. You should wear your clothes first. Yue Yang saw the Bloody Queen who was covering her chest with one hand and her lower body with the other, and swallowed his saliva. If it wasn't for little Wen Li being beside him, he wouldn't be able to control himself and push this girl down. It was too tempting. Her snow-white body, her jade peaks that couldn't be covered, and the luxuriant fragrant grass that mischievously escaped from the gaps of his fingers. With the mentality of not teaching bad things to little children, Yue Yang suppressed his wolfish heart with great difficulty. Seeing this, the Bloody Queen was secretly pleased. In order to take revenge on Yue Yang for ignoring her just now, when she was wearing her clothes, she purposely exaggerated her movements. She also slowed down from time to time, pretending to be unintentional in revealing a little bit of her body. This caused Yue Yang's wolfish heart to be aroused. His eyes, which were originally pretending to be serious and looking straight ahead, almost cramped because of the excessive movements. The Bloody Queen coughed lightly. Yue Yang hurriedly pretended not to see anything and ran out to pick up the remaining transparent pearl that the dark golden specter left behind after its death. With his divine vision, he found something strange. At first, Yue Yang thought that the dark golden specter wasn't completely dead and was hiding inside the pearl. He didn't expect that with his divine vision, there was no remnant of a soul inside the pearl at all. There was only an indescribable mysterious energy, this energy didn't have any life force. It was a kind of static existence that was close to extinction. What was the use of this thing? Yue Yang didn't understand at all. He suddenly remembered that he was hypnotized by the dark golden specter and his soul was almost captured by it. He was secretly shocked. Could it be because of this pearl? After thinking for a long time, Yue Yang finally made a decision to test it out. He held the Wei Jin magic blade in his hand and used this pearl to slowly approach the molten flame core in the demon dragon's crystal. In the end, this pearl made the entire Wei Jin magic blade tremble, as if it had seen a terrifying monster. On the contrary, the golden beast that had transformed into a wrist guard and was currently digesting the giant frost dragon's crystal, greedily extended its metal arm, as if it wanted to swallow this pearl as well. In your dreams, if you don't participate in the battle, you won't get a share of the good stuff. Yue Yang naturally wouldn't let the golden beast swallow this pearl for nothing. If he couldn't understand it, he would keep it first. There was no fear of having too many treasures. He would first store it in his lich ring and slowly study it. He then picked up the white jade beetle. Now, it had changed again. On its originally sparkling and translucent back, there was an additional golden runic circle. It was exactly the same as the one Yue Yang had seen before, except this time, it was imprinted on the white jade beetle's back. Other than the pure energy, Yue Yang also discovered that there was a kind of deep condensed demonic energy crystal inside the white jade beetle's body. He reckoned that this was the energy of the dark golden specter's severed half of its body. After losing its master's control, it had crystallized. Yue Yang felt that if he took out this demon crystal and poured it into Wei Tai Lang's body, Wei Tai Lang would be really awesome. It might even evolve into a Cerberus, or even a demon king-ranked demon wolf. Of course, because of the golden runic circle seal, Yue Yang could only fantasize about it for the time being. Yue Yang placed the white jade beetle back into his backpack. He was still a little curious. He had clearly carefully placed this thing in a small pocket at the bottom of his backpack. Nothing had fallen out of his backpack, and there was no hole in it. How did it end up in Elder Tian Suo's hands? Could it be that it was the dark golden specter's doing? Or could it be that this white jade beetle, which looked lazy and not very active on the surface, was actually a mischievous person who especially liked to cause trouble during battles? Hey, I'm warning you, don't cause trouble for me anymore. Otherwise, I'll fry you and use you to eat with wine. Yue Yang couldn't understand what was going on, and he didn't care whether the white jade beetle could understand him or not. He just gave it a warning. The way he talked to the beetle made the bloody queen roll her eyes. However, she also felt a little strange in her heart. She didn't see how the white jade beetle had fallen out. Normally, with her senses, she would be able to see any movement within 100 meters as if she had seen it with her own eyes. However, when the white jade beetle fell out and was picked up by Elder Tian Suo, she didn't notice it at all. This was really an unsolved mystery. When Yue Yang had finished packing everything, he slept in the dimension of duel for more than 10 minutes. Finally, the 1-hour time limit was up. The dimension of duel's law forcefully teleported Yue Yang away, allowing him to return to the teleportation point. Before Yue Yang could stand firmly, he suddenly saw an unbelievable scene happening in front of his eyes. Da Xia Empire's Imperial Guards Commander Feng Kuang, the eagle-eyed man whose entire body was drenched in blood, and 2 generals that Yue Yang didn't recognize. The 4 of them took turns to attack Elder Tian Suo from all sides. Wasn't Elder Tian Suo already burnt to ashes? How could he still be alive? Yue Yang's jaw almost dropped to the ground again. Chapter 137. Yue Yang's sudden appearance had a huge impact on the entire battle. Eagle-eyed Shahu Wei Lai, who was preparing to unleash his ultimate skill and fight to the death with Elder Tian Suo, saw Yue Yang's appearance and immediately flew over in surprise. You're all right. Why are there 2 Elder Tian Suos? Yue Yang pointed at Elder Tian Suo, who was being pushed back by the 1,000 withering bones Feng Kuang's heavy halberd. What? Hearing this, eagle-eyed Shahu Wei Lai's face immediately revealed astonishment and shock. He hurriedly shouted, General Feng Kuang, wait a minute, something's wrong. He first raised his sword and stood beside Yue Yang to protect him, then hurriedly asked, what did you say? 2 Elder Tian Suos. Explain it clearly. There's indeed another Elder Tian Suo, but that Elder Tian Suo is already dead. Is this person's twin brother? Yue Yang was absolutely sure that the Elder Tian Suo in the dimension of duel was dead beyond dead. Not only was his body taken over by the dark golden specter, he was also instantly killed by the mysterious life form in the divine grimoire, turning his body into ashes. Furthermore, if the elder Tian Suo who fought with him didn't die, he wouldn't be able to come out from the dimension of duel. Is what you said true? Eagle-eyed Shahu Weilai shouted at Feng Kuang, hurry up and see His Majesty, the State Grand Master and the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians. This is suspicious. I've said it before, someone is impersonating. Elder Tian Suo flew in front of Yue Yang and loudly defended himself. Before you are cleared of suspicion, you better stay away from the only eyewitness. If you dare to make a move on him, then His Majesty will continue with the previous imperial decree and declare war on your floating mist sect. The eagle-eyed Shahu Weilai glared at Elder Tian Suo angrily as he stood in front of Yue Yang to protect him. Alright, as long as you don't attack me, I won't attack you. I received orders from sect leader Bai Yun to come and save people. Why would I purposely kill someone? I do have a grudge against General Dao Feng, but I definitely wouldn't kill him just because of that. Furthermore, I wouldn't kill someone so brazenly. I represent the entire floating mist sect, why would I start a massacre in your medical center? This is a misunderstanding, someone is impersonating me. Although I don't know who it is, I'm definitely not the one who injured General Dao Feng and Granny Feng. I'm guessing that someone is impersonating me in order to sow discord between our floating mist sect and the Da Sha kingdom. Elder Tian Suo threw down the long blade in his hand, indicating that this matter was just a misunderstanding and that he was not willing to continue fighting. You are Yu Chu's son, tell me, what happened? Feng Kuang had seen Yue Yang before in the Yu clan castle. Right now, he only believed what Yue Yang had said. With regards to Elder Tian Suo, if it wasn't for the fact that the State Grand Master had advised Zheng Wuyu to temporarily withdraw his declaration of war, Feng Kuang would have mobilized all the experts in Shangjing to surround and kill Elder Tian Suo. Even if he was an elder of the Floating Mist sect, he would not be so arrogant as to start a massacre in the Imperial Army's medical center. What's more, they were going to kill all the heroes who had sacrificed for the country, as well as General Dao Feng, an important minister of the country. When he first received this warning, Zheng Wuyu was enraged and almost wanted to personally kill Elder Tian Suo. At the same time, he issued an order to declare war and was prepared to personally bring the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians to the Floating Mist sect. Luckily, the State Grand Master persuaded him and changed the order to capture Elder Tian Suo to investigate the whole matter. However, the eagle-eyed Shahu Weilai thought that Yue Yang, the new student with the most potential, had been killed by Elder Tian Suo. Thus, he kept attacking crazily, intending to kill Elder Tian Suo with his sword and take revenge for Yue Yang. Who would have thought that in the middle of the battle, Yue Yang would suddenly appear, and even say that there were two Elder Tian Suos? Yue Yang had never been protected like this before. Eagle-eyed Shaho Weilai was in front, Feng Kuang was on the right, and the other two generals had also arrived. One on the left and one on the back, they surrounded Yue Yang in the middle. Everyone was waiting for him to say the final answer. What exactly was going on? It's like this. We came to hand over the medicine, but because we didn't have enough medicine, I even chatted with old General Dao Feng for a while. At this time, Elder Tian Suo came, and he was extremely arrogant. He used the golden drum to knock everyone unconscious. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, Elder Tian Suo immediately denied it and shouted that he didn't do that. You didn't. The ground was filled with injured people, and their eardrums were ruptured. It was all your doing. I was there at that time, and I saw it with my own eyes. Eagle-eyed Shaho Weilai roared like a lion. I really didn't do that. It was done by the person who impersonated me. Elder Tian Suo hurriedly defended himself. Shut up, let him speak first, Feng Kuang shouted loudly, then nodded towards Yue Yang, indicating for him to continue speaking. After that, Elder Tian Suo summoned a silver-ranked level 8 white python, which sent the teacher flying. He then summoned a fog monster, which enveloped the old lady doctor, preparing to suffocate her to death. He even summoned a silver-ranked level 6 ox-head warrior to attack me. Yue Yang's words caused Elder Tian Suo to roar madly. I already said, it wasn't done by me. I don't have a silver-ranked level 8 white python, and I don't have an ox-head warrior either. It was done by the person who impersonated me. That guy might have used a special type beast to disguise himself as me. That definitely wasn't me. I'm sure that person didn't disguise himself, and he didn't have a special type beast that could transform. He looked exactly the same as you. Yue Yang also felt that it was strange. If there really was someone impersonating him, then this conspiracy would be huge. However, He could also be sure that the Elder Tian Suo in the dimension of duel did not disguise himself, but his real face. Feng Kuang signaled for Elder Tian Suo to stop defending himself, and nodded towards Yue Yang. Now that we've confirmed that there are 2 Elder Tian Suos, what happened next? What happened next? Yue Yang naturally couldn't tell them everything that had happened in the dimension of duel. He hurriedly played down some of the minor details. I blinded the ox-head warrior's eyes, and led my 2-headed demon wolf lure it down the valley. That Elder Tian Suo wanted to kill me, so I escaped to a very special place. He chased after me, and even summoned a big idiot beast and a thunder goblin bat. I don't know what happened either, but when I fainted on the ground, Elder Tian Suo was suddenly killed by a strong warrior, and his body turned into ashes. After that, I came back here. Killed in an instant. When Elder Tian Suo, Feng Kuang and the others heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Even if it was an impersonator of Elder Tian Suo, he was still a strong warrior. He was able to stun everyone with a single attack, and he was even able to summon a silver rank level 8 white python. He was actually killed in an instant. When Yue Yang saw everyone's expressions, he hurriedly waved his hands. I don't know whether it was an instant kill or not, because I fainted at that time. When I opened my eyes, I discovered that Elder Tian Suo's body was completely fine. When I went up to take a look, he had actually turned into ashes, disintegrating with a single movement. The eagle-eyed Shahu Wei Lai nodded in realization. No wonder when I was fighting the white python bitterly, the white python suddenly screamed and exploded. So its master had already died. However, Elder Tian Suo expressed his suspicions. If you say that you were knocked unconscious, I believe you. But if you say that the impersonator is already dead, what proof do you have? I suspect that there is no such person at all. You guys are the ones who purposely set this up to harm me and the Floating Mist sect. You are just a kid from an academy. How could you possibly survive an attack from an expert of our level? Yue Yang didn't bother to explain further, and immediately took out the platinum grimoire from his backpack. This time, Elder Tian Suo couldn't say anything else. His expression became very ugly, and he cursed furiously. This is a method used by some sect to provoke us. A ranker who possesses a platinum grimoire would actually disguise himself as me and do such a thing. Look, my platinum grimoire is different from this one. This proves that I am not that person. Elder Tian Suo took out his platinum grimoire. However, Feng Kuang still shook his head and said, I don't suspect that you are that person now, but you are still suspicious. I am willing to go to His Majesty Zheng Wuyu and clarify everything before returning to the Floating Mist sect. I am definitely not the murderer. I am not afraid of being investigated and confronted. Although I have an old grudge with General Dao Feng, I do not have the intention to kill him. I do not care about what happened that year at all. Elder Tian Suo knew that if he returned to the Floating Mist sect now, he would not be able to clear his name. He hurriedly expressed that he was willing to be investigated, so that the relationship between the Floating Mist sect and the Da Sha kingdom would not worsen. That person, is he really not your twin brother? Yue Yang confirmed once again. He did not disguise himself, he looks exactly the same as you. My brother died in battle 180 years ago. At that time, I was in the same army as General Dao Feng. The three of us have different appearances. At that time, my older brother and younger brother died in battle. Dao Feng and I managed to escape with our lives, but we had a dispute over the matter of rescuing them. I felt that we should not continue fighting, and should preserve our strength so that we don't all die. Dao Feng, on the other hand, felt that we should fight to the death. At that time, I was afraid, and because I was sad that my brother had died in battle, I fought with General Dao Feng. In the end, we fell out. After that, I entered the Floating Mist sect as a disciple and my strength increased greatly. At some point in time, I did indeed do many things that offended General Dao Feng. Although I have an old grudge against him, I definitely did not have the intention to kill him. Furthermore, I am representing the Floating Mist sect to rescue people. How could I start a massacre? That's impossible. As for my brother, it's even more impossible. Firstly, my brother died early. Secondly, they look different from me. Why did that impersonator look exactly the same as me? I also want to find out. A fellow who has a platinum grimoire but looks exactly like me, how could he impersonate me and do so many bad things? I also want to find out. General Feng Kuang, I hope that you can send someone to invite sect leader Bai Yun over. Ask him and His Majesty Zheng Wuyu to preside over this matter. This matter must be instigated by other powers. Because our relationship was originally not that good, we are the easiest target to instigate. Elder Tian Suo turned around and looked at Yue Yang. Suddenly, he nodded his head and said, I have to thank you for this matter. If you did not return, I would definitely be the scapegoat. Furthermore, the relationship between the Da Sha Empire and the Floating Mist sect might worsen to the extreme. I'm afraid that the insidious and sinister plot of the enemy hiding in the dark would have succeeded. You guys should get to the bottom of this matter. I've already said what I wanted to say. I'm still a kid, I don't know how to deal with the affairs of the country. It's better for me to obediently go back and study. Yue Yang did not want to be involved in the conspiracy between the sects in the country. What a joke. None of these fellows were easy to deal with. Killing a fake Elder Tian Suo had already used up all of his energy. If there was another real one, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The eagle-eyed Sha Hu Weilai nodded his head in agreement with Yue Yang's words. In his heart, Yue Yang was a newcomer with the most potential in the future of the Da Sha Empire. He definitely could not let those old fogies from the Floating Mist sect fancy him. Otherwise, if they brought him up the mountain to train, there would be nothing left for the Da Sha Empire. To train, one did not necessarily have to go to the four great sects. As long as one had enough talent, he could become a strong warrior no matter where he trained. He thought for a while and quickly took out the silver rank level 8 white python magic crystal from his bosom and passed it to Yue Yang. I can't be here right now. You should return to the academy first. Don't be in a hurry to do quests. I suggest that you go and listen to Grandma Wu Tang's lessons. She has a lot of basic knowledge. If you are willing to learn medicine, I can invite Grandma Feng to the academy to be your teacher. Thank you, teacher. When Yue Yang saw that there was a silver rank level 8 magic crystal, he quickly pretended to be an obedient student. Woof. Wei Tai Lang also came over at this time, wagging its tail as it chewed on a silver rank level 6 ox head warrior's magic crystal. Originally, it wanted to swallow it, but when it remembered Yue Yang's usual warnings, it hurriedly left it behind to please its master. Your performance is not bad. I'll reward you with a delicious meat bone tonight. Yue Yang was extremely happy. He had another magic crystal. Today was really a good day. Is he really Yu Chu's son? His looks, he does look a little like him, but his personality, elder. Tian Suo looked at Yue Yang's receding figure, as if he was very interested. Hey, you better take care of your own matters first. The eagle-eyed Sha Hu Weilai couldn't help but remind him that he was still a suspect. Looks like the Yu clan is really going to rise. Elder Tian Suo didn't bother with him as he muttered. Chapter 138. When he returned to the academy, he found Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers waiting for him with swollen faces. Even the students from the death class had not left yet. Seeing that Yue Yang had returned, the old cunning fox was the first to welcome him. Student Titan, are you alright? The old cunning fox was most afraid of losing Yue Yang, the student with the most potential. Now that he had returned safe and sound, he was overjoyed. He asked softly, how's the situation? There are 2 Elder Tian Suos. The matter is still under investigation, I'm not too sure. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't tell him too much, so he just brushed it off. This matter seems a little fishy. The old cunning fox was very smart. He felt that there was something fishy about this matter. However, the old cunning fox didn't mention this matter. He turned around and praised Yue Yang's bravery and resourcefulness, not panicking in the face of danger. In the end, the old cunning fox even announced that every student would be rewarded with 10 gold coins. He even decided to treat everyone to a meal to calm their nerves. Immediately, the old cunning fox's extravagance made the death class students cheer. The students who didn't know Yue Yang, although they were curious, didn't come over to ask. The long-haired girl, Princess Qi Ming and a few other children surrounded him. Especially Princess Bei Bei, she immediately jumped into Yue Yang's embrace and cried loudly. The situation of the battle was unclear. When the death class students woke up, they realized that they had already been sent back to the academy. Because Yue Yang was still missing, the old cunning fox had been waiting for news. Many people thought that Yue Yang had already died. Only Yi Kong and the others believed that Yue Yang would be able to return safely. For example, Princess Bei Bei, although she was excellent in her studies, she was still a child. She was afraid that it would be hard for her to hold it in. When Yue Yang returned, she immediately cried. However, because Yue Yang's skill in coaxing little Lawless was really good, with just a few words, Princess Bei Bei was coaxed by Yue Yang again. I've already said that you would definitely return safely. Who are you? You're my, young Master Hai's, brother. With my, young Master Hai's, luck protecting you, it would be difficult for anything to happen to you. Fatty Hai shouted proudly. Yi Kong, on the other hand, didn't say a word. He only nodded at Yue Yang with a resolute gaze. Yu Bing had just found out about this and rushed over upon hearing the news. Her face was pale as a sheet as she threw herself into Yue Yang's arms and hugged her brother tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, her brother would disappear like smoke. Not only Yue Yang, but everyone else also tried to persuade him. In the end, Yu Bing looked at her brother again and again. Only when she found that her brother was fine did she relax. Yue Yang kept feeling that someone was watching him from a certain place, but with his ability, he couldn't sense where that person was hiding. Who was this person watching him in the dark? Could it be the drunken cat? Just as Yue Yang was about to use his divine vision to search around, the gaze that was watching him in the dark disappeared. It seemed that the person had noticed Yue Yang's actions earlier. Forget it, there's no evil intentions. Yue Yang was very surprised. This Ivy Academy was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Not only was the old cunning fox and the drunken cat powerful, the person who was watching him in the dark was also an unfathomable rancor. As expected of an academy that had been passed down for over 3,000 years. It really had some foundation. Because of the incident with Elder Tien Suo, the death class didn't continue to train like before. Instead, they temporarily rested and moved around freely. Yu Bing wrote a letter to Yue Yang. It was sent by Inan. Her handwriting was graceful. Although she purposely wrote it very big and some of the strokes were emphasized, it still couldn't hide the elegance of a woman's handwriting. In the letter, Inan said that she was undergoing her aunt's training and couldn't go to the academy for the time being. She would meet up with Yue Yang at a later time. Yue Yang felt a little regretful that Inan couldn't come. If he couldn't pick up girls while studying, he wouldn't be able to be lovey-dovey under the moonlight. That would be such a waste of an opportunity. Together with Yu Bing, Yue Yang decided to listen to Grandma Wu Tang's class first. Grandma Wu Tang was a famous plant-type grandmaster. Most importantly, her basic knowledge was plentiful. No one in the academy could compare to her. Originally, Yue Yang thought that there would be a lot of students listening to her class. However, when he arrived, he realized that other than 2 students, only he and Yu Bing came to listen to the class. After waiting for half a day, Yi Kong pulled the still sleeping Fatty Hai over. Maybe it was because of the basic knowledge class, but almost no students came. Only those 2 weird students came. One was as skinny as a monkey, but his beast was as fat as a pig. The other beast seemed normal, but its owner was covered with cuts and bruises. His wounds were bandaged like a dumpling. These 2 people were extremely diligent. Before they started class, they were already copying. Because they were freshmen, no matter if it was Yue Yang, Yu Bing, Yi Kong or the Li clan brothers, none of them knew these 2 weird students. The only one who was familiar with the situation was Fatty Hai, who was chasing after a beauty in his dreams and didn't have time to open his eyes. Yi Kong could only smile at the 2 weird students to show his friendliness. The 2 students hurriedly waved their hands, hinting Yi Kong and the others not to sit too close to them. Students, I am Teacher Wu Tang. At first, Yue Yang thought that Grandma Wu Tang was an old lady with a kind face like the old lady doctor. Who knew that he was completely wrong? Grandma Wu Tang was a woman who looked like she was in her 40s. She had rosy cheeks, delicate skin and clear eyes. Other than the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, she didn't look old at all. Although her clothes were simple, her temperament was extraordinary. Her entire person emitted a kind of special temperament that was a combination of rationality and wisdom, as if nothing in the world could move her. Her expression was calm and gentle, like an old well without ripples. If Yue Yang didn't know that this Grandma Wu Tang was once Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the old fox's teacher, and that her students were almost 200 years old, and that she was at least 300 years old this year, he would have thought that she was really a woman in her 40s or 50s. Grandma Wu Tang had more freedom in class. She didn't take attendance, nor did she read from the book. Instead, she explained based on her experience. After talking about plant-type beasts' basic knowledge for 10 minutes, she stopped and asked with a smile, other than the plant type just now, everyone is free to ask any questions. I would like to ask about the relationship between beasts and warriors. If possible, I would also like to understand more about holy beasts and mythical beasts. Yue Yang had a lot of questions in his heart. Because of the knowledge that the summoning grimoire had transmitted to his brain, he knew a little about the advanced cultivation of beasts, but he didn't know much about the basic knowledge. Beasts, everyone should know that they are divided into normal, bronze, silver, gold, platinum and diamond ranks. Most warriors come into contact with normal ranked beasts the most. Bronze ranked and above are elite ranked beasts. After reaching gold ranked, we call them king beasts. That's why we call them gold king beasts. As for platinum ranked and diamond ranked beasts, they can't be reached through human cultivation. They are very rare, so we won't talk about them for now. Normally, after reaching the strength of a level 7 overlord, there would be a special teacher who would come to guide everyone. Above that, there would be another realm. In the soaring dragon continent that we live in, under normal circumstances, there would not be any beasts that exceed level 10. In other words, only normal ranked beasts could reach level 10. Furthermore, the majority of level 10 beasts exist for special reasons. For example, the ocean king whale, island tortoise, 10,000-year ancient tree and so on, these beasts have huge bodies and long lifespans. They don't have any natural enemies in the natural world, so they could easily grow to level 10. At the same time, because they possess great strength and have no natural enemies, they would rarely participate in battles in their entire lives. Hence, their chances of evolving are extremely low. They would remain normal ranked for their entire lives, without any possibility of mutation. As Grandma Wu Tang spoke, the two weird students scribbled noisily. As for Yue Yang, he pricked up his ears to listen. He realized that this Grandma Wu Tang was a very well-hidden ranker. On the surface, she looked like she only had the strength of a level 5 Grandmaster, but in reality, when Yue Yang used his divine vision to look at her, he could only see a facade. Compared to the old cunning fox, Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, who he still couldn't see through, she was many times stronger. Yue Yang suspected that this Grandma Wu Tang might be one of the 7 legendary innate rankers in Da Sha Kingdom. However, why would an innate ranker attend classes in the academy? Without any evidence, Yue Yang couldn't be too sure. Of course, no matter who Grandma Wu Tang was, Yue Yang felt that the knowledge she was talking about was many times stronger than those inflexible knowledge recorded in books. If a normal ranked beast has a body like the ocean king whale, under the situation where it doesn't have any natural enemies, it would be able to level up to level 10. Our standard is set at normal ranked level 10. Bronze ranked, we all know that this is the most basic elite ranked. Every bronze ranked beast of the same level is stronger than a normal ranked beast by 1 level. The higher the level, the greater the difference in strength. For example, a normal ranked level 3 beast might be able to fight against a bronze ranked level 2 beast, but a normal ranked level 7 beast would definitely not be able to fight against a bronze ranked level 6 beast, even if the bronze ranked beast was only 1 level higher. This is the difference in growth between an elite ranked beast and a normal ranked beast. In the soaring dragon continent, bronze ranked beasts can only level up to bronze ranked level 9. Normally, they wouldn't have any natural enemies after that. They would never be able to surpass themselves in their entire lives, and would be stuck at bronze ranked level 9. This is because, in a sense, bronze ranked level 9 has already reached the peak. They would already be able to dominate an area and be invincible. Hence, they wouldn't be able to progress any further. In the natural world, beasts like the cattle-swallowing Kodo beast, giant mammoth, earthquake dragon, giant mountain beast and so on, because of their size, they wouldn't have any natural enemies in the natural world. Although they aren't as huge as the ocean king whale or the island tortoise, to humans, they are still extremely huge creatures. In their lifetime, the number of battles that they would experience is very small. Normally, they would be the leaders of their clans, so the highest they can reach is bronze rank level 9. According to what you said, silver ranked beasts would at most be silver rank level 8, and gold ranked beasts would at most be gold rank level 7. Is that right? Yue Yang asked. That's right. In the natural world, if no one nurtures them, silver rank level 8 and gold rank level 7 beasts wouldn't have any natural enemies in the natural world. They would be able to prey on other creatures that are at the same level 10 as them. However, everyone must take note of one thing. Because of the difficulty of evolution, most of the beasts are normal rank level 10, and the number of beasts that can evolve and mutate to gold ranked is the least. If we say that there are more than 1,000 normal rank level 10 beasts that have already been discovered, the number of gold rank level 7 beasts that have been recorded doesn't even exceed 50. Many of them only exist in legends. Nobody can directly prove that these beasts exist at the top of the food chain. Grandma Wu Tang nodded affirmatively. Then in other places, are there beasts that have surpassed gold rank level 7? For example, in Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang asked again. There are, but those are not the contents of our lecture today. In the future, when you all have the strength of a level 7 overlord, there will be someone who will tell you all about it. Let's talk about the second question, which is about warriors. Other than the level 10 titles that we know of, after the level 7 overlord there will be another realm. When you all have reached that realm, there will be someone who will guide you towards a higher realm. Grandma Wu Tang didn't tell them about the realm after level 7, but Yue Yang could guess that it would be the innate realm. After level 7, one would start to train in the innate realm. Can you talk about the comparison between beasts and warriors? Also, can you talk about holy beasts and mythical beasts? Yue Yang wanted to take this opportunity to understand his own strength, and what realm he had reached. Most importantly, he wanted to understand his own beasts, like little Wen Li. Was she a holy beast, or a mythical beast? Alright, next, I will talk about the relationship between beasts and warriors. I will also talk about how to nurture holy beasts and mythical beasts. Grandma Wu Tang's calm words immediately shocked the entire audience. Nurture holy beasts and mythical beasts. How was this possible? Could holy beasts and mythical beasts really be nurtured artificially? Chapter 139 inches regarding holy beasts and mythical beasts, everyone knows that they exist. Furthermore, many people know how to cultivate holy beasts. Unfortunately, these things are useless to normal people. It's like a normal person contracting a summoning grimoire, knowing that it exists, but unable to contract it. Grandma Wu Tang smiled slightly. If we want to know the method, we must first understand what a holy beast is and how to evaluate it. Not only Yue Yang, even Yu Bing, Yi Kong and the Li brothers pricked up their ears to listen. Only Fatty Hai was still in his dream, snoring so loudly that it shook the heavens. Grandma Wu Tang didn't mind the sleeping Fatty Hai. She looked at Yue Yang, then looked at Yu Bing and nodded slightly. Yi Kong suddenly felt that maybe it was because Yue Yang and Yu Bing were here listening to the lecture that Grandma Wu Tang would reveal this kind of secret. Otherwise, if it was just a normal student, it would be impossible for them to have the chance to hear this. Holy beast is not just a type of creature, it is also not a level or rank, but a realm of ability. Those that have high intelligence are holy beasts. No matter if they are normal, bronze, silver, gold, platinum or diamond, as long as they have high intelligence, they can be classified as holy beasts. Of course, it is very difficult for beasts below platinum to have high intelligence. Hence, beasts below platinum that can become holy beasts are 1 in a billion. Other than level 10 beasts that have lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, normal beasts would have a hard time becoming holy beasts. Holy beast specialties are language and learning. Because they have high intelligence, holy beasts can speak human language and learn human skills at the same time. If your beasts reach that realm, they would understand that the holy beast realm is the beginning of a beast's journey to the peak. Then what about divine beasts? Yue Yang was secretly curious. The Bloody Queen had intelligence and knew how to speak Demon Abyss language. Could she be counted as a holy beast? Or had she already stepped into the holy beast realm and was about to evolve into a holy beast? I don't know much about divine beasts. When Grandma Wu Tang mentioned mythical beasts, she paused for a moment, then said indifferently, "It is said that mythical beasts are the same as holy beasts, they both have extremely high intelligence. However, the biggest difference between them and holy beasts is that they possess summoning grimoires." Grandma Wu Tang's words made Yue Yang jump up in shock. Possess a grimoire? Does possessing a summoning grimoire make one a mythical beast? In that case, little Wen Li, a mythical beast can possess a summoning grimoire. How is this possible? Yi Kong and the Li brothers were also extremely shocked, they didn't dare to believe it. Grandma Wu Tang waved her hand lightly, indicating for Yue Yang to sit down. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Whether it's true or just a rumor, once you've reached that realm, go and find out for yourselves. Yue Yang had a guilty conscience, afraid that Grandma Wu Tang would notice that something was wrong with him. The fact that little Wen Li had a summoning grimoire must be kept a top secret, so Yue Yang hurriedly changed the topic. Then please tell me more about the holy beast. Other than possessing high intelligence and the ability to learn and speak, holy beasts also have another ability, which is to transform into humans. No matter what the original form of a holy beast is, be it a lion, an eagle, or something else, they can all transform into humans. They would slowly evolve into the same body as us, speak our human language, and learn our human combat skills. The stronger the holy beast, the more perfect its transformation into a human would be, and the closer it would be to us. If it reaches the 9th level of a holy beast, it would become exactly the same as us. Even if it were to sit here and have lessons with us, we wouldn't be able to tell that it's a beast and not a human. Grandma Wu Tang's words completely shocked Yue Yang. For example, the Bloody Queen, Little Wen Li, the barbarian Cow Shadow and even the Thorny Flower, as time passed, they all became more and more like humans. Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of intelligence and emotions, they were all continuously improving. Could it be that the process of nurturing the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was the process of nurturing a holy beast? Could it be that holy beasts and mythical beasts weren't as simple as 9-star or 10-star beasts, and could be further divided into many ranks? Among the holy beasts, how could they differentiate the strong and the weak? Yue Yang hurriedly asked, among the holy beasts, are there also ranks? Is it like level 1, level 2, and level 3? Grandma Wu Tang nodded her head in affirmation. It's not the same as our normal beasts. Rankers divide holy beasts into 9 ranks. Even a mature level 1 holy beast's battle power is equivalent to a normal level 9, however, because their battle power is really too high, far surpassing the imagination of normal people, normal warriors don't need to know about these things. Hence, rankers just call the entire holy beast's ranks as 9 stars. Of course, this 9 stars is completely different from a normal level 9 beast. When your beasts reach that realm in the future, you will understand. Hearing this, Yi Kong and the others felt their scalps go numb. If a level 1 holy beast had the strength of a normal level 9 beast, then how terrifying would a level 9 holy beast be? Above them, there were still mythical beasts. No wonder it was said that holy beasts were the beginning of the peak. This, to a normal warrior, it was really hard to imagine. No wonder the rankers at the peak would view warriors below level 6 as ants. A thought suddenly flashed through Yue Yang's mind. Why not ask the mysterious being that killed the dark golden specter in an instant, above mythical beasts, is there an existence of a higher level? It is said that above mythical beasts, there is an existence called the transcending mythical beast. It is a kind of innate life form that normal warriors would not be able to possess. It is said that every 10,000 years, a lucky person like this would appear in the soaring dragon continent. However, this is only a legend. There are no records of transcending mythical beasts in this world. As for transcending mythical beasts, I don't understand them at all. Let's talk about holy beasts here. Transcending mythical beast, Yue Yang thought in his heart, when he was unconscious, the one that appeared and killed the dark golden specter in an instant. Could it be the lucky person that appeared in the soaring dragon continent in 10,000 years? Could it be him? However, he was not a person from the soaring dragon continent, but a guy from another world. Even if it appeared, it wouldn't be him, a guy from another world, right? The only thing he could confirm now was that little Wen Li, who possessed a diamond grimoire, could be a mythical beast. She could even be a transcending mythical beast. Although he was a guy from another world and was not born with it, he had coincidentally met Queen Vivian Li, who had been sealed for 10,000 years. Then, he had worked together with her to raise little Wen Li. This seemed to be related to being born with a transcending mythical beast and 10,000 years of luck. Using the conditions of a transcending mythical beast on little Wen Li seemed to make sense. Yue Yang secretly decided that no matter what little Wen Li was, he would definitely raise her up. When his innate invisible sword chi reached a higher realm, he would definitely be able to open that divine grimoire. At that time, he would have a look at the records in the divine grimoire. He believed that all his doubts would be answered. Grandma Wu Tang's intelligent eyes swept across Yue Yang's face and smiled. Regarding the cultivation of holy beasts, actually many people know about it, but they don't have the ability to do it. Listen to it, maybe you guys can cultivate a holy beast. Yes. Yu Bing felt that she might not be able to do it, but her brother, who had the Bloody Queen, should have a chance. She listened with great interest. To cultivate a holy beast, it is best if it is a guardian beast, because it will never truly die, and it will never betray you. If not, any type of beast would be the same. The process of cultivation is to let the beast level up continuously, increase its intelligence, and at the same time, evolve into a human form. All types are the same. In Tong Tian Tower, there is a world tree quest where you can obtain the fruit of wisdom. This is one of the ways to cultivate a holy beast. There is also another way to cultivate a holy beast. For example, in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, the 12 zodiac temples, if you complete 100% of the challenges, you will be rewarded by the ancient code. If you complete more than 100% of the challenges, you will be able to raise the intelligence of a holy beast. If you complete all the challenges in the 12 zodiac temples and win all of them, you would probably be able to cultivate a holy beast's intelligence. Grandma Wu Tang's words made Yue Yang suddenly understand. So that deathly difficult challenge was actually for people to cultivate holy beasts. No wonder it was so abnormal. Once a warrior succeeds in the challenge and obtains the reward of intelligence, they cannot challenge it again and can only move on to the next temple. If they complete all the challenges in the 12 zodiac temples, they can proceed to the second floor of the heaven, earth and human halls. There are also rewards there. At the higher floors, there are the World Tree Quest, and even more difficult quests. The seniors said this: the more you put in, the more you will reap. If you want to cultivate a holy beast, you need to go through countless difficult challenges. The more difficult battles it goes through, the higher the beast's intelligence will be. This all depends on everyone's cultivation. How far you can go, how much hardship you can endure, how many battles you can experience, how much you can raise your beast to, it all depends on yourself. No one can help you. There are no shortcuts to cultivation. Children, at your age, it is the best time to learn and raise your level. Hence, you must cherish your youth and cherish your opportunities. Grandma Wu Tang's words had opened a door for Yue Yang, Yu Bing, Yi Kong and the others. Although they had yet to step into it, they all knew that at a higher place, there was another realm, another wonderful world. The soaring dragon continent was just a starting point. At a higher place in the Tong Tian Tower, that was the true stage for the rankers to battle. That was the world that truly belonged to the rankers. Yue Yang and the others came to listen to Grandma Wu Tang's lessons for 3 consecutive days. Her knowledge was as vast as the sea, allowing Yue Yang's basic knowledge and the doubts in his heart to be replenished in an instant. He felt that he was gaining something every day, improving every day. Whether it was in terms of controlling his own beasts or targeting the weaknesses of his enemy's beasts, Yue Yang had made great progress. It was only at this moment that Yue Yang realized that his path to becoming a ranker had a true starting point. With these foundations laid, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings, and he would soar to the sky in one go. He believed that he would be able to break through again in the near future. Grandma Wu Tang's words were actually not of much help to Yi Kong and the Li brothers, because the difference in their strength was too great. Their beasts were also worlds apart from holy beasts. They were like primary school students who had gone to a university student's class to listen to lessons. Although they had learned some knowledge, in reality, they could not understand much. Yue Yang, on the other hand, was the opposite. His strength was the closest to what Grandma Wu Tang was talking about. Almost every sentence that she said was of great help to his improvement. Many things that he did not understand became clear as if the clouds were dispelled to reveal the sun. In class, it was usually Yue Yang who would ask questions, and Grandma Wu Tang who would answer. In other words, Grandma Wu Tang was teaching Yue Yang. The content of what she said was completely to guide him. As for Yi Kong and the others, they could only temporarily remember it in their hearts and wait for their strength to increase before they could understand it. Today's class will end here. In order to put into practice what we have learned in class, I have decided to give you guys an assignment. Go to the Despair Abyss and pick a stalk of starlight serene indigo grass for me. If you guys succeed, then I will use my luck inherent skill to give your beasts luck once. Grandma Wu Tang's assignment was actually given to Yue Yang. Yi Kong and the others, including Yu Bing, did not have the ability to go to the Despair Abyss to pick this stalk of starlight serene indigo grass. Only Yue Yang had the ability to do so. Yes, Yue Yang naturally understood Grandma Wu Tang's intention. She wanted to use this opportunity to help him level up. I will give you guys a month's time. We will meet here again in a month. Grandma Wu Tang nodded slightly and slowly left. A month's time. Could it be that Grandma Wu Tang thought that he would need at least a month's time to go to the Despair Abyss to pick the starlight serene indigo grass? What kind of damned place was this Despair Abyss? Even though Yue Yang had already prepared his heart, he was still shocked. Chapter 140. After Grandma Wu Tang left, Yu Bing took out the map of the soaring dragon continent and placed it on the table for everyone to study. The Despair Abyss was not in the Da Sha Kingdom. This was the biggest problem. To go to the Despair Abyss, they needed to go to the Tian Luo Kingdom. In a sense, This despair abyss was another Guijian-Chou, one of the world's 5 great death lands. But it was different from Guijian-Chou in that there were often people in the despair abyss. Every year when spring and summer came and went, countless adventurers would go to the despair abyss to gather herbs or steal the demon eggs. Because of the high mortality rate, especially in the inner parts of the despair abyss, the risk of death was extremely high. Therefore, when ordinary mercenaries heard that their leader had decided to go to the despair abyss, they would write their wills in despair and bid farewell to their families. After a long time, the Coiling Snakes Valley was renamed to the despair abyss. The top 3 killers of the despair abyss were not the demon beasts, but the terrain. The mortality rate of walking in this kind of valley was extremely high. There was a possibility of falling to death at any time. It was even higher than hunting the demon beasts. The second killer was the mountain wind. It was said that the mountain wind here could easily blow a group of big-footed rock sheep a few kilometers away, let alone humans. The third killer was the spiders. Whether it was the giant blood nest mother or the extremely small funnel spider, they were all gold-ranked killers. Among the spiders, there were wolf spiders that could crawl quickly, bird spiders that could catch birds, sand spiders that could burrow deep in the soil, and black water spiders that could ambush at any time. These spiders were countless deadly killers. The scariest thing was that the spiders here loved to eat humans. Between humans and animals, they would always attack humans first. This was the reason why adventurers felt the most despair. Let's first prepare our luggage and teleport to Crowleaf City, then take a horse carriage to Sand Gate to cross the border, then transfer to Water Bowl City and teleport to Mountain Cat City. From here, we will hire a carriage to go to Coiling Snakes Town. As for the detailed map of the Despair Abyss, we will buy it there. Although Yi Kong had never been there before, he was very experienced. Very quickly, he chose the fastest path. All Yue Yang had to do was nod his head. "Yu Bing, are you going too?" Yue Yang was a little worried that her body wouldn't be able to take it. The Despair Abyss was infamous, and it wasn't a place to play around. "Yes, I also want to train hard." Yue Bing was determined. She had always wanted to follow her brother, but she also hoped that she could quickly increase her strength so that she would not be a burden to her brother. Now that she had the chance to train, she felt that she shouldn't be scared off by the abyss of despair. She insisted on challenging herself and challenging the difficulty. Of course, she also knew that if there was any danger, her brother would protect her. She only needed to grit her teeth and follow closely by his side to gain experience. Seeing that Yue Bing was eager to improve, Yue Yang did not stop her. In the hearts of ordinary people, the Despair Abyss was a terrifying place of death. However, in Yue Yang's heart, it was far from the Guijian-Chou. Forget about the demon insects at the Guijian-Chou, the gold rank level 7 Reaper Mantis was not to be trifled with. The terrain of the Despair Abyss was a little dangerous, and the mountain winds were also strong. If one had good skills in a flying beast, it shouldn't be too difficult. The only thing that made Yue Yang wary was the deadline given by Grandma Wu Tang. 1 month. Even if they subtracted the 5 days journey, there was still 25 days left. This meant that the Starlight Serene indigo grass was definitely not easy to find. Other than that, it was impossible for such a treasure to not have any strong beasts coveting it. There was even a level 8 Herculean rhinoceros beetle fighting for the black-eared shriveled heart orchid in the abyss. "Yi Kong, you guys prepare the things. We will first go to the beast shop in Shangjing to see if there are any chaos eggs that are suitable for us. Then I will write a letter to City Mistress Fallen Flowers and ask her if she has any good suggestions for picking the Starlight Serene indigo grass. 7th sister and I will go home to visit 4th mother. If you guys don't want to come, then you can wait for us at the Sand Gate border. Oh right, I will also write a letter to Brother Inan." Yue Yang felt that if there were no beauties accompanying him on the road, his motivation would really be lacking. He decided to ask Inan if she had the time. "All right, we will do as you say." Yi Kong and the Li brothers naturally had no objections. With their strength, they could only protect themselves in the Despair Abyss. If they wanted to pick the Starlight Serene indigo grass, then Yue Yang had to do it himself. Fatty Hai's snoring was like thunder. His saliva flowed to the table and then to the floor. Yue Yang realized that this fellow had an innate talent for sleeping. As long as he entered a classroom, no matter who was in class, he would be confused. Once he picked up a book, he would feel sleepy. As a warrior who had contracted a grimoire, it was really rare to see a warrior who was as weak as Fatty Hai. However, there might be some hidden reasons. Through his level 3 divine vision, Yue Yang could discover that Fatty Hai had some good points that other people didn't have. Furthermore, these good points were very special. Once they were used well, it would not be a bad thing. Let's go, pighead. Seeing that Fatty Hai was still snoring, Yi Kong couldn't help but give him a slap. Fatty Hai didn't react at all. His snoring was so loud that it shook the heavens. Yi Kong could only use his trump card and splashed a bottle of water on Fatty Hai's head. In the end, Fatty Hai shivered and sat up. He wiped his face with his fat hands and looked around blankly. When he saw Yue Yang, he hurriedly shouted, it's raining, hurry up and keep the clothes. Yue Yang was almost shocked by this fatty. There were good things to learn, but he just had to learn from Tang Seng. When Yu Bing saw this, she covered her mouth and snickered. Let's go, we have a new mission. Yi Kong angrily kicked Fatty Hai, hinting him to stop embarrassing himself. What's the reward for the mission? Fatty Hai was most concerned about this. If we succeed, the reward will be a beauty. Yue Yang said seriously, his expression unquestionable. Why don't you say that I, Master Hai, was born to complete missions? I am your boss, of course I have to lead the team and complete the mission. Oh right, what is the mission? Pick the starlight serene indigo grass. Where? Despair Abyss, isn't it Despair Abyss? What did you say? What did you say just now? Despair Abyss, I'm not going. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately changed his mind. It seemed that between the beauty and his life, he still chose his life. Since boss isn't going, then the beauty will belong to Yi Kong. Yue Yang generously gave away the non-existent beauty. Is it really a beauty? I'm throwing caution to the wind. I don't want this 300 pounds of meat anymore. Isn't it just a despair abyss? I'm going to flatten it. Can we go somewhere else? Going there is the same as sending myself to death. Your boss, haven't even slept with a single girl before. If I die like this, that would be too miserable. Fatty Hai cried loudly. It's fine if you don't want to go, but that beauty will belong to me. Yi Kong whistled. Put down the beauty immediately. Get rid of your greed and lust. The beauty belongs to me, do you understand? Fatty Hai grabbed Yi Kong's collar and roared. Fatty, didn't you say you didn't want to go? Yi Kong asked curiously. Call me boss. As a boss, how can I cower in front of difficulties? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm a warrior, I'm a hero. I'm a hero who was born to be paired with a beauty. You monkey follower better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll break your bones. No one can snatch a beauty from me, your boss. Do you understand? Before I lose my virginity, none of you should even think about losing it. Otherwise, I'll flip out and fall out with you. Fatty Hai's eyes were like a bull in heat. He looked extremely fierce and fiendish. As a boss, you haven't lost your virginity yet. Or did I hear wrongly? Yue Yang, who was leaving, turned his head and asked. What do you mean? Your boss is a playboy. I lost my virginity when I was 12 years old. How could I be so miserable without losing my virginity? There are countless beauties who like me. I'm just struggling to cope with them. Can't you see that I lack sleep every day because of chasing after girls? Can't you see that I'm on the verge of collapse because of the beauties? Why are you still worried about my virginity, crying? I'm not crying. When did you see me crying? I'm crying tears of excitement and pride. How can I not be excited and proud to know you bunch of lunatics who don't care about your lives? Fatty Hai started crying as he spoke. He brought Yi Kong and Fatty Hai to the beast shop to take a look. He didn't find any suitable chaos eggs. Yue Yang knew that he had to rely on luck. He couldn't be impatient. He wrote 2 letters and sent them to Inan and City Mistress Fallen Flowers respectively. He then brought his sister Yue Bing back to the Yu clan castle. As for Yi Kong and the others, they first prepared the various items they would need for their journey. Fourth Mother was extremely happy that her son and daughter had returned. She happily told Yue Yang about her husband's situation. Your fourth uncle is much better now. This is all thanks to Miss Feng taking care of him day and night. I've seen that miss. She's not like what I imagined. She's a very gentle lady from a noble family. If she wasn't like that, why would she sacrifice herself to save your fourth uncle's life? Yue Yang didn't say anything. He felt that even if Miss Feng was a good person, this matter was definitely a trap. However, the most important thing now wasn't to oppose Yu Shan. It was to wait for the right time to attack. Yue Yang decided to train and level up while waiting for a good opportunity. Since he was going to catch the culprit behind the scenes, then he would catch the culprit behind the scenes. Since he was going to turn hostile, then he would have a thorough battle. One attack would be enough to be fatal, so that the enemy would never be able to recover. Furthermore, it wasn't just the matter of fourth uncle and Miss Feng. There was also the matter of the pitiful guy and Miss Shui breaking off the engagement, and the pitiful guy jumping into the river to commit suicide. Yue Yang had to investigate these matters in secret and then deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This time, other than visiting Fourth Mother, Yue Yang's main purpose was to help Yu Shuang open up her meridians. Yu Shuang had never trained before, but Yue Yang had often transferred some innate qi into her body to help her open up her meridians. This allowed the little girl's body to maintain health and prevent her from getting sick easily in the future. Afterwards, Yue Yang discovered that after opening up her meridians, the amount of spiritual qi in Yu Shuang's body was much more than before. Her chances of contracting a grimoire had greatly increased. Yue Yang didn't immediately let her contract the bronze grimoire because he wanted to pass it to her at a suitable time in front of countless people. He wanted her to successfully contract it under the witness of the whole clan. Of course, in order to ensure that Yu Shuang could contract the grimoire as soon as she received it, Yue Yang estimated that he had to help her open up at least 5 meridians. He had only opened up 2 meridians now, so it was still too early. Furthermore, the matter of opening up Yu Shuang's meridians definitely couldn't be known by others. Even more so, he couldn't let Yu Shuang, this little girl, know about it. Otherwise, if someone gave her a piece of chaff, this gluttonous little girl might leak the secret. Yue Yang pretended to play with this little girl. While she wasn't paying attention, he channeled his innate qi bit by bit, opening up her meridians bit by bit. Yu Shuang, this little girl, loved to play. If she went crazy from playing, she wouldn't even notice that her body was heating up. Anyways, there was no need to rush the matter of letting Yu Shuang contract a grimoire. Yue Yang felt that if the contract was successful, this little girl might not have time to play anymore. She would be very pitiful if she trained all day. Thus, he didn't have the intention to let her contract a grimoire immediately. Instead, he wanted to find the most suitable opportunity to let the fourth branch show off in front of the clansmen. Fourth Mother, you must make her even more glorious. You must make her more glorious and proud than any other mother in the world. San Miss Shui from the Shui clan has broken off the engagement. You can't not have a marriage. How about I help you ask which families Miss is willing? Princess Sissy is quite good with you, right? She is a princess, her status is very suitable for you. Her 8 characters are also good, it's just that the seniority is a bit messy. Fourth Mother seemed to be preparing to talk about a marriage for Yue Yang. This gave Yue Yang a big shock. Don't think about this, I need to focus on training now. We can talk about it later, okay? Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands to reject. Alright then, find a suitable one yourself. If you can't find one, then Fourth Mother will make the decision. Fourth Mother had heard from her daughter that there was a girl named Inan, but she had never seen her before. She didn't know how she was like. Of course, Fourth Mother didn't oppose her son's freedom to love. She was even afraid that her son was too shy, so she didn't directly ask to see Inan. After staying in the Yu clan castle for a day, Yue Yang was afraid that Fourth Mother would propose marriage again, so he quickly slipped away. Bringing Yu Bing along, he headed towards the Sand Gate Kingdom. As soon as he arrived at the border of the Sand Gate Kingdom, which was surrounded by tall walls, Yue Yang suddenly discovered that Yi Kong and the others were fighting with someone at the border. Both sides were fighting loudly, it was very lively, and there were a lot of spectators. Hey, what was going on? Chapter 141. Both sides didn't summon their beasts, they just punched randomly. Yi Kong and the others were few in number, but they were unyielding. Furthermore, they were used to working hard as mercenaries. Although they were surrounded, they didn't retreat and fought with their lives on the line. They weren't completely at a disadvantage, especially the Li brothers. The 2 brothers covered for each other, one attacking and one defending. They had a tacit understanding, and the men surrounding them couldn't gain any advantage. After contracting the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, Yi Kong's body quality had increased greatly. He had also gained a lot of support from his beasts, and most importantly, his confidence had returned. Even if he didn't summon the King Kong demon ape, he could still fight against his opponents. He fought against 2 people alone. The 2 of them looked similar, they should be twins. These 2 brothers were tall and sturdy, and they were attacking Yi Kong together. Hence, they attacked first, as if they wanted to swallow Yi Kong whole. Yi Kong didn't want to be outdone, and fought back with all his might. The three of them punched and kicked each other's faces. Their faces were all bruised and bleeding, their noses swollen. Maybe it was because of the anger in their hearts, no one was willing to stop, and decided to fight until one side fell. The onlookers didn't find it strange, because mercenary fights happened every day, regardless of time or place. Even the border soldiers were indifferent, and didn't come forward to stop them. Under Yue Yang's signal, Wei Tai Lang pounced forward. It first let out a roar, shocking all the people and beasts present. It then easily knocked away a few men who were surrounding and beating Fatty Hai, saving this guy who was lying on the ground, hugging his head and not caring about anything else. With the appearance of a silver rank level 4 beast, all the surrounding mercenaries retreated 10 meters away, their faces changing. The people fighting in the field were also scared to stop fighting. Hey, you don't follow the rules. You clearly said that you wouldn't use beasts, yet you summoned such a strong beast to fight. Aren't you bullying us? A man and a woman walked out from the crowd. The man was still alright, his expression was normal, but the woman was furious, and scolded Yue Yang loudly. I don't know what happened, but is it your rules to gang up on 4 of them with 10 people? Yue Yang said sarcastically. We don't care about the Yi clan's matters, but before you came, we didn't summon our beasts to attack your companions. Secondly, we didn't participate in the battle. This proves that we don't have any ill intentions. This is just an internal conflict of the Yi family, and both sides have restrained themselves. They didn't use weapons, only their fists. After this fight, their anger has been vented. Why don't we just let it go? The man's attitude was amiable, his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. When he saw the silver rank level 4 Wei Tai Lang, he was not as surprised as the surrounding mercenaries. It seemed like he was also an impressive person. Forget it. Forget what? When you saw Grey Wolf, you were afraid, so of course you wanted to let it go. Why didn't you tell me to let it go when I was beaten up? Fatty Hai was very angry, but his face was not injured at all. There were only a lot of footprints on his buttocks. Perhaps the opponent saw that he was a good for nothing, so he didn't hit him too hard. He didn't even hit his face, but only kicked his buttocks. Yi Kong, don't think that you can make a comeback just because you found a powerful person to back you up. You are trash. You were trash in the past, you are trash now, and you will still be trash in the future. You will only be trash forever. One of the twin brothers pointed at Yi Kong and scolded him. I won't argue with you guys anymore. When it's time to worship our ancestors, we will compete in front of the whole family to see who is the trash. Yi Kong spat out a mouthful of blood in disdain. Who's afraid of who? If you don't dare to compete, then you are a coward. The 2 twin brothers whose noses were bleeding angrily returned to their companion's side. What happened? Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that this Yi Kong was the same as the pitiful guy? They were both fighting in the family, killing each other. They are my cousins, Yi Kong said. Afraid that Yue Yang would misunderstand, he added, we don't have any enmity, we just have a little conflict. It's been going on since we were young. Then why did you guys start fighting? Yu Bing asked. Cough. During the new year, we had a little conflict at home. When we met here, they were cursing at me very badly. I couldn't control my temper and started fighting. This is just a conflict between me and them. My father and uncle are quite nice, so I only fought and didn't really fight. Yi Kong was a little embarrassed when faced with Yu Bing's question. Yue Yang understood a little. Yi Kong didn't summon the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle because he was afraid of accidentally killing his 2 cousins. Otherwise, with the power of the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, he would be able to flatten a large group of people. Of course, that young man who was not weak was an exception. You really fought. If you really fought, you are also a trash. Yi Kong, if it wasn't for my uncle, would you still be alive? The 2 twin brothers laughed coldly. We will fight again after worshipping our ancestors. I won't argue with you guys now. Yi Kong was very confident now. Now that he had the bronze-ranked King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, Yi Kong felt that he was close to or even surpassing his previous strength. Hence, he was not afraid when facing a challenge. He felt that following Yue Yang's side would allow him to gain experience and improve 10 times faster than before. When worshipping their ancestors at home, his strength would increase by another level. By then, his 2 cousins would definitely not be his opponents. If they still thought that he was the trash that was lying on the ground in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower 2 months ago, they would be gravely mistaken. We are all youngsters, it's normal for us to fight when we are angry. Now that the matter is over, everyone has their own matters to attend to. I think it's better to disperse. The man who was leading the group cupped his hands towards Yue Yang and prepared to lead the group to leave. Wait, don't tell me that I got beaten up by you guys for nothing. The beauty opposite me, come out. I want to fight you one-on-one. Fatty Hi's goal was not to fight one-on-one. His real intention was probably to have physical contact with the beauty. The little beauty opposite him had soft and tender fists. She probably did not have much strength. If she hit his fat body, it would be equivalent to a comfortable massage. If they really fought, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Shameless, who wants to fight with you? The little beauty opposite him was smart. She did not fall for his trick and rejected him immediately. She even made a cute face at him. Master Hai, will let you punch me 3 times first. Fatty Hai was even more pleased with himself when he saw that the other party was avoiding a fight. Damn Fatty, just you wait. Today, with this big dog here, I won't lower myself to your level. But the next time I see you, I'll skin you alive. The little beauty was not afraid of Fatty Hai at all. Instead, she was a little afraid of Wei Tai Lang. Even without Wei Tai Lang, I'm still a powerful person. I'm the boss, do you understand? Everyone here is under my protection. Although Wei Tai Lang's level is slightly higher, Master Hai's beasts are not inferior either. I'm just keeping a low profile and not showing it. Don't tell me that a low-profile person like me would tell you that I'm a grimoire contractor and that I have a bronze rank level 2 iron rhinoceros. Hey, you guys are not allowed to leave. I'm not finished yet. When Fatty Hai opened his mouth, everyone scattered. No one wanted to listen to his nonsense, making him extremely mad. Yue Yang looked into the distance. There was a tall masked thief with slender legs. She was quietly standing in the empty space, reading a book. At first, Yue Yang thought that she was Inan, but when he looked carefully, he realized that this female thief was at least half a head taller than Inan. Furthermore, she was extremely strong. Yue Yang used his level 3 divine vision to observe carefully and couldn't help but be shocked. This was the strongest person he had ever met at the same age as him. Yue Yang reckoned that this female thief was even stronger than Feng Qixia, Yanpo Jun and Shui Tan Lang, the 3 great killing stars. From a certain point of view, she was another Princess Sissy. Her strength was probably on par with Princess Sissy, the royal swordswoman. The royal swordswoman majored in combat skills, but this female thief obviously didn't. She only disguised herself as a female thief. In reality, with Yue Yang's divine vision, he could see that she was an element-type summoner. Her strength was hidden very deeply. The strangest thing was the ancient book that this female thief was reading. Yue Yang realized that it was actually a spiritual equipment that had a life of its own, just like the Wei Jin magic blade. This book's energy and aura was hidden. If it was fully activated, it might not be weaker than the Wei Jin magic blade. Who was this female thief? How could she have such a strong strength? Yue Yang was extremely shocked. If there was a Princess Sissy in this world because of Zheng Wuyu's painstaking nurturing, then which royal family had nurtured this female thief on the surface? If she didn't have the power of a family, a country or a sect, it would be impossible to raise a junior to this level at such a young age. The 3 great killing stars were nurtured with all their might by their families. Princess Sissy was nurtured with all their might by the Da Shao royal family, and this female thief, who was even more low-profile than Princess Sissy, was probably a disciple nurtured with all their might by a certain sect. What's wrong? Yu Bing followed Yue Yang's gaze and saw the female thief who was quietly reading a book. She immediately shook her head. It's not Sister Inan. It's not Brother Inan. Let's go. Yue Yang reached out his hand and lightly stroked Yu Bing's little head. As Yue Yang and the others walked towards the Sand Gate Kingdom's border, a light breeze suddenly blew. Yue Yang couldn't help but turn his head to look. He realized that the female thief who was originally quietly reading a book had already disappeared without a trace. This speed was too fast, wasn't it? How did she do it? It wasn't teleportation, nor was it invisibility. How did she leave? Could it be that this girl was coming for him? Yue Yang's mind flashed like lightning, his thoughts spinning rapidly. Which of the 4 major sects was targeting him? After crossing the border, they took a carriage to Buffalo City. Before entering the city, Yue Yang unintentionally turned his head to look behind him. The female thief was quietly reading a book 100 meters away. How did she catch up to us? Yue Yang was even more surprised. To be able to hide her movements from him, this girl was really godly. Yue Yang was extremely vigilant. After entering Buffalo City, he immediately led the team to the teleportation circle and teleported to Bobcat City. In Bobcat City, they were looking for a place to have lunch. Yu Bing suddenly gently pulled Yue Yang's arm with her little hand. Look over there, it's the sister reading a book. Why is she faster than us? In a martial arts restaurant called Come Again, the female thief sat quietly by the window on the second floor. She was still holding a book in her hands and reading, completely engrossed in it. Obviously, she had arrived long ago. Yue Yang was secretly angered by this girl. Whether she wanted to fight or push him down, she could have just come over and said a few words. Why was she always so secretive? Didn't she know that curiosity could kill people? Who was she? He hadn't provoked her, so why was she always following him? After lunch, Yue Yang and the others took a carriage straight to Coiling Snakes Valley. Along the way, they didn't see the female thief. Yue Yang suddenly felt a little empty in his heart. He let his imagination run wild. What if she wasn't following him at all? She was just coincidentally going the same way. Luckily, he didn't go up to her and ask her, or else it would be really embarrassing. When they arrived at Coiling Snakes Valley, they discovered that the female thief was sitting quietly on top of a tall mountain rock. She was holding a book and reading. Under the dim light of dusk, she looked like a stone statue, quiet and peaceful. At this time, not only Yue Bing, even Yi Kong noticed it and frowned. Fatty Hai didn't know at first, but when he heard that someone was following them, he didn't care at first. But when he saw that it was a beauty, he immediately rubbed his fists. You guys wait for me to take her down. I'm going to take her down and interrogate her thoroughly. She can use one finger to send your 300 kilograms of meat flying. If you don't believe me, you can go and try. Yue Yang almost fainted when he heard this. Even if you wanted to bully a beauty, you had to look at the other party first. I didn't say anything. Fatty Hai was so scared that he broke out in a waterfall of sweat. Who is this big sister? Yue Bing felt strange. If he knew her, why didn't he come up to greet her? If he didn't know her, why did he follow her? If they were going the same way, wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Chapter 142. Outside the Coiling Snakes Valley, there was a small town. Its original name was Coiling Snakes Town, but the mercenaries liked to call it Hope Town. The reason was that after entering the Despair Abyss, one's life could not be guaranteed. Only when one returned to the surface in the Great Rift Valley and saw this small town that was built halfway up the mountain would it mean that one had truly walked out of the Despair Abyss alive. Only by seeing this small town would there be hope. There were many mercenaries in the town. This was the best time to harvest fire red ant eggs. One ant egg was equivalent to 1 gold, so many mercenaries came here to make a fortune. Normally, no matter how big a mercenary group was, they would not dare to provoke the fire red ants that were more than 5 meters long. However, this season was an exception. In these 2 months, countless female fire red ants would fly out and find another place to build a new fire red ant kingdom. When they started to lay eggs, there would not be any fire red ants guarding it. Even if there were, there would only be a small number of them. Thus, the mercenaries could take the opportunity to steal the ant eggs and exchange them for gold. Of course, the Great Rift Valley at the periphery of the Despair Abyss was the territory of the fire red ants. When the mercenaries passed through the underground caves, the chances of encountering other fire red ants that were foraging for food were very high. Hence, this was definitely a high-risk job where one's life was exchanged for money. One map is sold for 2 gold. Young man, please do not complain, because these maps were exchanged with the lives of countless explorers. Every time we sell a map, we will take out half of the price as compensation for the families of the explorers. The old man in charge of selling the maps from the Warrior Guild sincerely pointed out a few death zones to Yue Yang and the rest. The Despair Abyss was a large rift valley that ran from east to west. It was 600 kilometers long. The widest central zone was 120 kilometers wide. The gap between the normal rift valleys was 40 to 50 kilometers wide. It was said that the record for the deepest drop was more than 10 kilometers. The terrain was not flat, but there were many towering peaks and jagged rocks. Most of the places at the bottom of the valley could not see sunlight all year round. The terrain was extremely dangerous. The central zone of the Rift Valley was still an absolute death zone. No one was able to find out the truth. On the map, there were a total of 6 death zones that were forbidden to enter. They were Abyss Blackwater Lake, Flaming Mountain, Broken Bones Bridge, Sandstorm Canyon, Cloud Top Lake, and Death Zone. Apart from the dead center, the other 5 were scattered around the periphery on the east and west sides. The starlight serene indigo grass that Yue Yang and the others wanted to collect was on a high cliff near the Cloud Top Lake. It was said that they had to climb up a dangerous peak that was more than 3,000 meters high. Only on the precipice of the precipice could they see this strange flower that only bloomed under the starlight. Brother Inan left a message at the Thieves' Guild, saying that he would meet up with us in a few days. There's also a message from City Lord Fallen Flowers. She said that in half a month, she'll come personally to pick the starlight serene indigo grass with us. She wants us to explore the terrain first. Yi Kong had returned from the Thief Guild, and the news he brought back gave Yue Yang a slight headache. One girl could be hugged in his arms, but 2 girls had come. The situation was not good. He hoped that City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Inan would not be too jealous. Let's explore the way first. This place is very dangerous, it's good that we spend a few days exploring. Yu Bing knew that picking the starlight serene indigo grass was not easy. It would be better to wait for City Lord Fallen Flowers, who was an expert. Yue Yang also thought so. He did not even want to bring Yu Bing, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others to pick it. If he brought them to the Cloud Top Lake, that kind of dead place, and he climbed up the precipice to pick the starlight serene indigo grass, it would not be a joke if something happened to the few of them. Especially Yu Bing. If she was injured, how could he explain it to Fourth Mother? When they left the town and headed towards the Despair Abyss, Yue Yang looked left and right, but he did not see that mysterious female thief who loved to read books. Although there were mercenaries walking in front, there were also mercenaries following behind. However, walking down this stone path that was less than half a meter wide, step by step, going down for dozens of meters, then turning in another direction and walking for dozens of meters again, making a detour down layer by layer, was a very chilling action. Looking down, the mercenaries at the bottom of the valley were even smaller than ants. Although Yi Kong's courage was not small, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. If he were to accidentally fall down, then not even his bones would be left. The most frightening thing was that the mountain wind here was extremely strong. Waves after waves of whistling, the wind would blow people up from time to time. Even Fatty Hai's huge body that weighed 150 kilograms couldn't withstand the strong wind. When the mountain wind blew, he had to quickly grab onto the cracks on the precipice, otherwise he would also be blown away by the strong wind. Yue Yang, who was behind him, was the calmest person in the whole team. When the mountain wind blew, countless mercenaries cursed one after another, but he was the only one who was as calm as before. Ever since he had comprehended the nature's heart, this bit of wind was nothing to Yue Yang. Yu Bing pulled on the corner of her brother's clothes and followed behind him. Every time the biting cold mountain wind blew, Yue Yang would reach out and hold her small hand, so that she wouldn't be blown away by the wind. In the sky, from time to time, there would be huge spiders, rock goats, or huge lizards being blown away by the mountain wind. Some of them were blown away by the mountain wind, smashing into the mountain wall and turning into a pool of blood. If the wind suddenly decreased, the animals in the air would fall down one by one, finally making a dull thud. Many times, the rock goats that were blown away would still be alive, bleeding in the air. The bleeding sounded especially terrifying in the howling wind, causing people's bodies to go soft. Yue Yang saw a mercenary on the top of the cliff slip. Before he could fall to the bottom of the valley, he was blown away by the mountain wind. In an instant, no one knew where he was thrown to. Only a blood-curdling scream could be heard echoing in the valley for a long time. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Yue Yang hurriedly comforted Yu Bing, who knew that the little girl was very strong-willed, immediately shaking her head. "I'm not afraid. I'm so scared, please comfort me too," Fatty Hai said with a sullen face. "Shut up." Yi Kong wanted to beat this guy to death, but it was a pity that this was not the right place. "You pig-heads, if you don't want to die, pay attention to me and use all your strength. Do you want to come back alive and get a share of the money? If you don't want to die here and become the lizards, dinner or the spiders, feces, then you better be 120% vigilant and follow me. See how I walk, you walk. If you fall down, no one can save you, and no one dares to save you." A mercenary leader with a big beard lectured loudly. It seemed that the mercenary who slipped just now was his subordinate. They walked for more than 2 hours on the winding path on the cliff. By the time they reached the camp at the bottom of the valley, the sky was already completely dark. For the last part of the road, the mercenaries had to light torches to walk down. At the bottom of the valley, the mercenaries sat on the rocks, gnawing on the greasy rock goat leg as they laughed at Fatty Hi. "Rookie, welcome to the Despair Abyss. You've prepared quite a lot of things, but you seem to have forgotten to bring your wet nurse. Ah, what should I do if I want to drink milk? I haven't stopped drinking milk yet," a skinny mercenary cried out in a strange voice. Ha ha ha, the mercenaries all laughed together. Fatty Hi's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly lowered his head. "When you laugh at others, don't forget to look behind you," Yue Yang suddenly laughed coldly. "What did you say?" The skinny mercenary was furious when he heard that. He threw the roasted meat on the ground and took out his dagger at the same time. "I'm just advising you to be careful." Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. "Rookie, looks like I'm going to give you a lesson and teach you what it means to shut up." The skinny mercenary walked over with a sinister smile. Suddenly, a black shadow quickly pounced out from the darkness and attacked the skinny mercenary's body. Then, it quickly dragged him into the darkness. When the mercenaries saw this, they shouted, "Dogs *T." One after another, they threw down the roasted meat in their hands and took out their weapons from their waists. They raised their torches and chased into the darkness. When the mercenaries chased after them, there was no longer any movement in the darkness. The monster that had attacked the skinny mercenary had disappeared without a trace along with its prey. After a while, the mercenaries who couldn't catch up to the monster returned resentfully. A bald mercenary leader walked in front of Yue Yang, glaring at him as he said, "You saw the ghost shadow rock spider, but you didn't give a warning. You're the one who caused the death of my brothers." Yue Yang shook his head indifferently. "I did warn him, but he ignored my words. If the ghost shadow rock spider hadn't appeared, perhaps I would have already fallen to the ground with a dagger. Before that, I didn't see you, the leader, say a single word to stop him. I know you love your subordinates, but I also value my brothers. You insulting them is the same as slapping my face. Now, I want to say this. If there's a next time, I won't wait for the ghost shadow rock spider to ambush me. I'll do it myself. Even if my brother was in the wrong, you can't just watch him get killed by the ghost shadow rock spider. We are humans. In a dangerous situation, we should help each other." The bald mercenary leader was angry and ashamed. He anxiously stomped his feet. "When these words come out of your mouth now, it really does sound sarcastic." Before he pulled out his dagger, "Why didn't you say that we are humans and should help each other in a dangerous situation?" Yue Yang rebuked. The bald mercenary leader's face turned red and green. He was so angry that he punched his chest a few times and roared in pain. "Even if he was in the wrong, you shouldn't have watched him die. He wouldn't have really killed you. He was just being arrogant and wanted to teach you a lesson. He didn't deserve to die. You obviously could have saved him. You should have saved him first. If he was in the wrong, I can make him apologize to you." "All right, I'll wait for your apology." Yue Yang waved his hand and Grey Wolf dashed out from the darkness. In its mouth was the skinny green-skinned mercenary. It was impossible for any of the mercenaries to catch up to the ghost shadow rock spider. However, in front of Grey Wolf, the ghost shadow rock spider's speed was only slightly faster than a tortoise. Grey Wolf arrogantly returned in front of Yue Yang and threw the dying skinny mercenary onto the ground. At the same time, it growled at the stunned mercenaries. Its imposing manner was extremely tyrannical and its whole body was filled with dense demonic energy. It scared them so much that they all took a few steps back. The mercenary leader also jumped in fright. Looking carefully, it was a silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf. Even he, who was used to seeing the world, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with his heart beating like a drum. When he saw that his brother was still alive, he hurriedly rushed over and hugged him, shouting loudly, "Give me the antidote, quickly." Yue Yang brought Yu Bing and turned to leave. I'm the boss, how can I let my brother stand up for me? Yue Yang, listen to me, I will definitely not be a burden to you in the future. I will definitely be a qualified boss. I will never run away or cower in the future. Forever. Do you hear me? I said forever. Fatty Hai was like an injured beast, shouting loudly at Yue Yang's back. Even if you don't qualify now, after special training, you will become a qualified boss. I believe that you have this potential. Yue Yang turned back and smiled. Bastard, don't say that I don't qualify. It's just special training. Fatty Hai's tears rolled down. Yi Kong walked over and patted Fatty Hai's shoulders. who was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Unexpectedly, he didn't say anything. The two brothers Li Qi and Li Jie were the same. They came over and patted Fatty Hai's shoulders. Then, they chased after Yue Yang. The bald mercenary leader who had just rescued the skinny mercenary looked at Yue Yang's back disappearing into the darkness and muttered to himself, Yue Yang is a disciple of the Yue clan. Could he be the legendary good-for-nothing Xiao San? Heavens, people like him, I can only say that we are blind. No, the world is blind. This move and shameful lesson, I will remember it. I will remember it forever. Chapter 143. For 3 whole days, Yue Yang had been training with Yi Kong and the others in the ant hole. They did not return to the camp. Yue Yang's goal was not to look for fire red ant eggs like the mercenaries, but to train his beasts in the team's tacit understanding. Yue Yang did not summon his beasts to fight. His main goal was to protect everyone secretly. At the same time, when Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were fighting, Yue Yang secretly trained his yin-yang twin fish's spherical beheader in order to achieve a greater breakthrough. On the first day, Yu Bing worked together with Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers. However, Yue Yang saw that her 100-years-old tree ant defender was too strong. On the second day, he brought her to a place 100 meters away from Yi Kong and the others, leaving Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers to train in 2 separate groups. Yi Kong had the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, which had an extremely strong defense, and the King Kong demon ape, which had an extremely strong attack, making him the strongest in the group. He had improved a lot, but it was a pity that the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle were still young beasts. They had not been able to unleash the full power of their beasts, otherwise their strength would be even more impressive. Fatty Hai changed his previous laziness and followed Yue Yang's special training plan, focusing on training the iron-skinned rhinoceros that he did not really like. Yue Yang knew that Fatty Hai's potential was actually not bad. It was because he was usually too lazy, gluttonous and cowardly, that he became this cowardly. If Fatty Hai could grit his teeth and train hard, he would still be able to have some achievements. Under Yue Yang's casual pointers, the Li brothers, who usually didn't like to talk and were unknown to the public, had also improved significantly in their combat skills. They were not very talented, but they were very hardworking. Hard work can make up for one's lack of talent. However, not long after they split up, their wind wolves were surrounded and attacked a crimson fire soldier ant. Due to a mistake in their control, the wind wolves were burned to death by the crimson fire soldier ant. There was always a limit to the amount of time that they could summon their beasts. In order to quickly improve themselves and not be a burden to Yue Yang, Yi Kong and the others trained hard every day. Whenever they came across a fire red ant that was wandering around looking for food, they would take the initiative to attack it. Under extreme exhaustion, they could still barely hold on, but the 2 wind wolves could not hold on and died in battle. In 3 days, Yi Kong and the others had already killed 7 fire red ants, including a giant fire red ant that was more than 8 meters in size. Yue Bing killed 6 fire red ants on her own, and she did it with ease. With Yue Yang's guidance and her own understanding, she became more and more adept at controlling the 100-year-old tree ant defender. Golden ant eggs. We found golden ant eggs, but they were discovered by the ant guards. An ant tide broke out in the ant nest, and 100 mercenaries were surrounded. Help! I hope that our friends who are in the ant hole can come and help us. The Alliance Beast Store has promised that all those who come to our rescue will receive at least 1 gold, and will be rewarded according to their contributions. I hope that our friends can quickly come to the ant nest in the 2nd underground floor and lend us a helping hand. From the depths of the ant hole, a cry for help was emitted using a SOS scroll. The entire cave was filled with echoes. This kind of SOS scroll was the lowest level of SOS scroll. It was usually used by mercenaries. Its range of transmission was not big, only around 5 kilometers. Furthermore, using sound waves to call for help could easily expose one's location and attract even more enemies, putting the person calling for help in greater danger. It was usually not used by the army. However, in the Despair Abyss, it was commonly used. This was because the monsters here mainly relied on their sense of smell and heat to explore. Using sound to call for help was not sensitive to it, and would not come looking for it. Another point was that the terrain here was very complicated. There were many caves, pits, cliffs and these kinds of low valleys and depressions. Hence, using sound to call for help was more effective than using fireworks or strong lights. Bing let's go. When Yue Yang heard about the outbreak of the ant tide, he hurriedly brought Yu Bing to meet up with Yi Kong and the others, preparing to leave. The outbreak of the ant tide was extremely terrifying. A single fire-red ant nest would probably have tens of thousands of ants. In the ant hole, just the fire-red ant nests that were marked on the map alone numbered close to 100. There were probably even more that were not recorded. There were countless fire-red ants in the entire ant hole. Normally, they would go berserk when an intruder killed a new ant queen or broke a large number of ant eggs. Once such a thing happened, all the ants would go berserk. All the fire-red ants in the nest would come out in full force and crawl around, killing all the intruders. This was because all of the fire-red ants originated from a single primitive ant queen. For thousands of years, the number of fire-red ant queens kept increasing, resulting in the ant hole today. However, in reality, they were all mother and daughter or sisters. They had the same inheritance, hence they were able to live together peacefully. If they were to face an enemy, they would fight with all their might regardless of their tribe. Facing the tide-like ant tide and the terrain of the ant hole, not to mention normal mercenaries, even a level 6 elder might not be able to escape alive. Quick, fatty, Yi Kong and the others had already run over. The ant tide was definitely not a joke. Although the golden ant eggs were a huge temptation, but compared to the golden ant eggs in their lives, everyone would still choose to save their own lives. Yue Yang and the others did not go deep into the ant hole in the first place. In just a few minutes, they had already run out. However, when they came out of the ant hole, many mercenaries wielding their weapons and bringing along their beasts rushed into the ant hole. The saying that humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food was the best proof at this moment. Most of the mercenaries stayed outside the ant hole to watch. They were not willing to enter the ant hole to throw away their lives, but they were concerned about the development of the situation. "Brother, why don't you go in and take a look? We will stay outside. Don't worry, nothing will happen to us." Yu Bing hoped that Yue Yang could do things without restraint and not only care about himself. After such a long period of training, she had already understood her brother's powerful abilities. She had also developed a great trust in her brother. Furthermore, she knew that her brother was not a reckless person. If he went in, even if he couldn't get that golden ant egg, he would at least be able to return safely. The little girl thought that her brother had a set of super strong combat skills, and also had the help of the Bloody Queen and the barbarian cow Shadow. It shouldn't be a problem for him to go in and out of the ant hole freely. "We will be fine." Yi Kong also nodded towards Yue Yang. He also hoped that Yue Yang would be able to improve as much as possible. After all, he was everyone's leader. No matter when, Yue Yang had to be the one who improved the fastest in the group. Now, this was the best opportunity for him to do so, so of course he would encourage him to go in. "If the ant tide surges out, we will retreat to the settlement camp and wait for you." This was the first time in his life that Fatty Hai said something that was not nonsense. "I will be back very soon." Yue Yang really wanted to see what the deeper parts of the ant hole looked like. Yue Yang left Wei Tailang behind. On one hand, it could protect Yue Bing. On the other hand, Wei Tailang wouldn't be of much use in front of the ant tide. When the mercenaries went deeper into the ant hole, they would often bring back all kinds of ores. Yue Yang also discovered that the deeper they went, the weirder the plants were. Many of the fungi were even precious medicinal herbs. In these 3 days, Yue Yang had collected at least more than 10 kinds of medicinal mushrooms that couldn't be found anywhere else. Yue Yang didn't have high hopes for the golden ant egg. This was because the mercenaries who obtained the golden ant egg would probably use a teleportation scroll to leave immediately. It was impossible for them to stay down there. They only said that to attract more people to save them. If it wasn't for the mercenaries stealing the golden ant egg, the ant colony wouldn't have gone crazy, and there wouldn't have been an ant tide. Yue Yang's main goal was to explore the deeper parts of the ant hole and see if there were any precious medicinal herbs. According to the plant-type knowledge that Grandma Wu Teng had imparted to him, Yue Yang was preparing to concoct a pill that could allow plant-type beasts to rank up. He wanted to give it to Yue Bing's 100-man tree ant defender to test its effects. This green spirit pill required 72 kinds of medicinal herbs. Among them, 5 of them were fungi. Yue Yang had only found 3 of them so far. He was still missing 2. The ant tide wasn't much of a threat to Yue Yang, who had the nature's heart that could conceal his presence. The fire-red ants mainly used their smell to discover their enemies. In front of them, Yue Yang was like an invisible man. Unless they used their antennae to touch Yue Yang's body, even if they walked past him, the chances of him being discovered wouldn't be high. Chasing after a large group of mercenaries, Yue Yang ran through the winding ant hole for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, the area in front of him became clear. A huge cave that was 10 times bigger than a football field appeared in front of him. The mercenaries squeezed at the entrance of the cave, not daring to go out. This was because, regardless of whether it was the ground or the ceiling, they were all densely packed with fire-red ants. From the looks of it, there were more than 10,000 of them. Not to mention normal mercenaries, even Yue Yang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw this. If there were a lot of ants, it would be very scary. Furthermore, in this soaring dragon continent, the weakest creatures were really not ants. These fire-red ants were level 3 creatures when they hatched. The even bigger ant soldiers were level 4 creatures. There was also a type of ant queen's guard that could spit out a long pillar of fire that was level 5. Although they weren't elite-ranked creatures, when there were a lot of them, their battle power would still be hard to match. If they forcefully started a war and brought tens of thousands of troops here, they would probably be completely annihilated and become the fire-red ants' food. Spray ant water. These fire-red ants are idiots. They will mistake us for their own kind and won't discover us. A brave mercenary leader took out ant water and sprayed it all over his body, bringing his most desperate members to take the risk and enter. Their goal was not money, but the golden ant eggs. Those who have flying-type beasts, follow me. Some people had already thought of a way, which was to use flying-type beasts to carry them forward. Those who don't want to move aside. Cowards, watch me count my money. An especially bold mercenary pushed his way through the crowd, brandishing his axe as he jumped out of the ant passage and charged into the swarm of ants. They sprayed insect-repellent water on their bodies. Not to mention the fire-red ants, many other insect-type creatures hated this kind of unpleasant smell. Under normal circumstances, they would purposely avoid it, unwilling to attack these smelly people. There was not only one ant passage on Yue Yang's side, there were more than 10 of them. Countless mercenaries who were willing to risk their lives for money came out one after another, causing a commotion among the fire-red ants. From time to time, there would be mercenaries who were mistakenly identified by the fire-red ants and killed on the spot. However, there were even more people who were deceived by the ant water, insect-repellent water and other sprays. Yue Yang soundlessly came out of the crowd and chased closely behind these fugitives. After passing through another underground ant passage, he arrived at another nest that was even bigger than the previous one. He discovered that there were even more fire-red ants here. There were more than 10,000 fire-red ants crawling around crazily, looking for enemies everywhere. There were also giant ant guards that spat out long pillars of fire, dancing chaotically in the sky. The fire-red ants stacked on top of each other as they crawled on the ground, looking for the intruder who had stolen the golden ant eggs. Almost 100 mercenaries were standing on a small platform on the mountain wall with their teeth trembling. They sprayed a large amount of insect-repellent water around the platform and raised their torches, barely protecting themselves as they guarded the platform. However, they reckoned that they would not be able to hold on for long. Once the smell of the insect-repellent water dissipated, they would definitely be torn to shreds by the ant swarm. The densely packed ant swarm circled around them crazily. Although the fire-red ants did not have any intelligence, their natural instincts would not give up their search easily. They kept searching for the intruder who had disappeared. Brothers, for the sake of money, give up your lives. Charge. Actually, most of the mercenaries were not here for the money, but for the golden ant eggs. Some of them were prepared to kill the mercenaries on the platform and take the golden ant eggs for themselves. Rescue. What they were doing now was to pretend to rescue them, then lure the ant swarm over and kill the mercenaries on the platform. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to snatch the golden ant eggs. Yue Yang saw with his own eyes that a few mercenary group leaders had come up with a plan and threw the insect repellent towards the direction of the platform. This caused the fire-red ants to become even crazier, while the mercenaries on the platform cursed loudly. A small number of mercenaries who were here to rescue the fire-red ants started to fight with these selfish people in an abnormal rage. The scene was a mess. The fresh blood that splashed out when they were injured had attracted the ant swarm. The fire-red ants were like a tidal wave, surging towards them. Could it be that the golden ant eggs are really here and not brought out? Yue Yang's sharp eyes saw that in the center of the 100 mercenaries, there were a few people who were carrying huge backpacks. Their expressions were solemn and complicated as they looked at the worsening situation in front of them. Seeing their reactions, Yue Yang's heart skipped a beat. These fellows must have discovered something more precious than the golden ant eggs. They were using the golden ant eggs as a cover. The people who escaped using teleportation scrolls should have brought back the best things. If the thing that was left here was the golden ant eggs, then what exactly were the things that they brought back? What could be more precious than the golden ant eggs? Yue Yang's heart was filled with curiosity. Maybe he could make a deal with them. Because he still had quite a few teleportation scrolls in his backpack. Different from normal warriors, Yue Yang was like an invisible man, walking confidently in the ant swarm. Even if he stepped on the back of an ant, he would not alarm the ant swarm. Under the flabbergasted gazes of all the mercenaries, Yue Yang walked to a distance of 10 meters away from the platform and stood on the back of a huge ant guard. Following the movement of the mutated ant guard, his figure fluctuated between high and low. Under the dumbstruck gazes of everyone, Yue Yang's smile was as bright as the sun. He raised his voice and asked, "Everyone, are you interested in chatting for a while? Maybe we can make a small deal. It's just that I don't know what you guys have that I can trade with." On the platform, a man who looked like the leader opened his mouth and said, "I don't know if you have any teleportation scrolls. We are willing to buy them at a high price. Just name your price." Yue Yang knew that if he didn't show them some of his strength, these fellows would not obediently listen to him. He didn't reply and only pulled out the Wei Jin magic blade from his waist. Using his innate chi to crazily activate the blade, purple flames soared up like a volcano eruption. The Wei Jin magic blade in Yue Yang's hands lightly spun. After 3 days of careful comprehension, the twin fish spherical beheader had become even more exquisite and perfect. The purple flames formed a huge circle around Yue Yang, cutting through the space around him with an incomparably sharp edge. All the fire-red ants that were within the radius of the circle were silently sliced into 2 halves. Furthermore, the fire-red ants that were originally immune to flames were actually burned into charred corpses by the purple flames. The area within 10 meters of Yue Yang instantly became a vacuum zone. One slash shook the heavens and earth. This was the power of Yue Yang's one slash. Seeing Yue Yang's move, all the mercenaries, including the leader, were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva nervously. Terrifying. Under the situation where he didn't summon any beasts, he already had such a terrifying power. What kind of rancor was this masked thief? The leader on the platform wiped away his cold sweat and hurriedly showed some respect. "We pay our respects to you. We are very happy to receive a strong rancor's help. If you can lead us out of the ant hole, we are willing to offer a golden ant egg as a reward." The mercenaries on the platform quickly nodded their heads and agreed. Having a strong rancor's help was better than having an army of thousands of men and horses. Their only worry was that they didn't know what the other party's conditions were. "No, I'm not interested in your golden ant egg." Yue Yang wasn't interested in the fire-red ants, even if they were gold-rank larvae. Ants were creatures that relied on numbers. No matter how strong they were individually, they wouldn't be that strong. Hearing Yue Yang's words, the leader's expression changed slightly. He looked at his 2 companions beside him and shouted loudly towards Yue Yang, "Respected rancor, I don't know what conditions you need. The most precious thing we have is the golden ant egg, but there are only 3 of them. We have already agreed to sell 1 to the Alliance Beast Shop, so we only have 2 left. We will share them with you. This is the fruit of our blood, so we can only afford to pay you." Yue Yang smiled indifferently. "I want the thing you have that is even more precious than the golden ant egg." Hearing this, the leader's entire body trembled. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief, but he quickly denied it. "No, we don't have that kind of thing on us. Could it be that there is something more precious than the golden ant egg in the ant hole?" "That's impossible." "Is that so?" Yue Yang smiled and suddenly made a condition to the people on the platform. "I'll give a teleportation scroll to whoever says what treasure it is the fastest." Everyone immediately looked at each other in dismay. Everyone wanted to say it, but none of them were willing to become a shameful traitor. Yue Yang suddenly made an action that completely crushed the determination in everyone's heart. He took out a teleportation scroll from his backpack. As long as he said it, he could leave and live. Survival, it was just a matter of opening one's mouth. Should he say it or not? Hard-shelled dragon fruit. Just as Yue Yang took out the teleportation scroll, a skinny mercenary opened his mouth. His speed was the fastest. Not only did he say what the treasure was, he even jumped down from the platform, afraid that he would be killed by the leader if he betrayed his comrades. He jumped agilely on the back of the fire-red ant and finally jumped in front of Yue Yang. His face was filled with longing as he stretched out his hand. We found the legendary hard-shelled dragon fruit. The hard-shelled dragon fruit is the main ingredient for concocting the martial spirit pill. Please give me a teleportation scroll. I don't want to die, and I can't die. My family needs me to return alive. Please, for the sake of my elderly parents and my 3-month-old daughter, Rancor, please give me a chance. I don't want anything, I just hope to be able to return and reunite with my family. Please fulfill your promise. You are an indomitable Rancor, your words are as heavy as a mountain. Please take pity on me, I beg you. Very good, your initiative and honesty have earned you the right to live. This was the effect that Yue Yang wanted. He passed a teleportation scroll to that mercenary. That mercenary received it and immediately opened the scroll. Before leaving, he was touched and deeply bowed towards Yue Yang. Then, he quickly rushed into the circle of light and teleported away. That leader couldn't stop him, and the mercenaries on the platform were filled with regret. The chance to live was right in front of their eyes, but they missed it just like that. They knew that not everyone could survive here. There would definitely be some people who would become the sacrificial pawns for others to escape. Even though they knew the ending, none of them were willing to become the pitiful sacrificial pawns. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, they all hoped that they could leave this place alive. If they could live, no one was willing to die. Yue Yang took out more than 10 teleportation scrolls and gestured towards the leader on the platform. Now, you can make a choice. One is to die here with all your companions. When all of you are dead, I will come back to pick up the things I need. 2 is to accept the trade and leave with the companions that you have chosen. Because you have taken away the valuable things, the ant colony will disperse, and the mercenaries that came to rescue and rob will also disperse. Those who stay behind will have a higher chance of surviving. 3 is to defeat me, and these teleportation scrolls will all belong to you. Everyone looked at the leader, hoping that he would make a choice. 3 choices, it was that simple. However, this was also the most difficult choice in life. Chapter 144. If there was only one teleportation scroll, perhaps the mercenary group leader would not have made the choice, because he could not abandon his brothers who had followed him through life and death. However, in Yue Yang's hands, there were more than 10 teleportation scrolls. This was enough for him to take his most loyal and trustworthy brothers and safely leave this perilous situation. I understand, the things that a person obtains should match his abilities. You are strong, you will obtain more. I have decided to choose the second option, and accept the deal. As a group leader, I hope to be able to bring all the brothers in the group out. Perhaps you won't be satisfied with just a hard-shelled dragon fruit. If you need it, I can stay behind and be your guide. My request is for you to open a path for my brothers to leave this ant nest. At the very least, they can safely disappear from my sight. I hope that you can let me fulfill my final responsibility as a leader. Is that possible? The mercenary group leader made a request that made Yue Yang slightly surprised. He was actually willing to stay behind, to be a hostage and guide, in exchange for a chance for everyone to escape. Just based on this point, he was a qualified leader. A tall and sturdy black man immediately objected. Leader, no matter who stays, it can't be you. I will stay, you can bring everyone out. Shut up, what you need to do is to listen to the deputy leader's words. When you go out, you have to be especially careful and cautious, so as to avoid getting yourself killed. The mercenary group leader and another middle-aged man with a tall and slender figure, whose eyes flashed with wisdom, nodded at each other. They exchanged the bags on their backs with the middle-aged man, then turned to Yue Yang and said, as long as my brothers reach the ant path, then, I will bring you to the place 2 levels below. There, we found this hard-shelled dragon fruit. Maybe with your ability, you can discover more secrets, and obtain more. Aren't you afraid that I will snatch it? Yue Yang smiled and asked. A true strong person has a proud and unyielding character, looking down on the common people. Of course, they will not be as greedy as bandits. If you wanted to snatch it, you could have killed us all just now. Why wait until now? The leader shook his head. Open the bag and let me see the hard-shelled dragon fruit first. Yue Yang didn't kill him. It wasn't because of the pride of an expert, but because he wanted to find out more about the location of the hard-shelled dragon fruit, hoping to find more secrets. This kind of hard-shelled dragon fruit was different from ordinary dragon fruits. It only grew beside the hot springs of volcanoes. It was said that it was born from the venomous saliva of giant dragons. If it was used to concoct martial spirit pills, it could stimulate the potential of martial artists. If the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill was worth 1,000 gold, then the Martial Spirit Pill was a priceless treasure. After all, contracting a summoning grimoire was something only a few people could do. However, stimulating the human body's potential was something that every martial artist needed. Some people, when faced with a bottleneck, could not break through for the rest of their lives. If there was a martial spirit pill, then it could immediately stimulate their potential, break through the bottleneck, and advance to a new level, or even continue to break through. 300 years ago, there was a martial artist who trained hard until he was 40 years old, but his strength was still that of a novice apprentice. He was unable to become a warrior, and was ridiculed by the world as an idiot. However, after he took a martial spirit pill, he immediately stimulated his body's potential and broke through to become a novice apprentice. In the end, this idiot, who was ridiculed by the world countless times, cultivated to a level that was hard for the world to look up to, a level 9 feet saint. This martial artist who was previously called an idiot by the world was also one of the 2 heavenly imperial guardians of Da Sha Kingdom, the ascetic practice saint. Although not everyone could become a saint after taking a martial spirit pill, this ascetic practice saint was indeed able to stimulate his potential because of the martial spirit pill. Only then could he be reborn and achieve his current achievements. If he did not take that martial spirit pill, he might really be an idiot for the rest of his life. The martial spirit pill was 100 times more difficult to concoct than the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill. Just the main ingredient, the hard-shelled dragon fruit, was enough to give the world a splitting headache. It was not because the hard-shelled dragon fruit grew beside the hot springs of volcanoes, nor was it because there was a giant dragon's nest next to it. It was because the hard-shelled dragon fruit ripened once in 1,000 years. If it was not ripened, it could not be plucked and would not have any effect. To wait for it to ripen, it would take as long as 1,000 years. By then, a human's bones would probably have already turned into mud in the grave. Furthermore, once it ripened, there would usually be strong demon beasts who heard the news and came to fight for it. Under all kinds of difficult conditions, the hard-shelled dragon fruit was one of the world's top 10 strange fruits that were hardest to pluck. I can't open it, because the moment I open it, the fragrance will seep out. At that time, all the fire-red ants in the ant nest will go crazy. Respected Rancor, I swear, please believe me. I dare to use my life to guarantee that it is a hard-shelled dragon fruit, and it is a fruit that is definitely ripe. The leader shook his head. He threw the bag high up into the air and it landed in front of Yue Yang. Yue Yang would definitely not trust a stranger easily. However, he had the divine vision and the senses of his innate chi. As for whether it was a hard-shelled dragon fruit or not, he did not need to open the bag at all. The moment the bag entered his hands, Yue Yang discovered that there was a huge amount of energy stored inside. It was so strong that he did not need to sense it to be able to feel it clearly. Yue Yang unceremoniously kept it into his lich ring. Then, he raised his Wei Jin magic blade and said lightly, "If you guys can keep up, then I can send you guys into an ant tunnel. But don't expect me to send you guys out of the cave. I'm not your nanny." Even if Yue Yang did not have the intention to save them, the mercenaries on the platform were still extremely touched. Right now, it was already very rare that he did not hit them when they were down. They all took out their insect bait and threw it far away, hoping to attract more fire-red ants to leave temporarily and create a path for them to escape. Even more people sprayed ant water and insect-repellent water on their bodies. There were also people who smeared mud on their bodies, hoping that the effect of the water would last longer. The 3 men carrying the golden ant eggs on their backs hugged their leader tightly. A few of the most loyal members also took out their throwing knives, poisonous sand, daggers and other items and handed them over to their leader. They hoped that their leader would be able to increase his combat power a little and increase his chances of survival. They did not even need to think to know how dangerous this trip would be if they went deeper into the ant nest. It was definitely an action with a slim chance of survival. However, in order to save everyone, their leader had decided to stay behind as a hostage and a guide. This was already the best choice. Yue Yang also threw the insect bait that he bought in Hope Town far away, causing a commotion in the ant nest. They pounced towards the spot where the insect bait was smashed and killed any living things that came into contact with the insect bait without any explanation, even if they were their comrades. To them, a strange smell meant that it was an enemy. The purple flames of his Wei Jin magic blade soared into the sky. Yue Yang imitated Yu Chu's first slash, earth-splitting slash, and exploded once again. Compared to when he was in the Yu clan castle, Yue Yang's sword intent had improved a lot. If the previous Yue Yang's first slash, earth-splitting slash, only had a similar sword intent, the moves and power were completely different, but now, even Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, who were extremely familiar with Yu Chu's combat skills, would probably recognize it wrongly. The power of this slash was at least 2 times stronger than before. This was still because Yue Yang had purposely suppressed it and did not fully unleash it. All of you, get out of my way. Yue Yang discovered that a giant ant guard was crawling over with more than 10 fire-red ants. It seemed to have smelled something strange here. Some of the mercenaries that had jumped down from the platform were injured. The smell of fresh blood spread in all directions along with the wind, causing many fire-red ants to turn their heads and use their antennae to sense the situation. Yue Yang knew that if tens of thousands of fire-red ants swarmed over, he would only be able to escape, let alone save anyone. The purple flames of the Wei Jin magic blade in his hands grew bigger and exploded. With a loud boom, the entire space was scorched. The mercenaries felt the heat wave rolling towards them. All of them were frightened out of their wits. In the end, fortunately, only their hair and tendrils were burnt, and did not catch fire like they had imagined. They immediately worshipped Yue Yang's ability to control fire, because they had all seen the same explosion. The fire-red ants at the front and the 2 sides had their antennae burnt by the purple flames. Countless fire-red ants were rolling around in the flames, unable to bear the pain. This move was simply as cool as the legendary fire god who could control all the flames in the world. What are you all waiting for? Seeing that these fellows were scared stiff and looking at him foolishly, Yue Yang was furious. Yes, the wise vice captain was the fastest to react. He stuffed something into the mercenary leader's hand, and then immediately ran towards the path that Yue Yang had opened up, running forward with all his might. A large group of mercenaries followed behind him, striving to outdo each other. Yue Yang continuously slashed at the front, using his purple flames to force the fire-red ants to retreat. He opened up a path with fewer fire-red ants, allowing the mercenaries to run towards the nearest ant tunnel. The vice captain and the black-skinned man, who were the first to rush in, had already started fighting with the fire-red ants in the ant tunnel. Even more mercenaries, in order to survive, also rushed forward to help. The one who stayed at the back was an old man with a golden ant egg on his back. He came over and received the 10 teleportation scrolls from Yue Yang. "Ah how, you must come back. You must. Without you, the family will fall apart. You must remember this." That old man seemed to be the leader's uncle. Before he left, he did not forget to stuff a teleportation scroll into the leader's hand. "I'm fine. You guys go quickly." The leader of the mercenary group called Ahao did not stand on ceremony. He received the teleportation scroll, and stuffed it into his robes, then hurriedly ran to Yue Yang's side. If not for Yue Yang's protection, the chances of him surviving in the sea of ants would be 0. Yue Yang saw the mercenaries rushing into the ant tunnel. Those who were slightly slower were crying and begging for their companions to pull them up. However, most of them only cared about running away. Very few of them swam back in the opposite direction to lend a helping hand. In short, it was a chaotic scene. Yue Yang slashed out a stream of fire force, igniting the tentacles of a few fire-red ants that were following behind him. The blade radiance killed the fire-red ants that were about to reach the entrance of the ant tunnel. This could be considered as sending them on their final journey. Yue Yang could not be bothered about whether they lived or died after this. When he turned his head back to look at the leader of the mercenary group, the leader called Ahao used his trembling finger to point at an underground cave where countless fire-red ants were crawling out. His lips were trembling a little as he said with certainty, It's from there." Yue Yang would not bring a burden along with him. He grabbed the leader of the mercenary group and jumped back to the platform. He passed the map over and said, "Mark it clearly on the map, then you can go." Really? When the leader of the mercenary group called Ahao heard this, he was stunned at first. He could live. In an instant, he was extremely touched. He thanked Yue Yang profusely and hurriedly marked the route he had taken on the map. In the end, when he took out a teleportation scroll and was about to leave, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yue Yang. He was touched and asked, "Can you tell me your name?" Yue Yang could not be bothered with this fellow. Could it be that he still wanted to seek revenge? As for repaying his debt of gratitude, forget it. The leader of the mercenary group called Ahao gave a small object to Yue Yang with both of his hands, we relied on this to get the hard-shelled dragon fruit. We hid it from you because we were afraid that you would go back on your words and not save us after getting the hard-shelled dragon fruit. We have the heart of a vile person. We are ashamed. We hope that you will be magnanimous. We will take our leave now. If I, Zhang Hao, am able to return alive, we will meet again in the future. If you have any tasks for us, the Wild Sand Mercenary Group will be at your service. Twin Dragon Scissors. I have always been curious as to how you were able to pick the hard-shelled dragon fruit. So this is what you have. Not bad. With this, I don't have to use so much effort to carry the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger. How many hard-shelled dragon fruits are there down there? Yue Yang lightly tossed the small golden object in his hand and kept it. We don't know because there are dragons down there. We didn't dare to get too close. At that time, we only took one. When we heard the dragons roar, we were so scared that we hurriedly escaped. When the leader of the mercenary group thought of stealing the fruit, he even shivered. He hurriedly opened a teleportation scroll and left. There are really dragons. Is it a giant dragon or a flying dragon? Yue Yang's heart was moved. If he could slay a dragon, then his harvest this time would be even greater. Regardless of whether there were dragons down there or not, he must go and take a look. Chapter 145. Yue Yang walked for a long time in the ant hole, but he still hadn't reached the place marked with the volcano. Of course, he could have gone faster, but the ant hole was even more confusing than a maze. Yue Yang felt dizzy and confused. The thing that made Yue Yang sweat the most was that the markings left behind by the mercenaries along the way were all repeated and wrong. They had taken many wrong detours. Yue Yang didn't care about the time, but he was afraid that Yu Bing would be worried if he waited too long outside. She better not take the risk to come in and look for him, or else she would be in danger. He didn't know how long he walked in the underground world. Finally, after hearing the sound of flowing water, a dark underground river appeared in front of Yue Yang. Following the markings on the map, Yue Yang went upstream on the shallow riverbed. After walking for another half an hour, he finally found the markings left by the mercenaries. He left the riverbed and entered a small cave. After walking for a few hundred meters, he realized that the temperature had increased significantly, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Yue Yang sped up and walked out of the small cave. In front of him was a huge underground world. In the distance, there was a low lava volcano, still emitting heat. At the bottom of the small mountain, there was a hot spring lake that was slightly steaming. There were many small islets on the surface of the lake, and there were all kinds of strange plants growing on them. Yue Yang was quite surprised when he saw this. In this kind of underground world, there was actually such a thriving life. Yue Yang had read before. The hard-shelled dragon fruit was completely different from the normal dragon fruits in the desert. Its leaves were thinner and harder, and were dark green in color, as hard as steel. They penetrated deep into the bottom of the hot spring and absorbed the energy of the earth to store the fruit. It would take 1,000 years for them to float to the surface. At that time, the hard-shelled dragon fruit would gradually break off and start to reproduce. Usually, it was impossible to pick the hard-shelled dragon fruit. The only time was to wait for it to ripen and use special medicinal scissors to cut it off. Twin Dragon Scissors was a type of medicinal scissors, and it was the signature of the blacksmith grandmaster, the Zhang family. There were many plants in the world that could not be cut by swords, such as obsidian bamboo, iron bone star grass, hard-shelled dragon fruit, etc. However, a small pair of double dragon scissors could easily cut them apart. Of course, the forging grandmaster Zhang clan would never deny that although this was designed by their ancestor Zhang Chao'er, the first twin dragon scissors was made by the Yu clan's ghost genius Yu Gong. This pair of twin dragon scissors was the engagement gift that the ghost genius Yu Gong gave to Zhang Chao'er. Its original purpose was not to pick herbs, but to make a pair of female scissors. Yu Gong and Zhang Chao'er were extremely intelligent, but because they were both weak and sickly, they didn't even have time to get married before they passed away. However, their touching love story had been passed down for hundreds of years. The forging grandmaster Yang's family would engrave the words, ingenious workmanship, on every pair of double dragon scissors they made to commemorate their ancestors. No wonder it's so small and exquisite. It's a pair of scissors that's convenient for girls to use. Yue Yang picked it up and felt that the twin dragon scissors was very small. After thinking for a while, he realized that the ghost genius Yu Gong had specially designed it for Zhang Chao'er's small hands. He just didn't know why the forging grandmaster Zhang clan didn't make it bigger. After searching the entire hot spring lake, Yue Yang found 2 more hard-shelled dragon fruits at the bottom of the lake. However, they weren't ripe yet. Yue Yang frowned slightly. He found 2 different cuts. Could it be that someone had already taken them before him? These cuts were completely different from the cuts made by animals using their teeth to swallow and chew. They were also different from the cuts made by the twin dragon scissors. This proved that someone had been here, and the mercenaries didn't know anything about it. Yue Yang found an even more suspicious point. The mercenaries had heard the dragon's roar, but they had already searched the entire hot spring lake and the crater of the volcano, but they couldn't find any traces of the dragon. The only suspicious point was that the gold-seeking mice found some kind of energy in the water, but it was dissipating. Could it be that there was a huge battle in the water? Who was it that knew that there was a hard-shelled dragon fruit at the bottom of the ant hole, and knew that it had just ripened, so they rushed here to pick it? Where did the dragon that was originally guarding the hard-shelled dragon fruit go? For a moment, Yue Yang's heart was filled with doubts. He was sure that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of what it was. Just as Yue Yang was sorting out the clues and thinking carefully, suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind Yue Yang without a sound. It used a unique magnetic voice to ask, "Are you looking for me?" Huh, Yue Yang was shocked. He had never tried to let an enemy get less than 5 meters behind him, but his heart still couldn't sense it. Who was this person? When he suppressed the shock in his heart and turned around, he found that there was nothing behind him. There was no sign of anyone's existence. It was as if that sentence just now was just an illusion. Yue Yang's body froze. He didn't use his eyes, but he could feel that the enemy was behind him. Moreover, he could feel that the enemy was stretching out a hand, close to the back of his head. If he moved even the slightest bit, that hand might suddenly attack and shatter the back of his head. A drop of cold sweat slid down from Yue Yang's forehead. This person was really the strongest enemy he had ever met in his life. "Are you afraid?" That person seemed to be teasing a small bug, his voice full of contempt. "You, who are you?" Yue Yang turned around quickly, and found that there was a tall, imposing, and mighty middle-aged man in front of him. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his expression carried a unique kind of arrogance. He used a gaze as sharp as a spear to stare at Yue Yang, and Yue Yang's heart was once again shaken. This unfamiliar middle-aged man, no matter in which aspect, was definitely not below Zheng Wuyu. Moreover, his killing intent was hidden even deeper. When the middle-aged man heard Yue Yang's question, he frowned slightly. "You actually don't dare to recognize me?" Yue Yang sweated profusely. Could it be that this guy was the pitiful guy's rumored deceased father, Yu Chu? No, other people said that the pitiful guy looked like his father, so Yu Chu shouldn't look like this. Was this guy the pitiful guy's uncle? Or was it another relative? Or was it the pitiful guy's murderer? Yue Yang's mind flashed like lightning. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, but none of them could be verified. However, Yue Yang was sure that this man had hidden his killing intent very deeply. No matter what his identity was, he was definitely an enemy and not a friend. "Everyone calls me the Marquis of Zijin." The middle-aged man called himself the Marquis of Zijin. What? When Yue Yang heard this, he turned pale with fright. In the 3 kingdoms of Dasha, Tian Luo and Zijin, there were countless rankers. Whether it was the Dasha Emperor Zheng Wuyu, the Tian Luo Emperor Hua Shuri or the Zijin Emperor Chu Tianshao, they were all rankers above level 7 overlord. Their personal strength was extremely terrifying, and they could completely intimidate everyone. In the royal family, the 3 emperors, martial strength was almost unrivaled. However, the only exception was the Marquis of Zijin in front of Yue Yang. He was a ranker whose strength was publicly acknowledged to be above the 3 emperors. 30 years ago, he had once challenged his brother, the Zijin Emperor Chu Tianshao, to fight for the Zijin Emperor's position. The whole soaring dragon continent was shaken by this. Countless warriors in the world watched, and the Zijin Emperor also agreed to this challenge. However, 1 month before the challenge, the arrogant Marquis of Zijin, because he spoke disrespectfully to the Tian Luo Emperor Hua Shuri when he was on a diplomatic mission to the Tian Luo Empire, he was severely injured by one of the 3 heavenly imperial guardians of the Tian Luo Empire, Night Empress. After that, the Marquis of Zijin challenged his brother, and after 3 days and 3 nights, he was defeated in the end. If it wasn't for the fact that he had yet to recover from his injuries, it would be hard to say who would have won this battle. Because of this, the Marquis of Zijin became famous after this battle, becoming the strongest king in the eyes of the people. Even the Zijin Emperor, Chu Tianxiao, had specially set up a seat for his younger brother 9 steps below the dragon throne to show his respect to the Marquis of Zijin. Everyone felt that in terms of becoming the emperor, perhaps his brother Chu Tianxiao was more suitable. However, in terms of strength, the Marquis of Zijin's strength was still a notch higher. The Marquis of Zijin was originally the 6th prince of the Zijin kingdom. However, after the battle for the Zijin emperor's position, the 3 emperors jointly conferred him the title of the one and only Marquis of Zijin. Yue Yang did not think that it was a good thing for such an awesome person to appear in front of him. Especially when he was still at the hot spring lake where the hard-shelled dragon fruit grew, Yue Yang's vigilance had reached its limit. He was a little unsure if this fellow had followed him here, or if he had been lying in ambush. If the Marquis of Zijin had come to snatch the hard-shelled dragon fruit, he should have left after he had succeeded. Why would he still stay here? If he had followed him here, when did it happen? In the ant hole, or not long ago? You've heard my name, shouldn't you pay your respects to me? Let's not talk about the fact that I'm a marquis. Even if I'm a senior, a strong warrior, you should still show the respect that you deserve, right? The Marquis of Zijin looked at Yue Yang with a unique arrogant expression. His gaze was as sharp as a spear. You're thinking of smashing my head when I lower my head to pay my respects, right? Yue Yang tried his best to maintain a natural expression. At this time, he must not let his enemy see through his full strength, or else he would be in danger. Oh, that's indeed what I'm thinking. I'm not willing to see a young man whose strength I can't see through slowly grow up. The Marquis of Zijin actually nodded his head in acknowledgement. With his hands behind his back, he casually promised to Yue Yang, before I kill you, I can give you 3 choices. You can choose 3 different ways to die. You can resist, and then die tragically after I smash all your bones and internal organs into pieces. You can also choose not to resist, and let me kill you instantly with 1 finger, dying without even the slightest bit of pain. Lastly, you can use all your strength to escape, and let me catch up to you. I'll peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and soak you in this hot spring, dying from the pain. Think about it carefully. Once you've made your choice, I'll make my move. Yue Yang had never seen such an arrogant person in his entire life. He thought that he was very arrogant, but compared to the Marquis of Zijin, he seemed to be lacking by quite a bit. He was arrogant, but he had never thought about reasoning with him. But this guy, on the other hand, treated his arrogance as a matter of course. Hearing this, Yue Yang revealed a smile. Can I choose to commit suicide? The Marquis of Zijin coldly and heartlessly shook his head in rejection. Without my permission, it's impossible for you to commit suicide. I don't care if you are the Marquis of Zijin or the Monkey of Zijin. These are all idiotic bullshit. Do you think that just because you've lived for 2 more years, you can dictate the life and death of others? In front of the Marquis of Zijin, Yue Yang raised his middle finger. You can act cool, but don't act like an idiot. Looks like you've already made your choice. The Marquis of Zijin was actually not angry. Instead, he calmly asked, now, are you prepared to die? What about you? Are you prepared to die? Yue Yang asked back. At the same time, the Wei Jin magic blade in his hand slashed out like lightning, aiming at the Marquis of Zijin's face. Fireworks exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire underground world trembled because of Yue Yang's slash. A deep fissure appeared on the surface of the hot spring lake due to the chi of the blade, setting off a huge wave that was 2 meters high, spreading to both sides. However, after a second, Yue Yang's gaze froze. Because he saw that the slash that he had prepared for a long time with all his might was actually caught by the Marquis of Zijin's 2 fingers. The Wei Jin magic blade, which had the power of a thunderbolt that could completely split gold and stone, was caught between the Marquis of Zijin's index and middle fingers, unable to move an inch forward. Chapter 146 Inches Abnormal. Yue Yang could not help but think of this word. However, Yue Yang, who had been specially trained by the big loli in his dream world, was definitely not the kind of fool who would just wait helplessly for death when he saw the enemy's strength. When the Marquis of Zijin's other hand smashed towards him, Yue Yang summoned the skill that he had learned from little Wen Li the instant he succeeded. A silver grimoire appeared, and a protective shield rose up at an unstoppable speed, sending the Marquis of Zijin flying. Yue Yang saw that the protective shield trembled slightly from the force of the palm. He was overwhelmed with shock, but secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Marquis of Zijin was not as abnormal as the Demon King Ha Xin, and had no way to break the protective shield. if it was the demon King Ha Xin who attacked with a palm or a finger, the protective shield might not be able to withstand it. Then, Yue Yang would have a headache. At that time, even the protective shield of little Wen Li's diamond grimoire could not withstand the demon King Ha Xin's angry finger. Now, it seemed that although the Marquis of Zijin was powerful, he was not completely unbeatable. Yue Yang immediately used the giant shadow on his body. 100 times his strength exploded in an instant, allowing Yue Yang to completely regain his confidence in fighting the opponent. He did not use a teleportation scroll to leave, but instead adjusted his breathing and circulated his innate qi, preparing to have a big fight with the Marquis of Zijin. On the other hand, the Marquis of Zijin, who was slowly descending from the sky, had a look of surprise on his face for a second. He did not think that Yue Yang could actually summon a grimoire at such a young age. He felt that if the protective shield of the grimoire had not blocked his palm, this brat would have broken all his bones and broken all his internal organs. What surprised him the most was that this brat did not take the opportunity to escape, but summoned his beast instead, as if he wanted to fight with him. Could it be that he was really that confident? Playing summoning, I'll play with you then. The Marquis of Zijin summoned a platinum grimoire and casually flipped through a few pages, as if choosing a beast. In the end, he casually chose one and summoned it. This monster had the head of a jackal, the body of a human, the legs of a cow, and the wings of a bat. However, it seemed to have some intelligence. It knew how to use a greatsword as a weapon, and its body was also covered in blue armor. Its scarlet eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. When it was summoned, it immediately knelt in front of the Marquis of Zijin, as if it was offering its most respectful loyalty to its master. Yue Yang took a look and discovered that this monster was silver rank level 6. He was slightly happy in his heart. It seemed that the Marquis of Zijin had not seen through his true strength. Under the protection of the counterfeit inherent skill, the enemy would always misevaluate and greatly underestimate his strength. This was because they didn't believe that a young man like him could be an innate ranker. Their thinking was easily limited by reality. They would never have thought that he was a man from another world, an exception. What is a purple gold monkey? Other than Great Sage Sun that monkey, the other monkeys are all fleeting clouds. Yue Yang kept his silver grimoire and walked out with his Wei Jin magic blade. The Marquis of Zijin's expression really changed this time. Not only did this brat not run away, he even kept his grimoire. Was he really not afraid of death? Without a shield, I can kill him at any time. What is he thinking? This is too strange. Yue Yang's actions made the Marquis of Zijin puzzled. He frowned slightly and kept his platinum grimoire as well. With his hands behind his back, he stood in front of Yue Yang from afar. However, he did not immediately attack Yue Yang. He only gave the ugly monster a look, hinting it to go and kill Yue Yang. He was not in a hurry to kill Yue Yang, but he wanted to test Yue Yang's strength. The ugly monster received its master's order and leapt into the air. With a flap of its wings, it flew towards Yue Yang like lightning. The giant sword slashed down from the sky. Yue Yang dodged and avoided the sword light. Just as he was about to counterattack, he suddenly saw the ugly monster spin at a high speed in the sky. The sword light spun like a top. This was the human's battle technique, whirlwind blade. The difference was that human stood on the ground and spun, while this monster spun in the sky. Yue Yang leapt backwards, retreating out of the attack range of the sword light. The ugly monster flapped its wings rapidly and chased after him. In the end, it forced Yue Yang to retreat into the lake. This ugly monster was indeed intelligent. Seeing that Yue Yang was forced into the lake, the bloodthirsty light in its red eyes became even more intense. It spun and chased after him at an even faster speed. The Marquis of Zijin was a little flabbergasted. He did not think that this masked brat would fall into a disadvantageous position so easily. Retreating into the lake was most likely a trick. However, he did not control or warn his summoned beast at all. Instead, he watched quietly, watching Yue Yang's counterattack. He also hoped to find some clues to determine Yue Yang's identity. The Marquis of Zijin was sure that this brat in front of him was a young ranker that was secretly nurtured by one of the 4 major sects. This was because he did not know him at all. There was also no such young ranker in this world. How could a person like him not even be selected as one of the 3 great killing stars? Even if he was not selected, how could he be unknown? And most importantly, with this brat's skills and courage, he was definitely not from a normal family. He was definitely a young ranker that was secretly nurtured by one of the 4 major sects. Counterattack. Yue Yang shouted loudly, raising his magic blade and feigning an attack. That ugly monster could obviously understand human language. Upon hearing it, it immediately became defensive and vigilant, and its spinning speed also slowed down by a lot. Yue Yang gave it a try, and it was indeed as he had expected. He raised his magic blade repeatedly and shouted a counterattack. In the end, that ugly monster was completely confused by him. Its attacks were thwarted again and again, and in the end, its spiral attack completely disintegrated into nothingness. What an idiot! Yue Yang mocked loudly. When the ugly monster heard him and flew towards him, flustered and exasperated, Yue Yang was treading on the surface of the lake, using his magic blade to slowly spin the water surface. The Marquis of Zijin noticed the abnormality. The true power did not lie in the purple flames on the magic blade, but in the turbulent water whirlpool under this brat's feet. Unknowingly, there was already a huge whirlpool at the bottom of the lake, but the surface of the lake was still as calm as before. What made the Marquis of Zijin's heart skip a beat was that this masked brat's magic blade was used extremely cleverly. He compared it carefully, but found that he was unable to do this. In the instant that the ugly monster slashed at Yue Yang's face, Yue Yang's Wei Jin magic blade arrived first despite being launched later, hitting the tip of that huge sword. Then, he took advantage of the momentum and the ugly monster suddenly lost control, falling heavily towards the surface of the lake. It raised its wings and flapped wildly, trying to fly up. Yue Yang slashed at the bat wings on its back with his magic blade and laughed coldly, "Go down and become a water ghost." The ugly monster fell onto the surface of the lake with a loud bang. Originally, with its strength, even if it was injured, it could still fly up into the sky within 2 seconds. However, the strange whirlpool at the bottom of the lake did not even give it the chance to struggle before it was swallowed up. In the sky, a palm print was placed on Yue Yang's head. "You go down and become a water ghost too." It was the Marquis of Zijin. Even though Yue Yang had already placed the highest amount of attention on him, he still had no way of capturing the Marquis of Zijin's movements. Yue Yang completely did not understand how this fellow could move to the top of his head in an instant. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, and then appeared out of thin air again. There was no trace of movement in between, not even a hint of movement. If there was, Yue Yang would definitely be able to sense it. However, the strange truth was that the enemy seemed to have control over the entire space. He could disappear and appear anywhere he wanted, including the top of Yue Yang's head. Looking at the palm that was just inches away from him, Yue Yang fell down at an extremely fast speed, his entire back falling onto the surface of the lake. A cold killing intent flashed across the Marquis of Zijin's eyes. No one could escape from his hands. Never. As long as he wanted to kill, no one could escape. When the palm was about to hit Yue Yang's face, the Marquis of Zijin snorted coldly, "Brat, you're still too inexperienced." However, in the thousandth of a second, in the instant when the palm force exploded, he discovered that the masked brat under his palm had disappeared. At the same time, in the sky, there was a terrifying force that could almost overturn rivers and seas, accompanied by an unstoppable fist that ruthlessly struck the Marquis of Zijin's life gate acupuncture point on his back. It was Yue Yang. Unknowingly, he and the Marquis of Zijin had exchanged positions and roles. From being attacked, he had become the one attacking. "You're practically looking for death." The Marquis of Zijin flew into a rage. He turned his body, and at the same time that he had dissipated most of the force from his fist, his other left palm slapped towards Yue Yang's chest 10 times faster and stronger than his previous right palm. He no longer had the mood or patience to tease his prey. His first move was a fatal blow. 2 idiots. Yue Yang did not dodge at all. He only stretched out his hand and pointed at them. The silver grimoire was summoned in an instant, and a protective shield spread out from Yue Yang's body. The Marquis of Zijin's thunder-heavy palm smashed onto the protective shield with unparalleled power, causing the entire protective shield to slightly deform. However, the protective shield that was close to an absolute defense immediately bounced the Marquis of Zijin's entire body back into the lake. With a rumble, the Marquis of Zijin's palm force bounced back, smashing into the lake at high speed. Although in less than a second, he had split the surface of the lake and soared into the sky with splashes of water. His half-wet clothes couldn't hide the sorry state he was in after Yue Yang's scheme succeeded. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. Moreover, it was the first time that he had been humiliated by a younger generation. "Damn it, masked brat, you're definitely dead meat. I'll let you see that in front of a truly strong person. your so-called intelligence is simply the performance of a weakling. It's not even worth mentioning. The Marquis of Zijin was really angry in his heart. There had never been a younger generation that could make him so miserable. What made him feel the most uncomfortable was that he had actually been tricked by this brat. He hated the feeling of being tricked by others the most. That ugly monster struggled to get up from the lake. It opened up a pair of wet bat wings, preparing to fly up. Yue Yang suddenly put away his grimoire and landed on the ground without a sound. He stomped the ugly monster back into the water with one foot. His Wei Jin magic blade once again spun on the surface of the lake. The struggling ugly monster in the water was once again sucked into the whirlpool, deeper into the lake. The Marquis of Zijin disappeared. Yue Yang had been using his level 3 divine vision to stare at him, but the Marquis of Zijin still easily disappeared in midair, not letting Yue Yang's divine vision discover any flaws. Die. When an angry voice came from behind Yue Yang, the Marquis of Zijin's fist had already landed on the fulcrum between Yue Yang's neck and his head. As long as his fist landed, Yue Yang would definitely die. With the terrifying strength of this fist, let alone a human, even a giant mammoth or a kodo beast would be smashed into a pile of mud. The Marquis of Zijin had absolute confidence in his own strength. No non-innate ranker's body would be able to withstand his destructive attack. Under this fist, there would only be one result for this brat, and that was to be smashed into pieces of flesh and blood, flying hundreds of meters away. The one who will die is you. Yue Yang roared. He completely ignored the Marquis of Zijin's fist, his 10 fingers clasped together, and the innate invisible sword chi instantly exploded with the strongest sword strike he had ever used. He had planned this counterattack and waited for this opportunity for a long time. Wanting to kill the Marquis of Zijin with a normal weapon or fist. That would be the most ridiculous move. The best way to kill a level 6 elder or above was to use the innate invisible sword chi. Only this invincible and destructive sword chi could cause fatal damage to them. The Marquis of Zijin saw countless golden sword chi extending from Yue Yang's 10 fingers, and then converging into an incomparably sharp sword chi. He secretly cursed. He instinctively wanted to summon his grimoire to protect himself. However, he realized that he could not move his entire body. There was an invisible force that had bound his entire body. He had used all his strength in his fist and was currently pushing his body forward. At this moment, his protective shield had not been raised, and his strongest summoned beast had not been summoned yet. In addition, his entire body was bound to the point that he could not move at all. His opponent was a hidden innate, and that innate sword chi was aimed at his forehead, about to deliver a fatal attack. In an instant, the shadow of death flashed across the Marquis of Zijin's heart. If he could regret, he would definitely not have fallen into the enemy's trap like this. He would have summoned his strongest summoned beast to protect himself. He would even rather let this brat go back and never meet him again. He would not have the intention to kill him, just because of a single mistake. He had actually fallen into the danger of death. The Marquis of Zijin almost went crazy. Who would have thought that this brat was an innate ranker who had hidden himself so deeply? Who would have thought that he also had an inherent skill that could bind a person's entire body? If he had known earlier, the Marquis of Zijin would definitely not have attacked so recklessly. However, there were no ifs in this world. He also understood this point, which was that he was too careless, too confident, and too stupid. Chapter 147. Yue Yang pointed his strongest sword at the Marquis of Zijin's forehead, and his innate sword chi exploded. In an instant, a bloody hole was pierced through the Marquis of Zijin's forehead. At the moment when the binding technique was over, Yue Yang used his fastest speed and greatest strength to grab the Marquis of Zijin's head with both hands and twist it in the opposite direction, breaking the Marquis of Zijin's neck. When the binding technique was over, the Marquis of Zijin's fist still carried a destructive power as it struck forward. However, this punch could no longer cause any harm to Yue Yang, because Yue Yang had already soared into the sky after his successful surprise attack. Phew, that was close. Yue Yang's nervous heartbeat, which he had been suppressing until now, suddenly started to beat violently. The Marquis of Zijin was definitely the first strong enemy he had ever met in his life. Fortunately, the Marquis of Zijin did not see through his strength, allowing him to kill him instantly under the double surprise attack of his binding technique and innate invisible sword chi. If not for this, Yue Yang really did not dare to say who would have won this battle. Using his strongest attack to ambush the enemy's weakest point. In the end, his risky move had succeeded. Although Yue Yang had killed the Marquis of Zijin, his heartbeat still quickened. He felt lucky for his sneak attack just now. If the Marquis of Zijin had summoned his strongest beast right from the start, or if he had not unleashed his full strength, his body would not have been completely exposed to Yue Yang's sword fingers. Then this sneak attack might not have succeeded. The Marquis of Zijin was definitely not a careless person, but his perception was limited by reality. He had never thought that Yue Yang would be an innate rancor, and thought that he could kill Yue Yang easily. This was the root of his failure. Yue Yang finished adjusting his breathing in midair and prepared to land back on the ground. Unintentionally, he discovered that the Marquis of Zijin, who should have fallen into the lake and died, had strangely stood still on the surface of the lake. His neck had already been broken by Yue Yang's heavy hand. Fresh blood was also flowing out of his forehead. However, a scene that made Yue Yang's scalp go numb and his hair stand on end happened. This fellow, the Marquis of Zijin, had actually not died even after receiving such an attack. He could even tread on the surface of the lake without sinking. How was this possible? The Marquis of Zijin, whose neck had been broken and the space between his eyebrows pierced through, did not wait for the shocked Yue Yang to react and immediately summoned his platinum grimoire. After the protective shield was raised, he first summoned a flaming strengthening type beast and fused it with his body. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand and twisted Yue Yang's broken neck back, reconnecting the skull with the cervical vertebrae. He then took out a golden headband and tied up the bloody hole on his forehead tightly. Yue Yang was dumbstruck. He was completely stunned. Was this guy really a human? How could he not die from such a blow? Ever since I was young, I have experienced 1,328 battles. No one has ever been able to injure my face. Never. You are the first. The Marquis of Zijin slowly took off his shirt, revealing a body that was full of scars. There were hundreds of scars on his body, crisscrossing each other. However, in comparison, there was not a single scar on his face. The Marquis of Zijin pointed at the 5-finger-shaped scars on his chest that had already healed and said, "These were left by the Night Empress that year. She almost killed me. Luckily, I escaped quickly. However, even then, it was not as dangerous as today. You are the first human who has seriously threatened my life. I have never thought that I would die in your hands, just a little bit more. If you were just a little bit stronger, I would have been in danger today. You are not human." Yue Yang was 90% sure that this fellow was not human at all. He had used the same techniques that he used to deal with humans to deal with him, so it was useless. I admit that I underestimated you, so you almost killed me. But luckily, you also underestimated me. The Marquis of Zijin was like a friend. His voice was gentle, without a trace of anger. Yue Yang's heart trembled. He hurriedly summoned his silver grimoire and raised his protective shield. This Marquis of Zijin was really too abnormal. At this moment, he must not be careless. Just as he raised his protective shield, Yue Yang discovered that in the second the protective shield was raised, a blood-red scythe burning with raging flames fiercely slashed at his back. However, at the critical moment, it was blocked by the protective shield. If he was a tenth of a second slower, his head would have been separated from his body by now. Yue Yang turned around and discovered a blood-scythe demon whose body was more than 5 meters tall. It was currently raising a burning blood scythe and glaring at him fiercely. This Marquis of Zijin, when did he summon the blood scythe demon? Yue Yang looked carefully with his divine vision, and his heart rate soared to 300. Gold rank level 7. This blood scythe demon, whose entire body was burning with raging flames, was gold rank level 7. This was already the limit of creatures that could exist in the soaring dragon continent. Before this, Yue Yang had heard of many versions of beasts' levels. Mercenaries usually thought that normal ranked beasts could not level up to level 8 and above, and that only elite ranked beasts could. This included Yi Kong and the others from the past. This was because the normal rank level 9 and normal ranked beasts were invisible. The 10,000-year ancient tree looked like a forest on the surface, but it was a huge old tree. The ocean king whale only appeared in the sea, and no one could see it. As for the level 10 island tortoise, its shell was completely the size of an island. It was said that it would not be crowded even if a city was built on it. These creatures were usually not discovered by mercenaries. Even if they saw them, they would ignore them. Mercenaries would not even think that they were beasts. However, Grandma Wu Tang's correct teachings had caused Yue Yang's understanding of beasts to change completely. She clearly pointed out that under normal circumstances, beasts above level 10 would not appear in the soaring dragon continent. Grandma Wu Tang did not say it, but Yue Yang knew that there was a hidden meaning in her words. She was referring to a law of nature. In the soaring dragon continent, the law of nature did not allow beasts above level 10 to exist. If beasts wanted to surpass level 10, they only needed to fulfill one requirement, and that was to transform into a human. Through transforming into a human, beasts could learn and improve like humans, breaking through to a new realm. Only then could they surpass level 10, otherwise, level 10 was the peak limit of beasts. All beasts that did not fulfill the requirement of transforming into a human would be limited to level 10. They would become gigantic existences, invincible existences in a certain region of the soaring dragon continent. Beasts transforming into humans had always been a secret among secrets. Only true rankers were allowed to know these secrets that normal people could not know. Yue Yang suspected that the Marquis of Zijin in front of him was actually a super strong beast that had transformed into a human through transforming into a human, otherwise, a normal human's body would not be able to survive with their brains destroyed and necks broken. The most important point was that the Marquis of Zijin's own words had also unconsciously admitted this point. This Marquis of Zijin was definitely not a human. Could it be that he was the giant dragon that the mercenaries had heard before? Yue Yang did not think too much. He immediately took out a teleportation scroll and inserted his spiritual chi into it, preparing to teleport away. Fighting against a giant dragon that could evolve into a human. Fighting against a ranker that would not die even if his head was pierced through and his neck broken. Yue Yang was not that bothered. That kind of meaningless battle was not what Yue Yang pursued. Moreover, the Marquis of Zijin had a gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon as his beast. Who would want to fight against him? What was strange was that the Marquis of Zijin should have hated Yue Yang to the bone. However, when he saw Yue Yang teleporting away, he did not have any reaction at all. When Yue Yang entered the teleportation door, he immediately felt that something was amiss. To his horror, he discovered that the place he had teleported to was not the camp at the bottom of the valley, but in front of the Marquis of Zijin. In the sky, the blood scythe demon seemed to have long known that Yue Yang's teleportation point would land in front of the Marquis of Zijin. The blood scythe slashed downwards, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. Yue Yang was greatly shocked. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but found that his body was moving in the opposite direction, as if he was going to meet the blood scythe head-on and die. The movement and control of his body had the opposite result. This was definitely the Marquis of Zijin's doing. He could control space. Yue Yang secretly thought that it was over. In less than a tenth of a second, he would not be able to summon his silver grimoire or raise his protective shield. Would little Wen Li be able to receive the gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon's head-on slash? Moreover, there was still the Marquis of Zijin's heavy palm that could attack at any time. In the moment of life and death, Yue Yang raised his arm and used the golden beast's wrist guard to receive the terrifying blood scythe. His right hand faced the Marquis of Zijin who was attacking him, and used binding chains for the second time. However, the ugly monster at the bottom of the water suddenly exploded, slashing upwards with its giant sword, intending to cut Yue Yang into two halves. Above was the blood scythe, below was the giant sword, and behind was the most terrifying heavy palm. Yue Yang realized that he had fallen into a dangerous situation that he had never been in before. His life was on the line. Just as the Marquis of Zijin's eyes revealed a cruel killing intent, as the blood scythe demon unleashed his greatest strength to slash downwards, and as the ugly monster was about to succeed in its sneak attack, a protective shield suddenly spread out from Yue Yang's body, blocking everything outside. It was little Wen Li who had summoned her diamond grimoire in time. What a treasure! Yue Yang was extremely excited as he hugged the shadow in front of him. However, as soon as he held it in his hands, he realized that something was wrong. Little Wen Li was a little lowly. There shouldn't be any bulges on her chest. Why were there two lumps? Yue Yang was puzzled as he used his hands to pinch them. He realized that the elasticity was astonishing. How was this a little lowly? This was obviously an older sister with a hot and sexy body. Could it be that city mistress Fallen Flowers had rushed over to save him? Or was it that older sister, Princess Sissy? This feeling was too wonderful. It felt much bigger than an apple. The only thing he could be sure of was that this was not that girl, Inan. Just as Yue Yang was letting his imagination run wild, the shadow in front of him who had instantly summoned her grimoire to save his life turned around. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yue Yang like frost, practically wanting to freeze Yue Yang into an ice sculpture. Let go. The owner of the beautiful eyes was furious. Her anger was different from normal. The angrier she was, the colder she was. I'm sorry, it's just a natural reaction. Yue Yang was so scared that his heart was about to fly out. This beauty was not city mistress Fallen Flowers, nor was it Princess Sissy, nor was it Inan. Instead, it was the female thief that Yue Yang had met on the road who liked to read books. At this moment, Yue Yang's wolf-like claws were still on the other party's chest. This posture, even Yue Yang himself despised himself a little. He was really too savage and too wretched. This is also a natural reaction. The female thief raised the ancient book in her hands and slapped Yue Yang to the ground with a "pa" sound. Chapter 148. Not only was Yue Yang thick-skinned, he was even more thick-skinned. He jumped up and immediately pretended to be refined and courteous. Beauty, I'm sorry, I grabbed you by mistake just now. Actually, I'm an upright gentleman. Once you hear my name, Shui Tan Lang, you'll know how upright I am. Shui Tan Lang's hair is silvery white. The female thief immediately exposed Yue Yang's impersonation. Ha, actually I'm Yan Po Jun. I was just joking with you just now. Yue Yang was secretly sweating. It seemed that this beauty not only liked to read books, but also paid attention to handsome guys. Yan Po Jun has a lion dog. The female thief rolled her eyes. If he wanted to impersonate someone, he should have found someone who wasn't too famous. Who didn't know the three great killing stars? If he wanted to impersonate the three great killing stars, unless he was blind, anyone would be able to see through him. I also have a dog called Lion Dog. It's just that I didn't bring it with me today. First of all, thank you beauty for saving my life. I've decided to pay you 1 million gold coins as a reward. Coincidentally, I didn't bring such a small amount of change with me today, but it's okay. You can go to my Yan clan to ask for it. I'll give you an IOU later. I, Yan Po Jun, always do what I say. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. May I ask for your name, beauty? Even if Yue Yang's identity was exposed, he still forcefully impersonated Yan Po Jun's name. In any case, he wouldn't be so stupid as to say that he was actually the Yue clan's third young master in front of the Marquis of Zijin. That wouldn't be heroic, that would be courting death. There were benefits in impersonating Yan Po Jun. The one who molested the beauty was him, and the one who took the blame was him. Moreover, if the Marquis of Zijin wanted to settle the score, he wouldn't be able to find him. He didn't know what the Marquis of Zijin was up to, but he kept silent. On the other hand, the mysterious female thief who liked to read stared at the guy from another world with her cold eyes and snorted. Why don't you say you're Fatty Hai Da Fu? Yue Yang was dumbfounded. This beauty actually knew Fatty Hai. In that case, she should also know him. Who exactly was she? How did she know him and stalk him? Did she want to push him down? I'm not interested in knowing who you are. I only want to know what other ultimate moves you have. Quickly take them out and defeat the Marquis of Zijin. The mysterious beauty brought the topic back to the main point. Hearing this, Yue Yang's mood immediately turned sour. Defeat the Marquis of Zijin? What a joke. Even if his head exploded and his neck was broken, he still wouldn't die. What else could he do to defeat him? I'm out of ideas. What about you? Yue Yang shrugged and asked. I estimate that in another 50 years, I will have a way to defeat him. The mysterious beauty replied. What about now? Yue Yang almost fainted when he heard this. What I can do now is to kick you out to attract his attention and then take the opportunity to escape. What do you think? The mysterious beauty asked seriously. Nothing much. Yue Yang immediately objected. Think carefully. I'm a man. At most, I'll be killed by the Marquis of Zijin. Once my head is chopped off, the pain will pass and I'll be free. But you're different. You're a woman, and a beauty at that. If he catches up to you, he might do those evil things that I want to do but don't dare to do. At that time, you'll probably die a tragic death. Maybe you don't know, but I heard that the Marquis of Zijin likes handsome guys, especially handsome guys like you who are 99,999 times more handsome than the three great killing stars. When the mysterious beauty said this, Yue Yang's scalp went numb. When did this beauty eavesdrop on his conversation? It turned out that he had said this to the royal swordswoman, Princess Sissy. Now this mysterious beauty also knew about it. Yue Yang didn't think that the Princess Sissy, Tigress, was a talkative person. His other cousin, Yu, was even less likely to boast that her brother was a handsome guy. If this mysterious beauty didn't eavesdrop on him when he was joking with Princess Sissy, then how did she know all these? Could it be that she was Princess Sissy's bosom friend? But why had he never heard Princess Sissy mention her before? What made Yue Yang sweat profusely was that the Marquis of Zijin, who was standing opposite him, actually agreed with the mysterious beauty's words. He nodded and said, "That's right, I do like handsome guys." This sentence made Yue Yang's heart beat wildly. He was quite frightened. It's over. His chrysanthemum is in danger. In order to protect his sacred chrysanthemum, Yue Yang decided to throw caution to the wind and fight the Marquis of Zijin, this pervert. He first patted his wildly beating heart and calmed himself down. Then, he asked the mysterious beauty, "Let's join hands to fight the enemy. Do you have a way to break his teleportation?" "What teleportation?" The mysterious beauty was curious and asked back. "Didn't you see it just now? The Marquis of Zijin, this pervert, knows how to move at a terrifying speed. He disappears from one place and reappears from another. It's very hard to fathom. If we can think of a way to counter this move of his, then we can fight. Otherwise, we will definitely lose." What Yue Yang said was the truth. Fighting against a ranker who knew how to teleport was just asking for abuse. Moreover, this fellow was a super perverted ranker who couldn't be killed. That's his inherent skill, space teleportation. The mysterious beauty was rendered speechless by Yue Yang's basic knowledge. Damn, how can his inherent skill be so good? This is too unfair. I want to lodge a complaint against the God of Heaven Gaming Company. This is definitely a bug. Yue Yang was extremely jealous. Space teleportation, inherent skill, how could people live like this? What God of Heaven Gaming Company? What's a bug? The mysterious beauty was confused by this brat's new terminology. Even the Marquis of Zijin, who was standing opposite her, had a strange expression on his face. The mysterious beauty scanned Yue Yang from head to toe, then asked curiously, "All demon kings have the same inherent skill, which is space manipulation. Don't tell me you don't know about this." "Ah, he's a demon king." Yue Yang was shocked. This Marquis of Zijin was a demon king who came from the demon abyss. No wonder he had a gold rank level 7 blood scythe demon as his beast. He was actually a demon king. But thinking about it carefully, something was not right. The Marquis of Zijin was a demon king. This was not possible. Previously, Demon King Ha Xin was so powerful. He could beat her fallen flowers to the ground with just one hand. No matter how powerful this Marquis of Zijin was, he probably couldn't even compare to a tenth of Demon King Ha Xin. Was he also a demon king? Wasn't this kind of demon king a little too weak? If he was a demon king, then who was the one who made the dragon roar that the mercenaries had heard underground? Yue Yang was confused as he asked, how can he be a demon king? Isn't he a human that transformed from a red dragon or black dragon underground? The mysterious beauty sweated profusely. There are no red dragons or black dragons in the soaring dragon continent. They are the products of the demon abyss. Even if they came to the soaring dragon continent to settle down, they wouldn't hide in this kind of underground cave. Other than ants, there's nothing else here. What would they eat? As for transforming into a human, that's not something that any living creature can do. They must have extremely high intelligence, and there are many other conditions. The Marquis of Zijin is not a demon king yet. He should be the prince of the demon abyss, a future demon king. There's a rule in the demon abyss. All demon kings must go to the soaring dragon continent to learn human knowledge and experience. Only then can they return to become demon kings. That's right, it's like that. The Marquis of Zijin nodded his head in acknowledgement. All demon kings must learn humans' innate combat skills. If they can't learn it, they won't be recognized. Even if they become demon kings, they would still allow others to easily seize their throne. Innate combat skills are so powerful. Isn't summoning the strongest skill in the soaring dragon continent? Yue Yang's jaw dropped to the ground. His mouth was so big that 3 big steamed buns could be stuffed in. The mysterious beauty and the Marquis of Zijin looked at him as if he was an idiot. Summoning is the strongest, but that's only for normal people. Innate is another realm, and you can't look at it from a secular point of view. Moreover, don't you think that innate combat skills combined with summoning would be even stronger? It's said that when one reaches the peak of the realm, these two skills complement each other, and neither can be dispensed with. The mysterious beauty rarely explained to Yue Yang, but he didn't know what kind of mentality she had. Write down the combat skill that you know, and I'll let you live. I can swear to the demon god. The Marquis of Zijin said this very sincerely. There was no trace of hatred or revenge on his face, only restraint and sincerity. All right, look over here. Yue Yang raised his middle finger, and it was 2 fingers at that. You two are dead for sure. Struggling is useless. The Marquis of Zijin didn't mind waiting for a few more minutes. As long as the time limit of the protective shield was up, it would be the time of their deaths. Who taught you your combat skills? The mysterious beauty was also very curious about the sword strike that Yue Yang had used to kill the Marquis of Zijin in an instant. Wasn't it you who taught me? Master Xiaolong knew. All of Guo-er's martial arts were taught by you. Ah, that's not right, I should call you Long-er. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, the mysterious beauty slapped him to the ground with her book. What nonsense are you talking about? Moreover, stalling for time is useless against the Marquis of Zijin. He can only control the space for at least 3 hours, and the range is at least 1 kilometer. We can't wait for that time, and we can't escape that far. Is there any other way? If there isn't, then we'll just start fighting. Every minute that passes, my combat power will weaken a little. Tell me quickly, is there any other way? Speaking of which, I do have a way. Yue Yang stood up very seriously. When the mysterious beauty and the Marquis of Zijin both pricked up their ears to listen, Yue Yang suddenly flew in front of the Marquis of Zijin like lightning, his Wei Jin magic blade tearing the sky and splitting the earth as it slashed down. His method was a sneak attack. The Marquis of Zijin snorted slightly. His figure disappeared and appeared on the surface of the lake 100 meters away. The blood-scythe demon in the sky did not wait for Yue Yang, whose sneak attack had failed, to escape back into the protective shield. It had already flown in front of him, blocking his way. The blood scythe and the Wei Jin magic blade in Yue Yang's hands were raised at the same time. Each of them fiercely slashed towards the other's body. Just as that flaming blood scythe was about to slash Yue Yang's face, it was completely frozen by the binding chain's inherent skill. Yue Yang's Wei Jin magic blade fiercely slashed the demon's heart on its chest. At the same time, the mysterious beauty appeared in a flash. As if she had practiced it thousands of times, she cooperated and attacked the blood scythe demon's heart from the back. Her lily-white hands scattered a strange cold light. The ugly monster pounced down from the sky, preparing to sneak an attack on Yue Yang. However, it was kicked in the face by Yue Yang's thigh like a whirlwind, sending it flying. That blood scythe demon was completely unafraid after being hit twice. It waved the burning blood scythe horizontally, spinning and slashing. It first slashed at the afterimage of Yue Yang's body at an extremely fast speed, and then went to behead the mysterious beauty behind him. When Yue Yang saw this, he jumped in fright and hurriedly flew over to help. However, before his wolf claws could hug the mysterious beauty's fragrant body, he had already been sent flying by her elbow. The blood scythe quickly slashed at the mysterious beauty's neck, but it did not hit the real body. The mysterious beauty disappeared just like the Marquis of Zijin, and appeared soundlessly behind Yue Yang again. She instantly summoned her gold grimoire, using a protective shield to block the Marquis of Zijin's demon whip that was swinging down from afar. This thunderous attack shook the protective shield. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, Yue Yang would probably be in trouble. In terms of battle experience, she was much richer than Yue Yang. She could easily coordinate with Yue Yang's attacks, but Yue Yang, who was used to fighting alone, had no way to coordinate with her. The sneak attack failed, but fortunately he was unharmed. Seeing that the danger had passed and the battle had become a stalemate again, Yue Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, he asked the mysterious beauty quietly, "Are you also a demon king? Are you the princess of the demon abyss? Have you gone crazy thinking about the princess? This is not my inherent skill, it's my beast, gentle wind fairy. Don't come too close to me, I'm afraid that your foolishness will be contagious." The mysterious beauty seemed to be very familiar with Yue Yang's words and actions. Even though Yue Yang was sure that he had never seen her before, from her mouth, she would say that Yue Yang had teased a certain beauty before. Who exactly are you? Yue Yang's curiosity exploded. Who exactly was this girl? Chapter 149 Inches. Don't worry about who I am. I'll tell you now. I'll give you at most 1 minute to kill that gold rank level 7 blood scythe demon. Otherwise, we'll all die here. The mysterious beauty said this very calmly, as if it was a natural thing to do. Beauty, you also know that it's a gold ranked level 7 beast. I'm not a deity, how can I defeat it in 1 minute? Yue Yang expressed his helplessness. Why don't we swap and let you deal with the Marquis of Zijin? The mysterious beauty was very democratic, letting Yue Yang choose. Ah, then I'll go deal with that damned blood-scythe demon. Yue Yang knew that the Marquis of Zijin was even harder to deal with than the blood-scythe demon. What was more terrifying was that he could teleport. Once he was on guard, it would be very difficult to kill him. If Yue Yang fought with him, the Marquis of Zijin would probably either chase Yue Yang away with his heavy palm, or Yue Yang would chase him away with his innate sword qi. He would definitely not be able to defeat him. I'll give you 1 minute. Finish off the blood-scythe demon, then come and help me. The mysterious beauty gave this impossible task to Yue Yang. Alright, where's that ugly monster? Yue Yang pointed at another silver rank level 6 monster with a jackal's head and bat wings. Finish it off while you're at it. The mysterious beauty gave this wonderful task to Yue Yang. That's easy, but if you're willing to give me a kiss, then I believe the process will become even simpler. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, the mysterious beauty had already kicked his butt, sending him flying towards the Marquis of Zijin. Yue Yang's hands glowed with a golden light, as if there was sword qi breaking out of his body. The Marquis of Zijin's face darkened, but he did not fight it head-on. With a flick of his whip, his figure disappeared and reappeared tens of meters away. Although the mysterious beauty and Yue Yang's sneak attack was very sudden, it was not a threat at all to the Marquis of Zijin, who could control space. Of course, Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty who knew this was just a feint. Their goal was to force the Marquis of Zijin to retreat. Their real target was the blood-scythe demon. At the same time, the mysterious beauty flashed above the blood-scythe demon's head. With a light press of her lily-white hands, she summoned a frost storm that was even colder than the tornado that Shui Tan Lang had summoned. What was even more miraculous was that the area where she had struck the blood-scythe demon's heart previously, was now displaying its full power under the call of the frost storm. In an instant, it turned into a continuously growing and condensing frost. It was incomparably powerful, and even the flames on the blood-scythe demon's body were frozen. Yue Yang discovered that the mysterious beauty's freezing ability was much more powerful than Lich Suoji's Demon Crystal Ice Soul Sphere. The gold rank level 7 Reaper Mantis was not of the fire element, but this gold rank level 7 blood-scythe demon was of the fire element. She could also use ice to freeze things. From this, it could be seen how terrifying her ability was. Yue Yang realized that her power had far exceeded his imagination. Compared to the other Ice Cube guy, Snow Island Wolf, this mysterious beauty's ice power was stronger and she was better at hiding. Yue Yang did not expect her to have such a miraculous effect. However, being amazed was just being amazed. Yue Yang's reaction was not slow at all. Now that it was a matter of life and death, Yue Yang could no longer care about hiding his strength. He summoned the gold rank level 5 Bloody Queen in an instant. With a scream, the ugly monster was shaken until it became dizzy. At the same time, the dragon-slaying dagger pierced deeply into the back of the ugly monster's head. The barbaric cow shadow pulled the blood-scythe demon's legs and ruthlessly smashed it onto the rock island. Amidst the flying ice shards, Yue Yang danced down like a dragon. He gave up on his Wei Jin magic blade, which was burning with purple flames, and switched to using the gold-armored puppet's giant club. He used all his strength and smashed it down heavily on the spot between the two horns of the blood-scythe demon's head. Without a sound, the Marquis of Zijin appeared behind Yue Yang, his heavy palm imprinted on his back. He had also been waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The mysterious beauty crashed into Yue Yang's embrace. Her body made an extremely ingenious exchange as she used her back to forcefully block the Marquis of Zijin's fatal heavy palm. A delicate shout was heard. The one who was sent flying into the air was actually the Marquis of Zijin, whose palm strength could shatter mountains and split rocks. On the mysterious beauty's back, the clothes at the spot where the palm was struck instantly turned into powder, dispersing with the wind, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Yue Yang knew that this was her trying to buy time for him. With a loud shout, he exploded with all his strength. His innate qi shot out like a sword, several times stronger than usual. The golden sword light that was almost half a foot long pierced deeply into the blood-scythe demon's slightly dented forehead after it received a heavy blow. Then, following Yue Yang's spiral finger energy, it twisted the inside of the blood-scythe demon into a complete mess. While Yue Yang was using all his strength to kill the blood-scythe demon, the Marquis of Zijin was also using all his strength to kill the mysterious beauty. He could tell that although the masked brat was good at both offense and defense, he was best at attacking. On the other hand, The mysterious beauty was good at both offense and defense, but she was better at defense. If it was one-on-one, neither of them would be his opponent. However, once the two of them cooperated, their combined battle power would increase by 10 times, becoming an extremely difficult enemy to deal with. Hence, he had to kill one of them first. This masked brat was hard to kill. He had a binding, inherent skill. If he forcefully killed him, it would be easy for him to counterattack instead. The mysterious beauty was even harder to kill, but she had a fatal flaw. She had to use her body to protect the masked brat, covering him to kill his blood scythe demon. Right now, he didn't need to think about anything else. The most important thing was to kill this mysterious female thief. Without her extremely strong battle awareness and almost unbreakable defense, the victory of this battle would belong to him. The Marquis of Zijin made his move. His whip was like a poisonous python, biting towards the mysterious beauty's head. The sound of the whip whistled through the air, especially after it was brandished. The speed was so fast that the whip's shadow could not be seen. The mysterious beauty used her body to cover Yue Yang, who was attacking crazily, not retreating a single step. She let out another shout, her body slightly emitting a wave of ripples, dispersing the whip's vibrating force and sending it back with 10 times the force. This was her element-type beast, reverse current. Together with gentle wind and 2 other beasts, it was one of her 4 great beasts. The Marquis of Zijin immediately abandoned his whip. Just now, he had lured the enemy to attack. His goal was to let the enemy's beast skill take effect in advance. Next, it would be his heavy thunder palm's fatal blow. As long as this palm hit, without the assistance of reverse current skill that could dispel and reflect the force, the mysterious beauty would immediately perish. Ayaya, the bloody queen in the sky pounced down, her banshee scream exploding above the Marquis of Zijin's head. However, the banshee scream that could even make the demon commander Ma Liang faint did not have much of an effect on the Marquis of Zijin. The Marquis of Zijin swung his arm and punched backwards, creating an incomparably cold fist wind that sent the bloody queen flying. His heavy right palm continued to strike towards the mysterious beauty's head without changing direction. What he wanted was to kill her in one hit. Yue Yang originally wanted to turn around and save her, but the mysterious beauty elbowed him, warning him not to be distracted. She raised both her hands up high, her 10 fingers releasing numerous white lightning bolts. With a boom, the lightning struck the Marquis of Zijin's body. The Marquis of Zijin disappeared. He escaped 100 meters away, his chest heaving up and down uncontrollably. His sneak attack had failed, and he had been struck by lightning instead. This time, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. The Marquis of Zijin's hair was slightly disheveled. His left hand that had blocked the attack just now was black and smoking. It was obvious that after being struck by lightning, even someone as strong as him did not feel good. Again, shock him so hard that even his grandmother won't be able to recognize him. Yue Yang was overjoyed. Don't bother about me. The mysterious beauty was furious. Her figure swayed slightly. The spiritual energy in her body had been severely depleted. After continuous fierce battles, she had almost reached her limit. Yue Yang brandished his dragon-slaying dagger and randomly stabbed the blood-scythe demon's heart and head. However, this blood-scythe demon's body had reached an abnormal level. Even if it was frozen and its head exploded, its magic crystal shattered by innate sword chi and its heart pierced by the dragon-slaying dagger, it still did not die. Moreover, its condition was rapidly improving. If it was allowed to recover its battle power, coupled with the Marquis of Zijin's sneak attack, this battle would be dangerous. Yue Yang realized that the Marquis of Zijin did not care about the blood-scythe demon's life or death at all. Unfortunately, this was not a guardian beast either. A bad premonition suddenly flashed through his heart. There's a trap. This blood-scythe demon might not be able to be killed using normal methods. He carried the mysterious beauty on his back and quickly wrapped a long ribbon around her, tightly tying her fragrant and delicate body to his back. Originally, Yue Yang had used this move to protect Yu Bing. He did not think that he would use it on this strange mysterious beauty. Seeing that he was unable to kill the blood-scythe demon who had an abnormal recovery ability, Yue Yang immediately broke into a run. If it was a normal day, the 36 stratagems, escape is the best stratagem, would have worked for Yue Yang, who was used to running away. Unfortunately, he had encountered the Marquis of Zijin, who could control space. Yue Yang flew more than 10 meters in an instant. Not only did he not succeed in escaping, he had instead landed at the edge of the volcano. The Marquis of Zijin looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, completely ignoring Yue Yang's attempt to escape. The heavily injured blood-scythe demon crawled up painfully. Its wounds were recovering rapidly. Seeing that something was wrong, Yue Yang hurriedly recalled the barbarian cow shadow and the bloody queen back into his grimoire. Although the continuous attacks had greatly weakened the blood-scythe demon's battle power, Yue Yang realized that he was unable to kill this blood-scythe demon who had an extremely strong recovery ability. Unless he could shoot out a long sword chi and destroy its body that could not be pierced by any sword other than the dragon-slaying dagger. Normal methods would not be able to kill this strange blood-scythe demon at all. You must use a plant-type beast to restrain the blood-scythe demon. Do you have any strong plant-type beasts? The mysterious beauty asked tiredly. Yes, but you might be disappointed if I tell you. The only plant-type beast that I can summon is a thorny flower, and it's only a level 1/1. When Yue Yang said this, the mysterious beauty was speechless. What use could a level 1 thorny flower have? Although Yue Yang tried to downplay it as much as possible, the Marquis of Zijin felt a sense of danger in his heart. His rancor's intuition told him that he could not let this masked brat summon a thorny flower, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent might have already forgotten the great lesson in the history of the Demon Abyss, but in the Demon Abyss, any intelligent creature would never forget that there were 2 blood prison demon kings and more than 5,000 demon legions, most elite soldiers who were mercilessly annihilated by a thorny flower that everyone looked down on. When the Marquis of Zijin heard that this brat's summoned beast was a thorny flower, and felt that he still had some strength left, he immediately teleported over anxiously, his demon whip fiercely lashing down. When Yue Yang swung out his spherical beheader, the Marquis of Zijin exploded. He no longer hid his strength, but instead brought out his greatest battle power. At the same time, he also used his strongest weapon to unleash his most powerful attack. The Demon King Trident appeared in his hands. This trident that was flickering with the black flames of hell carried a terrifying demonic aura as it pierced towards Yue Yang. The mysterious beauty behind Yue Yang used light wind to teleport out, wanting to use her body to protect him and block this attack. However, how could Yue Yang let a girl like her die for him? He raised his leg and kicked her perky little butt, sending her flying. Using his left arm to block the Demon King Trident, he risked the danger of being pierced through and rushed towards it. The innate sword chi in his right hand condensed into a sword, shining with a golden light. This was a move that put his life on the line. Yue Yang was prepared to exchange one move for another, exchange one life for another. Whoever survived in the end would be the final victor. The Marquis of Zijin's heart was greatly shaken. He felt that this masked brat was indeed ruthless. Among the humans, there were really not many people as ruthless as him. When Yue Yang pounced forward to fight, the Marquis of Zijin also shouted, not giving way a single step. He raised the Demon King Trident and aimed it at Yue Yang's chest, thrusting it fiercely. Fight, he decided to fight till the end. If humans could fight with their lives on the line, how could the rankers from the Demon Abyss show weakness? Who would emerge victorious in this fight? That would depend on whose attack was stronger, whose life was more tenacious. Chapter 150. The Demon King's Trident easily pierced through Yue Yang's left arm. The moment it pierced through his chest, Yue Yang twisted his arm and moved the Demon King's Trident outwards. At the same time, he turned his body sideways, dodging the fatal blow that was about to pierce through his heart. His body brushed past the edge of the Demon King's Trident, coldly advancing forward. Innate sword chi exploded from his right hand, targeting the Marquis of Zijin's eyes. Roar! The Marquis of Zijin blocked it with his right hand. The innate chi pierced through his palm, blood splattering everywhere. However, his forceful attack had blocked Yue Yang's counterattack. One move for another, one hand for another. The result of both sides' battle of wits, strength and ruthlessness was still a draw. Yue Yang and the Marquis of Zijin's arms were both injured. The Marquis of Zijin suddenly opened his mouth and unexpectedly spat out a raging flame, burning Yue Yang, who was just inches away. He was not a human, so he had more attacking methods. Spitting out demon fire was something that Yue Yang did not expect. It was also a strange move that he had used to scheme against Yue Yang. Yue Yang, who had instantly turned into a man of fire, did not retreat an inch. In terms of ruthlessness and cunning, humans were never worse than demons. How could Yue Yang's attacking methods be so simple? He raised his leg and heavily kicked the Marquis of Zijin's chest. His boots shattered, and a golden sword chi shot out, piercing through the Marquis's demon heart. When the innate invisible sword chi entered the second level, he could shoot out sword chi from all the acupuncture points in his body. Now that Yue Yang was already at the third level of Shantian realm, he could use both his hands and feet with ease. The Marquis of Zijin's heart was pierced. He roared in pain, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yue Yang's body flying. Behind him, a mysterious beauty with ice in one hand and lightning in the other appeared. Her hand struck the Marquis of Zijin's ears. A loud rumbling sound rang out. After the Marquis of Zijin's heart was injured, half of his body was burnt black and the other half was covered in ice. This was Yue Yang purposely fighting against the Marquis of Zijin. After he had diverted his attention, the mysterious beauty had coordinated with him in the most tacit manner. This was also her most powerful attack. However, the heavily injured Marquis of Zijin still stood tall and firm. He waved his Demon King trident crazily, sending the mysterious beauty flying again. "I'll kill you all." The heavily injured Marquis of Zijin had gone completely crazy. After being heavily injured and losing his mind, he actually lost the ability to control space. When he chased after Yue Yang, he could no longer use teleportation. The Marquis of Zijin, whose speed had been affected by the lightning and frost, was instead hit in the face by Yue Yang's Wei Jin magic blade's spherical beheader. The Marquis of Zijin flew into a rage, and the demonic fire on his body soared to the sky. Seeing that his chance had come, Yue Yang raised his Wei Jin magic blade and slashed at the Marquis of Zijin, who was roaring madly. "Aren't you arrogant? I'm going to slash you." The special type demonic fire that the Marquis of Zijin had summoned was originally going to form a demonic armor for defense. However, he did not expect that it would be shattered by Yue Yang's swift attacks before it could completely transform into an armor. Instead, it gave him the opportunity to attack wantonly. The furious Marquis of Zijin immediately retaliated with heavy punches. He punched back at Yue Yang's chest, while Yue Yang also waved his blade and slashed at the Marquis of Zijin's body without retreating an inch. Using a blade to exchange fists, who's afraid of this? Yue Yang also became ruthless. Previously, he could not hurt the Marquis of Zijin with his Wei Jin magic blade, but now that the heavily injured Marquis of Zijin received every slash, a deep bloody scar would appear on his body. Similarly, this fellow's terrifying punches also made Yue Yang dizzy, seeing stars. Both of them were suffering, hoping to persevere to the end and obtain victory. At this time, battle power was no longer important. The most important thing was willpower and tenacity. Whoever could persevere to the end would be the one to emerge victorious. The blade's aura and the fist's strength intertwined with each other, creating a rumbling sound. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. It was impossible to tell whose blood it was. In the chaos, the two of them tangled with each other like lunatics, attacking each other without any regard for their lives. They did not have any defense or evasion at all. As long as their willpower relaxed even a little, they would collapse and be killed by their opponent. Becoming the loser, they had to grit their teeth and persevere until their opponent collapsed. The mysterious beauty crawled up, her trembling little hands holding onto her ancient book. She walked over unsteadily, preparing to lend Yue Yang a helping hand for the last time. The blood-scythe demon, who was also riddled with scars, had also recovered at this time. It ran over with large strides, waving its scythe and fiercely attacking the mysterious beauty who had already exhausted her spiritual energy. Multiple times, she was extremely exhausted. There were a few times when she was almost cut in half at the waist. Yue Yang was extremely anxious. He abandoned the Marquis of Zijin, who was in the middle of fighting, and rushed over at top speed to save her. The blood scythe was raised high up in the air and slashed down heavily. The mysterious beauty raised the ancient book, her jade-like hands trembling as she flipped open a page of the ancient book. A ghost-like woman rushed out from the book, opening her mouth and spitting out a cloud of cold air onto the blood-scythe demon's body. Immediately after, it disappeared without a trace. The blood-scythe demon's entire body stiffened for a few seconds. However, the demon fire on its body quickly ignited again, and the blood scythe continued to slash downwards. The spiritual energy in the mysterious beauty's body had already been exhausted to the limit. She was unable to continue fighting. She slowly closed her eyes that were as clear as spring water, waiting for death. In the instant that the blood scythe slashed downwards, Yue Yang managed to rush over in time. He hugged her with one hand and waved his blade with the other to deflect the force. There was a hissing sound. The blood scythe that had not been completely deflected had slashed a deep wound on Yue Yang's shoulder and back. His skin and flesh were flipped over and fresh blood spurted out. The mysterious beauty and Yue Yang fell heavily onto the ground. Their fresh blood flowed together, forming an extremely strange bright red color. However, the two of them did not notice this. They were both panting in exhaustion. The continuous bitter battle had made the two of them exhausted. Let alone them, even the Marquis of Zijin, who was so powerful that it made people despair, urgently needed to recover his strength now. The blood scythe demon walked over with large strides. It waved its terrifying blood scythe, attacking Yue Yang relentlessly. However, its body was also heavily injured. Affected by its injuries, it had not even taken 2 steps before it staggered and slipped. It slid down the slope for more than 10 meters, and only managed to stop its body when it hooked onto a rock with its blood scythe. The blood scythe demon struggled to get up. Its sharp claws scratched randomly on the crushed rocks on the ground. It struggled a few times, but in the end, it still could not get up successfully. The Marquis of Zijin picked up the Demon King trident that had fallen on the ground just now, preparing to give Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty the final blow. Without plant-type beasts, we can't beat him. I can still use my gentle wind one last time. I'll send you off. You can't beat him now, but after a few years, you'll definitely be able to defeat him. At that time, you can take revenge for me. The mysterious beauty's mouth was bleeding non-stop under her veil. She pulled down Yue Yang's veil and looked at Yue Yang's face. Suddenly, her eyes revealed a peaceful and tranquil smile. Your looks are not bad, and your tongue is also slippery. No wonder you can charm so many girls. Beautiful sister, you can tease me, but remember to take responsibility. Yue Yang was extremely tired. He only had one mouth left. If his naughty hands could move, he would definitely stretch out his wolfish claws and molest the mysterious beauty. However, he did not have the strength now. Want to leave? Only death awaits you guys. The Marquis of Zijin had already recovered a portion of his strength. He leapt down from the sky, raising the Demon King trident high up with both his hands. He fiercely stabbed it down, preparing to stab through Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty. It's not easy for me to have some alone time, Yue Yang cursed. The Marquis of Zijin, who had disturbed his blissful sexual life at this time. He struggled to hug the mysterious beauty and rolled away, dodging the stab. He did not expect that the damned blood scythe demon would actually throw the blood scythe at him. The mysterious beauty shouted and rolled away, pressing Yue Yang under her body. The blood scythe easily pierced through her fragrant shoulder and stabbed into Yue Yang's chest. What I owed you just now, I've returned it to you now. The mysterious beauty was already on the verge of death, but her eyes revealed a smile. Let me send you guys on your way. The Marquis of Zijin laughed sinisterly, thrusting the Demon King trident towards Yue Yang. Although Yue Yang rolled away with all his might, the Demon King trident still pierced through his thigh and even the mysterious beauty's calf. Their blood mixed together again, turning into an incomparably strange bright red. Yue Yang smiled at the dying mysterious beauty. Now, you owe me again. The mysterious beauty's eyes started to slacken. She raised her voice with all her might, but it was still as weak as an ant's voice. Are you really willing to die together with me? Before she could finish her sentence, she had already fainted. Yue Yang was scared half to death. In the end, he stretched out his bloody hand and checked her breathing. He discovered that she was still breathing, and then touched her bulging chest. Although her heartbeat was weak, it was still beating. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Yue Yang gently let go of the mysterious beauty. His entire body was covered with cuts and bruises. He struggled to stand up and shook his head at the Marquis of Zijin, who was grinning sinisterly. If it was just me fighting alone, with such heavy injuries, I might have died long ago. However, I have a beast that shares my life. If you want to kill me, you can only dream about it. The Marquis of Zijin was stunned when he heard this. A ray of rainbow light floated out from Yue Yang's body. A pale-faced, trembling little Wen Li appeared in front of Yue Yang. The moment she appeared, she immediately waved her dual icicle blades and attacked the Marquis of Zijin. The Marquis of Zijin's Demon King trident had just been raised when it was locked in place by her binding chain's inherent skill. The dual icicle blades pierced deeply into the Marquis of Zijin's demon heart. Little Wen Li poured an endless amount of white light into the Marquis of Zijin's demon heart. In the sky, Yue Yang descended like a blood-soaked dragon. His 10 fingers formed a sword, and he stabbed it into the bloody hole on the Marquis of Zijin's forehead. Overlapping the previous sword wound, he gave the Marquis of Zijin's brain an even more ruthless spiral sword chi. Boom! The Marquis of Zijin's chest exploded. A bloody hole the size of a fist also appeared on his head. Fresh blood and white fluid flowed out. You want to kill me? At most, you're just a lunchbox guy. Yue Yang wanted to pick up the Wei Jin magic blade and behead the Marquis of Zijin, but little Wen Li stopped him, as if she was worried that he would be devoured by the Wei Jin magic blade due to his heavy injuries. Furthermore, she was especially vigilant of the Marquis of Zijin's fallen corpse, as if she was worried that he was not completely dead yet. Yue Yang was shocked. She couldn't be this abnormal, right? How could he not die even after this? The Marquis of Zijin's corpse could be seen slowly changing shape. Countless demonic flames started to burn fiercely, and his body rapidly grew bigger. Bone spikes and scales continuously appeared, huge wings, curved horns and sharp claws extended out. In less than a minute, the Marquis of Zijin had turned into a demon prince, whose entire body was burning with the black flames of hell. His appearance was much shorter than the demon king Ha Xin, but he was 2 meters taller than the blood-scythed demon king, with a body that was 7 meters tall. All the wounds on the Marquis of Zijin's body had recovered to its original state. Other than the terrifying hole in his chest that could not be closed, the bloody hole on his forehead had also shrunk to the size of an infant's fist and stopped healing. Looks like the wounds caused by innate sword chi could not be easily healed even for a demon's body that was as strong as a demon's. This is the first time I've been beaten by a human to the point where I need to recover my original body. The Marquis of Zijin clutched his head and groaned in pain. Even if I kill you, it will be hard for my human body to recover. This battle is too much of a loss. I hate this kind of battle. Hateful human, tell me, how should I kill you to relieve the hatred in my heart? I think you can reflect on your life while you're making fertilizer for the flowers. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and started to summon the thorny flower. As for little Wen Li, she summoned her diamond grimoire first, summoning the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid. Once the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid appeared, the blood-scythed demon immediately revealed a terrified expression. Its footsteps kept on quietly retreating backwards. The Marquis of Zijin's expression also tensed up. He never thought that even after fighting to this point, Yue Yang still had such strength. He wanted to capture the mysterious beauty as a hostage, but before he could even think of this, the storm mermaid had already summoned a water dragon, easily bringing the mysterious beauty into her embrace, and then gently placed her in little Wen Li's diamond barrier. I've heard that the thorny flower is the demon's greatest nemesis. What a coincidence, I also have one. Yue Yang spent a long time before he could finally condense a bit of spiritual chi and summon the thorny flower demoness. A ray of dark golden light seeped out from the gaps of his fingers, brilliantly illuminating the entire volcano, plating the surroundings with a layer of dark gold. More than 10 stalks that were thicker than bowls drilled out from the ground one after another. Among them, there were level 1 spitting thorny flowers, level 2 carnivorous thorny flowers, and even more level 3 giant thorny flowers and level 4 thorny flower overlord that had a flower face as big as a round table. And these were just the stalks. Following that, there were secondary stalks that were as thick as water buckets. Among the 6 secondary stalks, 2 of them had turned into humanoid thorny flower demons. Their heads, faces and bodies were all similar to women, but their bodies were huge, at least 5 to 6 meters tall, like green giants. Their hands and lower bodies were all long thorny tree stems. The only difference between them and humans was that these 2 thorny flower demons did not open their eyes, and their expressions were stiff, as if they did not have a soul or consciousness. Following that, the main stalk broke out of their bodies with a rumble. Different from before, the main stalk now looked more like a flower bed, or a huge flower ball. Huge green leaves and blood-red thorny flowers bloomed, the flower bed blossoming. A dark golden light shone in all directions. A petite little girl lay quietly in the middle of the flower bed. When she opened her eyes, there was immediately a bitingly cold aura similar to that of a demon king. The gold-ranked level 7 blood-scythed demon actually made her, a bronze-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness, tremble in fear. Yue Yang noticed that this little, thorny flower demoness, who was completely naked, was no different from a human girl. The only difference was that there was an extremely thin green stalk on her buttocks that was connected to the flower bed. She flipped over and opened her eyes. She looked at Yue Yang with her green eyes, as if she was extremely curious about him. She then looked at little Wen Li, tilted her head, and finally looked at the stone element Medusa, storm mermaid and the unconscious mysterious beauty. She pointed her small hand at the mysterious beauty. All the secondary stalks and stalks moved without any wind, as if they were preparing to devour the unconscious mysterious beauty. Idiot, the enemy is over there. Yue Yang was furious. He had painstakingly nurtured a thorny flower demoness, but she was a silly little worm. Why couldn't he have a hot, mature lady instead? Yue Yang suspected that he had been cursed by the mature ladies. Why were all the mature ladies making life difficult for him, and all the little lawless were fighting to be the first to pester this strange uncle of his? The thorny flower demoness seemed to be much weaker than little Wen Li. She was very muddle-headed, she couldn't even tell who the enemy was. She looked in the direction that Yue Yang was pointing at, and looked over in a daze. When she saw the blood scythe demon and the Marquis of Zijin, her first reaction was to drool. Then, she sucked her little finger like a good-for-nothing. Her excited look was like a child who had seen candy. Chapter 151. Yue Yang had been observing the Marquis of Zijin and the blood scythe demon's expressions. There was no fear in the Marquis of Zijin's expression, but it was a little gloomy. It was obvious that the appearance of the little thorny flower demoness was a big blow to him. On the other hand, the blood scythe demon revealed an inexplicable fear. Even Yue Yang felt ashamed for it. It, who was gold rank level 7, was actually afraid of a bronze rank level 1 thorny flower demoness. Although this little witch had a lot of thugs, and they were all trained from Demon King Ha Shin's arm, she shouldn't be this scared, right? Little Wen Li gently tugged at the corner of Yue Yang's clothes. Yue Yang understood what she meant. She was going to launch a surprise attack. The Marquis of Zijin seemed to be a little hesitant. Should he summon his beast to continue fighting, or should he leave? He couldn't make a decision. If he left now, no one would be able to stop him. However, it would be a pity to let go of that innate thief who was already covered in cuts and bruises. He was so close to killing him. If this little innate thief was allowed to grow up, the outcome of today's battle wouldn't be the same anymore. Human warriors grew rapidly, especially innate rankers. Such a young innate ranker would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. If she did not kill him now, the consequences would be unimaginable if she met him again in the future. However, would he be able to defeat this little innate thief if he summoned his beasts again? It was hard to say. With the help of the little Lamia Loli, he was afraid that he would fall into another round of bitter battle. The one that the Marquis of Zijin was most afraid of was not the little thorny flower demoness, but the little Wen Li who had always kept a low profile. He felt that this little lowly serpent demon was the scariest enemy. She was even scarier than that cunning innate thief. Not only was she a guardian beast, she also possessed a grimoire, and she also had the binding inherent skill. Unless they killed the innate thief, it would be impossible to kill her. Just the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid, these two summoned beasts, were already hard enough to deal with. With the intuition of a ranker, the Marquis of Zijin felt that this little Lamia Loli still had some strength left. She was definitely still hiding her true strength, waiting to give him a ruthless blow. Therefore, he was caught in a dilemma. To go or not to go? Just as the Marquis of Zijin was pondering seriously, the thorny flower demoness had already ignored the difference in levels and initiated an attack on the gold rank level 7 blood scythe demon. Her original body was still on the flower bed, and she pointed with her tender little hand. Dozens of clusters of plants extended over at lightning speed, extending 10 to 20 meters in length as they shot towards the blood scythe demon. Numerous secondary stems were like giant green pythons, twisting and spinning in midair as they swept towards the blood scythe demon. The two thorny flower demons that didn't have any intelligence were the craziest. They shot high up into the sky, then hung upside down, transforming into a green giant that could swallow everything, fiercely pouncing down. That blood scythe demon's reaction made Yue Yang's jaw drop to the ground, because it had actually betrayed him right in front of the Marquis of Zijin. A gold rank level 7 demon was actually afraid of a bronze rank level 1 thorny flower. Out of 10,000 people, 10,001 wouldn't believe it. The clusters of plants that were as thick as the mouth of a bull actually didn't have much destructive power towards the blood scythe demon. However, their purpose was not to kill, nor to swallow, but to entangle. Even though the blood scythe demon was heavily injured, its battle power was still impressive, especially when it was focused on escaping. With a wave of its blood scythe, the clusters of thorny flowers were cut off like grass, falling all over the ground. Even those 4 secondary stems that were as thick as a water bucket couldn't resist. Although it was slightly more difficult for the blood scythe to cut them, they were still cut into 2. Only the 2 thorny flower demons could barely resist. Their bodies had been cut by the scythe twice, but they were still able to pounce forward, using the thorny stems on their arms to entangle the blood-scythed demon's body. Unknowingly, countless white spores had floated down from the sky. All the bloodstains, armor fragments, or the ground that had been bombarded by energy would grow spitting carnivorous flowers or carnivorous thorny flowers the moment they came into contact with the spores. As for the thorny flower stems that had been cut off, they could take root and grow back, forming new thorny flowers. The more the blood-scythed demon cut, the more thorny flowers there were on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a small sea of flowers had grown. Countless thorny flowers extended their flower stems, entangling the blood-scythed demon's body. Many of the thorny flowers that had entangled the demon's body opened all kinds of mouths. No matter if it was the demon's skin, armor, or even the demon fire's energy, they swallowed everything. That kind of barbaric way of eating made even Yue Yang, who was braver than the heavens, shudder involuntarily. The blood-scythed demon continuously waved the blood scythe in its hands, trying its best to get rid of the entanglement as it cut the thorny flower's long stems that were everywhere on its body. As a gold rank level 7, if it had met other beasts, it would probably be finished off with a few blood scythes. Unfortunately, it had met a thorny flower demoness who was not afraid of being cut at all and had a terrifying growth rate. It was really a tragedy. If there was no one else to help, the thorny flower demoness might not be able to kill it alone. After all, the difference in levels was too great. However, the real tragedy started when the stone element Medusa's golden arrow hit it. The golden arrow whizzed and hit the blood-scythed demon's right leg. In an instant, its entire right leg slowly petrified. The thorny flower's secondary stem took the opportunity to take root and directly grew on the blood-scythed demon's right leg, starting to grow a new thorny flower. Hundreds and thousands of thorny flowers' stems intertwined together, tightly binding the blood-scythed demon to the ground. The blood-scythed demon howled in pain and raised its blood scythe crazily, wanting to chop off its own right leg. Yue Yang was probably the most shameless guy in the world who was good at adding insult to injury. Seeing that the blood-scythed demon was in a tragic state, he immediately rushed over to beat it up. First, he used his giant rod to knock the blood scythe away, then smashed it on its head. In the 2 seconds of dizziness, the thorny flower stems, secondary stem and the 2 thorny flower demons had already bound the blood-scythed demon to the point that only its head was left. Yue Yang despicably snatched the blood scythe away, then threw this demon weapon into the lake. The blood-scythed demon had lost its most useful weapon, and its entire body was also bound by the flower's stems. It couldn't help but let out a deafening roar. Even though it had lost its weapon, was heavily injured, and its entire body was bound by the thorny flower's stems, the blood-scythed demon was still a gold-ranked level 7 demon. Its strength was still terrifying, and it forcefully broke the thorny flower's stems one by one. Yue Yang was no longer courteous at this time. Seeing that this fellow was about to break free, he hurriedly took out his dragon-slaying dagger and randomly stabbed it. The fresh blood that splattered made the thorny flower grow even stronger. Every piece of flesh that Yue Yang cut off, or even a piece of magic armor, was swallowed by the thorny flower. Some thorny flowers even dug into the wound to bite it. The demon fire's energy had no effect on them at all. Countless big mouths were waiting. Every time the demon fire was ignited, countless mouths would come forward to suck it. The Marquis of Zijin felt a chill in his heart as he watched. Now, he understood a little why a small thorny flower could kill 2 blood prison demon kings and 5,000 elite soldiers from the Demon Legion. The reason was very simple: this was a battle between its natural enemy and its prey. The prey wanted to defeat its natural enemy. This was not something that could be achieved by just relying on battle power, because there were too many things that countered it: protective demon fire, tough demon body, powerful strength and terrifying killing power were all useless against the thorny flower. They could swallow the demon fire's energy, and could swallow and digest the tough demon body. The powerful strength that the demon clan was proud of was completely useless against the soft thorny flower. As for the killing power of weapons, they could quickly regrow, and could even breed into the enemy's body. There were too many thorny flowers. Once their numbers reached a terrifying level, they could overwhelm their levels and everything else. Although the Marquis of Zijin could no longer control space, he could still teleport with his original body after accumulating it for a long time. His hand drew a circle, forming a whirlpool in space. He prepared to pass through space and appear at another ripple exit. This was a special teleportation skill that he had trained hard for more than 50 years to master. Even if he could not control space, he could still teleport away smoothly. When he was halfway through teleportation, his body had just entered, and his back was still visible. Little Wen Li made her move. She had long planned to launch a surprise attack, and had waited for too long. Once the opportunity appeared, she immediately attacked. Her accuracy in seizing the opportunity was 10 times faster than Yue Yang, who had been using his divine vision to observe the Marquis of Zijin's movements. Her binding, inherent skill appeared immediately. At the same time, her dual icicle blades slashed at the Marquis of Zijin's demon wings. The Storm Mermaid's gold sea god trident pierced through the Marquis of Zijin's back at the same time, while the stone element Medusa's second golden arrow had already pierced the Marquis of Zijin's demon tail. The space that the Marquis of Zijin used to teleport shattered in an instant. The backlash from the failed teleportation and the 3 heavy blows on his back caused the Marquis of Zijin to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. In front of him was Yue Yang, behind him was little Wen Li, and on one side was the little thorny flower demoness. At this moment, the Marquis of Zijin could not care about his pride as a demon abyss ranker anymore. He immediately ran towards the direction of the volcano where there was no one to stop him. Yue Yang and little Wen Li chased after him closely. As for the Storm Mermaid and the stone element Medusa, they could not catch up. Instead, they turned to attack the blood scythe demon that was still stubbornly resisting. The Marquis of Zijin could not fly, nor did he have the time to teleport away. He could only run. Behind him, Yue Yang took out his crescent blade and chased after him crazily. Compared to his barbaric attacks, little Wen Li's attacks were much more efficient. Every time she attacked, she could freeze the Marquis of Zijin for 1 or 2 seconds. However, the Marquis of Zijin's protective demon fire defrosted very quickly. Moreover, he risked his life to escape. In addition to the fact that he was going up the mountain, his huge body gave him a huge advantage. That was why he could always escape from the two's attacks. He had also suffered many heavy slashes from Yue Yang on his back. The Marquis of Zijin had never been in such a sorry state in his entire life. However, in order to survive, he could only run away now. That little Lamia Loli still had some strength left, still preparing to unleash some kind of terrifying attack. As a super ranker, the Marquis of Zijin had a premonition of danger in his heart. That was why he did not care how Yue Yang scolded and mocked him, nor did he care how he attacked. A crescent blade alone was not enough to cause fatal damage. Right now, this brat did not have much strength left. Moreover, he did not dare to use the magic blade because he was afraid of the backlash. Normal slashes would at most cause external wounds that would split open his flesh. The Marquis of Zijin suppressed his anger and fled for his life to the top of the mountain. Seeing that the lava in the cave was boiling and tumbling non-stop, blocking his way, he immediately became happy. With a leap, he jumped towards the mouth of the volcano. In midair, he spread out his injured demon wings, preparing to flap them with all his might to fly out of the mouth of the volcano and escape from this place of death. Your time of death has come. Yue Yang and little Wen Li had been waiting for this moment. Both of them jumped onto the Marquis of Zijin's back at the same time. Yue Yang had been holding back his last innate sword chi all this while. Only now did he unleash it. A bloody hole immediately appeared on the Marquis of Zijin's back. Little Wen Li stabbed her dual icicle blades into the hole, widening the wound on the Marquis of Zijin's back. At the same time, she condensed a ball of pure white light that was even more dazzling than an aurora and poured it into the Marquis of Zijin's wound once again. When Yue Yang and little Wen Li jumped up, the Marquis of Zijin suddenly turned his body angrily. A pair of demonic claws tore the sky and earth apart as they clawed towards the two of them, as if he wanted to drag the two of them down to accompany him in death. However, he had forgotten about little Wen Li's unique, binding inherent skill. Little Wen Li's eyes widened as she glared at the Marquis of Zijin. The demonic claws stopped moving in midair, just a hair's breadth away from wrapping around the two of them. However, as the Marquis of Zijin's body fell, the claws slid down helplessly. The Marquis of Zijin fell into the lava with a loud rumble. Yue Yang and little Wen Li, who were standing at the edge of the volcano, were exhausted to the extreme. They were so tired that they almost collapsed onto the ground. However, because they were concerned about the final outcome of the battle, they persevered in looking down at the Marquis of Zijin, who was in the lava. If even such a scheme could not kill the Marquis of Zijin, then there was no other way. Yue Yang could only use a teleportation scroll to escape. The Marquis of Zijin, who had fallen into the scorching lava, struggled to get up. However, the white light that little Wen Li had infused into his back clashed with his demonic qi, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Yue Yang and little Wen Li both saw the Marquis of Zijin's gigantic body fall heavily onto the blood-red lava. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the lava, leaving only a wisp of green smoke that rose in spirals. Little Wen Li was so tired that she could not speak. She directly turned into a rainbow light and floated into Yue Yang's body to sleep. If not for her in this battle, Yue Yang would probably have been beaten into a pulp by the Marquis of Zijin, who had transformed into a demon. After killing the Marquis of Zijin, Yue Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart and staggered down the hill. In the end, he threw himself onto the soft and fragrant body of the mysterious beauty. He hurriedly took out a healing stone from his lich ring and crushed it with all his might, healing both of them at the same time. If he did not heal them, both of them would have died. While Yue Yang was using all his strength to beat the Marquis of Zijin into the volcano, the little thorny flower demoness had mysteriously leveled up and mutated. From a bronze rank level 1 thorny flower demoness, she had leveled up and mutated into a silver rank level 1 thorny flower demoness. Furthermore, this change was quite big. Yue Yang discovered that this little loli was originally only 7 or 8 years old. After not seeing her for a while, she had turned into the size of a 10-year-old. Her body had also grown a lot taller. What kind of growth potion did she eat? The blood-scythe demon was obviously still struggling and had not been devoured. What exactly was going on here? Yue Yang was stunned when he suddenly discovered that the little thorny flower demoness had stuck out her little tongue and was continuously licking the blood stains on his and the mysterious beauty's body. She looked like a greedy little cat that had stolen fish to eat. He immediately became furious. "You little leech, scram, otherwise I will beat you up." The little thorny flower demoness seemed to be extremely afraid of Yue Yang. Seeing that he was angry, she immediately ran away in fright. Naked, her little buttocks swayed as she turned around and ran back to the flower terrace. After her disturbance, Yue Yang realized that something was wrong. Why were the thorny flowers that were growing spores around him different from normal thorny flowers? The thorny flowers around him were all blood red in color, and they even had a golden pattern on them. What was going on? Was it because his own blood had this kind of magical effect, or was it because the mysterious beauty's blood was especially precious? If the mysterious beauty wasn't seriously injured and on the verge of death, Yue Yang really wanted to strip her naked and turn her into a little white sheep to study her body properly. Chapter 152. Just as Yue Yang was about to reach out his wolf-like hands towards the mysterious beauty, the sky suddenly rumbled. Following that, a dragon's roar resounded through the entire space. On the tranquil surface of the hot spring lake, countless waves started to boil, forming a huge whirlpool. Yue Yang stared at the sky dumbfoundedly. Unknowingly, a silver-white dragon-shaped creature had appeared in the sky. Its graceful body moved up and down, its long tail swaying in the air. Its movements were extremely graceful. After a dozen seconds, the silver-white dragon-shaped creature lowered its head and dove into the whirlpool on the surface of the lake, not making a single sound. Oh my god, is there really a dragon in this world? Yue Yang was dumbfounded, not knowing how to react for a long time. Human boy, I'm not a dragon, I'm a Zhao dragon. It's more or less the same, but there's a slight difference. A masked woman wearing a white robe and a silver ring on her head appeared in front of Yue Yang. Her face was covered with a silver silk veil, and her face was covered with a silver veil, giving him a huge shock. This woman's face was as smooth as jade, but her hair was neatly combed silver. She seemed to be very old, but she didn't look old. Her temperament was hidden, with a unique classical elegance, giving people a very pleasing feeling. Yue Yang hurriedly retracted his wolf-like hands towards the mysterious beauty. He pretended to be a good boy and asked, "You are?" The silver-haired masked woman who didn't look old made an elegant gesture. Yue Yang couldn't understand what it meant at all, but he felt that it was useful, so he remembered it firmly in his heart. The masked woman said softly, "Human boy, you can call me Grandma Kai. I was originally the owner of this lake, but because the Marquis of Zijin came to my door to ask for my medicine encyclopedia, we started to fight. In the end, he even used a treasure to imprison me in a dimensional space. If it wasn't because he left the soaring dragon continent and the treasure lost its effect, I wouldn't be able to come out now. Young human innate, thank you for saving me. I don't have anything to show my gratitude, why don't I treat you to a cup of dragon fruit juice?" The masked woman who called herself Grandma Kai summoned her platinum grimoire. Then, He summoned a ball of holy light and enveloped Yue Yang and the mysterious woman. Yue Yang only felt a warm current flowing from the top of his head into his by-way acupuncture points, flowing through his meridians. He also felt that his whole body was bathed in a brilliant light. His skin and his bones were so uncomfortable that it made him want to moan. A kind of reborn vitality quickly gathered in his body. The wounds on his skin healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bruises on his body and the burns from the demonic fire were also recovering. The swelling was gone, and the rotten skin fell off. The new skin was as smooth and tender as a baby's. Aside from the exhaustion he felt after the battle, he had also recovered a lot of his spiritual energy. Yue Yang jumped up from the ground. Until now, he still couldn't believe that his severe injuries could recover so quickly. The heavily injured and unconscious mysterious beauty also slowly opened her eyes, but because her body was still in a state of weakness, she was still unable to move. Looks like your thorny flower still needs a long time to finish its battle. Maybe you can bring your companions to my place to rest for a while. It won't be too late to leave after you've completely recovered, the masked woman said and slowly turned around, walking towards the lake. Yue Yang's eyes turned as he hurriedly carried the mysterious beauty and followed closely behind her. His wolfish hands pretended not to notice and secretly touched the mysterious beauty's fragrant jade snowy peaks that were still bulging after being bound. On the surface, he had an "I'm a good boy who didn't do anything" look. While hugging the mysterious beauty and bending down to pick up her ancient book, Yue Yang took the opportunity to bend down and smell her body's fragrance. He discovered that it was really a sweet fragrance that penetrated his nostrils and seeped into his lungs. His heart almost melted. The mysterious beauty rolled her eyes in rebuke. She had never seen such a person before. He was obviously a wolf, but he still wanted to pretend to be a good boy. She couldn't stand him. If she could move her hands and feet, she would have already sent him flying with her ancient book. The masked woman who called herself Grandma Kai slowly walked in front. The lake water automatically split open, but what was revealed was not the bottom of the lake, but the walls of the lake. At the very front, there was a blue water door. As Yue Yang carried the mysterious beauty's fragrant body, he curiously reached out his hand to touch the water wall. When he touched it with his finger, it created ripples like the surface of the lake. After passing through the water door, Yue Yang realized that he had entered a strange world. It wasn't very big, probably about the same size as the bottom of the lake. However, it was completely different from the bottom of the lake. There was no water here, but looking at the walls of the lake, he could see fish swimming around. There were all kinds of plants here, and also many gentle little animals, such as a turtle that crawled slowly, or a crab that slithered quickly. This was a different world from the bottom of the lake, but he could see everything at the bottom of the lake and on the surface of the lake. He could even see the little thorny flower demoness sleeping soundly on the flower bed, and the other thorny flowers continuously sucking the blood-scythe demon's blood and energy. Inside, the decorations were very similar to a human's house. The masked Grandma Kai invited Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty to sit down. There was a cute little monster that Yue Yang couldn't recognize. It held a silver plate with its little claws and brought 2 cups over. Yue Yang looked at it. It was very timid, and turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Grandma Kai pointed her finger, and a small white jade pot appeared. She gracefully poured a cup of fragrant white milk for Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty. At this time, the mysterious beauty had recovered a little. She pushed away Yue Yang's bad hands that were trying to take advantage of her, and sat up strenuously. She nodded her head to express her thanks to Grandma Kai. However, maybe it was because Yue Yang was beside her, the mysterious beauty still didn't say her name and family. Instead, she made an exquisite hand gesture with her 10 white fingers, as if to represent some kind of identity. With regards to this, Yue Yang still didn't understand it at all. He first memorized the hand gesture in his heart. As long as he could find someone who understood, he didn't believe that he couldn't find out the mysterious beauty's identity. Yue Yang felt that City Mistress Fallen Flowers might know what these hand gestures represented. Yue Yang's speed was similar to Zhu Baji's speed in eating ginseng fruits. He gulped down a small cup of white creamy liquid into his stomach. He felt a kind of cool and refreshing air coming out from his stomach, dispersing into spiritual energy and filling his entire body. There was also some kind of ripples that cleansed his body and stimulated his potential. The feeling was extremely wonderful, just like drinking a cold drink to quench one's thirst in the middle of summer. He couldn't help but shout out, "Refreshing!" Since you like it, then drink another cup. The masked Grandma Kai refilled Yue Yang's cup, and immediately refilled the mysterious beauty's cup. Thank you, Grandma Kai. The mysterious beauty was very polite, and quickly bowed to express her thanks. However, Yue Yang wasn't the same. He knew that this dragon fruit juice was good stuff, so he didn't stand on ceremony and said, if I can have another cup, that would be even more refreshing. The mysterious beauty who was sitting at the side, seeing his insatiable look, was extremely annoyed. She almost picked up the ancient book and smashed it on his head. Luckily she didn't have much strength right now, so Yue Yang was able to escape this calamity. However, the silver-masked Grandma Kai didn't mind. Instead, she admired Yue Yang's honesty and straightforwardness. With a smile on her face, she said, if 3 cups of dragon fruit juice can express my gratitude, I would be extremely happy. As for the 3rd cup, Yue Yang couldn't bear to drink it. He was prepared to bring it back and give it to Yu Bing or Yu Shuang. Yue Yang reckoned that this was the essence of the hard-shelled dragon fruit. Even an innate like himself would have such great potential if he drank it, not to mention Yu Bing and Yu Shuang. Hence, he was determined to bring this dragon fruit juice back for his 2 sisters. Taking advantage of Grandma Kai and the mysterious beauty's conversation, Yue Yang moved the cup under the table and secretly took out a small bottle from his lich ring. Then, he filled it up again. Even that cup was washed twice with clear water from another bottle before he filled it up again. This brat's sneaky actions made the mysterious beauty who was sitting at the side feel dizzy. It was fine if he wanted to drink 2 cups, but he still wanted to put it back. She reckoned that the legendary shameless person who ate and took at the same time was referring to this brat. She had actually underestimated Yue Yang's shamelessness. If it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't much juice left in the jade pot, Yue Yang would have stolen the entire jade pot back. Putting a cup in it was child's play. You guys are very impressive, to be able to defeat the Marquis of Zijin at such a young age. Grandma Kai smiled and shook her head towards Yue Yang's story about the Marquis of Zijin falling into the volcano's lava. The Marquis of Zijin is very cunning, he probably didn't die. He only used the lava to deceive you. Because the Demon King clan all have the Hellfire bloodline, the blazing fire and high temperature are actually beneficial to them, not harmful. He didn't die, but he was heavily injured and temporarily escaped back to the demon abyss. In time, he will definitely return to the soaring dragon continent. You guys have to be especially careful of his revenge in the future. Ah, Yue Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't die after falling into lava. This Marquis of Zijin was even more stubborn than a cockroach. I finally understand why the Marquis of Zijin couldn't even defeat us. Furthermore, he only summoned a gold rank level 7 blood scythe demon and didn't summon any guardian beasts. It turns out that he had fought with Grandma Kai before, and his battle power had been greatly reduced. The mysterious beauty came to a sudden realization. It can't be. Yue Yang sweated profusely, but thinking about it, the mysterious beauty's explanation made sense. If it wasn't for Grandma Kai having a great battle with the Marquis of Zijin before this and reducing his battle power, this battle would really be hard to predict. Firstly, the Marquis of Zijin had not summoned his guardian beasts all this while. Furthermore, he was a dignified prince of the demon abyss. There was no reason for him to only have a gold rank level 7 blood scythe demon and a silver rank level 6 ugly monster. He definitely had other strong beasts. Even when the Marquis of Zijin was in danger, he did not summon them. This proved that his strength had already been exhausted to the limit during the battle with Grandma Kai. Even Yue Yang himself could kill him now. That was why he had to escape in such a sorry state. However, thinking about it from the other side, Yue Yang broke out in cold sweat. If the Marquis of Zijin had not fought with Grandma Kai and had used his full strength instead, he reckoned that he and the mysterious beauty would have suffered a terrible defeat under this guy's terrifying attacks. After defeating and imprisoning Grandma Kai, he still had the strength to fight with Yue Yang to such a tragic degree. This Marquis of Zijin was really abnormal. Actually, it was mainly because of you guys. My beasts are more special type, so I didn't fight with the Marquis of Zijin for too long. Grandma Kai was more modest, but Yue Yang was not an idiot. A flood dragon that could transform into a human, this Grandma Kai that he could not see through with his level 3 divine vision. It would be strange if her damage to the Marquis of Zijin did not exceed his own. The Marquis of Zijin's human body has been destroyed. I reckon that it will take a long time for him to recover. We still have time to train and level up. The mysterious beauty's words were actually meant for Yue Yang to hear, as a form of encouragement. 1 year. Maybe it will only take 8 or 9 months for the Marquis of Zijin to recover his body and return to the soaring dragon continent. As for completely recovering his peak strength, it should take around 1.5 years. Within this 1 year, he should not take revenge on you guys, but hide and recover his battle strength. Grandma Kai said a time limit. 1 year. After hearing this, Yue Yang felt a headache coming on. 1 year's time was not long, but it was not short either. No matter how fast the innate invisible sword chi was, there was still a limit to it. Unless he could consume many treasures like the dragon fruit juice frequently and increase his strength limitlessly, only then would he have a chance to defeat the abnormal Marquis of Zijin. Grandma Kai suddenly took out a book with an ancient cover and a simple luster and passed it to Yue Yang. She smiled and said, "The Marquis of Zijin might come back again. I don't like to fight, so the best way to deal with him is to avoid him. Traveling outside might be a good idea, or I could go to Tong Tian Tower and meet up with some old friends. This medicine encyclopedia is useless in my hands, why don't you take care of it?" Yue Yang saw that on the cover of the ancient book, there were 2 flamboyant dark golden runes. He guessed that they were the words, Medicine Encyclopedia. Reaching out his hand to flip through the book, he discovered that it was filled with medicine recipes and medicine refining methods. Most of the medicine refining methods were not ordinary refining methods, but were specially marked as innate refining. He immediately understood why Grandma Kai wanted to give it to him. No matter what, he was still an innate, so this medicine encyclopedia could only be used by him. However, since he was soft-hearted from taking someone else's things, Yue Yang was a little hesitant in his heart. If this Grandma Kai wanted to give him some strict conditions, it would be hard for him to reject her. Perhaps seeing through Yue Yang's thoughts, Grandma Kai smiled and nodded her head lightly. Grandma is old now. If you can obtain the lustrous life branch, the undying Styx's water, the spring of life, the wishing Dutchman's pipe and the dream fruit to refine the immortal pill, how about giving one to Grandma? Sure. Yue Yang heard this. Wasn't it easy to give an empty promise? He immediately agreed and quickly kept the medicine encyclopedia in his bosom. His hands were as fast as a thief's. When the mysterious beauty saw this, she rolled her eyes coquettishly. This trick was useless against Yue Yang. Yue Yang thought that she was flirting with him. After bidding farewell to the hospitable Grandma Kai, Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty walked out of the water gate and returned to the shore. The mysterious beauty took out a teleportation scroll and was about to leave when Yue Yang hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute, beauty. Not only did you molest me, you even kicked my butt. Are you not going to take responsibility? The mysterious beauty sweated profusely. Wasn't that because I needed to confuse the enemy in battle? Furthermore, you also kicked me, so doesn't that make both parties even? Alright, so you kicked me afterwards was to take revenge. When Yue Yang heard this, he hurriedly waved his hands. It wasn't revenge, I was protecting you. I didn't want you to get hurt. I put in a lot of effort, it's different from you purposely kicking me. My parents said that whoever kicked my butt would have to compensate me with a wife. Since you kicked my butt, you have to compensate me with one too. This rule can't be broken. When he said these shameless words, the mysterious beauty almost fell to the ground. She said with a headache, then why didn't you think about where you kicked me? Do you think only you have parents? Wasn't her body precious? You're being unreasonable. No, you're being shameless. No, I'm very reasonable. I've decided that I'll compensate you with a husband, if you need one. Yue Yang smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun and as proud of his success. Of course, it was also a wolfish smile. Don't be so smug, who wants that? The mysterious beauty raised the ancient book in her hands and sent him flying. Chapter 153. Yue Yang really wanted to ask this mysterious beauty what her name was and why she followed him. Why did she save him? Even if she had to risk her life, she still wanted to help him fight against the Marquis of Zijin. Who exactly was she? This girl was too mysterious. It made people's hearts itch with curiosity. They really wanted to strip her naked and study her thoroughly. This mysterious beauty was different from Inan. Although Inan's identity was also a little mysterious, Yue Yang could still vaguely guess it. However, this mysterious beauty in front of him, Yue Yang couldn't guess it at all. As for why she wanted to help him, Yue Yang couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Normally, a guy like the pitiful guy, who was not loved by his uncle or grandmother and was only cared for by fourth mother, shouldn't have such luck with women. As for Yue Yang, it had only been a few days since he came to this world. Other than causing a ruckus in the Yu clan castle, he hadn't done anything out of line. Why would she notice him? Even his usual words and actions, as well as his every move, were clear and familiar to her. This was really too strange. I'm leaving, you should find your brother Inan to comfort you. The mysterious beauty actually knew about Inan, causing Yue Yang to sweat profusely. Brother Inan is a guy, he can't comfort me. Yue Yang obviously wouldn't admit that he was a playboy who had one foot in many boats. Who are you trying to fool? The mysterious beauty gave Yue Yang an extremely cute supercilious look. That kind of girlish pout that assaulted his senses made Yue Yang's heart palpitate. In a thousandth of a second, he realized that he seemed to have fallen in love with this mysterious beauty that he had never even seen before. Furthermore, this kind of liking wasn't a normal liking. Although it wasn't much, it was definitely not less than liking Yinan. Yue Yang really wanted to reach out and take off her veil to take a look. He wanted to hug her even more and fiercely kiss her cherry lips. His desire to conquer her was extremely high. Yue Yang really wanted to face the sky and howl like a wolf, directly pushing her down here. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. First of all, let's not talk about whether the mysterious beauty would resist or not. This was still Grandma Chi's doorstep. If Yue Yang wanted to push down the mysterious beauty, Grandma Kai would probably pass by and watch excitedly. I'm really leaving, the mysterious beauty said, but her feet didn't move. I'll send you off. Yue Yang tried to please Yue Yang. I'll give you your head. Your flowery words are useless against me. The mysterious beauty suddenly smiled. Her smile was very unique. If Castellan Fallen Flower's smile was very unique, bold and unrestrained, and her shoulders were shaking and her body was very exaggerated, then Inan's smile was cute and reserved, and she covered her little mouth to hide her happiness. This mysterious beauty's smile was even more unique. Her eyes were smiling, and there was a unique charm between her eyebrows. On the surface, it couldn't be seen that she was laughing, but it gave people a happy smile, as if she was laughing from the bottom of her heart, and it was especially pleasing to the eye. After opening the teleportation scroll, Yue Yang suddenly had an urge to shout at her, "Stay, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life." The mysterious beauty's lily-white hand that was holding the ancient book swayed lightly twice, as a sign of farewell. Yue Yang was a little reluctant as he watched her leave. He really wanted to rush up and hug her tightly, not letting her leave him. However, he also understood that if he wanted to win her heart, he couldn't be too impatient, and he couldn't be too wolfish, or else he would scare her. To pick up girls, he needed to be patient. He needed to take it slow. This was a protracted battle, with the goal of pushing her down forever. It would be impossible to not waste some time. Furthermore, it didn't matter now. As long as she continued to follow him in the future, then there would be more opportunities in the future. He believed that after this battle, she would have a good impression of him. Yue Yang changed the hand that he was about to grab her to wave his hand, saying goodbye to her in a carefree manner. The mysterious beauty glanced back at Yue Yang with her especially clear and bright big eyes, then walked into the teleportation gate and left. This glance had shocked Yue Yang quite a bit. Oh my god, beauties are indeed creatures that can release electricity. Yue Yang discovered that there was a feeling of electricity flowing through his entire body. He felt uncomfortable, yet extremely comfortable at the same time. There was an indescribable restlessness in his heart, and he couldn't help but howl like a wolf. The blood-scythe demon was still struggling. Although it couldn't escape, the little thorny flower demoness couldn't devour it either. Yue Yang originally wanted to raise his Wei Jin magic blade and slash wildly, chopping this blood-scythe demon into 18 pieces. However, he changed his mind and thought that maybe he could use some special methods. For example, the fragrant sleeping flower. As expected, when Yue Yang poured the entire bottle of sleeping fragrance flower dew on the blood-scythe demon's face, the already exhausted blood-scythe demon immediately had a strange reaction. It lost control of its body. Because it was feeling sleepy, the blood-scythe demon's struggles became slower and slower. Even though it resisted with all its might, the sleeping fragrance flower dew was still effective. As its resistance became weaker and weaker, countless thorny flower demons took the opportunity to devour and absorb the energy in its body. 2 thorny flower demons used their bodies to wrap the entire blood-scythe demon, slowly digesting it in its sleep. At this moment, the blood-scythe demon, a gold-ranked level 7 super-strong monster, had finally reached the tragic end of its life. The little thorny flower demoness had woken up unknowingly. She had been staring at her master, Yue Yang, as if she was very curious about him. Yue Yang ignored her and scooped up the blood scythe from the bottom of the lake. Then, he searched every corner of the battlefield, reflecting on his own battle. He even imitated the Marquis of Zijin's space teleportation technique. He envied the space teleportation ability. When the Marquis of Zijin had used it, he had especially used his level 3 divine vision to see it clearly. He wanted to secretly learn this shameless space teleportation technique and use it as his ultimate technique for surprise attacks in the future. Actually, when he had comprehended nature's heart, Yue Yang had already gained an indescribable understanding of nature, space and so on. Usually, when he used teleportation scrolls, he also had a special feeling. When he entered the dimension of duel in the demon abyss, Yue Yang already had the intention to unravel the secrets of space. Previously, when he was schemed against by the old fox in the academy and entered the testing space that the old fox had created, Yue Yang became even more interested in the secrets of space. When he entered Grandma Qi's underwater space just now, he felt that space was actually not impossible to control, as long as he found the right method. Hence, Yue Yang combined all of his senses and understanding together, and combined it with the space teleportation technique that he had secretly learned from the Marquis of Zijin. He started to try to control space himself, and tried to teleport. Compared to the spherical beheader that he used to control the yin-yang twin fish, he was even more careful and exquisite. He used his innate qi to draw a circle in the space, turning the space into a substance, forming a whirlpool and forming a passage. Yue Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart. He failed again and again, tried again and again, and improved again and again. Every time he failed, he would have a new understanding of space, and a new feeling. After countless failures, Yue Yang finally drew a space whirlpool before he used up the last of his spiritual qi. The space whirlpool was not as big as the one created by the Marquis of Zijin. Its speed was also faster, and the time it could last was very short. However, Yue Yang succeeded. He hurriedly went into the whirlpool and tried to teleport. In the end, when he passed through the space passage and teleported out, he discovered that his head and feet were less than a fist's distance away from the water surface. The teleportation had failed. The target that was originally teleported 10 meters away had deviated by tens of meters, until he was teleported to the surface of the lake. Boom! Yue Yang fell into the lake, his whole body drenched. When he swam up to the shore in a rather sorry state, the little thorny flower demoness was watching his actions with interest. However, her expression was one of confusion, as if she did not understand why her master would purposely fall into the lake. This space teleportation is really hard to master. Yue Yang sighed. If the Marquis of Zijin heard his words, he would probably vomit blood in anger. The Marquis of Zijin, who thought that he was an unparalleled genius, was born with the innate skill of space manipulation. He had even spent a few years before he could truly learn space teleportation. It took him a whole 50 years of training to master that space teleportation technique that he had today. Yue Yang had only fought with him once, and he had already secretly learned it. Fortunately, the Marquis of Zijin did not know about this. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood and die. When Yue Yang was practicing space teleportation, the little thorny flower demoness had been watching with great interest. Of course, this did not stop her from eating snacks as she watched. The silver-ranked level 6 ugly monster was like a snack to her. She swallowed it whole with her secondary stem that was as thick as a water bucket. She even swallowed the giant sword whole. What are you looking at? Little kids should sleep early and wake up early. When Yue Yang realized that the little thorny flower demoness was staring at him without blinking, he sweated profusely in his heart. She had already seen his embarrassing moment, so he hurriedly acted like a master. When the little thorny flower demoness heard this, she was indeed afraid that he would get angry. She immediately retracted the flower bed and wrapped it around herself, sleeping comfortably inside. When she woke up, the thorny flower demoness might have already digested the gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon. At that time, she should be able to evolve into a gold-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness. Yue Yang reckoned that she might even grow a little longer and become a big loli. Could it be that the future golden crown thorny flower queen would be a mature older sister? Yue Yang started to fantasize. Other than the hard-shelled dragon fruit that the mercenaries had picked, the other two were not ripe yet, so there was no point in picking them. After Yue Yang set up a teleportation point here with a teleportation scroll, he decided to return to the camp and meet up with Yu Bing. He would come back to pick them when he had the chance. With the medicine encyclopedia, Yue Yang decided that his short-term goal was to learn alchemy. At the same time, he would learn about teleportation from the old fox. He realized that he could still learn a lot of things in the academy. After correcting his learning attitude, Yue Yang had a new direction to work towards. He had a new goal. After winning the battle, he was full of confidence and joy. He recalled the little thorny flower demoness and activated a teleportation scroll, returning to the camp. Before he could even stabilize himself, he suddenly felt a blade slashing towards his head. There was also an axe slashing towards his back, giving him a huge fright. With a sweep of his crescent blade, the two deadly weapons were sent flying. He then spun rapidly and kicked out twice, sending the ambushers flying. Just as he was about to ask the other party why they ambushed him, Yue Yang suddenly realized that the whole camp had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Corpses were everywhere. There were severed limbs and heads of mercenaries everywhere. Weapons stained with blood were everywhere. There was a raging fire in the camp. Countless mercenaries were like crazy beasts, killing anyone they saw. Yue Yang was shocked. A bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Could it be that the mercenary who brought back the golden ant eggs had attracted the other mercenaries to rob and kill? Now it seemed that the whole camp's mercenaries had been involved in this crazy robbery and massacre. No one could control themselves anymore. Here, if you didn't want to kill, you would be killed. No one could be spared. Yue Yang thought that Yu Bing, who was in front of the ant hole, might also be involved. He immediately became anxious. With a roar, he flew towards the direction of the ant hole like a bolt of lightning. If something happened to Yu Bing, how was he going to explain it to Fourth Mother? No, she definitely couldn't be harmed in the slightest. She was his most obedient sister. Those who block my way shall die. As Yue Yang thought of this, he became even more anxious. He held the crescent blade in his left hand and Wei Jin in his right. His body was surrounded by a storm of purple flames. Wherever he passed, any mercenaries who raised their blades to attack or block his way were instantly killed by him. Chapter 154. Yue Yang's guess was right. At the entrance of the ant hole, a massacre had also broken out. Countless mercenaries were waving their swords in the chaotic battle. Some were slaughtering, some were protecting themselves, and their beasts were also tearing each other apart. Everyone had gone crazy. They all wanted to kill the enemies in front of them and live on. However, there were even more people who were killed by others. They were heavily injured and fell to the ground. Broken hands, limbs and heads were all over the ground. Corpses of beasts were scattered all over the mountain, filling the air with a nauseating smell of blood. Screams could be heard from time to time from the killing crowd. Corpses fell one after another in the pool of blood. Beasts roared, swords clashed, and the sounds of killing resounded through the mountains. You are all crazy. The golden ant eggs are not on us at all. You have all gone crazy. Some mercenaries were innocently dragged into the battle. Facing the crazy slaughter, they had no choice but to pick up their weapons and kill to protect themselves. Yu Bing, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were the same. A few hours ago, the five of them were resting outside the ant hole, quietly waiting for Yue Yang to come out. Who would have thought that after a while, the mercenaries at the entrance of the ant hole would suddenly become chaotic? First, the mercenaries were cursing each other. Then, someone spread a piece of crazy news. It was said that there were 3 mercenaries who were carrying bags with golden ant eggs. Hence, all the mercenaries who carried bags became the targets of the greedy mercenaries. A chaotic battle immediately broke out, and the flames of war spread to every mercenary. No one was spared. Yu Bing, Yi Kong and the others started to retreat to a tall rock, unwilling to participate in the mercenaries' battle to the death. However, in less than 10 minutes, they were discovered by the people below. Many fierce-looking, malevolent-looking mercenaries rushed up. They had already killed until their eyes were red, killing anyone they saw. In order to create more chaos, some mercenaries who had ulterior motives even pointed at Yu Bing and shouted, "The golden ant eggs are on that little girl." Hence, the crazy mercenaries all fought to be the first to kill, and their beasts climbed everywhere. It was already impossible to escape from the battle. Yu Bing and Yi Kong originally wanted to teleport back to Hope Town, but when they opened their teleportation scrolls, they realized that the teleportation scrolls had lost their effect. There were spatial disturbances in the camp in Hope Town, so they were unable to teleport to their destination. In the sky, hundreds of mercenaries riding on flying beasts descended from the sky. Obviously, the mercenaries of Hope Town had also started to come after hearing the news. Even if they could teleport back now, it would no longer be safe. Previously, he had never thought that such a thing would happen. The teleportation scrolls that Yu Bing and Yi Kong and the others had on them were all recorded in Hope Town or the settlement camp. Only Yue Yang had a teleportation scroll that could directly teleport him back to Shangjing. Moreover, Yu Bing was also unwilling to abandon her brother and leave right now. As long as her brother, who was deep inside the ant hole, did not come out, she would not leave this place for another day. No matter what, she had to wait until her brother came out. Don't force me to kill. Yu Bing had a kind heart. In the beginning, she had only summoned 200-year-old tree ant defenders to intimidate the enemies, and sent those mercenaries who were climbing up flying. She did not use too much strength. However, gradually, the strong leaders of the mercenaries realized that this little girl's strength was shocking and extremely troublesome. They were even more convinced that there was a golden ant egg in her backpack. Hence, driven by their wrong judgment and greed, the attacks of the mercenaries became even more frenzied. On the ground, in the sky, countless attacks rained down on them. Arrows, wood, stones, poisonous sand, smoke, flames, ice, lightning, and many other kinds of attacks. There were mercenaries who pulled their bows and shot at them, there were crossbows that shot at them, there were also those who threw stones at them with brute force, there were sinister people who used poisonous sand and smoke, there were also beasts who spat fire, ice and lightning. Under the rain-like attacks, the bronze rank level 500-year-old tree ant defenders were covered with cuts and bruises. However, they did not stop fighting. With their protection in front of Yu Bing, no one would be able to take another step forward. Yu Bing could no longer be merciful. She released all the thorns and entanglements that she controlled, killing all the beasts that attacked her. Within 30 minutes, dozens of greedy mercenaries and close to 100 beasts were knocked down from the mountain by the 100-year-old tree ant defenders, dying a violent death. The mercenaries' human wave tactic was useless against a summoner like Yu Bing, who had a protective shield and 2 bronze rank level 5 beasts. However, they retreated and reorganized themselves. When Yu Bing's protective shield's duration ended, they once again rushed up crazily. Fatty Hai summoned his protective shield and held on for 10 minutes. Yu Bing really hoped that her brother would come back at this time. With her brother here, the mercenaries would definitely retreat. However, Yue Yang was still looking for the volcano hot spring lake underground. Fatty Hai's protective shield disappeared very quickly. It had reached its limit and disappeared. Driven by temptation and benefits, the mercenaries climbed up countless times. Their killing intent soared as they swore to capture Yu Bing. In the sky, there were also flying beasts circling around, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Some mercenaries who were riding on beasts shot down treacherously with their crossbows, in order to protect Yu Bing, whose spiritual energy and spirit had been severely depleted. Yi Kong exploded. He first summoned a strengthening-type King Kong demon ape to strengthen himself, then he summoned the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, using its almost invincible defense to protect Yu Bing. Yi Kong used the golden monkey rod technique that had been taught by Yue Yang and had its power increased by several times. With the help of the strengthening-type King Kong demon ape, all the mercenaries who climbed up were beaten into fallen flowers. After an hour, Yi Kong was exhausted and fainted due to his heavy injuries. The Li brothers were weaker. Although they had also received guidance from Yue Yang and had improved a lot, in a group battle, the power they could display was limited. After all, their beasts were too weak, and could not strengthen their bodies much. After losing the protection of the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, the Li brothers could only persevere for 15 minutes against the mercenaries' human wave tactic. Soon after, they were pushed down the cliff by the mercenaries who were rushing up like a tidal wave. Although they were saved by Yu Bing, they were heavily injured and coughed up blood, dying. Seeing this scene, Yu Bing, who had a stubborn personality, was not scared. Instead, she went berserk. Yu Bing summoned her grimoire again and summoned the 100-years-old tree ant defender for the second time. It swept around crazily, pushing all the mercenaries and beasts down the cliff. One side of the cliff had actually collapsed because of the 100-years-old tree ant defender's repeated attacks and sharp spikes. After the collapse, a pitch-black bottomless cliff was revealed. There were mercenaries in front, and a cliff behind. Yu Bing had fallen into a desperate situation. When the mercenaries realized this, they became even crazier and clamored, wanting to attack. Her body was exhausted, her spirit was exhausted, and in addition to this desperate situation, Yu Bing's young heart could not bear this kind of despair. After clenching her teeth and fighting for 10 minutes, Yu Bing could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Before she fell to the ground and fainted, she screamed, "Brother!" Her screams reverberated throughout the mountains. At this time, Yue Yang was fighting a bloody battle with the Marquis of Zijin on top of the volcano. He did not think that his sister was in a desperate situation, waiting for him to rescue her. Fortunately, Wei Tai Lang, who had been sent by Yu Bing to look for Yue Yang, had finally returned. It had already fought countless battles with tens of thousands of fire-red ants in the ant hole. It had gone down many layers of the ant hole, but it still could not find its master. In the end, it returned without any results. Facing the team that only Fatty Hai was left standing, Wei Tai Lang completely exploded. The black hell flame on its body exploded and soared to the sky. Like a demon king descending, it swept away the hundreds of beasts and mercenaries that were climbing up, killing them all. An hour later, there were no less than 300 people and 500 beasts that had fallen under its sharp claws and fangs. When it returned to the cliff and stood guard in front of Yu Bing, there was not a single part of its body that was not injured. The fresh blood that flowed from its body was dripping onto the cliff like raindrops. As a silver-ranked level 4 beast, it had killed countless level 5 beasts and even level 6 beasts. The mercenaries that rushed over from Hope Town and the strong warriors that were hiding in the crowd had used all methods, hypnosis, contract, temptation, freezing and lightning, but they were still unable to stop it. In the end, it was Wei Tai Lang who was massacred by the cliff. When it returned to Yu Bing's side, Wei Tai Lang's battle power had already been exhausted to its limit. It did not lose to any of the beasts, but the beasts that were continuously attacking it had overwhelmed it with their numbers. Wei Tai Lang had lost to their numbers. Although it had killed all the beasts on the cliff for the last time and stood guard in front of Yu Bing again, it had already reached its limit. It could not even stand up. That two-headed dog is finished, let's go. Kill. Whoever obtains the golden ant egg will be rewarded with 1,000 gold. Kill them and take revenge for our brothers. Whoever is the first to charge up the cliff, I will give that girl to him. Charge. Facing the mercenaries that were swarming up like ants, Wei Tai Lang roared angrily, "Awoo!" Just as Wei Tai Lang was struggling to stand up and was about to fight for the last time, a fat hand suddenly patted on its head. "What are you so anxious for? Not everyone has died yet. When will it be your turn to show your loyalty? Watch carefully, there's still me, Master Hai. If I, Master Hai, can't do it anymore, you can carry Yu Bing and jump off the cliff. You must not let her fall into the hands of the mercenaries. And Yi Kong and the others, you have to help them escape. There are only men who fight to the death, not men who kneel and get captured." Fatty Hai tore his shirt apart and shouted with a distorted face, "You idiots, don't you just want the golden ant egg? I'll let you have your fill." He threw his and Yi Kong's bags onto the cliff below, causing the mercenaries to fight and kill each other. Flesh and blood flew everywhere as countless people died under their swords. In the chaos, the bags were torn into pieces. Other than clothes and rations, there were no golden ant eggs at all. The mercenary leaders all suspected that the golden ant eggs were hidden by this fatty. Even more mercenaries hated Yu Bing, Yi Kong, the Li brothers and Wei Tai Lang's team for killing too many people. They had almost killed all their brothers. They had already gone crazy. No matter what, they had to exterminate this team. In the hearts of the mercenary leaders, of course, they were willing to kill until the end. They felt that other than themselves, they must not let anyone else live. Only those who were alive could obtain the golden ant eggs. Hence, other than themselves, they must not let anyone else live. Inciting, motivating, commanding, rewarding, promising and so on, these were all said out of their mouths. Their goal was to let the mercenaries take down Fang Yan, who had fought for hours without losing. Their goal was to send these cannon fodder to their deaths, so that they could obtain the final benefits. Charge. The mercenaries climbed up desperately, their eyes were already red from killing. At this time, Fatty Hai did not summon his grimoire. Instead, he took out a black crystal and chanted a long summoning incantation. Black light filled the air, as if the dark night had enveloped the earth. Au au au! A terrifying roar resounded in the darkness like a clap of thunder. The valley rumbled unceasingly. In the center of the black light, a monster that was so ugly that it could make people vomit appeared in front of the mercenaries. It was so terrifying that it could make people tremble. It had a huge head and shoulders, a humongous body, a pair of tree-like legs and steel-like arms. It had jet-black claws that were even longer than daggers. On that ugly monster's face, there were sharp fangs that extended out of its lips. What kind of monster was this? No one had seen it before. However, this terrifying monster could speak human language. A mutated human voice sounded from its bloody mouth. Have you never seen a handsome guy before? You all deserve to die. Go and die. Is it a human or a demon? It seems like a behemoth, but I have never heard of a human being that could turn into a behemoth. This doesn't seem to be a strengthening type beast. What the hell is this? Quick, kill it. The mercenaries panicked. Even though they had a lot of people, and there was an endless stream of flying beasts coming from Hope Town's mercenaries, the number of people was increasing, but panic still quickly spread among the crowd. The monster that the mercenaries thought to be a behemoth raised both of its claws. Yue Yang jumped down and with a single claw, the level 3 wild bull king's head was sent flying. Countless flying axes and boulders smashed onto its body. The terrifying behemoth monster only felt pain but was not injured. It roared loudly and became even crazier. It waved its claws towards the densest part of the crowd and started a bloody massacre. 2 hours later, that terrifying behemoth monster was exhausted. After killing hundreds of beasts and hundreds of mercenaries, it finally fell under the mercenaries' attacks. Just as dozens of mercenaries were about to surround it and chop off its head, suddenly, this ugly behemoth monster sat up and spoke human language. I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm tired, I want to go back and rest for a while. It charged left and right in the midst of the mercenaries' encirclement, creating a bloody wound as it tried to climb back to the cliff. Arrows rained down, piercing through the behemoth monster's back. Among them, the ones who shot the arrows to kill the behemoth monster were all strong warriors who were hidden among the crowd. The behemoth monster was like a hedgehog, its back full of arrows. It was already exhausted and could no longer climb the cliff. In the end, it used all its strength to dig its claws deeply into the rock and hung upside down, hanging on the cliff wall 5 meters away from Yu Bing's body, not moving at all. No matter if the mercenaries shot it with arrows or threw stones at it, its body only swayed slightly and did not have any other reaction. Perhaps the behemoth monster had already lost all its blood, or perhaps it had already died long ago. Wei Tai Lang stood up and howled sadly towards the sky. Ah Wu, its mournful voice caused the mountains to echo. The golden ant egg belongs to us now. Brothers, let's go and snatch the golden ant egg. Whoever climbs up that cliff the fastest, I'll reward them with 100 gold coins. Whoever finds the golden ant egg first, I'll reward them with 1,000 gold coins. Almost all of the mercenary leaders issued the same reward. Thus, chaos broke out once again. The mercenaries that were like ants climbed up the cliff wall. Many of them, because of fighting each other, or because of arrows, fell from the sky. The small number of people who climbed up also did not care about searching for the golden ant egg, and first attacked the mercenaries that were closest to them. Wei Tai Lang did not care about those mercenaries that climbed up and fought each other. It dragged Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers to Yu Bing's side and lined them up side by side. It howled sadly, tears of blood dripping onto the rocks. One of its wolf heads dragged Yu Bing onto its back, while the other head probed towards Yi Kong's throat. Before it carried its mistress and jumped into the abyss, it wanted to get rid of its companions first, so that they would not be captured. Just as it opened its fangs, preparing to bite Yi Kong's throat, a purple meteor appeared in the distant canyon, piercing through the sky and shooting towards them.